like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shippy!
Low five. Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
And away we go. What's up? What's up, everyone? Just going to jump into this and see who comes along. Hello, so far, Dewey, and I believe Carol was here. Carol, I don't know if you're deleting or what. I think I see you. Oh. So Dewey, Carol, what's up, guys? Just going to start playing day 6 here, and let the stragglers come in. It's a busy night. It's a Saturday night. I understand if you have other stuff to do. I'm just going to get this on record without interrupting. We're going to play through this, and I'm just going to get through so people can watch a clean version, and then we'll go through it all again, and I'll stop and do my little looping and bitching and moaning and stuff. But sound good? So this is, I should share my screen. That will always help. I'm sitting here showing you with my arrow on my screen what I'm going to do. But it has, here, I'll show you what I was just doing. I know you're so curious, guys. And I got to put it up on stage too. There it is. Oh, I was just kind of showing you like this and this. I'm going to do this and this. So now you get to see my big blue arrow. And I use this big, huge arrow because the white one, when I'm reading documents, it's like it disappears, and you got to keep it on the screen to kind of help people follow along if they're reading with you, or follow along yourself, or like to use my mouse, the wheel, to kind of scroll up and down of documents. It's got to be on the page. But when it's on the page and it's white, you kind of like, where is it? Where is it? Like if you're not over the letters. So I keep it blue like this. I had it yellow, but I like the blue one. So this is day 6. We're just going to get right into it. And I'll do this. Be serial, no shenanigans, Shibby. We're going to watch the rest of this. This was like almost over, this trial, because it ended the beginning of this week, I think. You know, she was found guilty. But man, again, this is another trial where it's like I just don't feel like they're getting people convicted on such little evidence, you know. I don't know. This is a bit different though, because it's the assisted dying and all that. So we'll just play and we'll do commentary later. Okay, enjoy it. because we're going to go through this again. So don't you worry. The first time I watch the trial, it's always hard. The second time we'll go through it and it makes much more sense. Okay. Because man, this Uncle Mark Farnsworth is, oh my gosh, very suspicious to me. He's had a lot of, got his hands all up in everything. So we'll talk all about that. Okay. Here we go. Day 6. And when they start, they have it muted. So just know that's not me. And they have it muted. And when there's, I'll put up who's on the screen, if it's defense and if it's prosecution, and who the witnesses at the time. I've got it already. The first witness will be this doctor from the FBI, a chemist. It's Dr. Chad Moore from the FBI chemistry unit. That's what it said on Reddit. Reddit, there's one unit, one thing on Reddit that has the best so far. You know, they have a few mistakes, but and if I notice a mistake, I'll definitely correct it as soon as possible. As of now, I'm just weird. I hate seeing their name spelled incorrectly, especially once they spell it out on the stand and that. So let's go 720 is fine. You don't even notice. So I'll just turn the speed up now. So 2x, they're not tripping out. 2x, I'll take this off for now. This is 2x speed. So this lady's not on meth. She's not tripping out, playing with her nose and her that. Well, she is, but not that fast. This is 2x speed because they're going to talk any second now. They're going to get up and let the jury come in. If I start, these are such long lives that if I start trying to get it right, I can lift it up and do all that. But just by the time I start farting around with it, I should just do this because I know it's coming. Like I know it's coming. There's a seal, state of Utah. Everyone's got a nice seal. Although the Michigan one, the original one they used looked like it was from like the 1800s, like it was sewn, and it's a really cool seal. The Michigan has a cool seal, but the very first one, I guess that's in that Dale Warner trial, sort of looks like a dodo bird, not a bald eagle. I'll be honest, but I do love it because I've looked online and all the other ones, the updated ones for the state of Michigan are awesome. I'm not cutting it up. I would never do that. Never do that. Even as a Canadian, we have our own little, each province. It's just, it's the same thing up here. It's the exact same thing up in Canada, except we have free healthcare, free prescription, free dental, more manners, less guns. Just kidding. We've got a lot of guns coming in from you guys too, but who cares? Not complaining. Nothing political. Screw politics. Nobody. It's boring. Boring. Oh, I'm so sick of that stuff. I can't even say that word. I'm an old guy. And when I was a kid, we called each other gay, but not. It was just kind of like, I don't know. It wasn't I can see how it looks now, but back then it wasn't. It was just like, I don't know, opposite of happy kind of. I don't know what it was. I wasn't thinking of it being like that type of gay. Because all those songs, like those Christmas carols, like "Dawn we now are gay apparel," fa la la la. It wasn't such a loaded word. But I'm an old 52-year-old man. I'm confused. I'm a grandpa of two grown kids that live. One lives in Toronto. One lives half an hour the other way from up here. I'm a lonely, old, confused man. So when I say the wrong thing, which I guarantee I will, just know I mean well. Hey, what's up, DJ? You guys can hear me okay, right? I should double check. I'm listening on my laptop. Oh, I sound amazing. Don't worry. I have my laptop running in my other ear. I keep my Bluetooth. I have one of those little Bluetooth splitters. Well, it's a Bluetooth. It's like a little router with antennas. So what I do is I have the 3.5 millimeter input, right? So I plug my desktop 3.5 millimeter wire into it, and I run it through a mono cable, a mono splitter backwards. So I plug the right channel, turns it into mono, like, joins left and right together. So I have my desktop, I plug it into the splitter, 3.5 millimeter. Then I have my laptop, I plug it into this with a 3.5 millimeter wire into the mono splitter. Then I plug that mono splitter in to the Bluetooth input device, which is like an amplifier. So when I connect my Bluetooth headset to it, I have my desktop in mono in my right ear on my one Bluetooth headset. And then I can walk around basically my whole yard. It's like a router. It really puts out a good Bluetooth signal. So I can walk out to my car, my driveway, and every floor of my house And I got my Bluetooth headset still connected to both my computer and laptop. So maybe I should have scanned ahead. See, watch, this is what's going to happen. I'll show you. I'll put it back to regular speed. And then I'll watch. This is what I'll do. I'll scan ahead and I'm going to screw it up. So, oh, but I'm glad I did it. Oh my God, I didn't realize that far. I'm an idiot. It's got to be close. So sorry. Here it comes. I see the judge. But, oh.
Jury, welcome back.
Okay, there we go. Welcome back, jury, day 6.
And good morning. Appreciate you
Good
showing up
morning,
once
man.
again.
Thank you for having
For
me.
the record, it is March 19th, 2026. This is case
It
number
is.
251-401-132, State of
you
Utah
go.
versus Sunwall. Counsel, good morning.
Lots of questionable stuff here.
We ready to get started?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, you are.
I'm ready to.
State ready
I'll
with
mute.
your next witness.
We are. Judge State would call Chad Moore, and he is online rather than in person.
Thank you.
Ooh, Zoom call or whatever. Zoom is Zoom.
Chad Moore, good morning.
Yes.
Can you get your
More or less.
video working?
Let me see.
Come on, Chad. No pressure.
We got to be able to see you.
I always say when I
We
see my
appreciate
doctor,
you
I'm like
being here. There
in
we
a
go.
crowded room. He's like, hey, he says my
Can you
name.
hear me
Hey,
okay,
like,
sir?
what's up, doc?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you. My
Hey.
clerk is now going to
What's up,
swear
Doc?
you in.
Oh my gosh, there's the court. Is that the jury? Get out. Did they dox the jury? That is. Are they not in yet? What are they doing? Because this is where they stand. That's the defense. This is the, oh my God. They got a different. Why would they do this? This can't be the jury. Jury's probably back here. Oh my
Mr. Moore, please raise your right
God.
hand.
No way.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the
What are
case
they doing? Wait a second. Said something there. Judge Peterson's the host. Why would they show the judge's view? That's crazy. They should have started with this view. Is that the jury? Or is that the prosecution? Oh God, what am I looking at here? So I feel like this is the prosecution here. And this is the defense. Yeah, because we're usually behind here looking at this way. We usually see them standing here looking at the jury. And they're at this thing. So that's the jury. Jury. Why would they do that? Damn it. Sorry, guys. And look at me. I'm sitting here doxing you further. Sorry,
now
guys.
before the court will be the truth, the whole truth,
I'm a
and nothing
horrible
but the
person,
truth,
too.
so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Judge, would you still like me at the podium, or I am okay here?
Wherever you're comfortable.
I'll stay seated then. Thank you very much. Good morning, sir. Would you tell us your name, please?
My name is, excuse me, my name is Chad Moore.
And just for the record, how
Now, these buggers, look what they've done. Like, they could go down lower, right? Because, I mean, I got to keep this on screen. It's almost blocking him. Like they got it. They could turn his, I don't know why they're doing this. I'll try to write a shorter one for his, but I got to keep this up so people know what's going on. I'll figure it out. I'll make a shorter one. Oh, God.
do you spell your last name?
It's almost under his chin.
Moore.
I'll fix it.
What is your occupation?
Oh, this whoever's fuck.
I
That's
am
not
a
me. That's
forensic
not me.
examiner in the chemistry unit at the FBI laboratory.
Okay, just so you know, this is not me doing all this doxing and shit. And if they don't go down soon, I will make a shorter banner because I need to keep it on the screen day and night. So hopefully this guy gets his shit together and points his camera down a bit. Excuse me.
We're in Quantico, Virginia.
Again,
Is that
that's
where
not me.
you are appearing from today? Virginia?
Yes, I am.
What the fuck
Thank
is
you
this
for
guy
being
doing?
here. And what does I'm
Like,
sorry,
if you're
tell
not
me the
ready,
title
why
again.
would they
Forensic
start?
Examiner?
Yes, forensic
Get your shit
examiner.
together.
What?
This is not me, guys. This is not me. Whoever's doing this is like, wouldn't they just say, wait a second here until we get this proper? I don't know.
Does a forensic examiner do?
I'll do my best to fix it up if they don't get their shit together soon.
A forensic examiner at the FBI laboratory receives evidence submitted to the
you heard me.
laboratory for
Ooh,
examination.
that's good. Stay up there.
We
Perfect.
examine
Yes.
that
Yes, and
evidence
dox the jury
in
a
a
little
way
more.
to determine chemical
Yes, let's
properties
dox
or
the
chemical
jury.
substances that may be present
that's the
on those
defense.
items.
excuse me, I spoke. That's the defense. This is the angle. Yeah, we don't want to see this here. I don't think this person really. This is good. This is the angle we need to see. Nothing else. If the judge, I don't know what's going on, but this is much better. Sorry.
We issue reports related to those examinations, and then we provide those reports back to the contributor of the evidence, and then provide testimony to the reports as needed.
Are the pieces of or items that are submitted to you for
That's good.
testing purely
They're
from
getting
law
better.
enforcement, or do you receive items?
You see, he should have done this from the beginning. So he just needed time to get his shit together. The doctor, this is good. So we can see what he sees. This is what he sees, the defense. He sees, he's going to see the judge. Oh, he does see the judge up here and the prosecution. And somebody is going to be sitting here for something. Or maybe when they go up to the podium or so, I don't know. But he docks the jury. This is perfect. Sorry, I'll play it. Starting now.
From other people or locations or agencies?
All of the items submitted to the FBI laboratory are related to law enforcement and then are submitted by either local law enforcement or federal law enforcement, as well as some international law enforcement.
Okay.
That square is
What
blank
the
anyway.
educational
So
background? Well, what is your
I feel it.
educational background that has led you to that position that you have?
my thumbnail.
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from Christian Brothers University in Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah.
And I have
like
a
walks on the
PhD
beach.
in pharmaceutical sciences from the University of Tennessee Health Science Center in Memphis, Tennessee. I also performed postdoctoral education at the University of Colorado in Boulder, Colorado.
And I like
What was
short
the
walks
postdoctoral
to the fridge
education in?
and long naps.
I did
That's
2 postdoctoral stints at the University of Colorado, one in biochemistry and one in bioanalytical chemistry.
awesome, Paula. Thank you. Hi, Paula. Thank you. I'll pin that up. Don't you worry. We're just getting started. Just getting started. Day 6 of the Meggan Sundwall.
And tell us a little bit about your
Assisted
employment history
dying.
after obtaining those
Fake cancer,
degrees and
suicide,
educational
friendship.
background.
nurse.
After working at the University of Colorado, I
1.5
started my
mil life
career
insurance.
at a diagnostic company in San Diego.
Uncle
The
Mark
diagnostic
Farm.
company was a company called Quidel Corporation. They manufactured point of care diagnostics for doctors' offices and hospitals. I was a manager of research and development in that role. And then I took a role at the FBI laboratory, working first in a group designated for the identification and analysis of weapons of mass destruction, particularly chemical weapons in my case. And then I moved approximately 11
WMD
years ago
doctor.
into the chemistry
Holy
unit,
shit.
where I've been since.
Weapons of mass destruction. That didn't
And when
do-
did you do the weapons of mass destruction work with the FBI?
We moved here in 2010.
Until we found out
from
it was phony.
2010 to 2014, approximately.
And so is it fair to say you have been with the FBI laboratory since 2010 then?
Yeah, and that's
Yes,
when we
it
found
is.
out
Up
we
until
were lied to,
today?
and I quit. No, I'm
Yes,
just
it
kidding.
is.
All
I'll
right.
stop
Are there any
commenting.
certifications or professional licenses that are required for your position?
There are no professional licenses required for my position. However, I did go through a training program with the chemistry unit to learn the technical procedures, as well as to learn how to handle evidence, store evidence, analyze the evidence according to the technical procedures, write reports, and learn how to provide testimony to those reports.
And is that training program done by the FBI
Yes, it is.
in addition to all of your educational background?
Yes,
Is that
correct.
right? Okay, how long was that training program?
It was approximately a year and a half.
Do you have any ongoing educational requirements to maintain your position?
Yes, the FBI requires that we perform a certain number of continuing education hours every year. We are required to perform up to, I believe, 16 continuing education hours per year in the unit.
And have you maintained those consistently since your time with the FBI?
Yes, I have.
Are you considered a special agent or something else?
No, I'm not law enforcement.
All right, you're a civilian employee of the FBI,
Yeah, supports employee is how we phrase it.
support employee. And
Correct.
so what do people call you? Is it Mr. Moore, Dr. Moore, hey you Moore?
I have a PhD, so I get both Mr. Moore and Dr. Moore, so whatever's most comfortable.
All right. Can you tell us a little bit about your job duties in the position that you are currently in?
So my job duties, as I mentioned before, entail receiving evidence submitted by contributors for the purpose of analyzing those items in a chemical method. We look for certain exams are geared towards specific types of chemicals, as well as some exams being geared to look for very specific chemicals. And for instance, we have a technical procedure that looks for bank security device chemicals. These are very specific chemicals that are found in bank die packets that can be found after a bank robbery. And so we can look for those specific chemicals, as well as chemicals such as pepper sprays. We can look for those specific chemicals involved in those. Other types of exams, we have general unknowns, where an item may be submitted where the chemical nature may not be known, and we are tasked with trying to identify as best we can the primary components of those chemicals.
So to boil it down, I guess, would it be accurate to say that your job is to identify, chemically speaking, substances that are submitted to you for testing?
That's correct.
I know that's a very simplified version of it. Are you subject to any type of proficiency testing in your position?
Yes, I am. I receive 2 proficiency tests every year. One proficiency test is specifically related to drug analysis, seized drug analysis, where we receive an unknown sample and then we perform our examinations and provide the results back to the proficiency test provider. The other proficiency test that I perform every year is based on a general unknown examination. This is a unknown chemical that's provided with a specific type of case scenario, and we try to identify any possible chemicals that may be present that would fit the scenario of the that would fit the scenario as described.
And you said that you do 2 of those every year?
Yes.
That been the case since 2014 when you joined the unit you're in?
We originally only had the seized drug, and then we had an internal proficiency test. Our general unknown proficiency test is now an external proficiency test, but yes, it has been that way since 2014.
All right. Why would evidence be submitted to your lab for testing rather than to a state or local crime lab?
Different reasons. One reason is a relationship with the laboratory. Federal agencies will like to submit items to our laboratory for testing. Another reason is that some of the techniques that we have in place are not supported at the state labs.
When you say not supported, do you mean, what do you mean by that?
Either the state laboratory doesn't have the equipment, knowledge, or expertise to perform it, or they don't have a technical procedure that they are willing to utilize for that type of sample.
All right. Is the laboratory itself accredited in some way?
Yes, it is.
What's the accreditation? Are you aware of that?
We are accredited by ANAB, I forget the acronym, the standing for the acronym.
Is what's
But we
required? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, but we are accredited by ANAB as a testing laboratory.
All right, and that's a national organization
Yes, it is.
for quality control of laboratory testing.
Yes, it is.
And is the work that you do reviewed?
Yes, it is. All the work in the chemistry unit is reviewed both technically and administratively. So the work that I produce, the report that I write, is submitted to another examiner that is qualified to perform the same technique. That examiner then goes through my data and my report to ensure that the report is supported by the data that I'm providing. And then he provides any changes or feedback that needs to be performed on the case, including additional work if necessary. And then after that technical review, the data and the report are submitted for administrative review to ensure that the quality standards of the laboratory are met within the case packet.
Is part of your role to also perform those types of reviews for other analysts?
Yes, it is.
If a law enforcement officer wants a FBI analysis of something, of a piece of evidence, how do they go about doing that?
So submissions can come from law enforcement by writing a letter to the FBI laboratory requesting the examinations. The letters include a brief scenario of the case that's being investigated, as well as the items of evidence that are being submitted. The letter is then submitted on official letterhead or stationery. Otherwise, the local law enforcement can proceed through the FBI field offices, and the FBI field office can help submit the evidence into the laboratory.
Once a request is made such as that, how is it determined where it will go or who will be doing the analysis?
So evidence is received at the FBI laboratory by our evidence management unit. When the evidence is received, the evidence is inventoried, or it's given the case itself is given an FBI laboratory number. And then that FBI laboratory number travels with all of the items of evidence, as well as the evidence may be broken down and inventoried depending on the type of case that it is. The evidence management unit, after reading the incoming communication and the request for examinations, determines what types of exams are most appropriate. They will often reach back to the contributor and ask if additional exams that weren't requested initially in the letter, if those exams were necessary or requested. And then after determining how many exams and what units the evidence should travel to, the evidence management unit creates an examination plan. That examination plan details which items of evidence should travel to which units and for what examinations.
And at that point, is it then assigned to somebody such as yourself?
So at that point, the evidence, when it's ready to come to the chemistry unit, it's placed into a drop-off locker, a locker that is accessible by all of the examiners within our unit. We then have a computer system that lets us know what cases are available. And as the cases are available, we are assigned as the examiner for those cases. We will then go to the drop-off locker, retrieve that evidence, and then we can store that evidence in a designated locker that we have access to only.
All right. When you receive evidence for testing, do you also receive any background about the case, any police reports or anything else?
We do sometimes receive police reports. We also sometimes receive toxicology reports. That helps us to determine the best approach of examining the evidence, and especially looking for specific types or specific chemicals.
And did you receive items for testing in a case involving Megan Sunwall?
I did.
When did you receive that?
If I could just look at my notes, Your Honor.
Would that help you refresh your recollection as to the date?
Yes, that would.
Go ahead and refresh your recollection and look up when you're done.
I actually prefer this type of testimony, getting to see everyone, and obviously we don't need to see this pride for somebody.
So I received the evidence on May 28th, 2025.
Love it.
Did you speak to the submitting officer?
Zoom in a
I
bit on the
did
defense.
speak to the submitting officer by email.
Get the judge in the middle.
What did you receive?
Originally, I received one container, and within that container, I received items of evidence that were a glass vial with a liquid, as well as 2 syringes.
What was requested of you to do with those 3 items?
I was asked to examine those items for the presence of insulin.
And I'm going to skip forward a bit so we can refer to it, but did you prepare a report when you completed your analysis of those items?
I did.
Could we look at Exhibit 150 just for the witness? please? Is that possible?
Did you say 150?
150.
I think they have someone new running this because it's usually much smoother.
Okay.
The
Do you
text.
see that item before you?
I bet you the
I do.
regular person's out
Do you
sick.
recognize
Yeah.
that?
But we don't see nothing.
I do.
First of all. Look at, they're doing it again. Look at power save. They got it in power save mode. So this extra monitor here that we're supposed to look at, like they're looking at it already on the other monitors. And when this isn't, it just goes to sleep or turns itself off. So it's like they've done this the whole trial. And they can't figure out why it's doing it. And I just know it. It's in power save mode, and you just have to go in the settings and turn it on like high performance or turn the energy savers off or whatever it is. And there's 20 people in here with university degrees. Not one of them is this whole trial. It's been like this. So, my gosh, if you're going to graduate university, please teach people about power settings in TVs and changing spare tires, because if not, we're doomed as a society. If you can get a university diploma and not 10 people staring at this wondering what's wrong.
What is it?
So
We're in
this
trouble.
entire packet is a case packet that I prepared for discovery that includes all of my notes as well as a laboratory report.
This
which
guy flunked high school.
You're
He'll
showing me
probably
right
figure it
now. This laboratory report was submitted to
He's thinking,
Detective
I don't get
Farney,
paid enough to do that.
regarding my results of examination.
And the date of the report was August 26, 2025.
Yes, it was.
That'd be roughly a month after you received the items for testing.
I received the items in May.
Sorry, that's a little brain blip of mine. So that would be for 3 months.
Correct.
All right. And you mentioned you received a vial and 2 syringes that you were to test for the presence of insulin.
Correct.
Can you tell us, now we are looking at, oh, I'm sorry, can I ask to admit Exhibit 150, please?
Mr. Williams?
The entirety? Can I see what the exhibit?
Can we scroll down?
Entire case file?
I thought it was just the report.
I mean, I'm not sure I care, I just want to make sure what's going to be in evidence. There's 114 pages.
Oh, I just wanted the report.
Do we have a designation of which pages?
We are, it looks like it's a 2-page report.
And that's what you're offering,
Yes.
Mr. Williams?
Just to make sure I've got it, what I understand that to be. So, okay, I see 202 finished. No objection.
Court received states Exhibit 150 with the specified pages. Wish to publish?
Yes, please. Thank you. Is that up for the jury?
Almost. All right, it's up.
Thank you. Dr. Moore, you list in your report down toward the bottom of that first page, the items that you tested with item numbers. Can you tell us a little bit about the item numbers? It has 2, item 1, et cetera, down that first column, and then more description with additional item numbers. Can you tell us the difference between those?
Yes, so the first column, the item 1, that designates the FBI laboratory item number.
Okay.
Those items are given to the items when they arrive in the evidence is inventory. The second column is a description of what that item actually is. And then the parenthetical item number is the item number that was given to the item when it was submitted by the contributor. The different items during inventory, the items can be broken down into additional items. So for instance, item 1 was originally received as a glass vial.
just take a note. This is all the stuff Uncle Marcus found way after the dates. After the crime scene was released back to the family, he's finding syringes under carpets. And before the crime scene, before the cops got there, they had a crime scene. They put tape up on her room, and Mark had found a syringe with the date. He found a syringe in the room before they put it as a crime scene with the EMTs, and he also supposedly lost his phone in there. So when they put the crime scene tape up and left, he called that Farney, this one, the lead detective, and said, "I forgot my phone in Casey's room. Can I go in?" And she allowed him to cut the crime scene tape open and go in and get his phone before they did this fucked up stuff too. And he found needles in his dead brother's room, insulin needles in one of the drawers, and he put them in a fridge, and then he brought them all this stuff. Uncle Mark also found the needle, the very first one, in the Fanta box wrapped in a black towel. After the cops said to take it out and put all pictures of it, so he's the one who takes pictures of it, and he's got his hands all over this evidence. And the Fanta box and the towel were never collected. So one of these syringes was wrapped in a black towel inside a 12-pack cardboard Fanta orange pop box for those 12 packs. It's like a thin cardboard. And inside that, he says, Uncle Mark finds it. And Uncle Mark says 100% he would never ever put his needles out in that patio garbage. And on the body camera, he says he could have been him. There's so much, and again, I'm not saying Mark's guilty, but I mean, he has, I swear to you, there's more. I've written them all down and we're going to discuss it. So sorry. Just know when you're seeing this, Uncle Mark's fingers are on each one of these things. He's like the lead detective, basically, taking photos, cutting open crime scenes. Literally, she said he can cut the crime scene tape off, go in Casey's room to get his phone, and come back out. And then before they all search it. And after they've searched it and cleared it, he's in there renovating and fixing floods, and he's finding more evidence and then submitting it to this lady. After it's been released to the family, he's the one finding all this stuff.
With a sealed glass vial with a liquid. So the vial itself, the glass vial, was then broken down into the original glass container as well as the liquid, and the septum was parsed out as another additional item called item 1-1, and that was for an additional examination by a different unit.
All right, so in other words, the glass vial was broken into two separate components, the vial itself and the contents of the vial?
Three separate components, in fact. The vial itself, the contents of the vial, and then the seal that was sealing the contents within the vial.
Right, gotcha, thank you. What about the two syringes? Did those have separate components that you broke out into different item numbers?
So the syringe that was designated as item 3 by the contributor was listed as item 2 by the FBI laboratory. And the syringe that was labeled as item 1-1 was listed as item 3 in the FBI laboratory. And those item numbers are based on just the process of inventory and the timing of retrieving those from the original container.
What does item 4 secondary evidence refer to?
So secondary evidence at the FBI lab is an item of evidence that we designate as evidence. This is an evidence item that results from our processing of other items of evidence. So after processing items of evidence, if we feel that our processing may have damaged or disrupted the evidence to an extent that it cannot be recreated in another lab, we submit our processed evidence as secondary evidence. So for me, item 4, this secondary evidence is evidence that I generated in the laboratory, and there are 2 vials. The 2 vials actually contain the rinse liquids after I rinsed items 2 and item 3 in the laboratory.
And items 2 and items 3 were the syringes, the 2 syringes, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's talk first about the vial. How did you begin your analysis of that item?
So all of our analysis began by a visual examination. And in this particular case, it was no different. Item 1 was received as a glass vial, as I said, filled with a clear colorless liquid that was sealed with a septa. When I received that item, I examined it and noticed that the vial seemed very full. It did not appear to have liquid removed from that vial. So I contacted the contributor and asked if the contributor would like to have the septum examined to see if it had ever been pierced. That examination would occur by a different unit, not by the chemistry unit. And after receiving her confirmation that she would like that examination performed, I reached out to our firearms and tool marks unit. The firearms and tool marks unit agreed to perform that examination on the septum that sealed the liquid within the vial. That's why the item 1 evidence became 3 separate items, was so that I could remove that septum and provide it to the firearms and tool marks examiner for examination.
All right, so to make sure I have my timeline straight, you received the item, noted that it appeared to be full with the septum and the cap or lid still attached. And so you talked to law enforcement and then provided it to a different unit of the FBI labs for analysis of that cap or septum?
Correct.
All right. And you did that before you completed your analysis of the contents?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I wanted to ensure that my processing of the vial did not disturb the septum in any way that would prevent those further examinations.
All right. And so you provided that piece of evidence to a different portion of the laboratory. Did you receive it back?
We did receive it back for shipment, yes.
Sorry, you received it back from the other unit in order to complete your analysis?
After we decided that the examinations would be conducted by the firearms and tool marks unit, we worked together to open the vial in a way that the examiner from the firearms and tool marks unit could observe as I was opening it, showing to ensure that any damage that occurred, he was a witness to. And so when I was able to open the vial to retrieve the liquid, I gave him the septum for his examinations, and then I began my examinations on the liquid.
Okay, so it wasn't moving physically back and forth. He came to the piece of evidence as you were removing it.
When we did open it, yes.
Okay. And who is that individual?
That is Michael Van Arsdale.
Okay. And you said he is with the tool marks and ballistics?
Firearms and tool marks, yes.
Firearms and tool marks. All right. So you removed the top, and then what did you do?
So after I removed the top, the next thing I did was I removed the liquid from the glass vial. I placed it into a container that could hold up to 15 milliliters, and I took a estimation of the liquid that was present within the vial.
And were you able to determine whether any was missing?
It appeared that the vial contained approximately 9 milliliters of liquid, and the vial is supposed to contain 10 milliliters of liquid.
So 1 milliliter was missing.
Approximately, yes.
All right. After measuring it, what did you do?
After measuring it, I carried on with my examinations, which uses a technical procedure for the identification or for the analysis of insulin. That requires, that technical examination uses a instrument called liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. That technique is a way of separating components, liquid components, into their individual component parts, and then analyzing each of those individual component parts using an instrument called mass spectrometry. So in order to do that, what I have to do is take the liquid from the vial, and then I perform a dilution, because the concentration of the material within the vial itself is too high for the instrument. It would just overwhelm the instrument. And so I performed a dilution, approximately 1 to 50 dilution. So 1 microliter to 50 microliters would be the comparable dilution. And then I analyzed that liquid by liquid chromatography mass spectrometry.
Is there a comparison component of this where you're comparing what you are seeing to a known sample?
There is. So after analyzing the liquid to determine, well, in this particular case, the liquid was in a vial that was labeled. So we actually purchased a similar labeled vial, labeled as insulin Novolog, which is a brand name insulin. And we purchased that one as a standard and analyzed it simultaneously with the liquid that was from the glass vial.
What did you learn?
So the Novolog that we purchased and the liquid from the glass vial were identical in terms of their response on the liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. And therefore, I was able to say that the liquid contained in the item 1 vial was consistent with the liquid that we purchased from a pharmacy.
All right. And so was that your conclusion with regard to the vial that you obtained?
Yes, my conclusion for item 2 liquid was that it was consistent with containing the insulin Aspart, which is the generic name of the insulin in Novolog.
All right. Did you then turn your attention to the 2 syringes?
I analyzed the 2 syringes actually prior to analyzing the liquid in the vial, in the glass vial, simply because I didn't have to coordinate analyzing those syringes with any other units. So I was able to analyze the syringes prior to analyzing the liquid.
All right. What was the request of you with regard to what you were to analyze for those syringes?
I was asked to analyze the syringes to determine if insulin was present in either of the syringes.
How did you go about doing that?
So again, as I did with the glass vial, my first examinations began with a visual examination, as well as a microscopic examination, where I placed the syringe under a microscope to look for any residue that may be present within the barrel of the syringe. We utilized the microscope to look for droplets, liquid droplets that may be present, as well as remainders of salt or other preservatives that may be present in the liquid.
When you did that in this particular case, did you notice any evidence of residue?
I did not.
All right, what did you do next?
After observing the syringe, the next thing I do with a syringe is to remove the plunger from the rear of the syringe. That way we are not damaging anything that may be present on the needle in case additional DNA examinations or other types of examinations may be requested. So I remove the barrel from the syringe, and then I rinse the interior of the syringe with a solvent that can solubilize and extract insulin.
You had mentioned earlier that that item 4 was the rinses that you had used for these 2 syringes.
That is correct.
All right, and that's what you just referred to as what you used to basically fill up those syringes and dislodge anything that might be remaining in there?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you do with that?
And then I examined the rinses from the 2 syringes using the same technique of liquid chromatography mass spectrometry.
What did you learn from your item number 2?
From item number 2, I did not identify insulin, and I did not see any indication of protein solution within item 2.
What about item 3?
Same result. I did not see any indication of insulin or any protein material within item 3.
What was your conclusion from what you observed and tested?
My conclusion was that insulin was not identified within either of those items.
And was that conclusion reviewed in accordance with your laboratory's policies?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that conclusion was then approved?
Yes, it was.
All right. And if we could scroll down to the next page. Does this page contain your conclusions with regard to those, what you determined?
Yes, the results of examination are contained there.
All right. 1 moment. Dr. Moore, If there had ever been insulin inside that syringe, would you have expected to see some residue or remnant of it having been there?
I would have expected to see that, yes.
And that's the case with both syringes?
If it had been present, yes.
Thank you. No more questions.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
You probably can't see me, and I think the camera that picks me up in here, is gonna be the side of my face because I have to look sideways to see you on the screen, okay?
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna start at the end for a second. About what you as a scientist in your lab is science-driven can tell us about the history of those syringes in particular and the challenges of ultimately determining from your end result whether they ever contained insulin, okay?
Okay.
First of all, let's be clear that you only had 2. Did you know from the police reports that there were multiple syringes collected in the evidence of this case?
I only know of the 2 that were submitted.
There was just some discussion about sometimes you can communicate with law enforcement about the case, maybe even police reports and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I did not receive a police report in this particular case. I only received an incoming letter.
You just received a letter saying, would you test this for insulin, right?
Correct.
All right. I want to talk then about, well, let's establish. You received this actually in the lab by mail, right?
We did.
UPS,
Yeah, right, exactly. UPS, usually overnight delivery.
send it to you in a UPS mailing. I think mine says submitted on 5/2, but maybe that chain report, May 2nd, 2025. The nominal difference between May 28th, I guess, but it was submitted in May of 2025, right?
It was submitted into the laboratory in May of 2025.
Fair
and
enough.
retrieved by me on May 28th.
Okay. So you get it. Did you know when it was collected?
I do not, other than from the letter. I don't believe that the letter stated that.
It didn't tell you that these syringes had been collected 9 months earlier, right?
I'm not certain if it said when they were collected. I don't believe it said when they were collected.
It didn't tell you the history of these syringes is how they were stored, right?
No, it did not.
It didn't tell you the history of the syringes about how they might have moved around to other laboratories or things that had been done with them in other laboratories, right?
It did not.
While we're on the subject, let me just publish to you. Can you publish from this table? Oh, sorry, you're not here. Do you have, do you still have the ability to publish that 114 pages? Okay. Can you publish that? Ultimately, Doctor, I think from in here in the courtroom, the jury ultimately would just get your pages of your report. But what page is that on? I'm going to scroll you down to a section of the full file because it contains photographs that are taken in relation to the work you do, right?
Yes, I did provide photographs.
What you do is when the evidence comes into you, you photograph it in the condition that it is received from the packaging, right?
Often, yes.
I'm going to page 11. Can you see? I'm showing you page 11 of your file. Can you see
I
that?
can see that.
That's sorry to interrupt you. These video sessions can be difficult to know, and I apologize right in advance if I end up interrupting you, okay? So what we're looking at here is one of the syringes you received. This is indicated as item 2, right?
Yes, it is.
This is how you received it.
Yes, it is. Yes, it was.
So it came to you with this plunger pulled out, not all the way out. We can see the picture, but it came to you with this plunger pulled out to the end. In other words, the barrel of the syringe is completely exposed, right?
The barrel is not exposed. It's still contained.
Well, if it was pulled out, air had to go in there, right?
True. Air would be in there.
I know that from trying to get laundry detergent out of something. You got to put air into the container to get it to look like that. So when you drew that out, the cap would have had to be off, right?
No, the plunger, the cap is not a airtight seal.
The air had to go in there. Let's put it that way.
Air is in the barrel when it's not covered with liquid. Correct.
And you, it sounds like didn't know that when this item was collected as evidence on the scene, that plunger was completely pushed in, right?
I had no knowledge of that.
If that's the case, then certainly you can conclude without even expertise that it was handled and managed in some way that is between the time it was collected as evidence and sent to you, right?
That, if you say so, yes.
Well, if I got a picture of it being collected with the plunger all the way down and you receive it with the plunger all the way out, then you know you're not receiving the evidence as it was collected, right?
Right. Correct.
Someone did something to it. Actually, let's move on. You don't know that. Let me get to some points that relate to why I'm asking you these questions. In your field, and particularly with regard to testing for insulin, chemistry-wise, some challenges are the insulin molecules and insulin molecules can break down, right? Insulin can break down. It can degrade. Agreed?
Insulin does degrade, yes.
And by degrade, I mean insulin that once existed somewhere might not be detectable by you, even though it did exist somewhere, because ultimately the conditions that the insulin was, the conditions of what you tested may have affected the degradation of the insulin. That was terrible, but do you know what I mean?
Insulin does degrade based on the conditions of storage, as well as a number of other factors, heat, light, etc.
Great. I'm going to go over some of those. I know you anticipate it. We had a chance to talk about a month ago, right? I guess 3 weeks.
Correct.
So the things that can affect, what I'm getting to is degradation, meaning the conclusion that there was not any insulin in there being something that can be generalized or concluded with regard to when insulin ever was there. In the syringe, let's just keep the picture up here. Now, again, you don't know anything about the storage, the movement, the activity of this syringe before you receive it. We already established it. But let's talk about the things that could have affected this syringe in terms of breaking down and degrading insulin that was there to the point that you didn't detect it in your lab, okay?
Okay.
You indicated temperature, right?
Correct.
Temperature is important in terms of the storage of what you're testing 9 months later, because heat, for instance, speeds up chemical reactions.
Correct. In general.
And temperature is important even insofar as just room temperature can reduce the insulin potency to the point of degradation, right?
Insulin potency and degradation are two concepts.
That's fair. Let me ask it this way. The ability, I'm going to use detection. I think we determined in our last discussion that there's a lot of scientific notions to breaking things down and degradation. So let's just say, talk about things that would affect the ability to detect insulin in your lab as you did, okay? All right, temperature, you already said can affect it, including room temperature. You agree?
Storage conditions do affect it. Without knowing specifics, I don't have any specific information about the time frame of degradation at room temperature of a semi-dried insulin.
Well, we can scroll down here. One of the syringes, oh yeah, it's Chelsea has to do it. Let's go to the second syringe, just to be fair. This is the item 3 you discussed, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so one of these was in a plunged position, and if that's a poor way of describing it, that's because I don't do what you do. But
that would make sense, the plunged position.
Okay, thank you. All right, so in one syringe, you've got a barrel of the syringe exposed to air for whatever reason, and in one of them you had it not exposed to air, you had it pushed down, right?
The barrel is still exposed to air.
Okay, and the barrel in both of these is exposed to air. We're going to get to that.
Yes.
But let's finish temperature. I mean, even in your manual and training, I talked about room, I talked about heat, you talked about temperature. I mean, even your manual, for instance, higher heat, and a specific example is given of, for instance, being inside a car, accelerates the breakdown and degradation significantly, right?
Correct.
You don't know how many times this thing had been in a car, driven around the labs, things like that, right?
I do not.
And look, it degrades even when it's kept in the right conditions over time, right?
Insulin that's not protected in certain ways, commercial insulin like pharmaceutical grade are often stored with a number of preservatives to help maintain its integrity during storage, shipping, whatnot.
Once exposed to room temperature, we talked about this in your own agency manuals and your own experience and your expertise. Once exposed to room temperature, rare degradation increases, right?
The degradation rate will increase under those conditions, yes.
Light, UV exposure. UV exposure can damage insulin and degrade it and affect its detectability in your lab.
UV exposure will damage insulin and cause it to alter, yes.
And just to be clear, UV light comes from the lights that we have inside our rooms, right?
It can, depending on the type of light bulbs.
Regular light bulbs how about incandescent lights?
I'm not an expert on the types of lights that generate and the amount of UV that's being generated.
Okay, fair enough. We just know that various kinds of lights, even that we have indoors, have UV in them, right?
Have the potential, correct, yes.
Another thing is what your manual describes as mechanical stress, meaning agitation, movement of the insulin can affect degradation and detectability, right?
True, physical agitation can cause protein denaturation and fractionation.
But when it moves around, to be in layman's
Generally in the liquid form.
Okay. And You can stick to surfaces, right?
True.
And actually, some of the surfaces can affect its detectability because it binds to them and becomes structurally altered. Agreed?
I think when it sticks to surfaces, it's more of a loss of material, not a structural alteration, but when it sticks, there are some surfaces where it can stick irreversibly. It can irreversibly bind and not be rinsed away.
So even if it's still there, you're not going to find it because it doesn't get into your rinse.
If it's on those surfaces, correct.
One of them in particular is plastic.
Certain plastics, yes.
Nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Redirect from the state.
Very briefly, Judge, thank you. Mr. Williams just asked you about the position of the plungers in the two syringes that you took a look at. You don't know one way or the other whether those were extended or depressed by other crime lab analysts, I should say, before you received those items, correct?
Correct.
All right, it could have been them, it could have been anybody, you just don't know.
I have no knowledge of what happened to those syringes prior to arriving at the lab.
All right, and Mr. Williams just asked you about types of plastic that affect the quality, I guess, of the remnant, and you said some plastics. What about syringe plastic?
Syringe plastics, especially plastics that are designed for protein drugs like insulin, are typically less likely to bind proteins.
What does that mean? Like less likely to bind?
So as I said, certain plastics are prone to adhesion of proteins. So proteins will stick to those materials and then not release, so they become irreversibly bound. Medical grade plastics that are designed for protein injections, such as insulin, human growth hormone, even things like the GLP-1 inhibitors that are out on the market now, those types of proteins are packaged and utilize plastics that are less likely to absorb the protein onto their surface.
Okay. And Mr. Williams just went through some examples or things that may potentially affect remnants in syringe: time, storage conditions, temperature, light, movement. With consideration of those, and with your educational background, your years of experience, your knowledge of the capabilities of your testing equipment, are you confident in your conclusion that neither of those two syringes had contained insulin?
I'm confident that my conclusion that they did not when we received them. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Let me clear this up. That they didn't have insulin when you received them because your testing didn't show that there was insulin when you received them, right?
That's correct.
You're not making any conclusion about whether they might have had insulin 9 months before that.
I can't determine what happened to the syringes prior to my receiving them, whether they contained insulin and it was rinsed or removed in any way.
So in terms of, again, when you received them, we talked about all the degradation, but it's certainly scientifically possible that they did have insulin in them 9 months before, but not insulin that you could detect in your laboratory when you did the test. That's your conclusion, right?
I mean, it's very, like I said, I have no knowledge of what happened. So
Thank you.
Anything else from the state?
And just to reiterate, I guess your conclusion was that these syringes had not been or had not contained insulin. Is still a conclusion that you're confident in proffering?
All I can say is that they did not have insulin when I examined them.
Well, the request was for you to test whether they had contained insulin. And you knew from when you received them that there was nothing in those syringes in particular, correct?
When I
were
examined
empty.
them,
Sorry, let me rephrase that. The syringes were empty when you received them.
when I received them and did my examinations, I saw no indication of any liquids or residues from salts, buffers, preservatives that would normally be found in an insulin preparation.
And had insulin been inside those syringes, you would have expected to see some remnant, some molecular remnant of that present.
I would have seen some sort of residue, either glycerin preservative, which isn't going to evaporate, or solid crystals from the buffers or other salts.
And you did not see any of those indicators of presence of insulin?
I did not.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if we're beating a dead horse. I'm sorry. I don't know what the questions that are come back to, whether your lab can conclude that the syringes never had insulin in them. I mean, we specifically talked about that in a recorded interview a couple of weeks ago, right? You remember that?
Correct. I can't say that they've never had insulin in them, but I did not see any indication that insulin was present in them from as they were received without having been manipulated in some other way.
And so the conclusion is, though, you didn't see him, and when I asked you, it's certainly still possible based on all these other degradation variables that insulin did exist in the barrels of those syringes proximate to when they were collected. And you answered, it's certainly possible that it did. You remember that?
It is. It's certainly possible that they had insulin at some point, and that has now been removed.
Thank you.
Since I don't have any information on that.
Thank you.
Counsel, can this witness be released?
No objection.
Appreciate your time, Doctor.
Dr. Moore,
Thank
thanks for being here. Trying to have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are we ready with our next witness?
We are, Judge,
Thank
I
you.
believe. He is also online and would have to be admitted.
The name?
Oh, sorry, Michael Van Arsdale.
Do you want to take a break and try and
I'd let him know to log in.
get your witness on?
It would just be a few minutes, Judge, that be fine.
He's not on right now.
Wasn't on yet.
Let's take a short break until we can get the witness on. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Let us know when they're ready.
And I will fast forward. I have the next guy's name ready. 1 second. Let me just get rid of this. I will get us through this little break. It doesn't seem like it's going to be very long. Oh, there we go. Come back. Is it the same guy? I showed him, or it might be another guy remote accessing in. So today is a day of remote Zoom day. Looks like there's another person that's going to be on Zoom. I'll put his name up
He
in
can
1
hear
second.
us.
Yes, Your Honor, I can hear
There we
you.
go. Thanks for being here. Our clerk is now going to swear you in.
Mr. Arsdale, please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. I'm the one waving at you, so you know who's talking to you.
Good morning.
Would you tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Michael Van Arsdale. Last name is spelled VANARSDALE.
What is your occupation, sir?
I'm a physical scientist, forensic examiner.
Who do you work for?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically assigned to the Firearms Tool Marks Unit at the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia.
Is that where you are appearing to us from today?
I'm in Virginia today, but I'm not currently at the lab now.
All right. In Virginia, though, not Utah.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
How long have you been a forensic examiner with the FBI?
I entered the forensic examiner program in 2015. I've been employed with the FBI for 28 years now.
What were you doing before entering the forensic program?
I've had a number of different jobs within the FBI laboratory, beginning with an internship that I started during my the summer between my juniors and senior year of college. I then entered the FBI as a physical science technician in the Firearms Tool Marks Unit. From there, I moved to become a request coordinator in our evidence control unit. This was a position in which I was managing cases, moving evidence throughout the lab to different examiners. I was promoted to a supervisor in that position and subsequently transitioned to the evidence program manager position in the FBI laboratory for a short period of time before I transitioned back to the firearms unit to become an examiner.
All right. And you have been an examiner, you said, since 2015?
That is correct.
All right. What educational background do you have that led you to that position?
I have a Bachelor of Science from the University of Michigan.
In what?
My degree is actually in natural resources and environment.
And so the bulk of your, I guess, training and experience would have been on the job, it sounds like?
That's correct. There's an extensive training to become qualified as an examiner with the FBI laboratory.
What is that training? How long is that?
The training itself was approximately 3.5 years for me to complete. It involved the receipt of a training manual, which is dictated by our quality assurance manual. The training manual outlined all the elements that I needed to show competency in, to include firearms development and ammunition development, as well as tool manufacturing and development as well. There were a number of exercises throughout the manual that I needed to complete under the guidance and review of a qualified examiner. This gave me experience in reviewing tool marks, comparing tool marks on a microscope, and generating conclusions regarding those comparisons that I generated. At the conclusion of my training, I was tested in oral and written format and completed a series of competency tests in which I was provided items to compare and what needed to come up with the proper conclusion on those comparisons.
And since that time, have you had continued quality or competency reviews?
Since that time, annually, I am proficiency tested in both firearms and tool marks.
You mentioned those two things together. Is it one unit within the laboratory, firearms and tool marks?
Yes, it is. Firearms is actually a subdiscipline of tool mark examination. Tool mark examination is the examination of items, marks on items to determine whether or not they were produced by forceful contact of a particular tool. Firearms identification, as I said, is a subset of that, in which that firearm is a tool or a combination of tools that is going to mark ammunition components. And so the there's similar paths in regards to pattern identification.
I don't know if you can break it down, but is there can you tell us an idea of what amount of time you spend on firearms versus tool marks?
I don't know that I can break down the amount of time. I would say the vast majority of my time is spent with firearms and ammunition, with a component that is spent with tool marked items.
All right. Are there similarities between comparisons for tool mark, what you're examining for tool marks with firearms?
As I mentioned, the firearm is a combination of tools that is going to mark ammunition components. Those marks on ammunition components could be considered as tool marks. So you have areas from the barrel, the firing pin, the extractor. Those are all going to leave marks on the ammunition components, the bullets and cartridge cases, and that pattern would then be compared back. And very similar to a screwdriver marking an object, leaving a striation, that would be considered a tool mark. And the comparison or the pattern on that object to that screwdriver, they're very synonymous.
Okay. How do you examine items? Is it just visually or something else?
The majority of my examinations is conducted visually using either a stereo microscope or a comparison microscope.
All right, so more than just your naked eye, it's under a microscope of some type?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when you complete an analysis, whatever you're requested to do, does it undergo any kind of a quality control or review process?
Once my analysis is complete, I will generate a report of my findings. My report, as well as all of my notes, will undergo a technical review in which another qualified examiner will review all of my findings and my report prior to issuance. After that technical review is complete, an administrative review will be done, which is typically done by a supervisor within the unit. And they're again going to review through my notes as well as my report to make sure I followed appropriate procedures and protocols, and that my report and my findings are logical and clearly understood.
Is part of your job to also perform technical reviews of other analysts' work?
Yes, I will perform both technical and administrative reviews.
I talked to Dr. Chad Moore just recently, just before you, about the certifications of your laboratory, and I would assume that those same certifications apply to your division in the laboratory.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so I don't need to go over that unless there's something different about tool marks from the forensics examination that he does. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I would say that's fair to say.
Okay. When you receive an item, what information do you receive with it for your examination?
When items are received in the laboratory, they're generally shipped to the laboratory through some trackable method. They're received by our evidence management unit, and they'll be assigned a laboratory number. Within that laboratory number, that will be the tracking for that case through the building. The items that were submitted will be assigned an item number, and that will be documented on the chain of custody for each transfer. All of this information will go into our laboratory management system, our LIMS system. So we have a digital chain of custody, as well as copies of any incoming communication that was generated by the contributor providing us case information. So I will have that item, I will have a description of the item that was submitted along with the item number that was assigned in our evidence management unit or the unit that conducted inventory, and then a brief synopsis of the case within that management system.
Okay. As I understand it from talking to Dr. Moore, you were essentially brought into this particular case by him. Is that accurate?
That is my understanding as well, yes.
Like, tell us what happened to get your involvement here.
My understanding was that Dr. Moore had contacted the contributor, and a subsequent request beyond chemical analysis, request was to determine if a portion of a vial had been punctured or marked with any kind of tool marks.
Okay. How did you begin that particular analysis?
That analysis began by me actually receiving a vial of insulin from Dr. Moore.
What did you do with it?
At that point, the vial was closed. It had a cap present on top of it. My first job was to look at this cap, look at the insulin to see if there are any marks on the cap portion, the metal cap, that indicated that there was any entry other than the rubber stopper that was on top of the vial.
Let me jump ahead a little bit because I'd like to refer to your report. Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 149. Can you see that? Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, I can.
All right. And do you recognize that document?
Screen's
Yes, I do.
sleep. The
What is
screen's
it?
sleeping.
That is a copy of the report that I generated regarding this.
Power
case.
save mode.
All right, could we go down one page?
They're idiots. Fucking idiots. They don't know why. They don't know why this is happening.
For the signature. Okay. And this is page 4, I guess.
They got to at least
You
power it back
recognize the
on every
name on
time
that document?
Yes, that is my name.
And
when there's something hooked
does
up.
this accurately, I can't say that word, reflect what you prepared in response to your analysis in this case?
Yes, it does.
State would admit Exhibit 149.
No objection.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Court will receive States Exhibit 149. Wish to publish?
I do.
I'm assuming that's similarly just the conclusory report. This file also-
Well, there should be on the Fanta box
This
and
one
that towel,
contains
because
the
Mark found all that
photographs I
stuff.
wanted that he took,
But those
so
are
I'll
missing.
look at those.
This is 13 pages.
Just the
then?
syringe.
Yes, 13
The
pages.
Fanta box he was holding in the cam
Just
video
verifying that.
and the black towel.
Yep, 13.
Hey,
Okay.
Hebs, what's up?
Can we go down
What's up?
to the first set of photographs?
These fucking people in this screen, they're idiots. These people
Okay.
all graduated
Does that look
from
familiar
university.
to you, Mr. Van Arsdale?
They can't look.
Yes,
at
this is a
goddamn
copy
TV.
of my notes generated during the analysis of for this case.
Okay, what do these photographs reflect for you?
These photographs are the as-received condition of the vial that I received from Dr. Moore.
What did you note about that vial?
At the time, I was looking at the metal silver cap on top of that vial, looking for any kind of markings that might be present.
Did you find any?
I did not note any markings, abnormal markings or markings that didn't appear to be from the manufacturing.
What did that indicate to you?
And to me, at that time, it indicated that there was no apparent entry through the cap of this vial.
This cap, let me first clarify, these two photographs are the same vial, correct, front and back?
It's front, back, and actually, if we were to move down, there's one more angle that I had taken that. So I had taken 3 photos just rotating that vial.
Okay, all the same vial though.
That is correct.
Tell us about that cap. You're talking about the silvery kind of topper on that particular bottle?
Yes, there is a metal cap that was crimped at the top of that bottle.
And by crimped, what do you mean?
It would be squeezed shut. Think of like a old bottle of Coke that had a metal cap, or a beer bottle that has a metal cap that is squeezed, crimped shut.
Is this one
Pressed
that
on.
typically is intended to be opened manually?
No.
No, this would not be easily opened manually.
Well, you could
Alright,
pry it
so-
open. You could, well,
And you said you didn't know
You-
any indications of having been opened with any type of tool?
supposed to.
No, I did not note any
You'd make
markings
marks. It's-
indicating that it had been.
It's like underneath, you'd
opened.
have to
All right, and so
pry
what
it out,
did you next do
and
with that?
there'd be
item?
obvious marks. You couldn't do
I
it.
subsequently returned this item to Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore in the chemistry unit had tools that could be used to uncrimp this and separate that cap from the vial.
And if we could scroll down to the next set of photographs, please. Oops.
I mean, I guess you
Those
can
are
get one
closer
to
up
do it
photos
properly.
of the unmarked cap.
That is correct.
All right, and keep going. Okay, stop, wait, go back.
I don't know what the implication is
What
anyways.
does this photograph reflect to you?
It's
This
never
is the
been pictured.
top of the vial with the cap
Unless that's
present on
something.
it. In the center of that cap is what's called a septum, which is a rubbery silicone material that was part of the design of the vial and the cap.
All right, and this is before anything was removed?
That is correct.
All right, if we can continue scrolling down.
Although those diabetic needles are
that's,
tiny, would you even see
What
it?
is this set of photographs?
Well, that's
This
obvious.
set of photographs represents after the cap had been removed, and I had documented the condition of that cap at that time.
All right, in the
Oh, they removed it.
the photograph on the bottom, it looks like there are some alterations to the circularity, I guess, of the cap. What does that reflect to you?
Again, and this and the next two photographs will document the condition after a crimping tool or decrimping tool was used to squeeze and release the crimp of the cap from the vial.
Okay, is that what you mean by tool marks that we can see on these two photos on the top half of the page, sort of an almost indentation?
Is he matching
on
these to
that-
something that took the
that
cap
cap.
off?
Those would be good
Yeah.
examples of tool marks placed on that cap now from a tool, a decrimping tool.
All right, and that is what you received after Dr. Moore opened the bottle?
After I had done my initial examination of the bottle, I returned it to Dr. Moore. He used the tool to remove the cap and then returned the cap to me for further analysis.
All right, and so underneath the top two photos is a two-piece or a photograph with two parts in it. What are those two parts?
So as I mentioned before, when you saw the top of that vial, you had the metal ring of the cap, and then in the center was a septum, or that rubber material. This is a photograph after I had removed that rubber disc from inside that cap. So now that cap is two components, the metal ring and the rubber silicone septum.
And the rubber silicone septum is the piece on the right side of that photograph?
That is correct.
Okay, what did you do with that item?
I documented this item, photographing it top and bottom. What you see in this photograph would be what I would consider the bottom, the inside facing the liquid. I then cleaned that material on the outside, on the exterior portion with some alcohol, and I began to look at that rubber or silicone material for any kind of indications of tool marks or any kind of penetrations.
How did you look at it?
Using the two microscopes in my lab suite, the stereo microscope and the comparison microscope, I began to look at that with different lighting and then begin to actually fold back the material or bend that material to kind of stretch to see if there were any kind of indications of holes that might be present.
Or if they had
Before
the
you put
twist
it
top,
under the microscope,
they could
were
get
you
some
able to
DNA or
discern
fingerprints on top.
anything in the septum of that item?
On the exterior, I could note markings that were present on the item, but it really wasn't until I put it under the microscope that I could see that detail.
All right, let's scroll down to the next photo, please.
like, is there an accusation I haven't heard of yet about somebody taking one of these lids off?
What do these photographs
Why are
show
we
you?
doing all this? Just to,
And this is that septum. On the left
show
is a
it wasn't
photograph of
punctured?
the exterior. You can see that darker area. That would be the exposed portion when this septum was in that cap. That was that exposed portion that you were able to see in the prior photograph. On the right is the interior, the inside that would face the liquid of that septum.
All right, and that was as you were beginning your analysis of this item?
That is correct.
All right, can you scroll down some more, please? What is this photograph?
This is a photograph of the interior side of that septum, and this is using my comparison microscope. I had taken that disc,
Oh, so it was used.
rubbery disc, and bent it back so that the two sides
shows-
were nearly touching, and then looked
Yeah, it
along
was full?
the middle portion of that.
And what did you find?
There were a number of holes that I was
Punctures.
able to visualize
Yeah.
on through the interior portion of the septum.
How many
Wasn't
holes
it? Look
did
at
you
them all.
find?
Fucking like
There
10.
were approximately 13.
All right, and that is reflected in this photograph?
Yes.
Let me scroll down one more.
Wasn't the bottle full?
What is this photograph?
This is now a photograph of the exterior of the septum under magnification on my comparison microscope. This is during that examination that I was able to see
Well,
indications
yeah, that's a
of
fucking
tool
tool
marks,
mark for sure. When you
present on
make
the
a
exterior
hole.
as well.
I don't know
And
why.
what type
I don't
of tool
know.
marks were you able to
The only thing I can think of, TJ, is it looked like the bottle was full. So why would it have a used top on it? Or I don't know. Not sure. We got to figure this out.
discern would have caused those marks?
Because there was like bottles of stuff everywhere. There was no shortage of bottles. This Casey, anyone could have got their hand on bottles and no one would have noticed. Mark even says it. Everyone in his family had diabetes. There's bottles everywhere.
These are perforations or punctures through that material.
So if it's just showing that somebody took insulin out of this bottle, and that's a bottle they found, I mean,
Do you have any opinion as to what would have caused those punctures?
or
to
Mark
the
probably
material?
found this too, right?
They are physically consistent with a needle or very sharp, narrow object.
Here is one more photograph. What is that?
This is lighting of that septum from the exterior, and I could see lighting it this way, channels from where an object like a needle had penetrated through the septum.
What does that mean to you?
Again, this is indicative that it's physically consistent with a very narrow object like a needle.
Right. Could I show you Defense Exhibit J on your screen? Do you see in that, can you see that, sir?
Yes, I can.
All right, on the second shelf, there is a plastic syringe type object. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Can we zoom in on that a little bit? Is that possible?
Second shelf. Zoom.
Do you have an opinion as to whether that item is consistent with the punctures that you saw in the septum?
No, it's not going to be that one, idiot.
What you examined?
What would that matter anyway?
I would
It's not.
unfortunately need to see if there is a needle
No.
at the end of that syringe.
No, this one is
Okay,
just
so
one
it
you
would be
can.
something with a needle, correct?
Yes.
All
Yeah,
right.
it's not this one. It could be. What is that even saying? Who cares? Because they were very clear with it that the one that was the defense was clear that the one that they didn't collect that was in there isn't one for syringes, but it's one you can use to put stuff in a port. It had a plunger, but it wasn't a syringe type, with a needle on it. It had a plunger so you can put stuff in your port, like those chemo port things. And she didn't even have chemo. She didn't have cancer, but she had
You
the
said there
chemo
were
port.
13 puncture marks that you observed. Does that mean that it had been accessed, I guess? The bottle had been accessed 13 times?
What is this saying?
At least 13 times. There may be more. If those marks, if a needle had penetrated through one or more of those holes multiple times, then I wouldn't be able to tell you the total
Right.
number.
Okay.
If you hit
so
the exact
if it went
spot.
through, it didn't make a new hole. Is that?
Right. Yes.
Possibly, or
what
cross
does it
over
matter?
from an exterior to one of the interior holes. The numbers could be different, but at least 13 entries.
And were all of these punctures all the way through, or were some of them like just indentations?
What?
They appeared to penetrate all the way through.
All
You
13?
think someone's gonna have trouble getting through that? Oh my
Uh,
God.
Again, it's hard for me to say. I did have 13 holes on the interior, so there were at least 13 entrances into that vial.
Into the interior of the vial.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. I think that's all the questions I have for you. Mr. Williams will likely have some as well.
But there's nothing to say that that is the only one that could have been used on this bottle because they were found near each other or whatever. This is ridiculous. What does any of this matter? They find this bottle near her, therefore it's the bottles all over this house. This fucking Uncle Mark is finding them in other rooms, putting them in fridges, saving them, and putting them as evidence, taking photos of 3 pieces of evidence, then the Fanta box and the towel gone. Also, Mark left the day the EMTs were there, and the EMTs found that first syringe. Mark was in the room, and then they sealed it off. The police, they sealed it off as a crime scene, and Mark forgot his cell phone in, and he called the lead detective, and she gave him permission to cut the crime scene tape, go in her room, and get his phone before they searched. But the crime scene was designated a crime scene, but they were going to come back and do it or whatever. But Mark had forgot his phone in there. He called her up, and she let him cut the crime scene tape on her door and go in and get his phone and come back out. This lead detective allowed him.
Can this witness be released?
You can. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you for being here, sir.
Yes. Yes, Dave. You have a show to do soon. Go get ready for your show, Dave. Owl. I love how your hair is like this. You look better when you're in a suit. That hoodie. No, I'm kidding.
You're free to go. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
I admit that exhibit.
You did 149?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, you did.
Thank you, sir.
Stay ready with your next witness.
We are. The state calls Dr. Kelsey DeSalvo.
And this is an in-person witness.
Yes, sorry, they,
Yeah, thank you.
she's outside, she's just being rude.
Please come forward up here near the clerk and we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Come on up here and have a seat. We appreciate you being here. If you can get that mic, pull that mic in front of you. Whatever the way is most comfortable, as long as you keep that in front of you, we'll be able to make a good record and we'll all be able to hear.
Okay.
Counsel.
If you could please state and spell your name for the record.
It's Kelsey DeSalvo, KELSEYDESALVO.
What is your profession?
I am a endocrinologist.
What is an endocrinologist?
Endocrinologist is a physician that specializes in hormones and how they work in the body, including diabetes.
Okay. I'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk just briefly about your educational background. You mentioned that an endocrinologist is a physician. I guess briefly describe your education.
Sure. So I did undergraduate at University of Colorado. Then I did medical school at the University of Colorado, which is 4 years. Then we do internal medicine residency for 3 years. That was also at the University of Colorado, followed by a 2-year endocrinology fellowship where we go into the hospital.
How long have you been a doctor?
I've been an MD since graduating medical school, but a board certified.
Oh no, she didn't have diabetes or cancer, just Casey. When she died, they told them that they said to her family that she was perfectly healthy at the hospital, and they were like, "What?"
Physician happened when I took my boards after my internal medicine residency. I was board certified in internal medicine, and then after endocrinology fellowship, I was board certified in endocrinology, diabetes, and metabolism.
And how long have you been board certified in endocrinology?
Since 2019.
You mentioned that endocrinology deals with the, I forget what word but study treatment of hormones?
Yes.
What types of hormones?
Oh, there's so many different hormones in the body, but we kind of divvied up into pituitary hormones, thyroid hormones, adrenal hormones, and then in the pancreas, there's insulin and glucagon. So there's lots of different glands in the body that make hormones, that those hormones act on other organs.
I'm going to be talking with you today about insulin. I believe you mentioned that diabetes is something that you treat.
Yes.
What is diabetes?
So there's sorry, I'm just turning the mic here. So there's 2 different forms primarily of diabetes. There's type 1 diabetes and there's type 2 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes is where something of the immune system attacks the pancreas and the pancreas is no longer able to produce insulin. Type 2 diabetes is where the pancreas is still producing insulin, but the cells are resistant to that insulin action. They don't want to take up sugar from the blood. And so there's 2 different kinds.
And it sounds like the hormone primarily associated with diabetes is insulin.
Correct.
What is hypoglycemia?
So medically defined hypoglycemia, there's 2 definitions. One is a serum blood sugar less than 55 if someone is having symptoms consistent with hypoglycemia, less than 45 if someone is not having any symptoms of hypoglycemia.
Is hypoglycemia something in addition to diabetes that you treat in patients?
Yes, so I probably see a patient who has hypoglycemia every single day in my clinical practice. And that is because I see a lot of patients with diabetes who are using insulin. And if they dose too much insulin, they can have problems with hypoglycemia.
Right, I'm going to come back to that. I want to cover a few, basic items first. The jury's heard a lot about different types of syringes. Is there a particular type of syringe that's used with insulin?
Yes, typically they come in 1 ml insulin syringes or 0.3
really tiny,
ml
like
insulin syringes, and they have units on them. So when we talk to patients about how to administer insulin, we often talk about how many units of insulin they should be administering. So for instance, I might say you should administer 5 units for insulin to cover your breakfast. So they would pull out an insulin syringe if they don't have an insulin pen, and they would draw up 5 units. So in the syringe, it's units instead of milliliters that we would normally see in another syringe that would fill with a different medication.
Is there something different about the needle with insulin syringes, or unique or particular?
No, the needles themselves come in different sizes. So different people have different amounts of subcutaneous tissue. So we can order different size needles that go onto those syringes. So someone who's really doesn't have a lot of fat on their skin would use a really small needle, just like our pediatrics or kiddos. But then if other people need a little bit longer syringes, needle sizes, syringes.
Are you familiar with syringes that may be used, for example, to administer saline into a port in somebody?
Yes, they often come in flushes, like saline flushes. They're often that's what we call them. They're in a syringe and they're pre-packaged. So the nurses just have to, there's lure locks on them and they can just insert it onto a needle and then push the saline through. Those are usually in milliliters.
How is a flush different than an insulin syringe?
Which I could show you. Insulin syringes are very, very skinny and they're very small because it doesn't take very much insulin to give a big dose of it. So they are significantly smaller than saline flushes.
I'm going to jump around a bit. You mentioned your education and training, particularly as a medical doctor. Do you know what a DNR means?
Yes, DNR means do not resuscitate. So if a patient, sometimes we say is coding, that means that their heart stops, that they don't want the medical team to come in and perform CPR. CPR is mechanical pressure on the heart to try to make the heart pump blood. And with a do not resuscitate, when you're running a code, we put shock pads on patients' chests to deliver shocks to see if we can restart the heart with electrical activity. And then there's other medicines that we would give in the case of running a code. So a do not resuscitate means that in the event that the heart stops, you do not want those particular interventions.
In your training and experience, does a DNR mean that if somebody is in a clear medical crisis, you cannot touch them at all or give them any medical care?
So absolutely not. Someone can have a do not resuscitate. We can hospitalize them, for instance, and they can be having an asthma exacerbation and we can give them nebulizers, or they can be in diabetic ketoacidosis and they can get insulin. Or they can have pneumonia and we can give them antibiotics. Do not resuscitate just really means in that moment, if their heart stops beating, that they do not want us to intervene.
Do you work with nurses in your practice?
I do work with nurses in my practice.
As part of your practice in working with nurses, do you have to have some familiarity or knowledge about what nurses would know?
Yes.
Would you expect a nurse to know what a DNR means?
Yes.
You said you work with hypoglycemic patients at least every day. Is that fair to your testimony?
Yes.
Do you test blood sugar often in your line of work?
Yes, so most of my patients have continuous glucose monitors, which are little sensors that sit under the skin, and they will measure blood sugars every 5 minutes. So that is typically how I'm looking at blood sugars, is from these sensors that patients are wearing every single day, and we get these downloads. Now, some patients don't want to wear a continuous glucose monitor, and so they will prick their finger using a standard glucose meter, which is where they use a lancet and they get a little drop of blood. And then there's a meter that has a testing strip, and the blood you put it onto the testing strip and it goes into the meter, and the meter will read the amount of glucose inside that blood sample.
So you've certainly done that type of testing with the pricking of the finger and using a glucometer.
Yes.
When you're doing that type of testing, do you wear gloves?
Yes.
Do nurses that work with you do that type of testing on patients?
Yes.
When they're doing that type of testing with pricking fingers, do they wear gloves?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because you're dealing with someone else's bodily fluids and there could potentially be infection risk. So you want to always make sure as a healthcare worker, you're protecting yourself as well. So we recommend when you're dealing with someone else's bodily fluids that you wear gloves.
We talked about your treatment of patients with diabetes and hypoglycemia. Have you ever dealt with patients with insulin overdoses?
Yes.
Now, you've been retained as an expert in this case by the state of Utah, is that right?
Yes.
And you've reviewed certain items relevant to the case?
Yes.
What have you reviewed in this case?
So I have reviewed the hospital records from when Casey was admitted to the hospital. I have reviewed a PDF of blood sugars including the time that those blood sugars were taken and those values. And I have reviewed a preliminary hearing transcript. Those are the documents that I've reviewed.
Okay, and talking about a preliminary hearing transcript, that's a prior hearing that occurred in this case. Do you remember whose testimony you reviewed?
Yes, there was a medical examiner, and then there was the primary care physician who was treating her in the outpatient setting.
You were not given to review text messages,
Correct. I have not reviewed text messages.
police reports.
No.
You've not been given to review consultations with potential other witnesses or other experts that may be involved in the case.
I have not.
Do you feel like, well, actually, I'll get to that in a second. The jury has heard quite a bit from a bunch of different witnesses already about insulin, and so I'll try to keep this brief. And I know that you're the insulin expert, so as
Objection as to characterizing who's what capacity at this trial. Just wonder if the stage is asked for questions.
sure.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's move on.
I was just going to say that we'll try to keep it brief. So to the ability you're able to do that. And you've kind of already described in type 1 diabetes versus type 2, but briefly tell us what insulin does.
Okay, so insulin is made by the pancreas. It gets secreted and it travels to every single tissue in the body, and it helps those cells take up blood sugar or sugar that's in the blood. So your body can use that later for fuel. So it puts sugar into muscles and into fat. If you believe it or not, there's only 1 teaspoon of sugar actually floating around everyone's blood. And so when you eat something that's really high in sugar, or carbohydrates is another word we use, your body has to have a way to put that sugar into muscle or into fat so you can use it later for energy. And insulin is the key that kind of unlocks those cells that allows glucose to move from the blood into that tissue.
Is insulin necessary in some form in the human body for it to function?
Yes.
Is there, I guess, what is endogenous insulin?
Endogenous insulin is insulin that is made by the pancreas, and it is secreted as something called proinsulin, which has a C-peptide chain attached to the actual active insulin molecule. And when it gets released, the C-peptide gets cleaved from the insulin, and that activates the insulin. So then it can go to every single tissue to try to get glucose into those cells.
So endogenous, fair to say that's created by your own body?
Yes, endogenous means created by your own tissue, by your own self. Exogenous insulin means insulin that was produced by a pharmaceutical company. It's chemicals, molecules that are very structurally similar to endogenous insulin, but different. And those are insulins that we can give by injections.
And maybe we already covered this, or it may be obvious, but in what circumstances would someone need exogenous insulin?
So people with type 1 diabetes need both a long-acting insulin and a short-acting insulin. Sometimes long-acting insulin we call basal insulin. And there's many patients with type 2 diabetes where their body still produces insulin, but their tissues have such a degree of insulin resistance. You need more insulin to kind of help those cells kind of open up those doors to allow glucose to go in. So there's a lot of patients with type 2 diabetes who also need to be on insulin products.
If a patient is not diabetic at all, and their body is producing endogenous insulin normally, would they have any need for exogenous insulin?
Absolutely not.
What might happen if a non-diabetic patient receives exogenous insulin?
So that insulin would be absorbed by the body, go into the bloodstream, and then it would start acting like endogenous insulin. It would start telling those cells to pull glucose out of the blood. And if that's an inappropriate release or use of insulin, the blood sugar is going to start to drop because your body didn't need that extra insulin. So blood sugars will be low, and that is hypoglycemia.
Is hypoglycemia dangerous?
Yes, so hypoglycemia can be fatal.
In what circumstances?
So the most important tissue that you have that's really sensitive to hypoglycemia is your brain. So your brain relies on glucose coming in from the blood in order for it to function. And if you don't get enough glucose, your brain cells start to die. And there's something in your brainstem that tells your body to breathe. And so if those parts of your brain start starving because they don't have glucose, they start dying, they can no longer tell your body to breathe. And so then oxygen levels will start to drop because you're not taking big breaths. You're not able to get oxygen to your cells.
You mentioned the brain. Are other organs in the body, does hypoglycemia affect other organs in the body?
Yes, every single tissue needs glucose to basically have those cells stay alive. So the heart, the kidneys, the liver. But the brain is very sensitive because unlike the liver actually can store glycogen, which is, it can break it down into sugar. The brain doesn't have a way to store sugar. It's totally reliant on the rest of the body delivering sugar and via the bloodstream.
Is the amount of time that a patient may present with hypoglycemia important?
Yes, so if you start to have low blood sugar, hypoglycemia, the sooner you intervene, the less likely you are to have long-term neurological damage or damage to your brain cells. So if you correct that very quickly, people can go back to their normal baseline. However, if their brain is starving glucose for hours, then we often see cognitive deficits where people don't recover back to their baseline. They can't think like they used to. And certainly if there's hypoglycemia that can precipitate a seizure, that is very damaging to the brain tissue.
So it sounds like hypoglycemia can reach a point where, fair to say, irreversible brain damage.
Yes, you can get irreversible brain damage from hypoglycemia.
Can it also be fatal?
Yes. So at some point, your brain will no longer have enough sugar and it will start to shut down, and then your lungs don't get the message to take in deep breaths. And when that happens, oxygen levels start to fall, and every single tissue in the body will start to die because every tissue needs oxygen.
As blood sugar drops in a person, what symptoms do you typically see?
So there's two types of symptoms that people can get from hypoglycemia. The first is symptoms related to adrenaline release or epinephrine release. So your body tries to correct the hypoglycemia by secreting a lot of epinephrine. And so epinephrine makes people really hot, really sweaty. It can make their heart start beating really fast. They can start to feel anxious. That's kind of like a stress response to the hypoglycemia. The other symptoms are the brain's response of not getting glucose, which is slurred speech, confusion. Sometimes people almost seem like they're drunk or intoxicated because their brain's not functioning well. And then after that, they can start to slip into a seizure or a coma. And then after that, they don't wake up.
You mentioned before that if the brain is being deprived of glucose, that it can affect the breathing. Is that right?
Correct.
I guess, are there any symptoms you would see with breathing in somebody that is hypoglycemic and blood sugars are dropping?
Yeah, they would no longer be able to take in full deep breaths with their lungs. So where you inhale and exhale, you lose that, the muscles lose that ability to take in those deep breaths. And so you can't draw or pull in oxygen into the lungs. So people will start to breathe very shallowly.
Have you heard of the term death rattle?
I have.
What does that mean to you?
A death rattle, when people are dying and their breathing patterns become irregular, they don't take in deep breaths, and a lot of times they can't move secretions, so you can't swallow. Some of the secretions start getting into the trachea or into the airway, and that can cause an auditory sound that you can hear when people are dying.
Are you familiar with the condition of sleep apnea?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Obstructive sleep apnea often means that when people are sleeping, their breathing patterns will sometimes pause. They either are obstructing, either the tissue is kind of compressing their airway or there's something in their brain that momentarily pauses. Then oxygen levels start to drop. The brain can sense that and it will send a signal all of a sudden to tell the body to take in a deep breath. So sometimes people will gasp awake. So sometimes people are snoring, they'll stop for a few seconds and then they'll kind of will gasp to pull in all that air to correct the hypoxia or the low oxygen levels in the blood.
What you described as a death rattle, is that something consistent with what you might see in a hypoglycemic patient whose sugars are too low that it's starting to affect breathing?
If they've been down long enough that their brainstem is shutting down and they're not taking in deep breaths, then yes, you could hear kind of a death rattle.
Does that sound different than sleep apnea breathing?
Yes.
Would you expect even a layperson to understand the difference between or hear the difference between those kinds of breathing?
Yes. It is very alarming to hear someone doing a death rattle and not taking in deep breaths in and out.
Would you expect a nurse to understand what a death rattle is?
Yes.
I want to talk about at what point hypoglycemia becomes, well, let me just ask it. At what point does hypoglycemia become a medical emergency?
Really, when your blood sugar starts dropping less than 45, and if it's not intervened upon, that is a medical emergency. So when we have patients admitted in the hospital and they have a low blood sugar, that is a call to the physician to say that this patient just had a low blood sugar. This is what we did to correct it. We will keep checking the blood sugars, but this is not something that is ignored. Also, when we get outpatient labs and someone has a low blood sugar on their electrolyte, their basic metabolic panel, there is a mandatory call from the lab to the physician or the nurse practitioner's office to say, hey, we have a critical alert is kind of what they call. And so we have to call our patients and say, hey, are you okay? Did you correct your low blood sugar?
Would you expect a trained nurse to know this?
Yes.
Even a nurse that doesn't specialize in endocrinology or hypoglycemia?
Yes, so hypoglycemia is part of their nursing boards. It's part of their normal nursing curriculum. Nurses who treat patients in the clinic, treat patients in the hospital, they know what hypoglycemia is.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as States Exhibit 10. It'll maybe take a second, but it'll pop up on your screen right there. And if we could also, since it's been admitted, publish it for the jury.
Okay.
Do you see that on your screen?
Yeah,
Sorry,
it is.
flickers.
It's fun.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is a spreadsheet of glucose levels and the time that the blood sugars were drawn.
And this is for whom?
This is for Casey.
Is this something you reviewed in preparation for your testimony in this case?
It is.
All right, I want to go through, and the jury's already heard that we see, oh, sorry, mine just disappeared. Oh, there we go. We see the date, BG level. What do you take that to mean?
So the date is the date that this was, the date that the blood sugars were collected. BG level means blood glucose.
And then do you understand the difference between here, the monitor time and the actual time?
Yes. So you have to set the time on a monitor, just like with old clocks or things that you'd have to set the time and set the date for those to be correct. And so sometimes patients don't set the accurate time.
So is it your understanding in reviewing materials for this case and coming to conclusions, are you relying on, what time are you relying upon?
I was looking at the actual time when I was reviewing this.
All right, I'll start from the top. What's that top blood glucose level that we see?
So top blood sugar is 87, which is a normal blood sugar.
I guess what's the range that you would consider normal in a non-diabetic person?
Normal is typically 80 to 120, but we don't call something as hypoglycemia until it's less than 55 if people are having symptoms. So often a fasting state, you can see blood sugars in the 60s and 70s, and those still are considered to be normal.
The next one down, what's the glucose level?
So 86.
And I'm sorry, let's reference for the record the time. So 87, what time was that taken at?
87 at 9:18.
86 was taken at what time?
10:26.
What's the next one?
77 at 11:16. Do you want to just keep reading them all?
77, so we see a drop from 86 to 77. I'm horrible at math, but that seems to be what, like about 40 minutes? Is that, sorry, 10, 26?
Yeah, yes, a little bit. So between the first and the second blood sugar, that's over an hour. And then yes, maybe like 45 minutes is the next. Then the blood sugar checks get a lot more frequent. So 11:55, then 11:59. Those two were collected very close, and that was an 80 and a 79.
Okay, and let me stop you here. So the 86 to the 77, you said that even what's considered normal in a non-diabetic patient can even sometimes get into the 60s. Is that?
That is correct.
So is anything concerning to you about this 86 to a 77, or what does that say to you, that drop?
That's not a significant drop. You can see fluctuations in blood sugars. Oftentimes what we look at in blood sugars is the trend of where they are going. So like if you were to graph this, kind of what that would look like.
Okay, and I'm going to, actually, if you'll indulge me for a second, I'm gonna pull up States Exhibit 10 and put it up in this format. So the jury can look at this, and then I'm gonna introduce another exhibit with you. If we could pull up just for the witness right now, what's been identified as States Exhibit 176. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I can see it.
What, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is these same numbers, but graphed. So on the x-axis, this is the time of day. So you have 9, 10, 11, so hour-long increments. And then on the y-axis, these are blood sugars, so on the left. And these are just taking these numbers that you see in a spreadsheet form and putting it into graph form so you can see at approximately what time the blood sugars were collected and how they trended over time.
Is this something that you created?
It is something I created using Excel. There is no magic to this.
And you use the data taken off of States Exhibit 10?
Correct.
State moves to admit Exhibit 176.
Mr. Williams,
No objection.
court receives States 176 wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry. Sorry, just for my own reference, since I can't see that. Okay, so why is it helpful to have it graphed this way in a trend rather than on in this form in Exhibit 10?
This is how we as physicians usually look at blood sugar. So when someone is wearing a continuous glucose monitor or they come in with a glucose meter, these devices will form graphs like this. And so it is helpful to see kind of trend over time what is happening. This tells us a lot when we have patients on insulin, how fast the rate that we see blood sugars fall tell us information about likely, what kind of insulin was used. We gather a lot of information when we're treating patients with diabetes based on looking at these blood sugar trends over time.
All right, turning back to States Exhibit 10, are you able to see this?
Yes.
Okay. I believe we had covered, I had asked you about the 77 number taken at 1116, is that right?
Yes.
In the trend in 176, where is that seen?
So dropping down to that 76 is happening in between like 11 and noon. So that's exactly, that would be the 11:16 reading on this chart.
And then the next reading we see is what after that 77?
The next ones are kind of 79. I mean, it looks like 80 on this chart, but 79.
And
76.
those were taken at, so the next one is 80.
Taken very close to noon, so at 11:59.
Okay, so we have an 80 at 11:55 and a 79 at 11:59.
Mm-hmm.
That spike up from 77 back up to 80, is that something normal in a person?
You could potentially see that fluctuation.
Why do fluctuations happen?
Fluctuations happen because there's a lot of things going into when your cells are using and pulling blood sugar out of the blood. So if someone's more active, for instance, you're going to see a little bit of drop. If someone is fasting, sometimes you can see a little bit of a drop. So there can be some normal fluctuations in blood sugars. But again, we like to typically look at trend of where things are going.
All right, so the next one down we see, I believe, is 76. You see that one?
Yes.
What time was that taken?
So the 76 exactly. Sorry if you want the exact numbers. Was it, 10:25.
And sorry, is that the monitor time or the actual time?
Oh, sorry. Sorry. It's just kind of far away. It's 12:31.
And then the next one we see is 69 at 12:57. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
What does that drop from 76 to 69 say to you, if anything?
So when I look at this, technically that blood sugar in the 60s is normal, but you can see that if you were to graph this, it is trending down. So even though those blood sugars aren't quite in the hypoglycemia range, they are trending in that direction based on this. You don't see a fluctuation where all of a sudden you have a blood sugar that's 69 and then it bumps back up to 75. You continually see the next blood glucose is lower and lower.
Okay, and let's go to the next one. The next one is after the 69, the next one is what?
64 at 13:19.
Which would be 119.
119, yes.
What level is 64? Is that still considered in the normal level for a non-diabetic?
Technically, for a non-diabetic, that is still considered to be a normal blood sugar. But I will say that this trend, as a physician, if I saw this, would be alarming.
Why would it be alarming?
Because the trajectory of that line is if you don't intervene, eventually you will cross that 55 spot if that trend continues.
So we talked about things that could naturally cause fluctuations in people. I think you said activity and maybe diet.
Yeah, like food status, and then activity is a big thing that will affect normal blood sugars.
Is this trend that we're seeing up until the 64 level, is that something that can be accounted for just based on activity and diet?
It would be unlikely if someone was really, running a marathon or something like that. Sure, you might see blood sugars kind of drift down in this fast pattern.
The next one after 64 is what?
So then there's a 43 at 143.
And
that is officially abnormal hypoglycemia.
And where do we see this in your trend graph?
So you're starting to see that at in between the hours of 1 and 2 o'clock. You will see that blood sugar grafted right above the line 40.
And you said 43 we're officially in hypoglycemic.
Yes, officially hypoglycemic.
What kind of symptoms would a person be exhibiting at blood sugar of 43?
So they would be feeling very hungry. They would be feeling very anxious. They would be feeling sweaty. Their heart would be beating very fast. And they would start to be getting confused. So maybe having slurred speech, not able to make rational decisions. Maybe if they were trying to walk, they would be stumbling.
The next one that we see down is after 43 is what?
That's a 30, and that is obtained at 2 o'clock.
What physical symptoms might we see in somebody with a blood sugar of 30?
All of those same symptoms that I talked about earlier would still be persisting with 30.
You talked earlier about hypoglycemia getting to a point where people can enter comas.
Yep.
Is that possible at the levels we're at right now, 43 and 30?
Yes. Blood sugars in the 20s and 30s, we get very concerned that someone is going to have a seizure or they're going to pass into a coma.
After 30, the next one we see is what?
Then we see a 29 at 210.
What symptoms would somebody be experiencing at 29?
All of the same symptoms, starting to be very confused, not able to kind of interact appropriately as you would expect them to.
Would a coma be consistent with that, perhaps?
You could start slipping into a coma here, and this often depends on someone's background brain reserve.
Okay, explain that for us.
So if someone is already under the influence of another substance, their brain is going to take a hit from these low blood sugars much earlier than if someone didn't have those substances into their brain. So they're more likely to be more confused, slip into a coma if they have other substances on board.
What types of substances might cause that effect?
So alcohol, benzodiazepines, narcotics or opiates. Those are some of the big ones. Obviously, if any anesthesia or something like that.
What about an antihistamine like promethazine?
That I don't know of off the top of my head.
Okay. The next one we see after 29 is what?
So after 29, you have a 27 at 222.
What physical symptoms are we seeing there?
Probably all the same things that I described here. These are very dangerously low, life-threatening blood sugars.
And we get The next several are kind of in the same range. We get 27. The next few jump up a little bit, 28, 32, 33. Are you seeing that?
I do see that.
What might account for that little jump?
So this is probably a counter-regulatory stress response. So the body knows that this is dangerous, that your body does not like blood sugars like this. And so it will start releasing several other hormones to combat that, including epinephrine from the adrenal glands, cortisol from the adrenal glands, and glucagon from the pancreas. These are all hormones that are trying to mobilize food stores to try to get more glucose back into the blood. So this, what I think is probably her attempt at a counter-regulatory response to try to correct her blood sugar, but there was too much insulin on board to be able, for her body to be able to fight that.
The next reading, I forget, did we get back to the 27 at the end before we get to low?
So no, we didn't, but 27 at 3:37.
And again, same symptoms that you've described.
Yes.
The next three we see are low. Are you able to tell based on Plaintiff's Exhibit 10 what low means?
Yeah, so glucose meters always have a limit of how low they can actually measure. So after a certain threshold, they will just read low, means it's so low that they can no longer detect it.
And do you have any indication about what low means for this particular glucometer?
It's less than 19.
Is that consistent with other glucometers you've worked with?
Yes, often.
The jump from 27 to at least 19 and potentially lower, what does that say to you?
This just means her body was very much struggling. There was not enough glucose in her blood to sustain life anymore.
Was she, well, we know she was still technically alive at this point. How do you explain that?
It's a sustain. So after a certain period of time, your blood sugar will drop to nothing in the blood. But probably before that happens, the brain that's controlling your breathing doesn't have enough glucose to send that message. And so you're going to start building up carbon dioxide in your blood, and you're starting to get oxygen levels that are going to drop, which means other organs are going to start dying.
Once we get to these low measurements, which is 19 or below, what physical symptoms might we see there?
For how long this has been going on, kind of the hours from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, someone is going to be in a comatose-like state with blood sugars like this for that sustained period of time. Now, if someone has a low blood sugar into the 27, we fix it within 15 minutes, they're going to start feeling a lot better. But this is a long time to have low blood sugars.
We talked before about the process by which somebody tests blood sugar using a glucometer that is a prick. You remember that?
Yes.
I believe you started talking about around, and correct me if I'm wrong, around 43 is where we may start seeing symptoms of confusion, slurred speech, inability to move around as well.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
At what point would you expect in this chart someone to be unable to physically do the process of testing their own blood sugar? If you're able to say.
Yeah. That drop, when it drops from 43 down to 30, anytime after that, it would be incredibly hard for someone to test their own blood sugar. And I say that because of the time of how long there was already a low blood sugar in the 40s and how much time had passed, that the body is losing its reserve to continue to check. But people are very confused. When we have patients who have a bad hypoglycemic event, sometimes they actually require third-party interventions. They are so confused, they can't even drink the juice anymore. So they have to have people sometimes give them glucagon shots or something to go up their nose because they are so confused they can actually no longer correct the low blood sugar themselves.
Are you aware of, I guess, whether Casey was eventually taken to the hospital?
Yes, I know that she was taken to the hospital. I did review those records.
Are you aware of what her blood sugar level was when either EMS or when she was taken to the hospital?
Yes. So from what I recall, when EMS came and they tried to do a blood sugar, it was too low to read. And so they administered her some dextrose. Then I believe when she got to the hospital, her blood sugar was 14 on a serum blood sugar check. And this was after she had already been given dextrose by EMS. Dextrose is a form of sugar, of glucose in a medical, usually there's different concentrations, but it's usually in sterile water, call it D5, but it's dextrose water.
A blood sugar level of 14, is that something that you would expect somebody to come back from?
Not if it had been sustained for a very long period of time, so hours.
You mentioned before that there's short-acting and long-acting insulin.
Yes.
Can you briefly describe those?
Yeah, so long-acting insulin is insulin that when it gets injected into the skin, it forms these microparticles based on pH changes where it will slowly be reabsorbed into the body. So it's meant to last over 24 hours. So for example, I'm just going to pick this number because it's easy math. If someone injects 24 units of a long-acting or basal insulin, that insulin breaks down at a rate of 1 unit per hour. So you have a glob of insulin sitting under the skin and it releases 1 unit into the body per hour. It's designed to last a long time. And that's for our patients with type 1 diabetes. Everyone's body always needs a background small amount of insulin to help with cell metabolism.
What is short-acting insulin?
So short-acting insulin is designed to be absorbed by the body much faster. So usually it's absorbed within 4 to 5 hours at reasonable doses. Now that changes if you give a big dose of short-acting all at once. It changes the volume of fluid under the skin. Your body can't absorb all of that in the normal 4 to 5 hours. It takes longer for it to process.
Are you aware of how long Casey was attempting to be treated at the hospital?
Yes, and I'd have to go back and look at the dates, but if I remember correctly, it was something around 3 days or so.
Are you aware of what medical interventions were? You already mentioned dextrose being given at least once. Are you aware of what medical interventions given during that time at the hospital?
Yeah, so they were giving her a lot of what we call amps of D50, which is 25 grams of sugar directed into her blood to try to bring up her blood sugars. But then they noticed every time they did that, blood sugars might stay high for a little bit, but then they would drop rapidly. So then they started a drip, which just means that someone is constantly getting an infusion into their veins. And so she was started on a D10 drip. Even with that, she was still requiring D5 pushes or these extra glucose to try to bring up her blood sugar. So then the medical staff then increased the concentration of the D5 drip. They moved to a D20 drip, so 20% dextrose to try to keep her blood sugars stable. All this to say is she got a lot of glucose by the medical team trying to stabilize her blood sugars, which tells me that she received a large dose of subcutaneous insulin. So insulin that was injected into the skin.
And let me stop you there. You say large dose. What does that mean for a person that's not diabetic?
So the pharmacokinetics of this, if you inject more than 0.4 units of insulin per kilogram of body weight, it will change how do I describe this? It changes how long the insulin lasts in the body. And so for her, when I had looked at her body weight in the past, it's roughly about 38 units of insulin. So anything greater than that or a higher amount, you're going to expect her body's going to take longer to metabolize that insulin. It's going to take, as I said, probably days to metabolize that bolus of insulin that went under the skin.
And you said anything greater than 38 units would have this effect?
Yes, and that's based on textbook kind of calculations of insulin per kilogram.
You mentioned that part of your conclusion that she received a large dose of insulin and that it was administered subcutaneously. You may have already described that, but tell us again what that means.
So if we inject insulin into the vein, that's insulin directly into the bloodstream, insulin is rapidly cleared within 5 to 7 minutes of being administered into a blood vessel. But if you inject it into the skin, then that insulin slowly has to break down. Those insulin particles have to move to a vessel to be distributed to the rest of the body. And so that's where different insulins, their onset of action change. It's because how they're designed to break down underneath the skin. If you inject any insulin into a blood vessel, it doesn't matter if it's long-acting, short-acting, regular insulin, it all has the same properties. It's cleared from that blood vessel within 5 to 7 minutes.
Is that true even if given a huge amount?
Yes, even if given a huge amount, you're going to see a rapid drop in blood sugars because that insulin is delivered directly into a vein. So when people get admitted for diabetic ketoacidosis, this is something where patients with type 1 can get really high blood sugar. We administer insulin drips, which they are directly insulin into the vein, where the nurses can titrate the insulin levels based on the blood sugar response. And because you see blood sugars change really quickly in the blood, you can be more precise with the amount of insulin that's being administered. If you administer insulin into the skin, you don't have as much control of how that insulin gets distributed to the body because you're relying on the body's natural, like the skin and the pH in the skin for that insulin to be absorbed and then go into the blood vessels, if that makes sense.
Are you aware of whether Casey Terry had a port?
Yes, I do know that she had a port.
Briefly describe what a port is.
So a port is, it's a kind of a catheter that goes underneath the skin directly into a major blood vessel. So when patients need, usually we do this for often for chemotherapy. If patients are expected to need to be stuck a lot, they can, if you do too many kind of IVs into peripheral veins, those veins can start to get damaged and they can kind of blow. And so then it's difficult to get people to have access. So often if we anticipate someone's going to need a lot.
I screwed up. My finger touched I was at 250 something, 259, sorry.
Do too many kind of
26 and
There.
11:16.
I
Are you
accidentally
able to tell anything?
tapped the
Sorry,
about that?
can you repeat the question again? Where do you want me to look?
Sorry, the drop between 86 to 77, the second and the third.
Sure. That could be normal fluctuations in blood sugar. It's hard to exclude. There could have been a small amount of insulin injected at that time. It's hard because you do see a change there. It's not a huge change. So again, it's hard to say, is this just physiologic variation or was there a small amount of insulin given at that time?
And again, are you able to conclude whether if a small amount of insulin was given at that time, are you able to conclude whether that would be subcutaneous or through a port?
Through those times, let me just look at it again, 10:20. If there was anything given into a port at 10:26, I mean, you would have seen a drop in 5 to 7 minutes. But because it wasn't a huge drop and you see a rebound when you get close to the noon hour, if there was insulin through a port there, it was a teeny tiny amount, if anything.
Okay. And at some point, you say you become very confident that the insulin could not have been given through a port. Where do we see that?
I know insulin could not have been given through a port at the beginning, the mornings of this chart. So like at 9, I know the insulin was not given via a port there, because the next blood sugar at 10:26 is about the same as the blood sugar that it was an hour. So if there was insulin given, significant amount of insulin given in a port that would cause hypoglycemia, that blood sugar should be lower based on the onset of action of insulin delivered directly into a vein. Subcutaneous insulin definitely has different properties.
Okay, let's talk about that. What, if any, conclusions are you able to make about timing of when subcutaneous insulin may have been administered?
So if we were talking about Novolog, which is a short-acting insulin, and in my understanding, that's the insulin that was found on the scene. So that has an onset time of 15 to 30 minutes. So when you look at these drops, and I look at it as an endocrinologist who's used to looking at blood sugar trends, to me, it looks like short-acting insulin was administered probably around 12 to 12:30 to cause that significant decline that we see in the trend in the graph.
And again, are you able to tell anything about the amount?
I can't tell anything about the amount based on this particular graph. I just can tell you it was a lot of insulin based on the rest of her trajectory of her hospital stay.
Okay, so is it fair to say that Casey could have received multiple injections throughout the day?
That is possible.
Is it fair to say that she could have received one large injection, which you said would be anything over 38 units for her body type at one point in time?
Yes. So based on this, I cannot exactly say how many injections were given, how much was given at each time. I just know that during this day, she was given a large amount of subcutaneous insulin.
How many units, insulin's measured in units, is that fair?
Yes.
How many units are in a vial?
So there are 100 units per ml of insulin, and their vials typically come in 10 mLs. So there's 1,000 units per vial.
Okay, so again, I'm bad at math. So would 1 milliliter equal 100 units?
Yes.
What would you expect 100 units to do in a non-diabetic patient, or not patient, but person of Casey's?
It would
properties?
cause significant life-threatening hypoglycemia.
We talked about kind of the treatment or reversible window or optimal, I don't know, I'm putting words in your mouth. I believe you said 15 minutes. If somebody's pretty low, we can reverse it.
Sure.
At what point does it become difficult, if not impossible, to reverse?
So again, everyone's brain is a little different with this, but for most people, I say when you're getting into the hours of prolonged hypoglycemia that is this profound, that is this low, not talking about like mild hypoglycemia, but this low, that's when you're starting to get irreversible brain damage from hypoxia.
And once we're getting into the low readings, be it below 19,
Yeah, that's considered to be very, very low.
would you expect a trained nurse to know this?
Yes.
If someone is getting these low readings, meaning that their glucose is in the teens, is that a medical emergency?
It is a medical emergency.
Is it the kind of event where even minutes may matter?
Yes.
Would you expect a nurse to know this?
Yes.
Could Casey have potentially survived if given medical care at some point in this graph?
Yes.
Are you comfortable saying at what point?
The first time intervention, could have certainly saved her life is when you have that true hypoglycemia in the 40s. If that was corrected, that would have saved her life.
So that's at 143.
I would say until you're starting to get those into the hours where you're looking at 2 to 3, 3 to 4, that's again when you're going to start getting irreversible brain damage. Now you still might be able to save someone's life, but they might have cognitive deficits.
Is this trend or these results that we're seeing with blood sugar, could that be the result of any kind of natural body process or other disease?
There is only 2 things that cause prolonged hypoglycemia in a hospital requiring D10 and D20 drips. One is profound insulin overdose. The second thing is something called an insulinoma, which is a 1 in a million event where someone has a tumor in their pancreas that produces insulin. But we know that she did not have a tumor in her pancreas based on autopsy reports, which leaves insulin overdose.
Sorry, I'm just going over my notes. In your professional medical opinion, was hypoglycemia a substantial factor in the cause of Casey's death?
Yes.
In your opinion, medical and professional opinion, was the death of Casey the natural and probable consequence of severe hypoglycemia left untreated?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have nothing further. And we can take down Exhibit 176.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Scott, do you have need for this or do you want me to?
I want to Good morning, Dr. Salvo.
Hi, good morning.
Nice to see you.
It's nice to see you.
We were able to do one consultation about a month ago or so, I think, right?
Correct.
Fair enough. I'll let you do some more.
Sorry.
We're pushing too. Tell me I'm not doing too much.
If you need more time.
I-
we're good.
I think I can make it. All right. When did the state first reach out to you to be an expert witness in this case?
The exact date, I do not recall that.
You recall the month?
Ooh. I don't actually. It's
Take any notes or anything? What's the state? 2 months ago?
I don't recall. Well, I don't have my notes in front of me. I'd have to go back and look. I'd have to look. It's been a while.
2 months?
No, it's been longer than 2 months.
3 months?
It's been longer than 3 months.
After March 20th of 2024, that's for sure, right? Or 2025. It was after March 20th of 2025. It was after a year ago, right?
Sure. I mean, do you have the dates? You could tell me.
I have no idea.
Oh,
I
okay.
have no idea when they came to talk to you.
Okay. It's been a while.
I mean, you had said you had started up, you've never been an expert witness, right? Not in trial.
Not in trial.
You've never been involved in, excuse me. In evaluating in consultation with a criminal case, right?
No, not with a criminal case, only with malpractice cases.
You've been an expert witness, I think, when we talked a couple times, like with the medical malpractice, you did it once, right?
Twice, and then I also helped the state from a doppel complaint.
On a state licensing.
Yes, state licensing, yes.
So DOPL is the professional licensing board that decides whether or not someone, for instance, could continue to be a nurse, right?
Correct, or a doctor.
Did you know in this case that Megan Sunwall was still a nurse on March 20th, 2025, licensed?
I did know that she was a nurse.
Did you know she was still licensed on March 20th, 2025?
I did not, but I do now.
Okay. So with that, we've got some work with civil lawyers. We've got some work, one case with DOPL, right?
Correct.
And that is the sum total of expert consultation that you've been involved in. Is that fair?
Correct.
So, and you don't know when the state came to you. Certainly it was within the last, can we say 6 months?
Yes, if you give me my cell phone, I could look to find the emails if this date is really important to you.
Well, let me, I don't know what's important to. I'm not going to make decisions ultimately in this case. I'm just trying to get information, but let me put it in a different context. You started right out by talking about what you were given to review to reach conclusions in this case, right?
Correct.
And you were specifically asked if you consulted with other people, right? Other experts, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you didn't. You didn't reach out and consult with other experts, is what you said, right?
No, I did not say that.
Okay. I missed it. Who did you consult with?
You asked me this when we had our meeting, who I consulted with. It wasn't specifically about this case, but I did reach out to someone I had trained with at the University of Colorado, Dr. Cecilia Lewong. And I did ask her, with short-acting insulin overdoses, how long in her experience she had seen people have hypoglycemia in the hospital, and her answer was days. And I did tell you that.
Well, I'm not going
We had
to.
our meeting.
Yeah, I'm not going to need to go back to our meeting. I'm going to talk about what you know now. So I just want to establish who you do. Did you know at the time that you started working with the state that they had already been working with an expert witness named Dr. Uribe?
I did not know that at the time that they reached out to me.
So they've never told you that they worked since March, as early as March 3rd, 2025, with an expert on the subjects that included testifying about the interaction between insulin and other substances identified in the victim's autopsy, cases involving insulin overdose, how they typically present, and how those cases compare to this case. The state never told you that they had been working with Dr. Paul Uribe since March 3rd, 2025?
They did not.
All right. So I take it that, well, if they didn't tell you, you never sought any information or advice or any consultation with Dr. Uribe.
Right. I mean, I consider myself to be an expert in hypoglycemia.
I understand. I'm not going to challenge your expertise.
Okay.
We're going to
Great.
talk about what the state is using you for. You did review some earlier testimony from Diane Allred in this case, right?
Will you please refresh my memory?
She's the emergency doctor who handled the treatment of Casey Terry in the hospital.
I believe I reviewed the testimony from the medical examiner and from the primary care physician.
I'm gonna check you on that, I guess.
Okay.
Because I don't think, well, the testimony from the primary care physician.
From the primary care
Okay.
physician, yeah.
And then, so that's Dr. Masto. Let me just tell you who it is.
Okay,
And then, I'm sorry, who else did you review testimony from?
from the medical examiner,
Dr. Muri, I'm gonna tell you.
yes.
So you had some prior testimony that was given, but you didn't talk to those people, right?
Correct, I did not talk to them. I just reviewed the transcripts.
Did you watch any of their testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you haven't seen what their conclusions were about the insulin and whether they could reach any conclusions
I have not.
from their data as to these questions about what kinds and what times and things like that apply to the administration of exogenous insulin in this case, right?
I have not heard their conclusions.
Can we agree in general that sort of dealing with glucose levels and the interaction with insulin, blood sugar levels, things like that, there's a lot of variables in assessing that data, right?
Yes,
Some people, food, consumption of food and what kind of food proximate to introduction of insulin could be relevant, right?
sure.
The medical history of someone, right?
Of course.
Like, for instance, you know since you read the testimony previously of Dr. Mastiller that she was noted by him in his chart to be suffer from hypoglycemia.
Yes, I did read that.
So we've got issues with hypoglycemia with Casey. We know that, right?
Yes, I believe he said that she was reporting some issues with hypoglycemia and that there was a referral placed to endocrinology, but that consultation hadn't taken place.
Okay, Casey didn't go, but Dr. Mastiller indicated in his testimony specifically that she suffered from hypoglycemia.
Objection, misstates testimony.
Well,
I'll sustain that.
that's fair. Let's get really specific and careful. Do you remember from his testimony that she said she was hypoglycemic? Do you remember that?
Not specifically, but if you want me to read it,
I don't want anyone suggesting I'm not being fair. You read Dr. Mastiller's testimony at a preliminary hearing to come here as the state's expert witness, right?
yes,
All right. I highlighted at the bottom of the transcript of his testimony. What did he say?
yes. So she was hypoglycemic.
Okay. So Dr. Mastiller had reported in hypoglycemia in someone. It can be another tricky factor.
Sure.
And all these tricky factors can affect what any particular dose of exogenous insulin might have done to Casey, right?
Yeah, if someone's already prone to hypoglycemia and you give them exogenous insulin, it's going to make that even worse.
So it also means somebody who could have various shifts in their blood sugar levels for various reasons, right? Isn't that what suffering from it means?
Yes, so I mean, I can elaborate if you would like me to. She had a history of gastric bypass, and sometimes patients with gastric bypass can have what we call reactive hypoglycemia after they eat something that's really high in carbohydrates. Sometimes their blood sugars can drop after they eat. Typically, they are not severe drops. They are easily corrected with food.
If somebody wants to.
Well, you would have those counter-regulatory responses. So you'd have epinephrine, cortisol, and glucagon that your body would naturally make whether you wanted it to or not to try to correct that low blood sugar.
And you could try to correct it, for instance, by drinking Coke.
Juice. Yeah,
Drinking a Coke.
juice or eating candy.
Eating candy. Right, by the way, you talked about, you hadn't been given police reports and things like that on this case, right?
That's correct. I have not.
Take a break.
Sorry.
Have a drink of water. Prosecutor asked you about DNRs and those sorts of things.
Sure.
Right? I mean, you knew, didn't you, or did you, that this whole case is about a whole tax exchange exists in this case about this being a circumstance where the parties were involved in the notion that Casey Terry was going to commit suicide by introduction of exogenous insulin. Did you know that?
I did hear from the prosecutors that that theory was involved.
Okay, so that when they go over there during this day where these charts and can you keep that, put that crap on too, please? Well, this data that we were talking about, I'm going to talk about a little bit more, was an event that the text messages showed, that at least according to those messages, Casey Terry had communicated and planned with Megan Sunwall to commit suicide, for Casey to commit suicide, right?
I haven't seen these text messages, so I think you're telling me this. Yes.
No, I'm not telling you anything. I'm not allowed to testify.
Okay. Well, I have not seen. I have not personally seen this exchange of text messages between Megan and Casey. If you would like me to review them here, I'm happy to do that for you.
We seen them at night. What I want to ask you is, did you know that the event that this information is related to was set up, at least in the evidence of the case, as a suicide event?
Okay, well, I do now.
Okay. Well, then, let's talk about what you concluded with some of this data. Usually have to be right up here. Is it okay to proceed?
Yes.
Because she's your witness.
Yes.
All right, you had said normal blood sugar was like 80 to 120, right? Yes.
Yes.
This 9:18 hour in the morning is the first data you were able to get from this chart, of course, right?
Yep.
Now, at that time, she is just on the low normal 87, right?
Yes. So that's typically where blood sugars are, 80 to 120, but you can have blood sugars in the 60s and 70s that we still consider to be normal. Remember, the definition of hypoglycemia is less than 55.
I'm just going with what you said. You said you had started off.
Yes, in general, most blood sugars do sit in the 80s to 120s.
In general, she was at the low end of that, right? 87.
Yes, normal blood sugar.
What do you know about what her blood sugar was before 9:18?
I don't know anything about what her blood sugar was before 9:18.
We have this drop of, I don't know, can't do math either, but there's this time throughout these first couple hours where, let's see, 45 minutes, she goes from that 86 to 77 drop, right? You saw it, and back to 80.
Yep. And then she had about a 20 or so point drop between noon and 1. That's roughly, she was around 80,
Right, so.
and then dropped to
I
69.
see. I'm gonna refer to certain sections, so if that's okay. She could have taken long-acting insulin before 9/18 that could possibly be responsible for the drop to 77, right?
So long-acting insulin typically takes 1 to 2 hours to take into effect. So if you had an injection, you are going to start seeing some blood sugars drop in the 1 to 2 hours.
1 to 2 hours is that time period from the start of these numbers to 77, right?
Yeah.
So according to this, it's certainly possible and consistent information with Casey Terry having taken some insulin before 9/18. Could have happened, right?
It could have. With
I'm gonna stop you there so I can see question and answer. Now, your conclusions also are that, let me get to the final one. That it's hard to know whether or not this data and your conclusions from it came from multiple doses of short acting, right? That could have been,
It could have been multiple doses of short acting.
including a large dose. That could be what this data shows you, right?
You could have had a large dose, yes.
So, and it all could be combinative. It could all be combined with some short, long acting.
Yeah, I cannot exclude the possibility that long acting was also given. Long acting, when it drags down blood sugars, the slope is usually a consistent slope over 24 hours.
So, well, you said the body corrects off, right? Rebounds a bit. The natural.
It can, yeah, you can have a rebound a bit, but the overall trajectory of the slope, you can have the points fluctuate a little bit, but the trend in general stays about the same. So that's, yeah, because of how long acting breaks down and gets absorbed into the body.
So you could be trending on it, and then you could take short acting or something, that probably cause a more precipitous drop, right?
Yeah,
And if you've got the long acting in there, the short acting is gonna even be cumulative with that, it's gonna increase the likelihood of the drop, right?
will certainly increase the drop. You have a 40-point drop in 1 hour
I
on that graph.
understand this data, I'm asking in general, if I've got long acting in me, maybe once, maybe twice injected, and it's sloping down,
Mhm.
it's dropping my blood sugar, right? Because I'm not
Yep,
diabetic.
right, yep.
And then I take some fast acting, that's gonna combine with the long acting and produce a dramatic effect, right?
Sure, yeah.
So by the same token, if I've already got the long acting a little bit, that drastic impact could happen with even a little less of the short acting. Because I've got them both in me now.
Yes, sure, yep.
According to your graph, and your comparison of the chart, then we have these features where, of course, we see this drop ultimately at 2:00 p.m. to a reading of that 30, right?
Yes,
And you indicated at that point in time, given the symptoms of someone who has a blood sugar level at that level, they're probably unconscious.
or close to. They are certainly feeling it because that is a fast drop for someone in 1 hour.
And in fair enough, let's say, I guess we could be, you say, it depends, there could be some various factors, they could be dizzy, I thought you said slurring the words and things, might not be unconscious.
Yeah, so when that's,
Might be shaky.
yeah, when their brain doesn't have enough glucose, yeah, the first things would be slurring speech, confusion, stumbling when they're walking. And those symptoms would progress.
All right, but conscious.
Yeah, people can be conscious for a period of time.
Could be able to do some basic tasks, could be, right?
Yeah, just like, how people who are intoxicated can do certain things, but not well.
Right, like you can stick yourself with syringe and push a plunger, right?
Yes, if there was insulin already in the syringe drawn up,
Did you know there were text messages where she was saying she was gonna preload insulin in the syringes?
I did not know that.
Anyway, throughout these 30s, then, even in the course of this drop on your graph, it stops at 2 o'clock. Let's say these are the 30s all the way to 4 o'clock, right? Between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, she's fluctuating in the 27 to 30, I think it is.
But very dangerously low. Yes,
Dangerously low.
dangerously low.
Certainly dangerously low, but capable of sticking yourself with a needle.
I would question that statement.
I thought I had the answer. Here's a 33
But this is now an hour to hour and a half later of prolonged hypoglycemia. That is different than when you hit someone if they have a low in the first 5 minutes of hypoglycemia. Now you're talking about hours.
Okay, everything that happened after 2 o'clock, prior to 2 o'clock, let's see if we can get some agreement on that, because I was talking about 30. Everything prior to roughly 3 o'clock is an event that is consistent with Casey Terry doing it to herself with a needle, right?
I can't tell you that based on these data alone. I don't know based on these data who was the person who, just based on these numbers, who pushed the syringe.
Just like Amy said.
Right, just before 2 o'clock. I can tell you after that person is going to be comatose and they are not checking their blood sugars after 2
You're saying as soon as they go unconscious, I don't know if it takes a medical degree, but they're not able to inject it into themselves as soon as they're unconscious, right?
Correct. And they're not able to check their blood sugar when they're unconscious.
So somewhere where she loses consciousness in these 30, 29, 27, 28, 32, 33, 27 numbers, somewhere in there where she clearly loses consciousness, probably early in there, right?
Probably.
Everything before that, she could have done whatever happened in terms of exogenous insulin going into her blood, right?
She could have.
Nothing in the evidence that you have seen, including the medical records and everything else in this case that you reviewed, there is no way to conclude that anything was administered into her after she lost consciousness. Agreed?
Agreed.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
Yes, I'll be super quick. Mr. Williams asked you if you consulted with other experts in this case, and you referenced somebody in your field that you did talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Did you consult with other potential experts associated with this case?
No.
If there was Mr. Williams referenced Dr. Uribe, I'll represent to you that he's a medical examiner.
Objection.
Okay, so would you have reason to consult with a medical examiner in this case?
No.
You don't need any opinion of a medical examiner to reach your conclusions here?
Correct. I consider myself to be an expert in hypoglycemia, so I did not need to reach out to someone of a different specialty to help formulate my opinions.
Mr. Williams, and we'll see if you remember this because it's now been a few minutes, but he was talking to you about potentially insulin being given somehow to Casey before 9/18. You had more to say and Mr. Williams cut you off. Do you happen to remember what more you had to say?
Only long-acting insulin, which takes, again, 1 to 2 hours to start to see the onset. There you can start to, like he said, from that drop from like the 80s into the 70s, could that have been long-acting insulin that was given, an hour or 2 hours before? And I think I could say, yes, that's possible. But then the following curves are just not consistent with just long-acting insulin. So just long-acting insulin, how it breaks down, it would drag the blood sugar down slowly. It'd be not a very steep slope of that curve. It would be more of a gradual. So when I look at this pattern, what is always striking to me is how that slope changes a little bit after 1 p.m. You can see that dramatic drop. So to me, that is most suggestive of short-acting insulin being administered around that time.
And that time would be around 1 to 2.
Yeah, like 15 to 30 minutes before you start seeing. So that one at 69 or 70, like at 12:30. Now, maybe there was a smaller dose of short-acting insulin given before then, because you start to see the trend at noon. You start seeing blood sugars drop, but then the slope dramatically changes. So to me, that means that a circumstance change. This is most likely, when I look at graphs like this, again, in my experience, is most likely short-acting insulin causing that rapid drop of 40 points.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe on cross, I heard you testify that around after 2 p.m., it would be difficult or impossible for Casey to check her own blood sugar.
Yes, this is someone who's not used to having low blood sugars. Your brain is not used to that. And for the longer it goes without fuel, you cannot function normally. You're going to drop into a coma and you cannot do your activities of daily living anymore.
So checking sugars would be included in that.
Correct.
Also drawing up a syringe with any substance would be included in that.
That would be incredibly, incredibly hard. To draw up a syringe of insulin, you have to tip the vial upside down. You have to get the needle and the syringe. You have to insert it. You have to pull back. You have to take it out. Make sure you didn't drop air, which I've had patients do. And then you would have to inject yourself.
Sorry, what you said, drop air, what does that mean?
Drop air. So if you, when you hold a vial under and you put a needle in, if you put in the needle too high, there's air at the top, and people will just drop air. So you have to be able to look precisely and hit a small rubber stopper to get that needle through the vial and make sure the needle is in the fluid, and then pull back to pull out the fluid from the vial.
And it's consistent with your opinion that after about 2 p.m., Casey would not have been able to do that process herself.
Correct.
Right, I have nothing further.
So a shaky person getting real low blood pressures around 2, blood sugars around 2, et cetera, make it hard. They might shake, right?
Yeah, it's like the adrenaline release, your sympathetic nervous system, you do start to feel very trembly.
Hard to do something that, like, draw a needle back, put it into a vial, draw it back, load your needle, right?
Yeah.
You might have to punch it 14 times to make it happen, right? Right?
Sure.
And once again, if there's long lasting on board, you have a general trend down, as we see on this graph, till about just after 1, right?
Correct.
And you've got insulin in your blood. It might have been there even before 9:38. And you add some, you're gonna have the combination effect. It's gonna be more drastic, right? Right?
Yes, but I want to be clear. The beginning of this graph doesn't necessarily mean it's long-acting insulin. This is just like it could have been short-acting insulin as well before then. But
Sure.
okay,
Sure.
just to clarify.
The point is that there's insulin in here doing something. This drastic drop is going to be more pronounced with less administered at 2. Can we agree on that? I've got exogenous insulin they're going to go, I've already got it in me. maybe short, maybe long. I've already got insulin in me. It's gonna take less to make me drop quickly than if I had no insulin in me. Is that fair to say? Because the combination?
Yeah, a combination, any type of insulin that's under the skin, combination, it can cause a big drop.
Okay, so that could have really revved up something that's already going on. Let's finish this. This line at the bottom, you had talked about, anoxia. Right?
Yes,
Anoxia is causing, that's lack of oxygen.
correct,
That's why the brain start really getting damaged, right?
correct,
And you talked about time, and the longer that goes on, the less ability to recover.
correct. You
These
have
low-
irreversible brain damage.
And these low levels, we don't know what they are, they're under 20 for hours.
They're under 19, yeah, so
Could be 0, could be.
could be 10, could be 13, could be 14.
And that circumstance just is not compatible with the brain being able to function for very long, right?
Correct.
I mean, especially not gonna recover after 3 hours at that level, right?
It'd be very unlikely.
Thank you.
Can I just ask one redirect? In the graph that we're seeing, and including exhibit 10, the levels up until about 12:31 could still be, they're still in normal range, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Can this witness be released or
Yeah.
step down?
Yes, from the state.
Thanks for being
Thank
here,
you.
Doctor.
Thank you.
Counsel, please approach.
And we're back. They've muted, so I'm just going to skip ahead because we can't hear nothing. I'm not sure what they're doing. Oh, I'm pretty close. Got a bald guy. I'll just skip ahead to where right here looks good. And now I'll go 2x speed because it's hard to get it. So here we go, 2x speed. No volume. They've muted it. Day 7. Looks like they're going to have, I don't know. Find out. Like they're going to end it soon.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're now going to take our lunch break. You're going to get
Or have lunch.
an hour and a half today. So we're going to have you come back, let's say 1:40. My math is correct. 1:40. In the meantime, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Have a good lunch.
All rise for the jury.
You see it, we'll come back after lunch. Do we?
No, sorry, I'm just gonna
Get out.
remove
Thank
this.
you. All right. We'll come back after.
All
the
right,
breaks.
I'll skip through the lunch break here. I will get us there. I'm not sure what they do. They probably talk a little bit here. Closing statements.
Two.
I should go back a little bit. So it starts. I'll just go 2x for a second or two. Still day 6. I think this will be their close. I don't even know what they're doing here. No, there's two more. There's 2 more people to day 7. So they're probably just going to cover some stuff outside of the jury, or I don't know.
Thank you. Please.
There's a little bit left here.
We'll go back on the record on case 251-401-132. Welcome back, everybody, from lunch. Counsel, where are we at?
Judge, the state is prepared to rest. I don't know if we need to do that in front of the jury or if you're happy to just hear it from us now, and then we can take a motion if Scott has one for a directed verdict and handle that issue.
How would you like to handle that?
That's fine with me, Your Honor. I won't spy with the court, and I haven't informed my client. means, and that it doesn't often require even much of a response from Your Honor, I'm not going to make more than a 60-second motion.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, at this point in time, on the presumption the state has rested, or has rested, timing is such that it's incumbent upon me to move the court, Your Honor, to dismiss the charges in this case. It's not having been met and not, and this trial having not so far provided sufficient evidence for the government to prevail on the 2 counts beyond a reasonable doubt. And on the standard of no reasonable jury could reach the verdict of guilty on the evidence before the court.
Any response?
Yes, Judge. That being the standard, as the court knows, there is sufficient evidence that can be submitted to a jury on both counts. I'll start with count 2, obstructing justice. That one seems pretty clear. The defendant deleted at least 283 messages dealing with insulin, suicide, and insurance from her phone. The evidence was, at least in part, that there's indication that she began those deletions on, or at least did some of those deletions on, I believe, August 17th, after she had talked with police, after she was aware that an investigation was underway. And certainly the theme and topics of those deletions have to do with the crime at hand. Turning to aggravated murder, there's also sufficient evidence to submit it to a jury. Megan Sunwall, who we have here, the combination of all of the forms of evidence, primarily the text messages, do demonstrate that she intentionally or knowingly caused the death of another individual. We know that Casey Terry died. We know she died by insulin overdose. And the intentionally or knowingly, the texts more than demonstrate sufficient enough to go back to a jury that Megan intended to come and help her. Multiple texts say that she would do it, that she would keep administering insulin after Casey was either passed out or asleep to make sure that she kept her sugars low. The evidence supports that the defendant certainly continued to test Casey's blood sugar to ensure that it continued dropping after the point where Casey would have been unconscious. And the evidence supports both aggravating factors. There's evidence that the defendant was told by Casey that she was the beneficiary of a $1 million life insurance policy. There's evidence that supports that Megan believed that, and that was the reason. There are text messages showing her escalating financial desperation to Casey. She even questions Casey about the legitimacy of the policy, and Casey is able to give her information that sounds credible enough that the defendant actually had a policy number and called the insurance company days after Casey's death to follow up on that policy. The second aggravator is that a homicide was committed by means of administration of a poison or any lethal substance, or of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Again, the evidence is pretty clear that the cause of death here is exogenous insulin overdose. We heard testimony from multiple people, but most recently Dr. DeSalvo that said that 100 units, certainly anything over 38 units would be lethal to Casey. And the medical examiner and the toxicologist evidence were consistent that insulin, although other substances may have been on board, they were in therapeutic amounts and would not have on their own been the cause, and insulin overdose is what we're looking at here as the cause. And so, oh, and then I wanted to address with Your Honor, I know it was originally charged as domestic violence tagged offenses, although there is evidence that Ms. Sunwall and Casey lived together at a certain point, and I think the evidence would meet that requirement. The state has determined that there's really nothing to gain from that domestic violence tag, and so that's not something that we're going to be seeking be proven to the jury. So we can make that clear, and that's not going to be something that the jury will have to be instructed upon.
Are you intending on filing an amended information, or do we not need an amended information? Or you're just not arguing that portion?
We're just gonna not argue that. We're happy to file an amended information procedurally if that's what the court prefers, but I think we have agreed that we're not gonna seek that tag, and the jury doesn't need to be instructed on that.
Okay, and that's your understanding, Mr. Williams?
I know, but I appreciate that. I think there's ways for us to work it out either way. I amended information. We can talk about that. Appreciate
Okay.
that. It is not a time that I seek to counterpoint to this extraordinarily difficult hurdle to overcome. And Your Honor gets to use all the evidence that has been adduced at trial at this point. So I'm not even seeking a detailed explanation for your ruling. I'll submit it.
Thank you. This matter comes before the court on defendant's motion for directed verdict. The court has had a chance to review has had a chance to listen to all the testimony and has seen exhibits that have been received into evidence. I will cite to State versus Montoya, found in 2004 UT 5, specifically paragraph 29. The evidence is to be viewed in the light most favorable to the state. When reviewing a directed verdict, the court is not free to weigh the evidence and thus invade the province of the jury, whose prerogative it is to judge the facts. Upon reviewing the evidence and all inferences that can be reasonably drawn from it, this court does conclude that some evidence exists which a reasonable jury could find that the elements of the crime charged have been proven beyond reasonable doubt. Therefore, the court will deny defendant's motion for a directed verdict. When the jury comes back in, I can let them know that the state has rested. That is on the record, so I think we're covered. What's the plan for the rest of the day?
So the hope is that Your Honor would accommodate a scheduling for the defendant to present evidence beginning tomorrow. I expect that we would be completely finished with that by the end of the day, even sufficiently advanced the end of the day for the state to determine whether they think there's rebuttal. These are experts, and they've been on notice what they're about, and what they're gonna say. It's not for me to say whether they'll have rebuttal, but I want to point out that I believe we'll be concluding early enough that if there's rebuttal, that could be accommodated. Would be my request if we, however, do not contemplate trying to close the case tomorrow. We've already talked about the imprudence of sending a jury tired from even part of the day to begin to deliberate. So I'm hoping that the court will accommodate the closing of the case on Monday.
I think that will work.
That's fine with the state, and hopefully, we've freed up the Monday, and then the jury has until Tuesday. If it's a long deliberation, they'll have plenty of time.
Thank you both for talking about this.
Oh, I have one other thing. I prefer to stop by, thank you, but of course. Our next witness comes from Logan. Is the court and everybody comfortable giving him an extra half an hour and starting at 9 tomorrow?
Of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can start at 9. So are we good to have Cole let the jury know they're excused for the day? They're still under the admonition. Do we want to bring them back in and let them know? Would either of you prefer that, or are you okay with Cole going, telling they're excused for the day and to come back at 9?
I'm fine either way. I know that there has been maybe potential issues with the admonition, but I think they may have heard it enough at this point that they should be aware.
Let's bring him in so I can just talk to him for a second. I think that's clear. Oh, and before we do that, Cole, I have some jury instructions. They're a work in progress. We're going to talk about them all. I want you to look at them, and you guys to talk about them, and then we'll go from there. So there's multiple parts to them for various reasons, and some you might get, some you might say, what is this? And that's okay. By no means are they final. They're proposals at this point in time. 2, we'll get those to you. Can you do that, Jalen? Can you email it to them? That would be helpful. So just so you'll have them this evening and tomorrow to look at, and we'll talk about. Hopefully that will be helpful
Very much.
for you.
Discussing some-
And you guys are free to stipulate any specific instructions for me to consider that I'll look at if you think it's better than what we have, and we'll all talk about the benefits of it before we come up with our final instructions.
That works. And now I think we have plenty of time for us to consult together and be on the same page with that.
Wonderful. All right, let's bring the jury in, if just for a moment.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, welcome back from lunch. I need to let you know that the state has rested. So their portion of the case for now is complete. The plan moving forward is that we are going to be finished for the day. So you're going to be excused. We all appreciate your patience in this matter. There's a lot of starts and stops to these kind of cases, and a lot of changes that happen for good reason. So we all appreciate your patience and your efforts. We're going to be excused today. Tomorrow, we're going to give you an extra half hour in the morning. So you don't need to be here until 9. I hope that will work for everybody. I assume it will. So we're going to start up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with our first witness, and we'll move forward accordingly. Is everybody okay with that? All right. I need to stress the admonition more, because the closer we get to the end, the more questions you may be asked from parties. And you've already heard my speeches multiple times. So you took an oath and you're doing good. So we appreciate that. Before you leave, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial. And it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. All right, you got an early afternoon, and we'll see you at 9 tomorrow. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Counsel, anything else we need to cover?
Not from the defense.
Not from the state of this time.
All right, everybody have a good afternoon. Be safe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tomorrow morning.
And we're back. We'll just get day 7 ready. It's all ready to go. Just going to get rid of this. I'm going to move this back up here. And now I'm just going to skip ahead to day 7 because there's nothing else for us. So I'll go to the next one. And it is, there's still day 8 and 9. So obviously, I don't know. They must do some shit. Oops, which one did I get? Yeah, day 7. This is it. definitely March 20th. Perfect. Perfect. And they've got the volume on. I will skip ahead. Get close. There's the seal. So there's going to be 2 people up, I guess. And I have their names right here. It will be first. This. I'll put this up first. That's everyone except the person who's going to testify. And the first person is Dr. Kyle Hancock. No relation to Herbie. And I will fast forward because it's got to be so close, right? Yeah, it's like right. I'm just going to 2x speed it. Oh, I see it now. You hear it? Here it comes. All right. Regular speed. Whispering. Someone's whispering. I hear you. I hear you.
Please be seated.
I heard you. Never got up.
We're going to go on the record. It is March 20th, 2026. This is case number 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sunwall. Welcome back, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ready to get started, counsel?
We are, Your Honor. Defense calls Dr. Kyle Hancock.
Thank you. Good morning. Please come forward. Come up here near the clerk and we'll get you sworn in.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Come on up and have a seat. Appreciate you being here. As long as you can keep that mic in front of you, we'll be able to make a good record and we'll all be able to hear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Hancock.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask what every witness has to be asked, which is for you to state and spell your name.
Kyle Hancock, Hancock.
Dr. Hancock, what do you do for a living?
I am a licensed psychologist. I provide both clinical and forensic psychological services.
How long have you done that?
I've been licensed since the spring of 2010.
And so do you, let's get a little bit of a background on how you get to the point where you get licensed for clinical psychology and psychologist and a forensic psychologist. You're not a psychiatrist, right?
I am not a psychiatrist.
And I just said that word, so that's what I wanted to clear up. What kind of training and things do you have to do to get to that level?
So I have a bachelor's degree in psychology. I have a master's degree in school psychology, and I have a combined clinical counseling and school psychology PhD. After I completed my pre-doctoral internship, I completed 1 year of postdoctoral fellowship. And after that, I completed postdoctoral specialization training and supervision in forensic psychology.
I barely squeaked through high school.
Do you
Perfect.
also have a clinical practice?
Yes.
First, let's just describe what a clinical practice is and what it means and what you do.
Yeah. Clinical psychology practice is where I basically help support people who choose to come and see me. Oftentimes they report life experiences that are unpleasant or challenging. And my job is basically healthcare. It's to assist them in finding ways to improve their quality of life.
How long have you done clinical practice work?
I've been licensed since 2010. I graduated in 2009, and so I was a certified psychology resident for 6 months under supervision. I've been licensed since 2010.
So you've seen people in the clinical setting since 2010?
2009.
2009.
Yeah.
And how big a part of your work and your practice is the clinical side, seeing people and assessing people and understanding people?
That was the majority of my practice, 2009 through about 2020. I was working probably 35-ish hours a week most of the time. 2010, 2015 was probably closer to 40, 45. In 2020, I transitioned more and more into forensic psychology, and I'm now only seeing about 5 patients a week, 6 patients a week for the clinical side. Everything else since about 2020 has grown more and more into forensic psychology.
Forensic psychology, can you help us understand what that means?
Yes, that's where psychologists have a role in the lives of people who are somehow involved in a court system. So one of the things I do is help measure individuals' abilities and experiences when they report having disabilities that make it difficult or impossible for them to work. And in that role, my job is to identify what their abilities are and to give that information to people who make decisions about what supports they benefit from. Another role in forensic is I work with families going through divorce who are having difficulties deciding how to organize time with children and so forth. And I complete very comprehensive evaluations. I gather a lot of information and I make recommendations to the court about what would be best for children in their family system. And another thing that I do is I work with people who are going through a legal process, either on the criminal side or the civil side, and I consult or provide expert testimony so that jurors or other finders of fact may have some information from my science that they may or may not find helpful as they consider the facts of a case.
In that regard, if I heard you right, you've been involved in the court process through a variety of kinds of lawsuits. Is that right?
Yes, I started that in 2012 and just got bigger and bigger.
I think you said civil. Some are non-criminal court cases like divorce and custody and such.
Yes.
Are you involved? Have you been involved in your work in the criminal justice system?
Yes.
Have you been an expert witness?
Yes.
How many times?
On average, I'm an expert probably 2 times a month, give or take, throughout a year.
Now, some of your work in the criminal justice expert witness realm, work and consultation that does not ultimately involve you testifying in court?
Yes.
And then sometimes you come and testify and you describe the why and what information you may be called upon to give to a jury. Let's just talk about testifying. I mean, how often and how much have you testified to educate jurors?
So testimony is when I say probably twice a month. I'm in court as doing testimony, not doing testimony, providing review of records or consulting on a case or giving feedback. That's probably a couple of weeks a month on average of some variety or another.
And of course, there are in the criminal justice setting, there's 2 sides, right?
Yes.
There's a prosecution and a defense, and I'm going to clarify. Do you testify and do you work with and prosecuting entities and ultimately testify for prosecutions?
Yes.
And have you done some testifying for the defense capacity in actual court cases and court testimony?
Yes.
Let's talk about comparing how often you are asked to do that for either side. What is sort of the percentage of times that you're on the witness stand for the prosecution?
Where I'm actually sharing testimony, that's probably about 25% defense and 75% prosecution. In the last year, from 2018 to 2022, was probably closer to 90% prosecution, 10% defense for those years where I was sharing testimony.
Where's your practice?
In Logan, Utah.
Do you work around the state in this capacity? In other words, you said you gave those percentages for testifying for the prosecution. Are those a variety of jurisdictions?
Yes, so as far north as Logan, I've gone to Idaho a couple of times. I've gone as far south as Fillmore, I think it's Millard County. Mostly in 1st and 3rd and 2nd district courts most of the time.
Let's get to what I've asked you to do. Obviously been hired by me on behalf of Ms. Sundwall, right?
Yes,
And I asked you in the capacity that you just described to do your best to assess, you may have to repeat it, but assess the sorts of information that you may consult on with the facts and persons involved in the present case.
yes,
Okay.
that's what I was asked to do.
All right, and to ask you to do that, you got, did I provide materials to you?
Yes,
Now, let's get to that so we know what you've used. The jury, the participants at this point in the trial are pretty aware of some of the kinds of information and communications. Were you given access to police reports?
yes. I have some police reports. I don't know what all is in the case file. I just know that I have some, yes.
Do you have police reports that, among other things, contained the description by Detective Farney of what she was reviewing as part of 28,000 text messages between Megan and a Casey Terry?
Yes,
Were you also provided bundles and groups of emails and text communications and other data from phone downloads by the defense?
yes.
And some of that was it even greater and different than what was put in by Detective Farney into her actual report?
I believe so, yes. It was a high volume of communications.
You didn't receive 28,000.
I don't believe that was the number, but it was thousands of pages.
Okay. Did you review that information?
I did, yes.
No, you said of course, you don't know if there's reports that you didn't get, because
Yes,
is it fair that you rely on the defense to give you what's called discovery materials?
yes, I receive information. I review that information and provide consultation feedback on the data I receive.
Was that part of doing that? Was it by sharing links with? Let me ask you. I'm not sure it's clear yet. As a forensic psychologist, and in this capacity, we talked about the criminal justice system. You know what discovery materials are?
Yes.
Tell the jury what discovery materials are. What I meant by that.
It's information that's obtained through the course of an investigation involving an alleged crime that's utilized as part of the judicial process, bringing about charges and then having those charges going through a judicial process.
Who provides discovery in a criminal case?
The investigators, so typically the prosecution's service team.
So the prosecution gives the discovery, and then were you provided these materials, these thousands of pages, by means of even links to platforms like OneDrive that we use?
Yes.
And you said that included police reports, including did it include a 444-page report that was prepared by Detective Farney?
Yes. It's 400 and something pages, so I'm assuming that's the one.
Okay. Did you also receive some transcripts from prior court proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive, we talked about communications that were collected and presented in the discovery that were between Casey Terry and Megan Sundwall. But did you also receive communications that were pulled off of electronic devices, for instance, between these two, Megan and Casey, and other individuals, between for instance, let's just focus on Casey for a minute, between she and other individuals that were on the phone?
Yes, I reviewed communications between Ms. Terry and other individuals.
Let's, for clarification and knowing what you used and looked at to render some of the information you're going to give about this case today, did you look at communications with Lee Randall?
Yes,
Renee Randall?
yes,
Between, for instance, Casey Terry and Michelle Tingy?
yes,
While I do this, I just gave those names because the jury's actually heard those two testify, that being Lee and Renee. Though you understand those to be Meg and Sunwall's parents?
that's my understanding, yes.
Then Michelle Tingy, I don't know that we've heard much about her. Did you understand her to be a friend of Casey Terry's?
Yes,
And so you were able to see some of the way Casey Terry communicated with Michelle Tingy?
yes,
How about Christian Clements?
yes.
I don't think we've heard much in this trial yet about that. Was Christian Clements a friend of Casey Terry's, apparently?
That's what the communications would indicate.
Now, I think we have heard something. Did those communications indicate to you that she was involved in drug transaction with Christian Clements?
That was what the communications would appear to indicate to me. There were frequent discussions about use of or acquisition of drugs or illegal substances.
Then how about Mark Farnsworth, communications that existed with a Mark Farnsworth?
Yes,
A Kaylin.
yes,
And I think there's been some discussion here, but did you understand that to be Casey Terry's aunt?
that's my understanding, yes.
And the Kylie Clark.
Yes,
Kylie, you understood to be Casey Terry's sister?
yes,
Did you look at some text information with a Casey Tanner?
yes,
Do you understand Casey Tanner to be Casey Terry's sometimes husband?
my understanding is they'd previously been married and divorced, yes.
There were, let me just go through for the interest of sort of time. Were there other people that you were able to that might be acquaintances or friends of Casey Terry's as well that you would review towards the ends of being able to give the information we're going to ask?
There was also someone named Sue. There was reference to someone named, I believe the name on the communication was Liza Rue. And there may have been others.
There's a Ty Wendell. Was Ty Wendell also someone sort of was in the loop with the Christian Clements and that sort of?
There was a reference to that person, if my memory is correct, in the communications I reviewed, yes.
And last, a Kevin Story.
Yes, I do remember that name.
And did you understand from those communications that'd be another friend of Casey's?
My understanding, there were some kind of associates, friends of some variety was what it appeared to be from the communications.
Okay. You let me know if there's some materials that I haven't referenced yet that ultimately were part of, important to, or relevant to the work you did. But I'm going to move to some of the things. Were you asked to, in your capacity, review, investigate, and well, let's talk about this. Let me talk about it generally. Were you asked to contemplate the subject of suicide?
Yes, I was asked to testify about my understanding of the science associated with people who choose to end their life by suicide or engage in suicidal behaviors.
Then let's start with that general subject. You said choose to end their life or engage in behaviors related to that topic. Can you unpack suicide a little bit from your expert? And by the way, here's one thing I didn't do. Do you read and train yourself with studies?
Yes, I review research articles designed to communicate information to professionals and scientists in my world. I don't enjoy doing research. I don't publish research. It's not my preference. However, I stay up to date regularly. In order to maintain my license, I have to complete 48 hours of formal education every 2 years. And every 2 years, I must demonstrate specific education in the field of suicidology, is what we call it in my science.
Suicidology. So, and you, by leaving out the fact that you use all these materials and stay up, are those peer-reviewed articles and research studies that you're talking about?
Yes, I rely upon empirical articles from peer-reviewed journals.
And I guess I'll ask you, what does peer-reviewed mean?
So it means that a scientist conducts research. He submits or she submits that research paper to a journal. And then there are a group of additional scientists who do not know the author, and they review that author's work for, I don't want to say legitimacy, scientific rigor. How well was it performed? How well was it designed? Did it follow the appropriate standards of practice, et cetera? And then that panel of scientists give information and feedback to the original author, who then gets to review the article and resubmit it. Almost always is the process. It's kind of a checks and balances to ensure the information being published would meet the appropriate scientific rigor to assist individuals who are looking for scientific information.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we'll return now to, you already said you had actually the training includes the subject you indicated of suicidology. Is there study and training and writing and empirical research on that?
Yes, substantial amounts.
Has it been something that's existed for a long time?
For decades, scientists have looked at the factors associated with life events and decision-making processes and feeling states and other variables that have been associated or linked in a scientific way to individuals who either end their lives by suicide or who attempt to end their lives by suicide or engage in behaviors that we call sometimes parasuicidal or quasi-suicidal behaviors. It's a really big topic in my science, is the short version.
Is it tricky too?
There's a lot of complexity, there's a lot of nuance, there's a lot of details. It's a tremendous amount of science.
So let's talk about people who may end their lives, that aspect of it. Or there are a lot of variables and a lot of different circumstances that apply to that end of life desire or that kind of suicide?
Yes.
That might have been a terrible question, so I'm going to let you speak instead of me speaking. But that you said that's about people who actually succeed.
Yes. So the motivations for a person who succeeds or completes the end of their life by suicide.
Is that involves sometimes behaviors that are sudden?
So a really simple dichotomy is we have some individuals who complete suicide after an impulsive decision. A common example is a major life event, a divorce, a loss of a child, a loss of employment, something similar that's a very out of the ordinary, overwhelming experience. And we have other individuals who complete suicide who do so after having contemplated and planned through the process of deciding in advance that they choose to end their lives by suicide.
You had given some examples of the life event related. Is shame part of that subject?
That's one of the variables. If there's an experience where someone's been discovered, something that's been revealed that would be embarrassing, that the person feels overwhelmed, the emotion would be the hypothesis we would generate that they may choose to end their life by suicide.
You mentioned that there are some other suicide-related subjects, and then I think you said quasi-suicidal behaviors, parasuicidal behaviors, and we are, of course, going to need you to unpack that.
Sure. So a parasuicidal behavior is something that would be in the realm of a self-harm and may lead to or look like a suicide behavior. This would be, an example would be a superficial cut on one's arm or even one's neck. Oftentimes these behaviors serve the purpose of other than choosing to end one's life intentionally by suicide. Oftentimes these are behaviors where people report that they're seeking a need to be met. Caring, appreciation, kindness, compassion, feedback from others or involvement, a loss of relationship or a fear of people going to not believe me, etc. And so they engage in a behavior that's in the realm of harming oneself. However, it lacks the intent and it lacks the lethality, the means necessary to end one's life. And that's parasuicidal behavior patterns.
So it's in the realm because it presents features, but is not, if I understand you, in fact, a person who's intending to ultimately end their life.
Yes, and that's revealed both with the behavior itself, that is in the nature of the behavior. A specific example is very, very few people end their life by using a knife to open an artery. And when they do, there's a very specific pattern involved. And when people engage in parasuicidal behavior, they often will use a knife to create superficial cuts in a way that is almost impossible to end one's life.
Does that behavior also sometimes include like ingestion of drugs or things like that?
Yes, so especially among females, the research indicates quite clearly that a person may take a substance, a medication of some variety that would create an adverse effect like nausea or dizziness or even potentially loss of consciousness. And in other situations, it can be a non-lethal. I've had people come to me and we've read research articles about people who take an excessive amount of one particular medication that would not result in the loss of life.
I think quasi-suicidal was the next sort of subject on this point.
So this is a step closer, so to speak, toward a behavior that would actually be sufficiently lethal to end one's life. So rather than a superficial cut going the wrong direction, so to speak, this would be a deeper cut requiring stitches going the correct direction. This would be, an example would be a person who, in one research study that I read and in another personal experience in my practice, would present a set of circumstances in which the appearance of death by hanging was imminent, but would have safeguards in place to ensure discovery of the behavior. So an example might be the individual would create the noose, the system already, so to speak, or have the appearance of being ready and standing on a chair 5 minutes before someone is going to come home. And again, the danger here is that individuals engaged in this quasi-suicidal behavior typically are not, well, the research tells us they're not typically motivated to end their lives. They're typically motivated by other variables, but the behavior itself poses a much greater risk of lethality because the method they're using, if not intervened or managed appropriately, could result in the loss of life. Another example would be a person who overdoses on a medication cocktail that would be either sufficiently lethal or very nearly lethal, but does so in the presence of another person. I've had experiences where a person, for example, came into the kitchen and in front of a spouse or another adult living roommate consumes medication with a very high prediction that the other individual intervene and will rescue the person.
So they are presenting much more dangerous and lethal features, but they still, if I understand you, are not actually intending to end their life.
That's what the research tells us, that these individuals who survive these attempts describe experiences And again, it ranges, but oftentimes it's overwhelming emotions, it's difficult life circumstances, and they're typically seeking a motivation or an outcome other than the loss of their life, the intentional loss of their life.
Would it be fair to say when we're in that quasi category then that their intent is to present the most lethal seeming circumstances to convince the other or others that it's real?
Yes. So the way the science would describe it is these are individuals who are coping with something so powerful that they're resorting to coping strategies that are clearly, from a healthy perspective, dangerous and problematic. However, when people feel that much overwhelmed and their life circumstances can become so painful and powerful, we as humans, we behave in ways that are irrational. We behave in ways that are mostly fueled by our feeling state rather than a logical, analytical process evaluating what is best for us. And so when people have these kinds of life events and these kinds of emotion, and it can be not just an in the moment experience, it can be a cumulative experience, things that have been happening for a very long time, then they tend to engage in ways that are out of the ordinary. We do things when we have big emotions, all of us, that we later look at and think, why did I do that?
You said you've had even some personal experience in your clinical practice of tragic outcome of a quasi-suicidal behavior, unfortunately resulting in an actual death.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that's all you know about the subject, but as an example, one of your patients?
Yes.
Just really briefly describe how that, it was an articulation of the things that you've just described in general.
It's happened twice in my career, that particular experience set. In one circumstance, it was a person who, the record, the information I had in my role as a clinical psychologist was that my patient expected for an adult to return home at 5 p.m. And she had experienced a wide range of powerful life events and emotions. She had engaged in parasuicidal behavior for a very long time, and had received some unpleasant and painful feedback. People communicated to her that they were frustrated, discouraged, exhausted, tired. There was discussion about the end of the relationships. It was a very difficult time, and she engaged in a behavior that she could have been rescued had the person arrived home at 5, but they were stuck in traffic and were unable to arrive until such time that the result of her behavior was the loss of her life.
Was her behavior, is that the patient who used a hanging behavior?
This was a person in this instance who consumed a range of medications that she had stockpiled.
So she had utilized that method, your opinion as her doctor was, as yet another quasi-suicidal event, but unfortunately she wasn't discovered in time.
That was my opinion as a clinical psychologist offering assistance to the family who survived her. Yes.
I want to move now to a different subject that I have hired you to consult with, and that is behavior patterns of individuals, relationships, and that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
In particular, was I asking you to consult with with us, on this, on in particular, sort of the personality traits, if you will, behavior patterns of, in particular, let's Megan, Sundwall, and Casey Terry.
Yes.
Now, we had already indicated that, was that the bulk of the information you got from the communications that were documented?
Yeah, the majority of the volume of the communication between Ms. Sundwall and Ms. Terry.
Also, in the materials you got, were you able to learn about, for instance, Megan Sundwall and other people, because there were interviews with friends, family, and other people associated with them?
Yes,
So were you able to learn as much as you could? Granted, is it fair to say that I don't have infinite resources to pay you to work on this all day?
I would assume that would be the case.
Okay, so as we tried to streamline or narrow the subjects, were you able, do you think you got enough information to have some basic opinions and conclusions about, in particular, the nature of some personality traits and characteristics, let's say, of Casey Terry
Yes,
and Megan Sundwall?
yes,
And important, did I ask you to focus as well on the relationship based on the information you had between the two and the nature of this forensic context?
yes.
Now, we already established you're not a psychiatrist.
I am not.
And I did not ask you to interview Megan Sundwall, right?
I have not.
And I did not, and obviously you've never met Casey Terry.
I have never met Ms. Terry.
And so in fairness, are you relying on the materials and written information and information given to you by the defense to render your opinions and conclusions?
Yes,
Do you feel though, maybe I already asked this, I'm sorry if I did, do you feel that the material was sufficient to reach some of these opinions and conclusions?
I believe I can formulate opinions based upon the observations of the behavior. It's written communication. In my world, we still think of this as behavior that helps me identify patterns of relating with people, patterns of, we call them personality traits or characteristics that took place over time and across different relationships, yes.
What did you, describe some of the things that you observed in that regard about Casey Terry?
One of the things that stood out was that Ms. Terry's communications very frequently presented what in my science we would think of as crisis cries or crisis communications. Very frequently, the behavior pattern would be kind of common, typical chit-chat communication, and then very, very frequently information of a very substantial nature, medical events that are really hard, painful to hear. Like, for example, communication of cancer diagnoses or broken bones, or in several instances, modifications or enhancement, so to speak, of a previous diagnosis, involvement with very different patterns of interest depending on the person with whom she was interacting. It was very frequent that with interactions specifically with person A, for example, specifically with Ms. Sundwall, her communication patterns were starkly different from her communication patterns with Ms. Michelle Teamy, among others. And so one of the patterns I observed was Ms. Terry's communications indicated that she presented herself and her interests and her opinions in substantially and markedly different manners to different persons in her life. That very, very frequently, Ms. Terry's communications were contradictory between the parties with whom she was communicating, where she would communicate one set of information, again, just as an example, to Ms. Sundwall, and an entirely different set of communications to Ms. Kylie Clark, as an example.
And I'm going to introduce the word splitting and then ask you what that means to you or your science.
Yeah, so splitting behavior is a common pattern of behavior where an individual orchestrates and organizes relationships that function to keep two people separate and independent of each other, and almost always at odds with each other. So the record that I reviewed in this case indicated quite clearly, as one simple example, Ms. Terry communicated repeatedly to Ms. Sundwall that her relationship with her sister, Ms. Clark, was very problematic, was very hurtful, that was very, very caustic. However, she also communicated the exact opposite to Ms. Clark. To Ms. Clark, Ms. Terry communicated repeatedly that Ms. Sundwall was a very devious person, was a very harmful person, that she saw only her own selfish interests. In a simplified version, she sort of put Ms. Clark in one extreme and Ms. Sundwall in the other extreme, and it serves the purpose, this type of behavior typically serves the purpose of preventing these two individuals from interacting. And most often, this is a coping strategy we see when people experience symptoms often associated with fear of rejection or abandonment, who experience life events that leave them feeling very vulnerable or very sensitized to emotion. And they develop coping strategies to respond to these life events in ways that work rather well, which is what splitting does. It accomplishes the goal of me getting my needs met from person A and from person B. And many times it serves as a way to kind of hedge my bet that if person A somehow leaves my life, I still have person B, or the reverse.
You have used person A and B, but to go back to some of the names of other people you saw communicate, was this splitting behavior, did it exist with the others or some others?
Yes, I saw the same pattern with the communications with Ms. Michelle Tingey, with Megan's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Leanne, and I'm so sorry, I forgot Randall, I'm sorry. I saw that behavior pattern as well, and manifesting in those. The communications I reviewed with Mr. Casey, Tanner, I apologize, indicated a similar pattern where many times throughout the communications, and it was years of communications, this pattern was manifest with different people in her life, where one person received one set of information, another person received almost an entirely contrary piece of information.
And again, so this splitting, would be fair to say, is sort of like spokes, but no tire.
Yes, that's a common way we describe it. If I'm the one doing the splitting, I sit at the hub and I keep everyone their independent spoke away. Again, it's a coping strategy to avoid being hurt by rejection or by people discovering things about me that I find embarrassing or uncomfortable. On the outside, it obviously looks problematic, and it is problematic, but for the person experiencing the symptom, most people engage in this behavior as a way to cope with something they're experiencing that's very painful. Even though its behavior is problematic, that's what we call it a maladaptive coping strategy. It works rather well.
You said, and I get that, so the person in this case, we're talking about Casey Terry, is engaging in this to cope, but is hurting.
I would hypothesize that was her reason. I have to be cautious that I didn't interview Ms. Terry. So the patterns of behavior that she demonstrates are consistent with the patterns we observe in research or in people I've treated. I just want to be very fair.
Right, you're not, fair enough. On the pattern of, and on this feature of this coping strategy, can it be effective for people who are engaged in that behavior?
That's one of the problems with this behavior pattern is in the short term, it's really, really effective. It works rather well, and it facilitates the person having those needs met rather immediately. And it can last for a very long time. And that's why it gets used over time and across different relationships. And then another pattern we tend to see with individuals who demonstrate similar patterns is once discovered, they tend to terminate relationships rather quickly. They do a process we often call vilification or idealization. What this looks like is at one moment, this person's the best ever. I can't imagine living without this person. They're amazing. And the next, they're the worst person ever. I want nothing to do with that person. And so we rely very heavily or we pull away very quickly. And this is a similar maladaptive coping strategy that can play into the splitting behavior.
You said that can go on for a long time. I mean, do these people ultimately have to also manage the notion that they'll be discovered?
There's always that, the research tells us that individuals who demonstrate these symptom patterns always describe that experience set. However, most of the time, individuals with similar behavior patterns are so focused on the meeting of one's immediate needs, they have a tremendous amount of difficulty waiting and being patient and considering the long-term ramifications of their behaviors. So they get so focused metaphorically on what's here now in front of me that whatever might come later down the road, that will be dealt with at some point. It's not relevant nearly as much as what's happening now.
And over the course of sort of maintain this coping strategy and this splitting, does the research suggest that sometimes it needs to be energized or sort of increased to maintain the effectiveness?
Very frequently. It's similar, we talked about the moving from a parasuicidal to a quasi-suicidal, that in order to maintain the experience of the relationship and the closeness of the relationship pattern, individuals with these types of symptom patterns will often up the ante, so to speak. They amplify the intensity or frequency or the length of their behavior patterns, because one of the primary factors is reducing the risk of losing a person in their life. Individuals that demonstrate these symptom patterns are often highly sensitive to the experience of someone not supporting them or believing them or caring about them in the way that they desire to be cared or believed in or looked after. And so most of their efforts are geared toward reducing the risk of loss. And so in order to do that, they will often go to great lengths. In this specific case, one of the things I noticed was that in the communications between Ms. Terry and Ms. Sundwall, much of her communication descriptions were associated with adhering to religious tenets and following a faith system devoutly. And then with her conversations with other individuals, it would be engaged in behavior that would be inconsistent, at least with my understanding of those religious tenets, using substances, seeking out substances, language that would be coarse by its nature and not typically consistent, at least with my understanding of those same religious beliefs. So as an example of using sort of one strategy with Ms. Terry, with Ms. Sundwall, and a very different strategy with individuals who are struggling with substance use behaviors. And that's very typical. Sometimes we call this being the social chameleon, where the individual modify their preferences, opinions, taste, ways of talking or dressing in order to increase their appeal to the person they're currently interacting with.
Now, in order to be, to get this maladaptive need, satisfy this need, do people of this sort need to be effective? Do they need to be believed?
Well, basically, yes, right? Because they're seeking to maintain their relationship at very high cost or with minimum understanding of, or maybe appreciation for the costs associated with seeking to maintain that relationship. In a simple way, they want to be believed and trusted and loved.
Is it then, as the relationships that feed this need in the different ways and get the attention, do they tend to be being used in connection with people whose personality will also be effective in the relationship structure.
Yes, so part of that social chameleon is these individuals are often very, very effective at reading people, understanding their personalities and their characteristics and traits, and then adapting accordingly in a really simplified way. If a person who experiences these kinds of symptoms comes across someone who's rather shy and reserved and quiet, it would be really quite common for the person experiencing the symptoms to accommodate. So that would maybe being shy and quiet, or it may be being fun and outgoing, whatever works, whatever serves the purpose of acquiring that relationship and maintaining it. And that's a very common feature set.
Now, let me move to the discussion in particular of what you observed in the relationship that she ultimately built and developed and engaged in with Megan Sunwall. Did you see, now you've never, like we already established, you've never tried to use an instrument to test Megan Sunwall's personality, right?
I have not.
You're not here to render some sort of personality characteristics for either of these any of these individuals, right?
No, I'm solely describing the behavior patterns.
In terms of the behavior pattern, did you have conclusions or opinions about whether or not and how Casey Terry was effective in that relationship in meeting her needs?
With Ms. Sundwall?
Yes, with Ms. Sunwall.
Yes, I have an opinion there.
And sort of describe what you saw there and why you thought it would be effective in that regard.
So they observed the behavior patterns and the communications between Ms. Sundwall and Ms. Terry reveal a pattern in which Ms. Terry frequently seeks out and increases the chance of receiving nurturing, caring, compassion, investment, and Ms. Sundwall regularly engages in a similar provision of those things. In an oversimplified way, it can be Ms. Terry seeking out compassion and comfort, and Ms. Sundwall frequently administering that. That's observed in the communication patterns describing sharing of gifts, sharing of time. They refer to each other with terms of endearment on a regular basis. There's clearly instances in which Ms. Terry also generously shares resources with Ms. Sundwall as well. But it's very clearly I don't want to say a patient caregiver or a child parent, but a dynamic in which one person is seeking nurturance and the other person is clearly providing nurturance.
Now, let's just go ahead and focus on that relationship. Are there features that you saw in that relationship that would explain, why do people in Megan Sundwall's position in that kind of relationship, what do they get? What do they commonly bring to the relationship, and how do they behave?
So individuals who have a high degree of nurturance or caring or patience or gentleness or tenderness often receive intrinsic benefit and reward. So the research would say individuals in my science, mental health, excuse me, in nursing in particular, in palliative care, things of this nature, they often describe experiences of personal reward and value in being part of what helps and supports people. In fact, one common theme in our training in clinical psychology and social work and nursing and so forth is the idea that we take our patients' experience as their experience of reality and truth. And my job as a clinical psychologist is to listen to my patient's story, seek to understand their story from their point of view, and to really basically assume that what they're sharing with me is a reflection of their real life. I'm not an investigator, I'm not a fact finder, and it's quite rewarding to be a part of that relationship of seeing people grow and receiving feedback of being someone who's involved in supporting and assisting and helping. There's a lot of reward for people with those kinds of characteristics that comes from being involved. The other part of the pattern is that individuals who demonstrate symptoms similar to the ones I observed in Ms. Terry are very, very adept at giving that feedback and giving that information. One of the things I always tell my trainees is the moment your patient tells you the best thing ever, and there's never been a smarter therapist in the universe than you, is to really be careful with what we as the therapists do with that information. Because we start to believe that it impairs our capacity to engage in healthcare. That's why they do that behavior patterns, because it rewards us.
Do someone in the position, for instance, we're talking about the relationship that involved Megan Sundwall, in that dynamic, I mean, is this, what do they do potentially with with behavior that might otherwise be contrary to their belief and their personality trait set? What, to describe that a bit, I mean, how do they act? Sometimes it might be contrary to even to what they're otherwise have as a personality and a value set.
So an oversimplified version, I think about when I was dating my spouse and I was giddy in love, so to speak, and she could do nothing wrong. And we've been married for a little while now, and she's an imperfect and wonderful person. But in that state of emotion, my acknowledgement of common, typical human experience was very shaped by my emotional experience. And when individuals are operating mostly by what they're feeling, we as humans don't do a great job of thinking thoroughly and clearly. And what that does with our behavior is it encourages us to not attend very well, not pay attention to, or even to dismiss indicators of, wait a minute, this is not what I normally do. A silly example I use is when we were, my spouse and I were courting, we went to Cold Stone ice cream. We were in college, I had no money, but I bought her a Cold Stone ice cream cone, and we didn't buy another one for probably 20 years because I couldn't afford it. But at that time, I didn't behave according to my financial consciousness self. I was giddy in love. And so it's a metaphor for what most of us humans do.
Now, you know, the ultimate nature of this relationship in this case, including the culmination or the end of it, is quite serious. Do you agree that you saw some quite serious features of this behavior pattern and maladaptive behavior issue?
The number, the frequency, the severity of the behavior patterns that I observed from Ms. Terry's communications would fall within the severe range of a person who demonstrated similar patterns who came to see me.
And on the same seriousness and level, is the length of time that this occurs, how does that affect and generate energy or momentum?
So we call that a cumulative effect. People often, we have an experience that our science calls cognitive dissonance, is one way to explain it. If I've been, simply put, if I've been paying on a car for the last 5 years, it's my dream car, and I really love this car, and I put in so much effort, and I've repaired it repeatedly, I stopped thinking about it cost me more to keep this car going than the car is worth. I'd be further ahead to simply give the car away than I would be to continue repairing and putting money into this car. And in a relationship, we can do the same thing, any of us. I have tried so hard for so long. I'm so invested, so involved. This is specifically amplified by the number of deception behaviors and the intensity of the deception behaviors that were discovered. That pattern of deception primarily serves the purpose of amplifying emotion. And that emotion investment over time grows exponentially. And it makes it more and more and more difficult for us to accept indicators that would be inconsistent with our conclusions. We explain them away, or we justify them away, instead of being more inquisitive or more scientifically minded, is a simple way of putting it.
Let me talk a bit, if you could, about how that might reach something that I think may be referred to as a sort of savior complex. Describe that, if that's a thing.
Yeah.
And what it means and how it might apply, of course, for an assessment of this case.
It's a pattern we see in healthcare workers on a pretty regular basis. It's a belief system and a behavior pattern, so to speak, in which a person comes to the conclusion that if I'm the example, I'm the only one who has the capacity, the technical expertise, the willingness, the emotion to take care of my patient. In my world in clinical psychology, some professionals get in trouble, they make errors because they seek to support their patient in a way that is unethical and inappropriate. Like, for example, showing up at their house to dispel an argument between spouses. That's a gross ethical violation. But the goal is, I know so much about you, and I've taken so much care of you, and no one else loves you, and your spouse is horrible because you've told me how horrible your spouse is, that if I don't do this, I'm going to be complicit in your harm. So the idea for individuals who have these kinds of belief systems is they engage in a behavior mostly fueled by the emotional conclusion that I'm here to take care of you and save you, and nobody else can, only me. I'm the only one capable. So not only must I take care of you, but if I fail to take care of you, then unfortunately I'm complicit in your harm. And that's very difficult for someone who's a caregiver.
Now, in this particular case, the subject between these two individuals was less palliative and more Confederate in the actual suicide aspect. Is that correct?
That's my understanding from the communications.
And how would that play? And that seems, talk about counterintuitive. How is it, this relationship and this desire to feel like I'm the only one that can be with you? How can that be consistent with the confederacy of the suicide ideal that Casey Terry, was involved in Casey Terry's constant communications?
So in patterns for other individuals, what people describe is that the purpose of the suicide behavior is a relief. It's the removal of the pain. It's the reduction of their impediment or impairment in other people's lives, that they perceive or describe the purpose of that behavior as a removal as opposed to the presence of a painful event. And so by engaging in the removal of something dreadfully unpleasant, it facilitates the conclusion that I'm doing good. It's a simplified way of saying this.
So that if the idea is that the desire of, in this case, it would be Casey Terry, but someone in the literature that studies in this dynamic, the desire to be free from misery is the savior complex for somebody who's a Confederate or an associate or close one and only that can be part of that subject?
That's one of those that show up. Another is the fulfillment of the loved one's wishes. There have been other studies and other examples where in one study I recall, it was an elderly couple who didn't want to be a burden and this is all, of course, research gathering and theory development after the individuals were deceased. They made a pact and wrote a letter to their children where they decided one person to end the other person's life and the other to end their life by suicide. And they talked about it as, we're the only ones who can do this for each other. And so we're fulfilling each other's wishes by removing ourselves from this burdensome role we've taken.
So the notion is that this caregiving person is actually in this counterintuitive circumstance that they think that being in their role of assisting in relieving pain is the feature that becomes a savior aspect.
That they become an advocate. They become the one who can rescue. They're fulfilling the wishes of their loved one by adhering to their request or something similar.
And so to bring this full circle to the notion of quasi-suicide, you've described that somebody in the quasi-suicide circumstances is certainly trying to be convincing.
Generally speaking, that's what we would assume, is that they've increased the intensity or the lethality of the behavior that would be closer to an unintentional loss of life by suicide or an unintentional loss of life.
And that the end of the loss of life is the relief that the other person in this codependent relationship is idealizing as the ultimate comfort.
That's often what people report and describe, is that they're seeking to remove the pain, remove the distress by adhering to the person's stated wishes as they understood it.
You had mentioned cognitive bias in some of those terms. Let me turn to another feature in subject, and that is confirmation bias. Can you tell jury a little bit about that and what that means and how it's featured in human behavior?
Yeah, so confirmation bias is something that our science has known about for decades. It happens to all humans to one degree or another. This is a process in which a person comes to a conclusion and they hold to that conclusion dearly. And while holding that conclusion, they actively seek out information to support their belief or conclusion. And at the very same time, they actively avoid gathering information that would contradict their conclusion, or they find ways to discredit other information. The simple way of thinking of this is sort of like having blinders on. I receive and hold on to this data set, and I keep this belief so doggedly tight to me, and anything that would potentially disagree with it, I have to get rid of, I have to explain away, I can't tolerate.
Now, can this be, I mean, it's a human feature no matter what positions people are.
Yeah, all of us humans do.
All of us do, is that right? And did that feature play in as you were assessing the relationship between Megan Sunwall and Casey Terry?
I think there's a very high risk of that happening because it's an internal event. I use behaviors to make inferences about the probability of it happening, and I think there's a high risk that it occurred, yes.
Then, but this can also, let's talk about the medical field. I mean, isn't it, is confirmation bias studied?
Extensively, yes.
For how long?
I believe the first was in 1956 or 8. I'm not positive, but it's been studied extensively. And there are other like associated elements, but that big broad category, medicine is trained on it repeatedly and repletely because unfortunately throughout medical history, a surgeon, a physician can be so convinced she or he has the right diagnosis that they refuse to accept data that would contradict the diagnosis, even if it would promote the better health care of their patient. It's so common, in fact, that there's been documented loss of life for decades and decades due to not a lack of technical expertise, but a refusal to reconsider my, so to speak, theory or diagnosis or conclusion.
And it appears to be something that would be problematic, for instance, in science in general, right?
Very much so. There are famous examples. Again, in my science, there was a study once of postmortem brains that was very much replete with this problem that was later thoroughly and exhaustively debunked. Another study involving medication in 2003. There have been tremendous amounts of studies where this has actually shown up and caused overwhelming harm.
But is it correct that these studies have, so the goal is to do it, you can in science and in medicine to identify it and minimize it. Is that fair?
Yeah, so an example is in my role, I always keep a decision tree in front of me when I'm doing my evaluation cases, and I always intentionally make a hypothesis, a scientific guess, and I look for information to support that guess, and then I actively look for and ask colleagues about information that would contradict the conclusion I've come to, so that I'm reducing my risk of engaging in that bias, especially when my role involves making recommendations for vulnerable people.
Is it true also in other professions and occupations, or sensitive especially to trying to deal with confirmation bias?
That's my understanding. I knew there was a company at one point that actually had a copyright to show a video of the Challenger disaster, the Challenger shuttle disaster, and trained major corporations to avoid engaging in this confirmation bias and groupthink behavior pattern.
Does that exist in connection with the law enforcement?
That is my understanding. I don't have an expertise in law enforcement psychology, but my understanding is that there are trainings that are designed and promoted to support an understanding of and a reduction of the use or the impact, of confirmation bias.
Authorities are investigating after pulling a
I would
woman.
like to turn to another subject, and that could be featured in the present case, especially with regard to how one might react in this particular case, for instance, Meggan Sundwall, to a crisis that they may fear. Describe what the human experience of panic is.
Yeah, so a really simple way of thinking of our brain is that we survive first, and then we feel, and then we think. And when we are confronted with something that causes a lot of unpleasant emotion like panic, that happens at the second stage of our brain, and we tend not to think very thoroughly or effectively. And then our behavior tends to become less organized or productive or less effective. A super simple example, I'm terrified of spiders, and my family laughs at me all the time because if I see a spider, I run and I scream and I act in a way that's really embarrassing to me. And that's a really simple example of when we are faced with something that causes a lot of panic. Most of us have a reaction that's more associated with make that go away. And we don't typically think through a logical analysis of what am I doing? What will happen when I do this? What will the impact be? It's a pretty common human experience.
And can that human experience, is it fueled by emotion?
Yes, very much so. To the point, like, for example, emergency responders, they go through part of their training is to recognize that common human experience of panic or revulsion, and they have to be able to think through the process so that they don't react with that emotion and run away from someone who needs support and help. But there are loads of other examples, but that's a simplified way of saying it.
And if I understand you, then this is a response to a serious threat that the individual is feeling?
Certainly, the more we see something as a threat, then that emotion becomes even more basic, and that emotion can then start to move us toward, I need to survive. An extreme example is if I was on a walk and saw a bear, there's a part of my brain that's going to say, just get out of here, just get safe. It will be accompanied by an enormous amount of emotion, because emotion is designed to motivate our behavior, and it's also designed to tell us what will most likely lead to a successful short-term outcome. Get away from the bear, run like mad. That's what would happen basically.
In a human circumstance, can that be a feature that can last over a period of time?
Especially if it's an unpleasant but not immediately threatening thing. Again, simple examples of pacing back and forth, worrying about, did I make a mistake? I've got to go see my boss tomorrow. What is she going to say to me? What's going to be wrong? I've got to take my exam tomorrow. Oh my goodness, I'm really stressed and worried about that. And I'm not eating, and I'm not really kind to my family, and I'm feeling overwhelmed, and I'm putting things in the garbage can that should have gone to the fridge, and all sorts of things, because our behavior becomes less purposeful and organized, the more our emotion builds. And the longer that emotion lasts, the less effectively we tend to think and behave.
Does that, if I understand you, then sometimes relate to panic over a future threat?
Oh, certainly. Yes, because that anxiety about what could happen, again, back to my simple example, what if I fail my exam? I've gone to all this school, it'll all be for nothing. I put my family in an impossible position. My personal experience was pacing back and forth instead of sleeping, which would have been a wiser choice before taking the exam.
And then I take it sort of the further away, but still significant fear of threat. You're in the behavioral portion of your panic reaction because of the future threat, even if the future threat may be days, weeks away.
Yep, get rid of it, make it go away, do what I can to reduce the risk.
And I just want to And then to come full circle, again, full circle on this case. In what you did, you had talked about, you had reviewed these communications, and it might have been completely clear that communications were reviewed between Casey Terry and a variety of other individuals, including especially, of course, Megan Sunwall, right?
That's correct.
But you were able to review communications as well between Megan Sunwall and other people in her life.
Yes, that's also correct.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I have no further questions. Pass the witness.
Thank you. Distinguished Cross.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Oh, yes.
Good morning, Dr. Hancock.
Good morning.
You and I have met before over Zoom. It's nice to meet you in person.
Nice to meet you too.
Mr. Williams covered much of this with you already, but just to clarify, you obviously never treated Casey. She was dead before you got involved in this case.
That's correct. I've never treated Ms. Terry.
So you never evaluated her clinically.
I have not.
You never administered psychological testing to her.
No, I did not.
You never met with the defendant, Ms. Sunwall.
That's correct. I did not.
Similarly, never gave her psychological testing.
Yes, that's right.
You'd agree that in assessing personality or dynamics of people, it would be ideal to actually meet with the people.
Depends what we're trying to accomplish, but generally speaking, if we're completing a measure of personality functioning, yes, we administer formal measures to describe a comprehensive understanding of the way people see the world, relate with other people and with themselves. And that's typically done in person.
So that would be ideal, but obviously you didn't do that in this case, but you reviewed a lot of communications.
Yes, I was asked to review communications to identify any patterns of behavior.
You didn't review, you were given many of the text messages, you didn't review all of them.
I reviewed the best I could. I certainly didn't review every single one, no.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of them, about 29,000.
Yes, ma'am.
You are a psychologist, you're not a medical doctor.
I am not a medical doctor. I have a PhD. I'm a psychologist.
I want to talk a little bit about Casey. You described in direct that a lot of Casey's communications, particularly to Megan, were about crisis, medical emergencies. Is that fair?
Yes.
I believe you said that Casey also engaged in modifications or enhancements of diagnoses.
Yes.
Does that mean that she often fabricated or exaggerated, in your opinion, what was happening with her medically?
Yeah, that she would start with like a diagnosis of cancer, for example, and would report later it's now spread or it's now gone from one part of my body to another. So yes, a progression or amplification.
And you're aware that she, in fact, didn't even have cancer.
That's what I read in the record, was that she did not have cancer.
Are you familiar with something called Munchausen's, or I think what now in the DSM-5 is referred to as factitious disorder?
Yes, I am with both.
This is a condition where people fabricate or exaggerate medical ailments primarily for attention, right?
Primarily for some emotional need, including attention. Yes, that's right.
You mentioned that Casey's communications with people other than Megan were often very contradictory to what she's telling Megan, right?
Yes, yes.
I believe you mentioned Michelle and Kylie in particular. Casey did not have a pattern of telling those people these detailed, exaggerated medical stories that she's telling Megan.
If my memory is correct, she shared medical history with Ms. Teamy and I believe other individuals as well in her communications. My memory is that there was communication that she'd been diagnosed with cancer, that she'd broken a leg. There were some others similar to that's my memory.
Fair enough. So she does talk to them about maybe some medical conditions that, granted, yeah, we all know that cancer is false. So she is lying to them to some degree, but she doesn't have the same pattern of engaging in heavy discussion of exaggerated medical problems with Kylie or Michelle.
I didn't observe that with Kylie as much, and with Michelle less. There were other topics that were discussed more frequently in my review of those records with Michelle.
And she didn't reflect suicidal intent with anybody other than Megan.
I cannot remember all the details on that. There were so many reviewed. I can't remember if she mentioned it, but certainly it was more commonly discussed with Ms. Sundwall than it was with the others, yes.
Excuse me. And you said that Casey's pattern is consistent with somebody that has a fear of rejection or abandonment.
Yeah, so individuals who demonstrate similar patterns of behavior often have significant fears of rejection or abandonment.
Consistent with Casey seeking attention.
That's also an associated feature set.
And you stated that this is a coping mechanism for people like Casey, people that demonstrate these patterns that allows them to get their needs met through different people in different ways.
Yes.
You talked about
Yes.
splitting,
Yes.
and that's that concept, right? You're telling person A something, person B something different, because you stand to gain different things from either individual.
Yes, in part.
And you mentioned that a lot of what factors into this pattern is a desire to not lose a certain person in their lives, not lose a source of attention or comfort or care.
That is one of the feature sets, yes.
Would it be fair to say that your review then would be consistent that Casey's pattern is not wanting to lose Megan in her life?
I would say that the pattern would say she doesn't want to lose the role, the function, or the purpose of having people in her life, one of them being Ms. Unwell, yes.
You mentioned in direct that, and correct me if I'm misquoting, you said once discovered, maybe this splitting behavior, someone can engage in villainization, which would include cutting off somebody or telling other people that they're now an awful person and they don't like them anymore, something like that.
I would say that's not necessarily that order, just that there are two different things there. Once discovered, people will often either go to great lengths to save a relationship and go to great lengths to salvage the relationship the best they can, or they kind of close up doors quickly and powerfully and come to a rather abrupt cessation of the relationship. And then we have this pattern of vilification or idealization. That's somewhat separate. That happens throughout for many individuals who demonstrate patterns of behavior similar to those I observed in the communication pattern from Ms. Terry.
Okay, and that can help keep person A and person B in this splitting behavior separate so they don't communicate and learn the truth of what's happening, I guess.
That can serve that purpose, yes.
Nothing in what you reviewed indicates, though, that what Casey is telling Megan, these medical stories, that hasn't been discovered by other people.
I'm not aware of that. Yes, I'm not aware of that.
I want to talk about suicidal ideation versus suicidal completion.
Okay.
People can talk about suicide for years without actually completing suicide, right?
That is correct.
Suicidal ideation can be common in many mental health conditions.
Yes.
talking about suicide does not mean a person will actually act on it.
No.
Expressing dramatic or fluctuating intent can also be common when somebody's talking about suicide.
That's less common when discussing suicide, but that is one of the features associated with suicidology or suicidal ideation, yes.
Ambivalence in potentially suicidal people or people who are talking about suicide can be extremely common.
People often demonstrate ambivalence in whether or not they intend to end their life or they're considering it. That happens regularly, yes.
In fact, many potentially suicidal people both talk about wanting to die and wanting to be stopped, or internally they're wanting to be stopped.
Many people who survive suicide attempts or who report having experienced suicidal ideation describe that very process, yes.
You talked a little bit, I think you made reference to someone making a superficial cut on them versus a cut that would actually have a chance of killing them.
Yes.
Is that fair? So correct me if I'm wrong. I've heard of this before too. And I've heard that if you make horizontal cuts on your wrist, that's less likely to medically kill you. Is that
correct?
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Versus if somebody makes a cut vertical, that might mean that they're more serious.
There's a higher probability of loss of life by suicide if the cut is vertical up the arm than if it's horizontal, yes.
Okay, I wanted to clear that up because you had made reference to that. I wanted to make sure I was understanding that correctly. Have you heard of the term cry for help?
Yes.
What does that mean for you?
Yeah, oftentimes that's a description people use when a person engages in a suicidal behavior or a parasuicidal behavior, and the purpose is to communicate to others, I need your support, I'm hurting, please assist me or take notice of me. It's a desire to have one's needs met, or a communication method, excuse me, to have one's needs met.
And in fact, that could be, and well, I won't go that far yet, but that could be, I need help, I'm hurt, please stop me from these suicidal, maybe parasuicidal behaviors.
Yes, for some individuals, that cry for help function is please stop or assist me in stopping the pain that I'm experiencing or the distress I'm experiencing. Yep.
Which doesn't necessarily mean please help me accomplish suicide.
Right. That'd be contrary for some individuals.
You would agree that actual suicidal intention and completion would involve decisive, irreversible action.
Well, successful completion can involve decisive, irreversible action intentionally, or it can be an unintentional, unpredicted outcome.
Okay, fair enough. Some people who talk about suicide or have suicidal ideation may delay suicide.
Yes,
They may never act at all on suicidal ideation.
that's correct. Yes.
Some create excuses about not committing suicide yet.
Yes.
Some seek reassurance.
Yes.
Some test whether others will intervene.
Yes.
These kind of behaviors can indicate uncertainty about whether the person is actually serious about committing to suicide.
Yes, they can.
And like we covered, that those behaviors can indicate a desire to be stopped entirely from committing suicide.
Yes, they can.
We talked about parasuicidal and quasi-suicidal. You, I believe, indicated that some people pretend or engage in behavior that looks like they're suicidal, even though they're actually not. Fair enough?
Yes.
These are often people who are seeking attention.
Seeking one's needs being met, I would say that I don't want to be demeaning or pejorative to individuals who are hurting.
Sure, yeah, and I don't mean to be either.
I didn't think you did.
Yes, and sorry about that. You did reference other things. So needs that they might be seeking to be met are care, support, compassion, comfort, those types of things.
Attention, affection, yes.
You'd agree this fits the pattern of Casey.
In part, yes.
Would you agree that Casey was a vulnerable person?
I don't know from a legal standpoint, I'm not qualified for that. From an emotional standpoint, I would say that the behavior patterns demonstrated are very common among individuals who experience a wide range of intense emotion that would increase their risk to being very sensitized to painful emotion and to seeking behaviors to accommodate those emotions that most people sort of in the lay public would think of as probably inappropriate, problematic, probably hurtful.
And some people may take advantage of that kind of person.
Yes, that's an increased risk.
You talked about, so you reviewed a large number of communications between Megan and Casey. We've covered that. I believe on direct, Mr. Williams asked you that Megan pretty regularly provided nurturing to Casey.
Yes.
And in fact, she never confronted Casey on these fantastical stories that Casey's telling her.
If she did, I don't remember that happening.
And Casey is telling Megan, again, you're not a medical doctor, but would you agree that much, if not most, of what Casey is telling Megan is not even medically realistic?
That would be outside of the scope of my expertise. And so I would be cautious. I don't know.
Okay. Would you agree that vitals that say something like heart rate is 6, temperature is 53, those are not consistent with life?
As a lay person, that sounds very odd to me. Again, I don't have a technical expertise, but that would strike me as rather odd.
Fair enough. A person, you said as a lay person, you're not medically trained. That would strike you as odd. You're aware that Megan is medically trained?
I am.
She is a nurse,
Yes.
or was a nurse at the time.
Yes.
We talked about what a person in this dynamic, and obviously we're talking about Megan and Casey specifically. So a person in Megan's position here, you said they often like to nurture. What they're getting out of this dynamic is they like to nurture. It can be rewarding to feel like they're assisting and helping. You mentioned a savior complex. They may engage in even unethical behavior because they believe they're the only one capable of helping this person, right?
That's what the research tells us, yes.
And you said that they do not want to be complicit in harming the person the other person in the dynamic, excuse me.
Yes, the research tells us individuals report that that's one of their motivations.
And Mr. Williams followed up with this with you that harm in a context could mean a desire to be free from misery.
I think I understood that correctly.
Sorry, that was a bad question. So someone in Megan's position is doing their best to not harm Casey, but harm might be considered her remaining in a miserable condition in life.
Yes, that's what's described to us, yes.
You mentioned that in a dynamic similar to Megan and Casey, that it would be important for Casey to need to be believed, right?
Yes.
And we covered, certainly you would agree that the things that Casey's regularly telling Megan are pretty fantastical.
They're extreme by their nature.
Again, you're not a medical doctor, but we talked about some vitals that, and certainly you reviewed in the text messages, vitals that don't seem to be consistent with life.
Again, as a lay person, that would strike me as out of the ordinary, yes.
Casey talked to Megan about having this surgery that was facilitated by doctors that would allow her to metabolize medication better so that she could come back and be able to kill herself.
I remember that in the text messages, yes.
Although you're not a medical doctor, are you familiar with any such surgery? That doesn't exist, right?
That's again outside of my technical expertise. As an expert, I don't have an opinion to offer.
You certainly wouldn't expect a medical doctor to facilitate a surgery that's going to allow a patient to commit suicide.
I would be shocked if that were the case. That's again outside of my technical expertise.
And these kinds of communications between Megan and Casey happened over years.
Yes, the ones I reviewed, yes.
You mentioned a few times, and fair enough, you're, again, a layperson, you don't perhaps have the medical training that you may be able to say more definitively whether these things are possible, whether these vitals are compatible with life, right?
Right.
again, Ms. Sunwall's a nurse, so she would be in a better position, medically speaking, to know that this information is not factual,
I would assume so, yes.
not consistent with medical knowledge.
Again, I'm just making assumptions that I don't have that technical expertise.
But somebody that does have that expertise would be in a better position to determine whether these things are real.
I would assume so, yes.
In your review of the communications, did you ever see Megan refer Casey to a therapist or a mental health professional?
I remember them talking about therapy and talking to a therapist. I don't have memory of a referral generated or go see, person A or B.
Did you ever see Megan dissuade or try to talk Casey out of these suicide attempts or talk of suicide?
Yes.
Explain that.
Yeah, questions like, is this what you want? What's important to you? With oftentimes the YOU would being capitalized. Questions about what's important to you showed up on a regular basis as well.
Did she ever say anything like, please don't commit suicide?
If she did, I don't remember seeing that specifically.
Please, let's get some different kind of help for you.
I don't recall seeing that specifically either.
You mentioned that Casey was actually quite generous with Megan. You mentioned a couple times that she gave her money, that she took her on trips, gave gifts.
That's what's communicated in the text records, yes.
So when we're talking about, again, in this dynamic, somebody in Megan's position, we already covered that they can be motivated by this position of being able to offer somebody nurturing or care or affection, right?
Yes.
But certainly people in Megan's positions could be motivated by something other than that.
Absolutely.
They might stand to gain gifts or money.
Yes, absolutely.
You talked about panic, and this puts someone in a situation where they're less likely to think through their actions.
Generally speaking, yes.
Less likely to be, I think you said, organized or purposeful.
Yes.
Or take deliberate thought through steps.
Yes.
Again, I'm sorry I keep asking you things. I'm aware, and it's been made evident that you're not a medical doctor. Are you familiar with the process of testing blood sugar with a glucometer?
Only as a layperson observing my grandfather doing it. That's the extent of my knowledge.
I guess describe what your knowledge is of that process.
When I was a young person, my grandfather had diabetes and he would prick his finger. That's what I remember about it.
And there are a number of steps with that, right? You have to prick your finger, put it on a strip, put it in a meter to read the sugar in the blood.
That sounds familiar. Yeah, I remember him doing something with a little square white thing, and he'd have a blood spot in his finger and put a piece of paper on it. Yeah.
Fair to say that that's a multi-process, deliberate event.
That's my understanding, is it takes several steps, yes.
You agree that it's exclusively the jury's job. You've testified, it's been made clear that you testified in many court cases. You'd agree that it's exclusively the jury's job and not yours to conclude whether this was a legitimate suicidal attempt.
Absolutely, yes. I have no opinion to offer on that.
And it's not your job to say whether it was something different like murder.
Absolutely, yes. I have no opinion to offer on that.
That's completely up to the jury.
Entirely out of my hands and entirely these folks' decision.
If I could show the witness what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 137. Sorry, it'll pop up on your screen and it takes a few flickers and probably maybe even a few more since it's the first time we're using it this morning. Let me know when you see that.
I do see it. Well, I see something on my screen. I'm assuming it's what we're looking at.
Take a look at that. And I know that you reviewed a voluminous amount of text in this case, but tell me if that's one that you recognize having reviewed.
It is, yes.
If we could, oh, that's been published. Thank you. What date does this happen on?
8/12/2024.
And what time?
9:45 a.m.
And then the second one,
8/12/2024.
what time?
9:47 a.m.
Are you aware of the date that the events that we're talking about here happened on that led to Ms. Terry's death?
Yes.
is August 12th.
That's my understanding, is August 12th, 2024, yes.
And this last text says, do you want to take some promethazine when I get there so that you are asleep when this is happening?
Yes, I see that.
This is something that you reviewed.
It is.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect.
Just a couple subjects that we just talked on this panic response in this nation, what people do in reaction to a threat. Is that right?
Yes, commonly, and other things too, but yes.
And I think you described it as it's driven by emotion and not necessarily cognitive rational thought.
Yes, that's accurate.
And I just want to address this notion of an organized or intentional activity in relation to this panic response. It doesn't mean that they might not be able to do tasks in relation to their panic.
Right, people are still doing things when they feel panic most of the time. I mean, I guess it's theoretically possible for a person to say, I felt frozen, didn't move.
Sure.
But certainly possible to do things while feeling the feeling of panic, yes.
So they may be irrational, but they're able to be organized enough to function. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. And it's all, however, driven towards and about the emotional impact and the threat that they're trying to address.
In that moment, yes, generally speaking.
And then since it's emotional and not necessarily rational and such, I mean, isn't it true they can ultimately suffer a worse result from a threat or be foolish and ineffective in addressing a threat?
Oh, yes.
On this question, repeatedly, Megan Sundwall is addressing through these years at times, addressing to Casey repeatedly, is this something you want, right?
I reviewed that in the text communications, yes.
Is this is suicide, to relieve herself of misery by suicide, right?
That's the conclusion I came to when I read the communications.
So the please save me message from Casey is by letting me commit suicide.
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, the subject is suicide. Is that rephrased appropriately?
It's still speculation the way the question is phrased, though. Let's try and ask it a different way.
The point is the save me that you saw constantly in response to the question of what you want from Megan to Casey was written by Casey, I want to commit suicide.
Yes, I observed Casey making the statements that indicated she wanted to end her life by suicide.
And all very frequently that in terms of helping her satisfy that need, she even said, often with you present, you, Megan.
I observed that also in the text communications.
Thank you.
Just one. In your review of the communications, Casey is not necessarily inconsistent with what you described as parasuicidal or even quasi-suicidal individuals.
In her communication, she described many patterns of behavior that are commonly found among individuals who engage in that behavior. And she described having engaged in those very behaviors herself.
And again, those parasuicidal and quasi-suicidal is where some people pretend or maybe even take steps to look like suicide, but they don't intend it.
Yes, that can be involved engaging in behaviors that are associated with a suicidal behavior or gesture without intending or without completion of the suicide event itself.
And you mentioned that often they're seeking to get some need met, care, support, compassion, comfort, attention.
That's often some of the motivating factors for that behavior pattern, yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can this witness step down?
It's my request.
Yes.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Free to step down. Counsel, please approach.
And we're back. That guy was actually pretty good, but he was from the defense guy. But I mean, come on, guys. When you read those texts, I mean, you could take it both ways. If you're really open-minded, I can see how they look incriminating, and I can see how they could be exculpatory. I guess it's just how these juries are just too easy to, I don't know. Because they have to have some reasonable doubt after everything that's happened here. And they're get a guilty conviction. Like, I mean, even though it's on lesser charges, come on, guys. This girl was tricked, duped, psychologically abused.
Ladies and
The
gentlemen,
whole
jury,
family was. This was next level.
a morning break.
I think she killed
Before
herself.
you take your break, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any
Even if it was accidentally.
person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the
Pill
case is
shopping.
finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or
Uncle Mark.
claims. Thank you.
Thank you, bro. Let's just go ahead. Oh, there's another guy. There's another guy on this day. What? Yeah, they're gonna go for lunch. I'll just see what he says when he sits down. If he starts talking to the jury, I'll just skip ahead. Oh no, they're leaving. So I'm just gonna say let's go for lunch. But always stay just to make sure. I'm ready to click because I have it already written up to the next
Please
guy.
be seated. Let's try a quarter after.
Yeah,
And
let's
if-
do that.
And if your witness isn't here, let us know and we'll figure it out.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's
Thank
do
you.
that. Let's do that. And look into Uncle Mark for me, please. Thank you. Oh, wait. I got the wrong. Oh, this, like, Chris. It's going to be the. No, it's going to
Please be
be.
seated.
I think it's going to be defense first, right? This is defense first.
We're back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall.
So this
Mr.
is guy.
Williams.
Yeah, it's going to be defense.
Your Honor, the defense
Gotta be
calls
defense.
Chris Bertram.
Yeah,
Could
because
you
he's
please
going
come forward, sir? We'll get you sworn in.
police
up here.
practice is expert. Like, oh, he's gonna. Oh, come on, they're gonna fucking embarrass the shit out of this lead detective. Come on, this whole
You do
evidence,
solemnly
none of
swear
this
the testimony
evidence.
shall give in the case
was
now
handled
before the court will be
How
the
is this-
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Like, you guys know that Uncle Mark left his phone in the room, in Casey's room, and then once the police sealed it off with crime scene tape because they were getting a search warrant or whatever. I don't know what they were doing. Uncle Mark called the lead detective, and I said he left his phone in her room. Can you go get it? And she allowed him to cut the tape and go in and get his own phone from this crime scene. This fucking guy, Mark, come on, guys. He's got 10 extremely suspicious things on him. And even if it's just him trying to, because he knows for sure that it was Megan, but he's kind of just adding to it, like to, seal the deal. It's still a lot. So that's not, don't want to be accused of saying Mark's guilty. But fuck, if you think Mark's hands aren't all wrapped up in this, at the very least, it's because he's sure. Maybe he knows something from hidden cameras he's not allowed to tell people. And he knows it for a fact that she did this. Maybe he watched her but can't tell people. Like, there's something weird here. And Mark is convinced and I, but he can't tell people how he knows. And then he's just kind of doing all these things to help because he knows. And I would take that as but I mean, something's up. Mark has produced every piece of evidence, touched every piece.
Come on up and have a seat. Appreciate you being here. If you can keep that mic in front of you at all times, it'll help
Right,
a
but-
lot.
Hey,
Counsel,
Critter, have you heard how much this Casey duped these people, Megan and her family? Like, this is next level. I think the families and everyone around this girl were victims, but she died. But I think
Thank you, Your Honor.
she,
As this-
what do you call that? What do you call what she's done? This isn't just lying. She pretended to be her doctor. She pretended to be her hospice doctor. She pretended to be in hospice care and cancer. She lied about cancer. She lied about whatever she had. She pretended to be 3 hospice workers. She pretended to be her lawyer by texting people as her lawyer. She pretended to be, no, not this guy, the victim in this case. The victim in this case, the one who died, the one that Megan's being charged for assisting suicide with, was catfishing her family and Megan. The victim pretended to be her family doctor and texted Megan all these things. Megan's there, like, helping with her health stuff. This Casey, the victim, texted Megan as the hospice doctor, saying she's on her death's door, temperatures, and she texted as 3 hospice workers from the cancer, as she was lying about cancer. But she texted Megan as 3 different workers from the hospice, like volunteers and that, helping her die, and in hospice. She didn't have cancer. She had a port installed for cancer stuff. She didn't have cancer. She texted as her lawyer, and Megan thought she was talking with her lawyer, and she wasn't. She used this, Casey, the victim, used her dead dad's old phone to catfish people, and she used her own phone and pretended she was other people borrowing it. And she fucking pretended to be some guy who paid for a $1.5 million life insurance and put it in Megan's name. This Megan didn't do any of this life insurance stuff. She was told about it. There was supposed to be a do not resuscitate thing. Oh my God, bored. No, this is next level. Not just bored. Like, I mean, I've never heard anything like it. She faked cancer. She faked it. This is not just boredom. This
is necessary with any witness, Mr.
What's the name for that, guys? I'm looking for the name for it when somebody's like a master manipulator type of attention seeking. I mean, this is next level, guys. Next level. And again, I would never say she deserved to die, but it sounded like she wanted to. And Megan was duped into helping her. Not even helping her, being like, the wording is ambiguous. You can look at it either way. I think Megan was being compassionate, like, because every day she's looking at her numbers. And this, I guarantee this one's, Casey was faking those. Like, how do you have, she had a temperature of 65 degrees, a temperature of 72 for weeks. Her body temperature was supposed to be 70, 80. And this fucking woman was deceiving everyone. Her family was driving her to cancer treatment appointments, taking her to the ER for chemo and waiting and driving her to the fucking farmers and everything. They're rushing her to the emergency room because she had, oh my God, she had nothing wrong with. When she died, they said she was healthy. She fucking was doing this herself, the insulin. I think she was just a sick getting off and enjoying all this lying.
Bertram, would you please state your name?
If I'm going to die, I'm going to set someone up. I'm going to make this whole thing. She's probably looking down, laughing at Megan right now. Maybe she's secretly hated Megan and pretended, and just thought this would be a mean girl thing. I don't know, man. This is next level.
Name and then spell it for the record.
More than bored. Like, oh my God.
But Chris Bertram, CHRISBERTRAM.
I've never heard anything.
Mr. Bertram, what do you do presently for a living?
So presently, I own a private investigation company, Bertram and Associates, that my dad started in 1989 when he retired from the FBI. I took that over full time in 2015, and I work as a consultant and an expert.
When you say a consultant and an expert, on what subject?
I consult on law enforcement related matters, law enforcement investigations, DRAM shop, which is the Utah alcohol liability. I have a company that I'm an expert with regards to Utah liability in DRAM shop when you serve alcohol on premise, law enforcement operations, security, and safety with regards to companies or people.
You say law enforcement investigations and such. How do you, we're going now to go back and to how you got to where you are, what kind of experience you had, what kind of education to get to the point that you consult on that subject.
Right. From an education standpoint, I have a bachelor's in psychology. I have 2 master's degrees, an MBA and a Master of Arts. The Master of Arts is from the Naval Postgraduate School in California, where I graduated with a master's in Homeland Defense. Law enforcement wise, in 1990, I started with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office as a reserve deputy while I was still in college. That following year, I was hired full-time as a deputy and went to work for the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office in a patrol function on our East Patrol. A year later, I was transferred to juvenile detectives, spent 3 years in juvenile detectives, went to our court unit for a year, and then back to our detective division. At the time, we had detectives and juvenile detectives. I went to detectives. I worked a year and a half there as a detective and then got promoted to sergeant. After 6.5 years, went to back to juvenile detectives for a year. That switched a year later. I went to our special investigations detective division as a sergeant for a year and a half. Back to patrol for about a year and a half. Promoted to lieutenant, and I spent the next 6 years as a lieutenant. Our East Patrol division, our West Patrol division, our Watch Command division, and then back to investigations as a lieutenant over our intelligence, homeland security, federal task forces, fugitives, major investigations, narcotics. Promoted to captain, went to the city of Holiday, and at the time, the sheriff's office had contracts with several cities, and I served as their chief of police until I retired. We became the Unified Police Department during that time, and I was promoted to deputy chief and retired in 2015. During that time, I also attended the FBI National Academy and graduated from there, Quantico, Virginia, the FBI Command College, the Post Command College, continued on with educational endeavors throughout my career. Retired in 2015, so almost 11 years ago.
And though you retired, you say you stayed in the industry.
Yes, I did.
Now, obviously not as a cop, right?
Not as a police officer.
Do you do investigations?
I do, as part of my company. Yes.
And then you mentioned consultation.
Yes.
Who seeks consultation from you? What kind of people or entities or businesses?
Mostly, attorneys are my biggest people that consult with me. I also consult with, local law enforcement. It could be local, counties. I do consultation, larger business and corporations. Birchman Associates, my father had connections throughout retired FBI agents throughout the country. And so we get contacted by, companies that may have businesses or need consulting done here in Utah, along with, counties and cities. I consult with them, attorneys a lot of time, and then very few, but occasionally with citizens if they have something that I can help with.
And then have you testified as an expert witness on the subject of police investigations
Yes.
police investigations?
I have.
Now, you indicated with attorneys, you're not a police officer. Is it fair to say that the attorneys that are consulting with you are in private practices or in, frankly, the defense work?
Yeah, most of. Occasionally there's with a city or a district that I'm doing work for, consulting with, there may be attorneys involved with those, but the majority are private attorneys.
So considering that the government has police, you are more likely to be the consultation source for defense attorneys in the criminal justice.
Most of the time, majority of the time.
And you've testified as an expert, roughly how many times do you think?
I've testified, I think, as an expert 23 times. I've done some depositions, and then the other cases that I was an expert on haven't come to testifying yet or were resolved prior to my testimony in court.
I'm gonna go ahead and assume that in all the things that you just described in terms of your expertise and your history with policing, it's involved all sorts of kinds of investigations.
Yes.
In other words, fraud, person crimes, sexual abuse offenses, things like that. Is that fair?
That's a true statement.
Now, were you involved in homicide investigations?
So I was never a homicide detective with the sheriff's office. However, I worked detective jobs that supported the homicides. And so when we had a homicide, there would be times when it was all hands on deck, or there were specific, units that would come out and help. And so on numerous occasions, both as a detective, a sergeant, even lieutenant and captain, we would support our homicide investigations. Since I've retired, quite a few homicide investigations, from the defense side mostly.
In other words, reviewing and testifying in relation to police activity in homicides, consulting and testifying on that subject.
Consulting, and also as a defense investigator, but consulting and testifying as an expert.
And let me just be careful there. So sometimes you're hired to do investigative work, right?
Yes.
And we'll get to it, but you weren't necessarily hired in this case by me to do investigative work.
No, you have a defense investigator, so no.
You pointed, is that Marissa?
I'm sorry,
said?
yeah, Marissa is your defense investigator, and so you had one, so that was not my role here.
So I wasn't someone who sent you off on task to try to investigate or react to some of the features of the state's investigation.
Not in this matter.
In terms of what I hired you and asked you to do was consult on what happened in the way of an investigation in this particular case, right?
Yes.
Were you provided materials to help in that task?
Yes.
We just learned, ironically, from a psychologist, but there's a term discovery. You understand that to be the materials that the government is required to provide that relate to their investigation.
Yes.
Police reports?
Yes.
Did you see, for instance, there's a 444-page police report in this case.
Yes.
Were you able to review text message communications evidence as well?
So within that report that involved, there were some text messages I looked at, but the majority of which I did not review.
And is that, when you work for the defense, a defense attorney, me, is it fair to say that I would kind of direct what I'd like you to look at in order to get you prepared for consulting?
For as an investigator or as an expert?
Well,
Both.
in this case, it was an expert, but
Right.
the point is who has the resources and has to figure out how to use those when you work for defense attorneys?
There is a budget, and so within that budget, I have to work with them what they have, and so it's there are times there are limits to the budget.
And did I ask you to focus primarily on the discovery that had to do with the investigative activity of the case?
Yes.
And didn't I actually say not to focus on, to be familiar with, but not to focus on the text communication data that was voluminous?
Yes.
So then again, on those materials, were you able to review police interviews that were done?
Yes.
Able to review the report and carefully pay attention to this activity, the investigative activity by the police entities?
Yes, I was.
And in this particular case, that included investigators or special agents now for the Utah County Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And then C, forensic evidence, how it was collected, how it was prepared, and how it was utilized.
Yes.
Interviews, if I didn't already get to that, by police.
Yes.
Whether or not, to what extent tools such as subpoenas or search warrants were utilized.
Yes.
Scene preservation, reports in relation to scene preservation.
Yes.
And, for instance, evidence preservation.
Yes.
And the reason I'm identifying those is I don't want to go through every single thing that a police officer does in investigation in general.
Right.
I'd like to hit on the topics, and I'm going to choose topics that would apparently relate to this particular case in the
Yes.
interest of being surgical. All right, let's talk about And some of this may just seem obvious when I introduce it, but I'd like you to elaborate a little bit on it since you're an expert. Let's talk about the principle of how to address the timing and nature of getting to a scene of investigative interest. And I say that now because one might not know in police work, right, that they're involved with a crime scene at first. Is that fair?
Yeah, you respond out to the initial call, the initial response.
Do you, when police respond to the initial call, if you will, to do police work, can you describe the extent to which it matters whether or not at that time you know whether it will result in a criminal investigation?
Well, I mean, when you respond out to a scene, a lot of times you don't know what you don't know, or there are things that there may be a lack of information, or there may be information that is misleading. And so you don't necessarily know. And that's one of the reasons that when you get to a scene, we follow protocols and practices to make sure that the scene is, secure. People, lives are taken care of first. But then once those things, life-saving things are taken care of, then it becomes important to, secure the scene, because we don't know what's going to be important later. And so whatever it is that's there now or not there, we need to make sure that we preserve.
When the police are conducting that sort of aspect of a case, is the timing of getting to the scene to preserve it important?
Very important.
And why? Maybe this is obvious, but
I use this statement throughout my career, and especially, even in the private investigative world, my consulting world. Time matters. Minutes count. And so one of the things that, within law enforcement, we want to get to a scene as quickly as possible. Now, if somebody, broke my window, it may not be as urgent as somebody is having a medical crisis, and that there may be other things involved, or somebody has just been seriously injured and suspects are still on the scene. We want to get to a scene as quickly as possible so that we can, one, make sure that people are safe, and then two, make sure that we preserve and start collecting and investigating as law enforcement officers. You get it first time first.
is it important to also sort of try to keep as broad a perspective in what the scene is as possible?
Absolutely.
And just explain that a bit.
Well, it's you may walk into a scene where you see something that's occurred in a 5x5 space. The truth is that's not just only your scene. You may have a bigger scene. You may have multiple scenes. You have to keep that perspective when you come in there that what you're seeing in front of you is not it. It's bigger. And you've got to make sure that as you start your investigation, if that scene needs to widen, if that scene needs to go to different places, you need to be able to make sure that you're securing all of that. Again, that first time first, we may be looking here, but within 10 minutes because of chaotic scene, or within 30 minutes, we realize the scene is a lot bigger. You need to make sure that we amply go out to where that scene may actually be. And if there are multiple scenes, make sure that we're securing those to make sure that we're collecting what evidence is there, what evidence is not there.
Let's talk about, you say collecting, and I want to sort of deal with that concept also in terms of searching. Because we hear the word searching sometimes. You said collecting. Is it best police practices to have a very broad perspective on searching what you can and collecting what might be evidence?
Right. And when I say collecting, I'm probably, being a little narrow in what I'm saying. We presume that we're going to search and we're going to secure the scene before we go and collect potential evidence. But yeah, you're identifying where you're going to want to look for items that may be of importance to your investigation.
Of course, in some cases, you'll have to have access, for instance, to an area or to a device or something like that, right?
Yes.
Are sometimes legal principles involved in whether or not and how you can do searching and when?
Absolutely.
want to just narrow right down to it. When you're trying to keep the broadest scene and preserve the broadest circumstance, and protect that circumstance, if it involves things that people have rights to, are you able to speak to them about their willingness to allow you to do it?
Yes.
And sort of explain that. I mean, if somebody is present and your police are, with your experience too, and the police are wanting to do something, regardless of the rights that they have, as your understanding, do you ask them whether or not they would agree to let you do things?
That's absolutely the first thing that you're going to ask. It's, why make it more complicated? If I can simply, if there's a device or an area that I want to search, it's always the ask. The first thing that you want to do is, hey, do you mind if I take a look at this? Or do you mind if I make a copy of this? Or do you mind if I have access to this area? Ask.
In this particular case, in terms of responding to addressing scene security and searching and collecting, did you have some concerns?
Yes.
Describe some.
Well, obviously, this is somewhat of a chaotic scene at the beginning. There's life-saving, there are life-saving elements that are going on. There are medical people in there, EMS people in there. They're not always concerned about crime scene security or making sure. So they're doing their job. But at the same time, you have, police officers are responding, and they have to start thinking about, as these life-saving measures are going on, we need to make sure that we're securing the scene as best we can, because once EMS is done, you then have a potential investigation, you have a scene that you want to secure. You want to make sure that whatever was, maybe moved or taken, we've documented as best we can, because like I said, I love my firefighters and paramedics, but they'll make a mess of my scene, doing the job that they need to do. As best I can, try to manage that while they're in there. Once they're out, it's my scene. Law enforcement now has, we've got it. And I want to make sure that I'm making sure that everything that I think that might be important, I'm securing. And again, developing out from there as I talk to people and get access to things, there may be more areas that I want to secure and make sure that we don't tamper with, and that we, can collect items and evidence that may be important later.
And by the way, if you've seen body camera and things like that, wasn't it immediately discussion by the police on scene of potential drug distribution crimes?
Yes.
Overdose was obviously the call in on this case, right?
Yes.
But while the police are still there, they're learning information of this, that it could be suspicious.
Yes.
Could involve crimes in relation to the condition that the person who was taken by EMTs could be part of.
Yes.
The police officers that are involved, describe real quick the difference. There's patrol officers, right?
Patrol officers are typically, again, depending on the agency, are going to be your first people that are going to be there. They're the uniformed officers. They respond when there's a call. They're the ones that are the first responders. And your initial calls are going to be, one, they're going to respond, and two, they're going to be the initial investigators.
And then, is it then assigned to another case agent?
But in most police departments, and again, different sizes have different, protocols, but at some point, if we believe that there's going to be more than just an initial investigation that is needed, that more than what just a patrol officer is going to do, an investigator or detective is assigned to the case.
In good policing, while the police are there, but also when a detective is assigned, and standard best practices, is the timing of getting to that scene important?
Yeah, absolutely. If you believe that there is, and again, sometimes we don't know what we don't know, and we have to presume something that might be important later. We've got to recognize that getting it now is important. Detectives, in most cases, will have that broader view of how an investigation should be conducted. What's going to be important? How soon should we collect it? In what manner should we collect it? All those things can be determined, and we would expect that the detective who's maybe has who may have the responsibility of doing this investigation and taking that through all the way to the end is going to know what's important, going to make sure that that's done correctly.
In this particular case, did you have concerns about the best practices in that regard?
Yes.
Explain.
You know, I starting from even the patrol deputy, the patrol officers that are on scene, they're getting information. This is not an unknown. They're getting information that there was a medical issue. There is the possibility that there are, you know, there may be other substances that are used. This may involve, you know, some type of drug. We want to make sure that once EMS is left, that we're going to secure that and make sure that the things that need to be done are collected in the proper manner, that we don't destroy something, we don't miss something. We want to make sure that we're going to do a thorough search. At the same time, gather in as much information as you can. And you see that with the, you know, the officers are looking around the room, they're moving things, you know, again, not always best practice, but they're moving things, they're looking at things without necessarily photographing it in place before we actually get into what it is. But they're discovering, as they look at things, they're discovering things that are very concerning from a law enforcement investigative standpoint. They're finding things that don't always, that may make sense, but may not make sense. It's a situation where the more that they look, there are things that are significant to this investigation.
Let me talk about just one such thing. I don't want to belabor every point of this, but let me start here. As it goes on, do you think that the best practices in policing work, it would become obvious that the scope of the area to be searched, looked at, in consideration was far greater potentially than just one room?
Yes.
Did you, I mean, you didn't see them ever treat more than just that room as the scene to be investigated? Did you?
No.
It includes.
Well, and let's just be that evening, that right at the initial response. Yes.
Well, let's go to ever. I mean, did you see, did you see anyone in this investigation ever expand the investigative scope, purposefully expand and preserve other than that room?
No.
Including the bathroom that's right next to it.
Bathroom, kitchen, common areas, absolutely. Entrances, exits, things that are very important to an investigation need to be, one, preserved, and then two, need to be properly investigated.
And then you mentioned documenting things. Photographs is an obvious way you document things, right?
Yes.
Photographing the area that you are treating as the scene, right?
Right.
Now, you saw one officer take some photographs on a cell phone before he left. That was Osborne, right?
Right.
Ultimately, a couple of days later, this scene, this room is searched pursuant to a warrant. Remember that?
Yes.
I think it was the 14th, a couple of days later.
I
think
14th or 15th.
And during that occasion, you were able to observe at least how that occurred through the body cam of Detective Farney.
Yes.
Just to be thorough, and the body cam that you were able to observe is the body cam that we manipulated that was upside down, but we turned it so you were able to have that version when you observed it.
Yes.
In your understanding, is there a single photograph that comes from that search?
From the search warrant?
On the 14th.
I didn't see any photographs done.
We'll get to in a minute, but there was also this ultimate addressing of the area outside on the patio with the trash search and the Fanta box, we're going to call it. You recall that?
I do.
You were able to observe that. You don't know, probably, that some footage was played from that day. That was the 19th. Did you see law enforcement take any photographs of that search?
No.
Ultimately, is it your opinion that the failure to secure the scene impacted the quality and ability to have a quality investigation as it pertains to this case?
Yes, it does.
In how? What did we learn later that showed that the way this scene was treated? Let's just this room and this house, how it impacted the quality of the outcome.
Again, the scene is mishandled. It's mishandled at the beginning. It's mishandled as the investigation moves forward with regards to what is potentially, evidence and how we collect it. The scene's tainted. The scene gets, I use the word adulterated, meaning people come in, they move things around. There's not explanations that are gained as to what was taken, what was removed. When we look at a crime scene, a lot of times we'll think about what is there that's important, but it's also what's not there. And when you look at what's there and what's not there, after that initial police, the uniformed police officers there are people that move in and out of that space regularly. There's, an unfortunate, weather-related accident that occurs. There are things that, again, when I say that you get your first time first, it's very important you take advantage of it, because after that, we don't know what happens in that crime scene if you're not there. And that is just it's an imperative to say, if you get that opportunity, take it. Good and best practices are that we investigate these, with an expectation that it's going to be good, that there's going to be an exceptional investigation. Whether it's a minor offense or potentially a major offense, that's what you deserve. I mean, I expect that as a law enforcement person, as a law enforcement executive. I expected that you want an exceptional investigation done. And if you don't, go ahead.
Let's go to some particulars. Can you think of any reason that the bathroom wouldn't have been searched, wouldn't have been preserved, let alone searched on the night that police first arrived?
I mean, I'll say that no, there's no explanation, but I also know that, there's things like laziness or, not having the capacity to be an investigator or not understanding the importance of an investigation. There's a lot of reasons why you may not think it's important at the time. Again, some of the things that I've experienced throughout, 36 years are there, but no, it needs to be looked at.
Well, in this particular, to make a point out of your generality, in this particular case, it was in an interview with Megan Sunwall that occurred days later that the potential use of the bathroom became a major feature. Do you agree?
Yes.
So that illustrate the point that by failing to do the work there, you fail to be able to preserve things to assess that bathroom in relation to the issues that came up later in the case.
Yes.
We'll talk about another specific part. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but in the initial police work and the cameras, did you recall that it was captured on another officer's camera that Officer Robinson had found a letter that he was holding up that had Megan Sunwall's name on it, right?
An envelope.
An envelope.
Yes.
I'm sorry. He had found an envelope. He had held up the envelope and looked in it according to what we can tell from the camera, right?
Yes.
And had actually asked Jorgensen, who was in charge, do you want me to run? This has a name on it. Do you want me to run this name?
I do recall that.
Now, that's Megan Sunwall, and what he meant by run was seek out information from the various sources.
I presume so.
Was it obvious that it was later learned from an interview with Mark Kay and Kylie that material that they had been communicated to by now deceased Casey to not give certain things?
Judge, I'm going to object. This is leading the witness.
I'm just getting to the next act. It's transitional.
Overruled. I'll allow it. We got to get there.
I'm just talking about, you saw later there's an interview that would have to do with materials to give to Megan. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I'm just asking this as illustrative. And then ultimately did you learn that it appears that those individuals or some individuals of some sort had been in the room?
Objection again, Judge. This is leading. If he wants to ask the witness what he learned, then the witness can explain that himself.
That's the state.
That's fine. What did you learn about the significance of that interaction with the letter, with the envelope?
That it appears that things were removed by individuals that later in the police investigation, those items may not have been available.
Let's just talk about the Fanta box. This Fanta box thing, what did you see about the evidence in the Fanta box and its discovery?
So there was, from the investigation, there was a mention about there was items found in a Fanta box, including a rag, some other items that were syringes. With regards to, there was the officers came back to the scene. However, it appeared that a family member, Mark, had actually handled those things, taken them out, taken photographs of them for the detectives, and then kept some of those things out, but then thrown the Fanta box back in the garbage.
Let's just talk about how that originates. I mean, it's the 19th, it's 6 days after the event. And how did the police learn that potential evidence was on scene?
They were told by Mark, because they were out at the residence again, and they were told by Mark that there may be potential evidence.
And did you see how Mark told, actually the 18th, did Mark communicate with Detective Farney?
Yes,
Did that Mark communicate about having found that evidence?
he did.
Do you take issue with how Detective Farney, in terms of best practices, reacted to that?
Yes.
Describe.
When as an investigator, if you're made aware of something like that, that is, and again, it gives me, a little cringe anxiety that you don't touch that. If somebody calls and says, hey, I found something at the scene, we're actively investigating, don't touch. We'll be out. And if I'm not available to come out as an investigator, I'm gonna have somebody else come out and photograph that in place, collect it, find out the circumstances of how that was found, what was done. And again, important by the fact that, did you touch it? Did you remove it? What did you touch? We have to have an understanding so that as we process that as potential evidence, I maybe know that, I handled it a little too much, or I touched this one. Do your best not to. Allow law
He's
enforcement
talking right
come
to
out
me. Look at
properly collect that so that it's going to be effective if we need it.
Did that happen?
No.
In terms of resources, real quick, some departments are smaller than others.
Yes.
Did you in your career encounter, and in your career since being a police officer, the system of agency assist or utilizing entities such as crime scene investigation?
Yes.
Was that available generally in the departments that you have looked at and are aware of?
Yeah, in 36 years, smaller, medium-sized departments utilize a lot of times mutual aid, which are other departments that may have resources, state agencies that may have resources that they don't have.
The police officers get trained about the importance of managing potential evidence.
Yes.
What about the issue of mismanaging it and the effect of contaminating its ability to be forensically analyzed?
You have training, and through your training experience, I would hope that, training, you're definitely going to know that if you mismanage things or you don't collect or you contaminate those, they have significant effects down the line with your cases.
Do you believe that mishandling in training, part of it is mishandling evidence, whether the police officer does it or someone else does it, can impair the ability to get things like fingerprints?
Yes.
Can impair the ability to get things like DNA.
Yes.
Now, when you're working as a police officer, you don't know what the DNA or the fingerprints or anything might mean, right?
Nope.
They could incriminate somebody.
Yes.
They could exculpate somebody.
Yes, absolutely.
As a police officer, are you trying to make those decisions as to where this evidence is going to flow?
Well, you want to collect it in such a way that no matter which way it flows, that we preserved it. We haven't contaminated it. We haven't tainted it. Haven't lost it or misplaced it or decided not to collect it and think, man, I should go back 6 months from now and see if that's still there. That's not a good feeling. Six hours after going back is not a good feeling. It shouldn't be a good feeling.
In this particular case, we've got, it was almost immediate, we already discussed that it's a potential overdose and then insulin could be involved. You saw syringes that were part of the evidence in the case, right?
Yes,
Did you see, we saw a syringe that was in the room and put on a nightstand, right?
yes,
Then there was a syringe found in the Fanta box 6 days later.
yes,
You remember in between time, there's a syringe found by Mark and turned over to the Farney and Hales when they were there on the 19th.
it was found in the bedroom that Mark
Found in the
found.
bedroom?
Yes.
Now, by the way, at that point, do you have an opinion as to whether or not you can fairly say where that syringe, with all the activity that occurred in that room, where that syringe was originally?
When Mark found the syringe,
Well, Mark, where he found it versus where it could have been originally.
I know that room had been, from a law enforcement standpoint, tossed. Had been, there had been people that had been in there. Things had been moved. Plus, there was mitigation going on from the weather-related, damage that occurred in the room.
We'll talk about witness interviews real quick. Was there a witness interview circumstance that occurred in this case that gave you concern?
Yes.
Describe that.
When they initially went out, the detective went out and talked to the family. I mean, and again, this is the follow-up for the detective talking to the family. Sometimes if you're going to talk in general, all the family members being there, but having a good developed interview with these individuals should be done, separate from them. Shouldn't be done in front of everybody. That is, potentially, again, contaminating or making suggestibility for people that may not remember something. You're, giving them the idea that, you may be even planning something in their memory. You want to make sure that these interviews are separate and that they're done, distinctly so that, nobody's standing 10 feet away and listening to what the interview is.
And in this case, did you see that the apparent initial interview with Mark and Kay and Kylie was conducted at a police station, or at least a place could be video recorded
Yes,
in a room that is for formal interviews?
yes,
And yet all of them were interviewed together.
yes.
Did you understand that to be the first formal interview, as far as you can tell, in the case of these people?
Formal interview, there'd been informal conversations before that where the case was being discussed.
In terms of your investigative, as a police officer, talk succinctly about the tools, and in some cases, maybe the tools that are no longer available to an investigator that police have.
So I'm clarifying the question.
Police have tools such as subpoenas and things.
Yes,
Do they have access to agency databases?
yes,
Are those databases available to the public?
no,
Some of them. Are some of them protected?
yes, they're protected.
It can only be used for police work?
Law enforcement only.
I've heard you sometimes describe the golden key. Briefly, let us know what that means in terms of police work.
Yeah, I term it because of now the last 11 years. When I was a police officer, I had a golden key. I could go and ask for stuff. I had access to databases, law enforcement only databases that gave me all kinds of information. I had the ability, because of the badge, to go and ask you, can I get this from you, or would you provide this to me? And most people would want to cooperate with law enforcement investigations. Now, as a private investigator or in the private field, I don't have that. It's when I give an ask, it's just an ask, and people don't, again, give me the same consideration that I got when I was in law enforcement.
Let's talk about those tools, though. Did law enforcement have the ability to subpoena records?
They do.
Subpoena, including like bank records or personal records, or even communications records, statements, those sorts of things?
Yeah, either, and we've had different, we have the ability to just write a demand letter coming from either the county attorney, district attorney's office, U.S. attorney's office, or we have the ability to get a subpoena and actually compel them to give us that information.
In this particular case, let me move to some support or assistance. Did you see that Detective Barney, whatever her history or her size of Lone Peak Police Department, had support and reinforcement and help from other individuals?
She did.
Who was that?
Richard Hales from the Utah County Attorney's Office.
Did you see work done by Justin Seitsinger?
From the Utah County Attorney's Office.
Another sergeant. I forget, I'm dropping the name. It's no reports. At any rate, these things that you were talking about, these best practices, these expectations, will you expect those resources, someone like Richard Hales, to also understand all that?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that a county attorney's office has a lot of resources
Yes.
compared to the police station, the police offices and things that you worked on in sometimes more resources in a county attorney's office than a police office has?
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I tied it to his history with other agencies and the different sizes of police stations.
Overruled.
So you said you worked for all kinds of police entities, some were small, some were big, right?
Worked with. I worked
Worked
yes,
with,
I worked. But yeah, you did have the ability to, again, with in Salt Lake County, we have a district attorney's office. They have resources, abilities, monies that may be available, even skills like writing the subpoenas and demanding those that you could ask for their assistance and in fact regularly did. We also could, if there was a federal nexus or we could get federal assistance, we do the same, whether with the federal agency or the U.S. Attorney's Office, ask for those resources.
Would you expect trained assisting officers or special agents to interject and utilize their best practices when they are assisting another agency?
Yes.
Did you see that in this case?
No.
Did you really ever see Special Agent Hales correct something that Detective Farney may have been engaged in that wasn't best practices?
No.
However, describe the prevalence of Special Agent Hales throughout the course of this investigation. Was he present?
He was present for quite a bit of it once he got involved, yes.
And by the way, phones are forensic evidence, right?
Yes.
Phones describe what kinds of importance phones can have and sort of information. And you can be brief about it because we did hear from Seitsinger.
Yeah, phones provide all kinds of, we leave a digital footprint that's amazing today. You can retrace what's going on in somebody's life based on the phones.
And are phones available? I'll strike that. We've talked about all these various subjects and I'm not going to belabor them anymore, but after seeing and evaluating from your expertise, police activity in this case, do you have an opinion of whether or not it was, have an opinion as to it?
Yes.
Would you give that opinion?
This was a poor investigation. It's sad in my opinion with regards to what went on in this police investigation.
Did you believe that when you saw this poor investigation, it could have impacts on the ability to assess the evidence fairly?
Yes.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you. You get some water. States Cross?
Yes.
Good morning, or I guess good afternoon.
By 7 minutes.
You and I have not had the ability to speak or meet before, is that right?
No, I'm not sure who you are.
My name is Lauren, I'm one of the prosecutors.
Thank you.
And we have not had that ability because you were involved in another trial up until very recently, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Maybe we should approach for this one? We'll give it luck. Is that okay?
Objection, Your Honor. Nicole, did you get everyone's Walmart order? Everyone, Nicole, did you get the orders? Okay. Everyone, pick up your Walmart order. It's in chat right now. Oh, huddle. Well, it can't be very long. I'm just going to go like 2x speed. 2x speed. The ginger guy's not tripping. Oh, here it comes. Oh, we're back. Boop, boop. Wakey.
All right, you
Exit
were not
wakey.
present at this scene that we're talking about, right?
Correct.
You did not observe the investigation as it occurred.
No,
You did not collect any evidence yourself.
no.
And in fact, we heard a lot about your history in law enforcement, and I understand it's been a bit since I think you said 11 years since you were in law enforcement, is that right?
Yes.
But while you were in law enforcement, and you may have been present in a supervisory role at scenes, you actually have never been responsible for processing a scene yourself, is that right?
No, I have actually, as a deputy and as a detective throughout my career, there were times when we would process our scenes. We would also bring in our crime scene units to finish up, photograph, things like that. But collecting evidence, sometimes bagging evidence was my responsibility as a deputy, and sometimes even as a sergeant and a lieutenant. Less as a sergeant and lieutenant though.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a case? Well, sorry, I'll maybe come back to that.
Okay.
You stated you've never been a homicide detective.
Not been a homicide detective.
Your opinions that you've given on this case are based on your review of reports and materials after the fact.
And my experience in education.
Sure,
Yes.
fair enough. Your role here is you've offered criticism of the investigation. That's all developed in hindsight after reviewing these materials.
I mean, critical decisions and lessons learned based on my opinions that there were gaps. Yes.
You're not offering an opinion on how Casey Terry died.
No.
You're not offering an opinion that this was suicide.
No.
You're not offering an opinion that this was murder.
No.
You agree that those questions belong to the jury.
Yes.
In real investigations, and we've heard about your experience, some evidence is missed sometimes, maybe even often some evidence is missed.
Unfortunately, yes.
Not every possible item is collected.
Unfortunately, no.
Not every test is performed.
No.
Maybe even natural events outside anyone's control. For instance, like in this case, a flood happened. That can unfortunately affect a scene.
Yes.
Yet investigations can still reach conclusions.
Yes.
And they can be accurate.
I'm not sure I would use the word accurate with regard, if a case is, and so I can qualify it, is that if a case is incomplete and things have been missed, I'm not sure within a fairness aspect that it would be accurate. I would use the word accurate. I think people come to conclusions based on a lot of different reasons as to what they believe may have happened, absent a lot of facts and evidence that may have been missed or destroyed or overlooked. That would be a more accurate description.
Okay.
From my perspective.
Okay, so you've, as a law enforcement officer, did you see cases through to trial?
Sometimes, yes.
So is it your testimony then that every case that goes to trial, or that is I guess, enough of a full picture of a case that goes to trial, the investigation had to have been absolutely perfect?
So, I want to unpack because that was a long question.
Yeah, I apologize.
So in my experience, both in law enforcement and now with criminal defense and victim advocacy, is it true that the cases that are incomplete go to trial? Yes, unfortunately, and sometimes to hurt my heart in some cases, but they do. Yeah.
We've talked a lot about best practices, but certainly no investigation is perfect.
Not completely perfect.
There's always something else that could have been followed up on in hindsight.
I mean, there are things that sometimes you wish you could have done better or collected in hindsight. Absolutely, that comes in. But I want to qualify that not every case is mediocre or poor or very good. There are a lot of cases that I've been involved in that are exceptionally great.
Okay, exceptionally great, but have you ever seen an investigation that was perfectly done?
Pretty close, but maybe not perfect.
You said a lot. You don't know what you don't know.
Correct.
Things may be missing and maybe law enforcement's never even aware of it.
Or it's a case I don't have any information about. You're right.
Fair enough. Mr. Williams talked to you a lot about how scenes, right? And how scenes can expand based on what the investigator knows, right?
Correct.
But there are often legal limits on how and when an officer can expand or access a scene.
So I'm going to unpack that a little bit. It doesn't, if an officer believes that the scene should be bigger, but we don't have direct access at that moment to it, it doesn't mean that I can't secure it and go get legal access to that scene. That would be my belief is if I'm expanding to somewhere where I can't be or legally be, I'm still going to secure it until I have the ability to get access to it or I'm told no.
Okay, and part of that, part of one way of accessing a scene is sometimes you have to apply for a search warrant.
Yes.
Sometimes you may have to try to get consent for a scene.
Yes.
If somebody that has rights to a space, Mr. Williams asked you about that, if somebody has rights to a space, you can ask for consent to search the space.
Yes.
And you said that you absolutely would try to do that, right?
Easiest way, easiest way.
If the person that has rights to a space is in a coma, then that method is not available to you.
No.
You said in this case that you never saw the scope of the area investigated. You said it was never expanded.
Wasn't expanded to what I believe they should have expanded to or could have.
Do you know that the bathroom was in fact searched?
The night that the officers were on scene or later on?
Later at all?
I believe that, yeah, it was searched. I think days later, they went in and looked in the bathroom.
And Mr. Williams mentioned this. It wasn't until an interview with Megan Sunwall that the bathroom even came up as potentially related to the scene of what happened.
Yeah, I would disagree with the characterization that it came up. I mean, as a police officer, as a detective and investigator, the proximity of a bedroom, bathroom, the scope of what's going on that night that they are there with the emergency medicals. So my belief is that is an important element to find out. You've got an area in proximity to where she was that is probably commonly used. Everybody needs a bathroom. To me, that becomes a critical part of where I would be searching and looking for and getting access to.
Sure, ideally, but unless you have legal probable cause that demonstrates that the bathroom was
I'll
involved.
object to the notion of legal terms. I don't think that's appropriate in Cole's respect. Or conclusions that are in fact legal and involve lawyers and judges.
Judge, he's talking about the ability to search places, and he has been involved in law enforcement. Certainly, he knows the hurdles that are involved with the ability to search scenes.
So I would just say with regards to the hurdles there, because of the proximity, again, I can start with the basic. I can ask if there's somebody that has the ability to give me permission for that area or other areas outside of the bedroom. I ask. I also know.
And let me stop you there because we covered someone has rights to a space, but they are in a coma. You can't ask, right?
Nope. Then I can apply for a search warrant.
All right. And to apply for a search warrant, you have to have some nexus, some relation, and not just in physical proximity. You have to have some nexus between what's happened and why this new area is related.
Well, and again, Lauren, I'm going to talk about my experience in 36 years and the evolution in the last 11 that I read search warrants. And again, I'm not a lawyer, so if I use the word probable cause, that bar is that we just have to show that there's a probability that area could produce evidence of the crime that we're investigating. And for me to expand, and again, I look at the footprint of that area in the basement and the area surrounding that's all germane to this investigation. And to allow myself to write a search warrant for not only the bedroom, but that expanding area. Somebody has a bathroom, somebody has a common area, somebody has a kitchen or maybe a living area or an area outside that may include, a deck or a garage or, a vehicle, I'm going to include that. And again, a judge is going to make the determination whether I have that. But as an investigator, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to get what I need on that first time first.
Right, but to get what you need, you have to have some nexus or belief that there may be items of evidentiary value in those spaces.
Right.
So we've covered that not the night of, but later on in the investigation, the bathroom was searched, right?
Yes.
The decedent's car was searched.
Yes.
Areas of the kitchen was searched.
Yes.
The fridge in the kitchen was searched.
Yes.
Phones were searched.
Yes.
You cannot say that any alleged investigative shortcoming in this case changed the medical findings.
When you say medical findings, you're talking about the medical examiner's report?
Yes, or toxicology findings.
Well, maybe not toxicology, but I would imagine from the medical examiners, my experience is the medical examiner takes the investigator's information and applies that to what the outcome or what the cause of death could be, or what could be elements of the cause of death. Yes.
Okay, and a medical examiner is responsible for, never mind, I'll strike that. You said yourself that the majority of the text messages in this case you did not review.
Correct.
In fact, you were asked by Mr. Williams not even to focus on that.
Correct.
In addition to physical evidence or evidence that can be physically present at a scene, things like statements from a defendant are evidence.
Yes.
Text messages, certainly between defendant and the decedent, are evidence.
Yes.
And in some cases, evidence like text messages can be extremely significant to the final determination.
They are absolutely. Anything that, again, when we look at the totality of everything that could be evidence, text messages could actually have an impact. Yes.
And not just an impact, they may even be critical points of evidence.
At times, text messages are very critical.
So your
I'll add to that, they can help corroborate timelines and other evidence.
Okay. So as I understand your testimony today, you're saying that things were missed and certainly the investigation could have been more thorough.
Significantly more thorough, yes.
And isn't it true of most, if not all, investigations that they could have been more thorough?
Not to the extent of this one, no. There are things that when I look at investigations, there are things that may not be 100% perfect. You ask me, is there a perfect investigation? And I say that in a lot of cases, no. But there are cases that I will say are very good or excellent or exceptional. There are some that are mediocre and fair. And there are others that are poor and sad. And unfortunately, it's in my experience that the higher end law enforcement services, these important cases, I'm seeing, and again, I get involved in, I do about 120 matters a year for the last 11 years, 70% of which are criminal defense, some of which are victim advocacy that I help, law enforcement, make a better case. But it is, within those ranges, you're right, there's no perfect, but I know the difference between something that's exceptional and very good and something that's mediocre or poor.
Okay, and let's talk about, we talked about different types of evidence, right? There's certainly physical evidence that you can find on a scene.
Yes.
There's forensic evidence that you can have, tested.
Yes.
And then there are things like interviews or text messages.
Yes.
And when you look back at the whole picture of a particular case, some of those types of evidence may end up being more illustrative or illuminating about what happened than others.
They absolutely, the presence or absence of them can add to cooperating or adding to a timeline and help make it stronger. Yes.
And in your assessment that this case was poorly investigated, you did not review the text messages?
No.
That's all I have. That's all I have.
Thank you. Redirect.
Very brief. the role of the police in the criminal justice system, collecting evidence. Is that what you understand the role of police to be?
It's one of the roles. It's an important role.
When you did your job and as you look at and evaluate these investigations, is it with regard to what can be brought to the prosecutor?
Yeah, it's when you do an investigation, one of the things that I think are lacking sometimes is investigators don't realize what they're thinking about at the end, 2 or 3 years later. Putting this and presenting it not only to the prosecutor, but presenting it in court.
But the role of the police is to bring the evidence available for a prosecutor.
All evidence.
Because the prosecutor has to use that to prove things that happen, right?
Either prove or decide to decline.
A bungled investigation with poor evidence and missed evidence affects the ability to prove things. Can we agree?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Anything else, Ms. Hunt?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you. Can this witness step down?
That's my request, Your Honor.
Thanks for being here. Thanks. Step down. Counsel, please approach.
Oh boy, guys. I'm going to squeeze the rest of it in. Hopefully, I don't know how day 8 looks. Let's get this going. Let's see what happens here. I'm just going to speed it up a bit because it looks quick. 2x speed. 2x speed. What's up, guys? How's everyone? Can't be very long. 2x speed. I'm gonna finish it up. I've got to finish it up now. Of course, it's like there's no sense leaving this hanging. Day 9. It's just a bunch. There's a bunch of stuff though. We got cleaning up and closing arguments and all that stuff. Let me see. Or let me decide. What time is it?
Mr. Williams, any additional witnesses?
Your Honor, based on the burdens that apply and the state of the evidence, the defense rests.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break right now. Let's see. How about trying to do math? That's why we all went to law school. 1:45. 1:45. Will that work for you?
Yeah.
All right. Might I remind you, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Have a good lunch. We'll see you back.
All right, jury.
Yeah, he jokes about law school, but I think every trial is nothing but technical glitches after technical glitches. I think law school should start including like tech, IT, just a simple hour every day extra, because these people can't even set the settings on this TV. Because that big monitor's in power saver mode. So every time they don't use it, it's like it goes to sleep and shuts itself off.
Mr. Williams, you wish to make a record?
Dumbfounded. Fucking dumbfounded, I'll tell you. 10 university degrees here, not one can figure this. TV's in power save mode this whole trial. The fucking Delphi trial, you can't hear shit. Every day, McClellan said about the microphones 30 times from jury selection to sentencing.
Your
Fucking
Honor,
mics are screwed.
of course, Ms. Sunwall has the inalienable right at her choosing to testify at her trial. That's even regardless of advice. Prior to the defense resting, a full conversation throughout my representation up until today with Ms. Sunwall has been about that right, that it is hers despite my advice. I am confident. I advised her not to take the witness stand, and she indicated prior to the defense resting she was going to follow that advice. And
Now she wants to.
confirm that that is true now, Your Honor. Ms. Sunwall, is that correct?
That's correct.
You understood you had the right to take the stand in your defense of this trial?
Psych. Yeah.
Speak out loud.
Yes.
And
He's
I
psych
advised
too.
that you not take the witness stand? Not to me, to the record. And you followed that advice?
Yes.
You feel like you fully understood that advice?
Yes.
And that all occurred prior to the defense resting its case just a few moments ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, seek anything else in the way of a colloquy?
I think
That's
that
his,
covers
that's
it.
his
Thank you.
disclaimer. I ain't responsible for jack shit after this point.
Anything else we need to cover before we break?
I can't, not right now.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see everybody back here at did I say 1:45?
Yeah.
I think that was
believe
right.
so.
All right, thank you all.
Yeah,
Be in
thank
recess.
you.
All right.
I'm not going to get up. Fuck you. I'm comfy. Sitting on my ass for 4 or 5 hours now. Can you get up? You have to give me more warning than that.
I literally cussed this up.
Fuck. You can't just have me sit here for fucking 6 hours and 38 minutes and then expect me just to jump up. It's your command. You got to give me fucking 10 minutes warning. 10 minutes at least for me to start getting ready to stand up, huh? What are you guys talking about? Stand up. How dare you? Fucking sit down is what I'm saying. Get yourself a lazy boy like me. Get comfy. Let's go. It's in 2x speed. 2x speed. 2x speed. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Oh. So it's I've been on for 6 hours and 30 minutes.
Thank you. Please be seated.
I've never got up.
We on? We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sunwall. We're back from our lunch break. Counsel, where are we at?
Your Honor, there's a remaining issue that I failed to get, the parties have failed to resolve with pending under advisement admission of defendant's F video of body camera video of on-scene officer Jorgensen, which video is necessary because of the loss or destruction of Robinson's video, the officer that the state called. It was played in court and the state moved for its admission. We were not apprised ahead of time that that was going to happen. So I asked Your Honor to take it under advisement. And I've been intending to ask in the last couple of days to address it, and we don't object. I think, I'm not sure if this is something they should even be allowed to do, but the state is taking the position they can withdraw their objection and now object to its, or withdraw their motion to admit it and object to it being admitted. So I don't know, you want to address that, but we are seeking to have defendant's exhibit F entered as moved by the state.
And there was discussion, correct me if I'm wrong, there was discussion about having it entered without
Yeah. and-
audio.
Judge, I guess that's the state's issue, is the way that it was presented in court and the way the defendant presented it as a demonstrative did not move for its admission, was it's played to show the layout of the home and it was played without audio. When we moved for its admission, our understanding of how the exhibit would be admitted is in that format. What I understand defense now wants is for it to be an exhibit with audio, that the jury is allowed to now hear audio that was not played in court, was not admitted, and that's what we take objection to. So our position is we withdraw our moving for its admission, and if defendant is, and appears that he is still objecting to that and wants its admission, then we would maintain heavily that it should only come in the format that it was played in court, which is without audio.
And I obviously haven't heard the audio.
Yeah, but the state hasn't. I mean, I wish we could have a record we could refer back to, because I was the one that's surprised they weren't in with audio. And asked that you reserve, because we hadn't contemplated whether or not admitting that entire video with audio would be problematic, since we played it in court in a published form without audio. But how we published it, I would submit, has nothing to do. We've got video, audio, and audio-video of witnesses already admitted to this jury that never got played in court, no portion of which got got played in court. So I don't see how it's relevant what got played in court. But we were surprised at the motion by the state to admit it. When I asked to reserve it, it's because that surprise caused me to want to review it, including audio, and we have no objection to the state's motion to admit it. I don't know what it matters. I don't know why we would admit it without audio.
And Judge, let me clarify, and I'm not saying that Mr. Williams is deliberately misrepresenting this, but we did not ask to admit it with audio. We asked to admit it, and maybe we should have been more clear at the time, but in the form it was played without audio, which Mr. Williams said was so the jury can get a sense of what the layout of the home was. With audio, it contains very many hearsay statements, and we would object to the audio coming in.
How am I able to assess it when I haven't even heard it? We don't have a stipulation. How can I assess the probative value and deal with prejudice and confusing jury issues and things of that nature?
Well, and that's why our original preferred position is that we are withdrawing our motion to admit it. Because at this point, yeah.
And defense is asking that it be
Yes.
admitted with audio. So I can see having it admitted easily without audio.
I don't understand the difference insofar as plenty of evidence is coming with audio that has hearsay statements in it.
But that was stipulated.
But I agree. I don't think that the state is intentionally misrepresenting the circumstance either, but I think it's possible for us to be differing on the circumstances without either one doing it in bad faith. But I don't think that the emblem of on the office door of the state's prosecutor's office makes their memory better than mine. My position is that the only reason it was reserved to see if we had concerns with the audio, and that continues to be my position. Otherwise, if this court is concerned about the audio issue, then I'll submit it on that. But that was the understanding. That's why you haven't seen it. Is the belief and understanding that the reason we needed to reserve is we hadn't known they were going to move it in. We reserved, we reviewed, they moved it in during trial, during the evidence. We do not object to it. If they are now wanting to somehow keep it on or modify it, I'm sorry that this is coming to you at this time. That's my explanation for why it's coming to you at this time.
So if I understand correctly, the state, you don't have a problem with it coming in without audio as it was shown to the jury.
Correct.
The defense wants it with audio, and I don't even know what's on the audio. State has concerns about what's on there. I don't have any idea what's on there.
Correct.
So this gets back to my original question, Mr. Williams. I think it's important that I hear that audio so I can make an assessment whether
I think under the rules.
it's going to come in or not with audio. Sorry, I asked you a question that
That's okay.
gave you a chance to respond and then I immediately cut you off.
No. I think that this is a quandary that is nobody's fault or whatever, and it puts the court in the position that I understand you're in. The problem with not having audio to video that has audio, I think under the rules would be confusion of the jury. It's confusing to have it without audio. And frankly, that impacted a bit of the examination of Officer Robinson, or I should say Detective Farney. Robinson had already, no, it was during the testimony of Robinson. So Robinson, and keep in mind this circumstance, Robinson's testifying, I'm having to use Jorgensen's body camera because Robinson's body camera was lost or destroyed. When I talked to the state repeatedly leading up to and during this trial about remedies, that I ought to seek perhaps on behalf of my client for the loss or destruction of evidence. In fact, their only law enforcement first responding witness is the one who didn't have the body camera because they lost it. Got mislabeled. Detective Farney got to review it, and then it remained mislabeled. I don't know how that would be, since she would have to know what platform it was on to review it. And we had to present circumstances in relation to Robinson's testimony with Jorgensen's body camera because of that feature. Having Jorgensen's body camera, I made the conclusion, was sufficient remedy not to bring up any kind of, not to seek a remedy from this court on the destruction of evidence, right? A Tiedemann D. Jesus problem that could come up. And because we had the alternative of Jorgensen. So I think with that probative value, with that dynamic in place, and with the video coming in, it would be as if his were played. We played the body cam of officers all the time who are on the witness stand, but he didn't have them. So this would essentially at least provide the remedy of, it would at least remedy that circumstance by having a very similar and sometimes overlapping body camera in support of and in relation to the first responding officers.
So just so I'm clear, on cross-examination, you're the one who brought the video up.
Right.
And said, I'm just using it for illustrative purposes with no sound. Sometime during that, then the state, and I can't remember the argument exactly, then the state said, well, then what we would offer to have it admitted or received, and you objected.
No, I didn't. That's what's important. I asked for you to reserve ruling on it. We can pull that. I asked you, I think actually it should look at that way on the exhibit list. I specifically asked.
That's fine.
Okay.
And we're still gonna get there.
Okay, but it's important. I want to make sure for the record's important,
Okay.
because I'm not asking you.
I'm just reviewing my notes.
I'm not asking for any reversal of position of mine. They're asking for a reversal of their position. They moved it in. I asked to reserve that to make sure that there wasn't something objectionable that we might have a concern over, decided there isn't, and just have failed to address it until now. And I mean, I can call witnesses if you want.
And you're not arguing that when the state offered it, they were offering it in total, including audio.
I am arguing that is exactly what I took from it. I don't really want to get into our discussions about it. It sounds like we won't agree what each other said about it. So I won't, introduce that cactus.
Yes, if I may respond. Mr. Williams is now completely shifting the issue. At the time he used the body cam, what he represented to the jury and why he even used it without audio was so the jury could get a better sense of the layout of the home. And that is the reason that we moved it into its admission. And we did not say with audio because we never contemplated the audio because it contains hearsay. And although there have been other stipulations reached between the parties of other forms of hearsay, that Mr. Williams crossed extensively on why Robinson's body cam is missing. That's his remedy for any Tiedemann issue. Trying to admit an exhibit that he illustrated or published to the jury for illustrative or demonstrative purposes. Now saying that that is his remedy for missing body cam and that we need the substance of what was said in that body cam that was published to the jury is now completely shifting the issues. The state did move to its admission in the form that it was published to the jury, which is without audio. The state does object to the audio coming in because it contains hearsay that we have not stipulated to with Mr. Williams.
Thank you. On to a different subject. we gonna have any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor, the state has determined that rebuttal in this case is not needed.
Mr. Williams, any additional?
No, I didn't know whether this was gonna get to the point of having to seek to reopen. It wasn't my motion. That's what I think the key is. I hope the court doesn't believe that I'd be barred from this exhibit.
No, I'm not talking about the exhibit.
Because
I'm talking about rebuttal witnesses.
Oh, no, I can't.
I just want to confirm.
Oh, yeah.
The evidentiary portion of this trial is over.
I'm sorry, Judge, no, I would.
I inartfully asked that question.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay. The jury's here. I don't want them to leave yet. Give me a couple minutes. As to Exhibit F. I'll be back in just a moment.
All right.
Man, he just jumped up and left. What's he got? Has he got a date or something? What happened there? He just jumped up and left. It's all over. Oh, they come back or something. What the hell? Cole's got me all distracted here. Oh, fishing rods and gigantic minnows. Oh, here we go. I'll push it ahead a bit. Looks like they do a little discussion of something here. I don't know. Can't be much. Probably just going to give the jury stuff instructions. I should just, I'm going to listen to it. I've got a feeling I should skip through it, but so I can see. So in a second or two, he starts to come back, says some stuff. They're all sitting there. I should get rid of this, and I'll put this back, and get rid of this.
Please be seated.
And I've never gotten up, dude. See what he said.
We'll go back on the record on case 251-4011.
You've got to stay awake, Nicole. We're doing the whole thing. I'm going to finish it today. It's going to be done.
From the parties as it relates to Exhibit F. I'm prepared to make a ruling on that.
Oh, shit.
Before the court is the state's motion to admit Exhibit F as an exhibit without audio. During the testimony of Officer Robinson, the defense asked to publish the body cam footage of Officer Jorgensen for the purposes of showing Officer Robinson's physical movements and the layout of the home where the alleged incident occurred.
But also because he was talking to Uncle Mike, and Uncle Mike's video's gone, camcorder. So now the state doesn't want us to get there to listen to the other guy's camcorder when he's pointing it at Uncle Mike. What's going on?
The footage was published as a demonstrative exhibit without audio. The defense asked the court to defer ruling on the admission of the video as an exhibit until now. The defense has no objection to the admission of Exhibit F as long as it is admitted with audio.
Why would
the
it
state
be?
objects.
What?
Providing the jury with the audio.
The state objects to the cop's body cam video having audio when what's on this cop's body cam is him standing watching the Uncle Mike talk to cop Norman, whose body cam video went missing. So we have no video or audio because his went missing. And just so happens another cop was standing there and catching their conversation. Now they don't want us to hear that. The fucking nerve of these people.
In the video that was shown because it contains alleged hearsay statements.
Well, you can bleep that out.
The defendant has not provided any basis for the admission of the audio under
What?
the hearsay rules. The defendant has
not
also
all
not
hearsay.
provided any additional reasons the audio.
It's a guy on body cam talking shit. It's not hearsay. He's sitting there talking about stuff. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Because what it is, it's Uncle Mike saying he heard this, he heard that, and it's going to be exculpatory for her. And if listen to these people, listen, it's a cop's body cam video. You realize this. So what's happening here is they have body cam of a cop watching that other cop talk to Uncle Mike, and they caught the audio, and that cop Norman, who's talking to Uncle Mike, his body cam video has gone missing as he's running around looking for this DNR sheet. That cop Norman is tasked to look for the do not resuscitate sheet. And then he ends up talking to Uncle Mike, as you know, and Uncle Mike's just got off 911 and they're doing CPR on her still. And Uncle Mike's going off about all the shit that he thinks Megan did. And then they want to say it's hearsay and they're not going to allow it in. Because what it is it's another cop standing there watching this Norman cop and Uncle Mike talk. And it's caught on his body cam. And now they don't want us to hear that.
Has probative value, such as contextualizing the visual aspects of the video for which it was proposed. Because the defendant is not
proposed. But you guys don't get the. What is this? There's body cam video. It's got hearsay in it. Fucking, how much times would they use hearsay when it's all in their favor? It's obviously going to be incriminating to Uncle Mike. Fuck these people.
provided the court any legal reason to admit the video in a format different than was offered by the state. Defendant's
Offered by
motion
the
is
state.
respectfully-
It's not their video. They don't own it. It's the people's video. It's her video. It's Megan's video. She's a taxpayer. Megan owns this video.
Denied. Exhibit F will be received into evidence and provided to the jury.
Without audio?
With no audio.
You're a fucking idiot. You can't fucking bleep it out or cut it out? Oh, can you give us the parts that aren't hearsay? It's like with that in Delphi. If the whole page had Abby or Libby's name on it, they got to throw the whole page out. Look at this asshole's face. I thought I liked you. Look at you. You're garbage. Because you can bleep out the hearsay parts, because not all of it's hearsay. Saying you guys wouldn't, you could do that all the time with your stuff. Look at this face. How do you wake up with yourself after doing that? Megan owns this audio. I'm not simping for her, but she's a taxpayer and owns this guy's audio. He owns your fucking robe too. That you're a public servant here, and until she's guilty, and you're. And the reason why they don't want this to come in is because it shows another cop catching the cop talking to Mike, and that cop, all his body cam stuff disappeared. All the photos he took of stuff that day disappeared. It's all deleted. The fucking nerve of these people. The nerve of these people. Every case, guys. Every case is almost the same playbook. Fucking timestamps off, garbage evidence, making shit up. It's just fucking garbage. These cops allowing Uncle Mike to do so many things. That cop allowed Uncle Mike to cut this crime scene tape, to go back in Casey's room to get his phone, and they had it sealed off. And he did it by himself. He got the cut. He calls up the lead detective and says, "Ooh, I was in there while you found that first needle with the EMTs. I forgot my phone in there." Yeah, because they're coming back the next day to search. And he's like, I forgot my phone. She's like, "Yeah, you can chop it down and you can cut the crime scene stick, and you can go in and get your phone." She allowed him. And that's probably when he went in there to get that green book and stuff out of that book, because they're coming back the next day. And then when they get there, they open up that thing and they don't find no DNR. They don't find nothing. Ugh, come on, people. The same goddamn rigmarole.
All right.
That is wrong.
The evidentiary portion of the trial is finished.
Yeah. How the fuck did these people get away with this? Right in front of us. They got body cam video of this guy talking to Uncle Mike. And the cop he's talking to, all his body cam video has been accidentally deleted or corrupted or missing. All of it. And another cop happens to just stand there and catch them on his body cam. See, because they can't delete both of their body cams. They can only delete the one. But then the one that's good, they're not even allowing it. And he's not there the whole time. He only catches some portions of it. And they're trying to say, oh, it's hearsay because Uncle Mike is probably saying, well, I think it's this, I think it's that, and whatever. But not all of it's hearsay. This is fucking a joke.
I believe.
How do you convict people on this kind of stuff?
Well, counsel, please approach.
Yeah, you should think about this before you do this. This looks horrible. This looks horrible. Are you sure you want to do this, Judge? Think about it. It's fucking body cam video of a guy just talking. He's not he's not been Mirandized or anything. He's not. They just called 911. His sister or his niece is in the other room getting CPR performed on her. And he's saying shit, and they don't want us to hear it. And the cop he deals with most of the time, all his body cam stuff has been deleted. Now they find another cop stands there and is like a third person just listening to them talk, and now that we can't hear. These fucking people. What could he say? Just hearsay? We'll chop it out. It can't be all hearsay. It can't be all hearsay. And now this is probably a bluff for him to have to say, okay, I'll take it without the audio. This is a Judge Go bluff. They do it all the time. Watch, I guarantee you, they're gonna turn around. He's gonna say, okay. Instead of it not coming in at all, I'll take it without the audio, and he's gonna fold, which is wrong. I hope he doesn't, because I guarantee this is a Judge Go bluff. They bluff and then they settle for what they less than what they were really going to give in the first place. This is it. I guarantee it. Dying to know. Watch. Guarantee you they're talking about that now. Okay, fine. I'll take it without the audio, at least, because it's either that or nothing. And if he doesn't, then they won't put it in. Like, it's a bluff with, he can do whatever he wants. It's a bullshit bluff, but I guarantee that's what's going on here. My opinion, my ridiculous squeak through high school opinion. Look at this. Fucking, let's get going, guys. Come on. Watch. Okay, we agreed upon it. The video can come in without the audio. The fucking nerve of these people. The nerve. The nerve of these people. Oh, God. Well, they had Uncle Mike's phone in the crime scene, but then the lead detective, the night before they were going to do the search, allowed Uncle Mike to cut the crime scene tape off of Casey's door and go in and get his phone because he left it in there. What if it was in there because he went and just did this, injected her with it, and it fell out of his pocket? What if he was recording himself doing it, and then to save later to look at and get off on him? And he's like, oh my God, I got to get that phone out. And they would have found it in there. And like, what? Mike? You did this and recorded it? Like, I mean, it's possible. It's fucking possible. People. A lead detective allowed a family member to go in there, cut the crime scene tape, the sticker. They probably put one of those big stickers on her door, like so nobody else can get in there. And they sign their names on it. And then they are the ones that unseal it the next day when they go to search. And they let Uncle Mike cut this fucking thing and go in and get his phone out of Casey's room. Oh my God. Right, it was. Yeah, and that box was in there. I think that's what he's probably doing. Getting that DNR sheet out of the box. Because the cop was probably telling him, yeah, I found it. Because the cop is tasked to look for the DNR, and he finds an empty envelope and starts taking pictures of it. No. And it's on his body cam, probably him showing it. Then his body cam's gone. All his photos are gone of Norman, Detective Norman, whose only task was to walk around and look for this DNR sheet. And he's taken photos of an envelope with Megan's name on it. And then all of a sudden that envelope's empty and those photos are gone. And it's on his cop phone, his police issued phone. And his body cam's all gone. And the only bit of body cam that the other cop standing there talking with Uncle Mike talking to Norman from a third cop, now they don't get to see that. Could you imagine? Could you fucking imagine? Oh, I wasn't on 2X. Shit. Babbling. Oh, it's got to be any second. Sorry. That is crazy. Yeah, Uncle Mike he's the one that, after they released the crime scene, he's in there because they had a flood. Somebody left a window open or something, and the window well filled, I don't know, water filled that room as an accidental flood. And all of a sudden, Mike's ripping out carpet and saying he found a needle under the carpet, and the cops missed it. Like, as if these cops are in this little closet. It's like a 12 by 12 closet, carpeted. And they're walking around this empty closet, and none of them step on this needle that's under the carpet. Like, as if you wouldn't, these needles aren't that small. You would see it or bump under this carpet. Even if the needle wasn't in the little box, the little tiny needle, you would know it's under that carpet. There's like 6 cops search this closet. Oh my God. And Uncle Mike's the one who finds it. And then Uncle Mike's the one who finds a bunch of them in his dead brother's room. What if his brother died with this way too? And just didn't have a Megan sitting there watching? Oh my God. Honestly, it's gotta be a thought you guys have. You have to. I mean, you've got to look at every angle here. There's 5 other things that I'm going to show you. We're going to do a whole show on Uncle Mike, guys. So be prepared. I have it all written down, you guys. I have it all written down. TJ's here. Oh my God. Casey had ex-husband in this trial. He was on the stand. Casey's ex-husband. What are you guys watching this? Come on. Casey's ex-husband. She married him twice. Was on the stand. Oh my God, you guys are nuts. You guys are toying with me, aren't you? I do all this. I stay up all night for you guys, and you're not even watching it. I got it on a playlist. I'm oh my God. I'm skipping all the breaks for you guys. All you have to do is watch. Casey's ex-husband was on the stand twice.
Please be seated.
Casey was married twice, but they were divorced twice too.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, welcome back from lunch. Hopefully it was a good break. As I've said many times throughout this trial, there's a lot of ebb and flow to the process.
Right. Well, Mark is Mark. Mark is the uncle. Mike is the guy who paid for the life insurance. So sometimes it might be Mike. It's not like there's no Mike. Mike is the guy who paid for he's fictitious though. He doesn't exist, but his name is Mike, the one who's supposedly paid the $2 or $3 grand for the life insurance back in 2012.
A lot of starts and stops and a lot of pivoting that's required when
they gotta
putting
say
on a
something about
case of this nature.
How can they control this body cam video just because some of it's
I will cut to
hearsay?
the chase and tell you that our work today is
You're
done.
an asshole. Fuck you.
So you're going to be excused early again.
You got me started. See, it's these prosecutors.
I hope there's
and
no
these
heartburn
shenanigans.
over that on a Friday.
They're doing this to themselves.
How it looks. I haven't been outside today yet, but it looks.
Yeah, we should go
looks to
touch
be
some grass,
okay.
dude. Because
So you're going to be
how are you
excused.
to
We're going to
fucking body
reconvene
cam
on
video?
Monday morning at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
So we
Get
need
that body
we
cam
need you
video.
back here Monday at 10. At that point in time, you're going to get the case. We're going to go through instructions. We're going to go through closing instructions together. Then you're going to hear
So that's
arguments
it.
from
No word
counsel.
about.
And then you're
No
going to
word about this body cam. Eh? It's just like we do that and then blow off. Like we don't get to know.
get the case. So you will get it on Monday. Is everybody okay with 10 a.m.?
No.
On
I want
Monday.
now.
Okay.
I want that body cam. What even
So
happened?
again,
What
we'll
was
go
your
through
ruling on
instructions
that?
together, then you're going to hear arguments, and then you'll get started.
Does he know what's on the
We wanna
audio?
Thank you for your patience and your
How?
efforts
How?
and your
How?
attention
okay.
above all else. Appreciate
Not okay, guys.
the jurors who take their oath seriously. Can't thank you enough. All right.
Megan
Before you
owns this
leave,
body
you
cam
are
video,
once
as
again
it says.
admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject
They're
of the
withholding it,
trial.
'cause
And
there
it
could be
is
some
your duty
hearsay
not
on
to
it.
form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you.
Fuck.
This includes no
How
individual
much body
research on
cam video I
parties.
watch has hearsay all
attorneys,
over the fucking
or
shit when it's there in their
claims.
advantage.
Thank you.
When it's,
Have a good and
when
safe
it's
weekend.
incriminating.
All rise for the jury.
Exculpatory audio is not good. Incriminating, it's no problem. How this double standard, this ambiguity? These guys could just make everything. One law could go two ways, and however they want it to. If it's in their favor, if they want it in their favor, they do it. If it's in their favor to have it be a negative, they can just make it so. They can just declare it so. Because this, how do you win trials like this? It's impossible.
Please be seated.
Impossible. You've seen these idiot. All these prosecutors are idiots. I've seen them all, especially in the Delphi and in the Dale Warner case. Every fucking case, I feel like the defense is smarter. You may not like them, the defense, but they're smarter than these prosecutors. And these prosecutors are rolling over these guys because they have the judges on their team. Every fucking case.
Counsel, I believe the plan is we're going to meet at 8:30 Monday morning.
Yeah. This fucking glucometer, the timestamps are off in the glucose meter that Casey stole from her grandma. The timestamps and they are off.
You guys are going to work diligently on instructions, and we're going to talk about any instructions that aren't stipulated to on Monday, and then any other issues we need to deal with, including the special
I'm doing a whole
form.
show on Mark. Don't you worry, bro.
Anything else we need to cover?
We're gonna deep dive
I
more.
don't think right now.
For V. V wants to
All right.
really
Thank
dive.
you all for your efforts so far. Everybody stay safe. We'll be in recess.
Like even if I saw Megan do this, this whole every trial, like how can anyone win against this? It's not like it's not like this guy's sitting there as an arbiter of a bias and just like a referee type of thing, making sure he is on the prosecutor's team. All these idiot prosecutors are winning cases because They've got the judges on their team. I'm just going to play the next one. We're going to get into it because it's all just a bunch of. I'm going to probably finish this today. Fuck it. I got a couple hours left. I'm doing it. I have it all ready to go. Here's Casey. Oh, she's all done up today. I'm going to write it on here what I have. Because there's going to be a bunch of things. Today's, I'll put it on the screen, day 9, but there's going to be a bunch of talking, like they're going to go over some stuff before. And then I have the closing statements at the end of it. So if I can get it done. We're starting day 9. For Nicole, for Critter, for Dewey. Who else is here? Let's fucking do this. Let's fucking do this. Oh my God. How do they get to not have this body cam video in? How? How? Who are they? Have not had this body cam. Especially when it's showing, it's a body cam video of a cop talking to a guy who's all his body cam videos gone missing. Oh my God. I didn't hear it. Did he? The guy with the big goatee? Oh my God. Yeah. I didn't hear that. I'll have to pay it again because I'm just overwhelmed with this ridiculousness. How can they get away with this? I mean, even if you saw her do it, this treatment isn't the way you just nail people. Like Richard Allen getting in solitary, like this, nobody, what happened to that American, like, pride that, you know, the Constitution meant stuff. The whole world used to watch you guys like, wow, in awe. Now I'm like, what?
What condition of apparel facts can
I tried clicking ahead and I shouldn't have. I'll go speed it up. I'll speed it up real quick. Okay, she's finally wearing a nice dress. I shouldn't cover it. V pointed out earlier she had this really awful dress on the other day. No, not that it matters. I don't even look. I'm rambling. People have me rambling. See? The state. How do you compete against the state when they just do stuff like that? And they just wave these magic wands, change timestamps in their favor, but when your timestamp's off, it doesn't work in your favor, it works against you. When theirs is off, they can just wave magic wands, declare it so. These fucking people. Garbage, every case. Imagine the first cop that's tasked to look for this DNR sheet. All his body cam is gone. All of it's gone. And the photos he took are all gone on his phone. And then the one video that we have of him talking with Uncle Mike, they're just whispering. That now they can't even watch that video because it's got a little hearsay on it. Fuck. What are you saying? They're whispering. Oh, it's picking it up too. I'm gonna go back. Sorry. It's picking up the whispering. You start whispering. Watch. I got closed captioning on. Watch. It shows up. Shh. Here comes. ASMR. Shivy. Here comes. Read. Good point. Here it comes. She finally did her hair nice. All those captions on. I might have gone back too far. Here it is. Might have gone back too far, but this is suspenseful. Every rose has its thorn, guys. Every rose. It's like every night as it's dawn. It's like
Mr. Williams, did you
every
receive
cowboy.
that yet?
Mr. Williams, did you receive that?
It was included in the original instructions I sent to you.
I believe I just sent another, maybe I didn't.
Well, I can go find it if you like.
Whisper loud. Oh, that's okay. Whisper louder.
Yeah.
That be a gun? I heard it. This is the path we go down.
I'm looking at the. This language of the two cases that just, first of all, they're not about jury instructions. They almost don't even mention condition of peril, but they're both negligent homicide cases, and part of it is tied to that, to the notion of can you be negligent and do something that creates, I mean, I would ask the state to
Maybe it was just a bad mic.
state specifically articulate what could possibly in this case be creating a condition of peril. The entire theory is, as I see it, maybe they've got to propose something with closing that I haven't seen for 2 weeks, but would be that an act was committed inside a room where the decedent set a stage, introduced a glucometer, clearly took a reading before Ms. Sunwall entered, texted in connection with this plan, she was going to preload some syringes, and died by overdose of insulin. What condition of peril facts could even warrant this, assuming it's a real thing? Again, these cases don't even cite to jury instructions given in the two cases. They only cite to both of them are criminal negligence cases, one of them with strong dissent. That's how.
And I've reviewed Hallett. Ms. Hunt, that gets back to my original question. What's the theory?
I think that's multifold, and I'll start at the beginning. So I think based on the evidence submitted, the jury could rationally find that the defendant caused the victim's death through the creation and control of a lethal medical condition, which includes planning, facilitation, monitoring of deteriorating blood glucose levels, and interfering with timely medical intervention. So even if the jury does not find beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Sunwall personally injected the substance, she did a number of affirmative acts that contributed to the cause. And then more specifically, Mr. Williams has referenced text that Casey was pre-filling syringes. The state also introduced evidence that the night before, around, I believe, 9:48 p.m. on August 11th, Casey Terry Googles, "Can I inject myself with saline?" It's going to be one of the state's theories that she and part of defense's own expert went to this parasuicidal behavior where somebody does not intend to die, but sets up situations such that they are, manufacturing a situation that looks like that. Part of the state's theory, or one of the state's theories, and again, the jury doesn't have to be unanimous as to the theory, only unanimous as to the cause, whether Ms. Sunwall caused the death. But part of the state's theory is that consistent with parasuicidal behavior and consistent with Ms. Terry's history of fabricating medical events, even, having to go to the ER or pretending that she was getting chemo and cancer treatment, that she does go to great lengths to look like things are happening that are not medically accurate. And one of our theories is that she prepared those syringes that were to be used and filled them with saline. And the defendant came over, and at some point, the defendant became wise to the fact that those syringes did not have insulin in them. And the defendant filled some other syringe with insulin. And then how that got administered, I think it can have been a number of ways, all of which I think lead ultimately to Ms. Sunwell being the cause. We know that promethazine, opioids, and Xanax were found in Ms. Terry's system. And we know that Ms. Sunwell herself said, do you want to take promethazine so you're asleep while this is happening, when the last text she sent. So perhaps Ms. Terry.
She's had a terminal, she's been on death's doorstep for a month now, shaking and quivering, and she's receiving texts from hospice doctors saying she's on death's doorstep. She's like sitting there watching her suffer and suffer and suffer. Yeah, she wants her to fucking slip into the fucking, let it go. Like, you gotta, she's not doing it. She's being fucking gaslit into all of this. Oh my God.
Fell asleep thinking that she was
fuck.
safe.
I'm never going near Utah, I'll tell you that. And Indiana. Utah more. Because this is murder. Oh my God. This fucking Casey did all of this.
Enough to do so, that she had pre-filled the syringes and that they were full of saline and that she was in no danger. And then she could carry on this lie that she had been telling of, look, nothing works on me. Insulin, I tried 4 bottles, I tried 9 vials, I'm getting the surgery so my body can accept medications. Look, nothing works. Or,
saying,
she could not have been asleep, and perhaps the defendant
we're gonna
TJ,
guard
and injected her with insulin. Or especially, and this is where the condition of peril comes in, and where the substantial factor and causation being more nuanced, which I do think that the court's instruction captures, is that the saline swap, the syringe swap that I think the evidence rationally supports that Ms. Sunwell could have engaged in, she could have swapped the syringe that had,
like, this is her closing statements, the swap that she could have engaged in, because they have just nothing, and all they got is a bunch of needles that fucking 4 different scenarios where Uncle Mike has found needles.
saline, put insulin in it, and handed it to Ms. Terry herself. Ms. Terry could have been the one that actually injected herself with that, believing it was saline. But at that point, the defendant has instigated a condition of peril, which has proximate cause and foreseeability that the insulin in that syringe was going to kill Ms. Terry. And facts and evidence, including the defendant's own expert about parasuicidal behavior, all support that. And I think a jury's entitled to hear about that, and the state's entitled to argue it because facts all support that.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, Mr. Hancock's discussion of notions of suicide and the relationship with stuff in this case isn't evidence presented in connection with what happened in the room. I don't think they're entitled to these sorts of instructions and arguments just on wild speculation. The government has the requirement to present some sort of evidence. I granted there's a dearth of it for them in a variety of ways in terms of what happened in the room.
Uncle Mike.
Act. I mean, all of these theories, aggravated murder and aiding, require an act. And that's what the case is about. An act of some wild theory that somehow Ms. Sunwall may have drawn up some insulin and so that Ms. Terry would take it and die, then that's covered. That doesn't create a condition of peril. That'd be aiding. That might be murder. These condition of peril notions is when you don't act intentionally. That's why the 2 cases you have are are about negligence. It's
I had the wrong date thing up. Okay, so it's not day 9. I believe we're still doing day 8 here.
when
Sorry.
you don't
Ignore what I
intend
had up
that,
earlier. Oh my god,
but
idiot.
by doing something negligently,
I'm so sorry.
or maybe even recklessly,
This is day 8.
you
I'm so
create
sorry, guys.
some condition where you're criminally liable.
I'll put up what's going on here. I'm so
Outside
sorry.
of recklessness and negligence, there's just no concept of condition of peril because you have to intentionally and knowingly
So
cause the death. That's covered. Sure. Even by those arguments, you have to intend with knowledge that filling a syringe on premises was aiding or murder.
Thank you. Ms. Hunt?
Agreed, and I think we're talking less about the mental state, although obviously if Ms. Sunwall is filling up a syringe with insulin and either administering it herself, injecting it herself into Ms. Terry or handing it to Ms. Terry to inject, it obviously would be intentionally or knowingly leading to the death of Ms. Terry, given the information we know about insulin. But it goes primarily to causation. And I do not want the jury to have any confusion here. There is a scenario supported by facts and evidence where Ms. Sunwall does not have to have been the one to inject Ms. Terry. Primarily this, she swapped syringes at some point and Ms. Terry injected herself with something she believed to be saline, believed to be harmless, and ended up causing her death. And that is the condition of peril. I do think that causation, the but for and the substantial factor, I think it does cover part of that. But I don't want any doubt in the jury's mind that has to mean that Ms. Sunwall necessarily did the injection herself. And in fact, I think that aiding, if we're looking at particularly under the suicide instruction, aiding means the act of providing the physical means. Providing means to administer, prescribe, distribute, or dispense. Similarly, in the aggravating factor of ag murder, the poison one, I'm sorry, let me just find that so I read it correctly. The homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Again, administration does not necessarily mean there, and it's not defined, and so the jury can use the ordinary definition. It does not require Ms. Sunwall to be the one to have physically injected it herself. And I guess this is a scenario that I can liken it to. If you're poisoning somebody's food or somebody's drink, you could poison the material, you could put poison in the drink, you could put poison in the food, and then, whoever you're attempting to poison can come up and they're the one that actually eats it or drinks it. It doesn't have to be force-fed to them or forced down their throat. But no doubt that person would still be administering them poison because, but for the poison being in there, they wouldn't have died. And if they knew the poison was in there, they wouldn't have eaten the food or drank the drink. So I think that administration is broader than Ms. Sunwall having to be the one that injected Ms. Terry. And I think that an ample amount of evidence here supports that. Why would Ms. Terry Google, is it okay to inject myself with saline the night before she knows that Ms. Sunwall is coming over with Ms. Sunwall's goal at least, and perhaps Ms. Terry's at least plan of faking it or something. The goal that Ms. Sunwall has is that Ms. Terry ends up dead. And so I think there's ample evidence, and the state should be able to argue every theory supported by the evidence, and whether the jury believes that or not, that's the jury's province.
Thank you. Let's move on to Mr. Williams, your no duty to provide aid instruction. Walk me through that.
The state throughout, Your Honor, the entirety of this litigation has told me they agree that instruction of no duty to aid would be appropriate. And even the response which is the only communication I got over the weekend, last night, doesn't say they object. It just says they would like different language. The state didn't provide any. I think it's important to have a no duty to aid. Gosh, in this case, can you imagine any more important one? Because it's not the same every jurisdiction. In Utah, there's this, Utah, so every jurisdiction isn't the same. People might have a mistaken notion about duty to aid. And so we simply let them know that in Utah, the law is there's no duty to aid. And then we have the Good Samaritan law in Utah that indicates that if you do, you'll be free from, prosecution or liability if you do so, and you do so anyway that's negligently, otherwise problematic.
What do you think of the state's proposed language on the no duty to aid, their proposal?
Did I miss it?
I'm sorry, I did send it this morning.
I don't read my emails while I drive. So.
Go ahead and look at that and we can discuss.
I'm not sure, are we only talking of, I would object to the second paragraph. I mean, that's just a restatement of the condition of peril. I don't think if we're instructing them either, we would instruct them it's not ordinarily required to provide medical assistance to another person in distress. The reason ordinarily, I don't know where that comes from. They can say, I suppose, it doesn't come from the law that I've ever seen.
And that was my question originally too. Do we have any case law from either side supporting this?
No, Judge, and in fact, I believe that no duty to aid comes from civil common law, and I think it applies in situations where, and this is just an example off the top of my head, if I come upon somebody that is drowning in a pond or a lake or something, I don't have an affirmative duty, even though I may be able to jump in and try to save them. Similarly, if Ms. Sunwall just came upon Ms. Terry having injected herself with insulin and is obviously struggling, she may not have a duty to provide care, even though she is capable of it. But these facts, the evidence that has been presented to the jury, and what the state has been very careful about here, is this is not just, and nor have we framed it this way, and nor do we intend to, this is not a case of omission. This is not just, I came upon somebody and I have no duty to act here. The evidence supports that the defendant took a repeated series of affirmative acts to block aid, to put in motion the condition of peril under multiple theories. And so I think that all of this is covered. So number one, I would object to there being an instruction at all on it, because I think it's all covered in the causation instructions that the court has proposed. But if the court does think it's appropriate, I think that, referencing, and I couldn't find a case either used in a criminal setting of a duty to aid or no duty to aid. The Good Samaritan law does not spell out that you have no duty to aid. It merely says that if you do step in a situation like that, and like Mr. Williams said, if you mess up, then you're not going to be subject to civil liability or you can't be sued. But here, what we have, and what Mr. Williams has presented is perhaps a technically correct view of what common law is understood to be, civil common law, but it's not complete, and it misleads the jury in this context, because here I mean, if the jury is just told Megan Sundwall had no duty to help at all, then they are missing the law that supports, situations where she would have some kind of duty, the condition of peril, where she would have caused the death by this string of affirmative acts. And the jury is, I think, entitled to, in context, if they're instructed on no duty to aid, they certainly ought to be instructed on situations where if the defendant has created the situation, if the defendant has set in motion affirmative acts or a condition of peril that are a substantial factor in the decedent's death, then in all fairness, it has to be taken together for them to understand, because otherwise, they read no duty to aid and they think the analysis just stops there. And that's simply not the law. So number one, I would say we object to any instruction on this at all, because there is no criminal case law or context or criminal statute in Utah that implicates it. But number two, the facts are just so much more than what the no duty to aid contemplates.
Thank you. And I guess I'm really just concerned about your second sentence, because it just seems to reaffirm or meld with your other proposed condition of peril instruction.
Judge, I'm sorry, may I add to Ms. Hunt's
Go ahead.
I think Mr. Williams' language comes from, or his desire to include the no duty to aid comes from 78B-4-501, the Good Samaritan Law. Subsection 2 of that provision explicitly limits that to rendering somebody who doesn't provide aid to liability for civil damage or penalties. In addition, that section also indicates that the person is liable if they are grossly negligent or caused the emergency. So there's no absolute duty or lack of duty to aid. It is A, it's civil rather than criminal, and B, there are limitations on that particular language that need to be provided if your honor is going to include a no duty to aid instruction.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Williams, just for the record?
Sorry, yeah, I feel a little rope-a-dope on this because until this morning, State said they agree that such a basic common law does derive from common law. I can't imagine a case where it would apply more appropriately in the criminal context. Just that there's no criminal case law never means that, that something's not available. We're not going to see a case like this ever on appeal, on a decision that matters, because this law even is going to be changed. But for this case and these facts, the jury shouldn't need to think that they can convict Ms. Sundwall, and there's been a lot of focus indeed upon the fact that Ms. Sundwall is a nurse, that Megan Sundwall had some sort of duty notwithstanding what Casey did to herself, even if Ms. Sundwall didn't do anything to help, didn't aid, or didn't intentionally cause, that she somehow maybe still had a duty under the law to do something. For instance, of course, when Ms. Terry became unconscious, and that big gap, that multi-hour gap, should not be considered by the worry would be that the jury would think, well, if you didn't do something then, that must be criminal. So that's where this comes from, the specific facts of this case together with the common law, which it hasn't denied, notion of no duty to act. It's just a basic statement that I put together. I didn't know. Last night there was, again, a representation view. The state might seek to modify the language of what I proposed. The Good Samaritan law, to the extent it's relevant at all, it'd be hard to figure that out, right? Because it just says if you do, then ... Which, by the way, clearly is law that suggests you didn't have to. Because it says, if it says that if you do, you can't be held liable, why isn't it the law that you don't have to? At any rate, and then also in subsection 2, it refers specifically to rendering emergency care. We want to adopt that language somehow into the no duty, for instance, no duty to render, I think, emergency care. Let me see what my proposal was, but we can work that out in some sort of common language. No duty, in Utah, there's no duty for a person to provide emergency care. That's the language from Good Samaritan. Not the no duty part, but it's about rendering emergency care. So there it is in law.
Thank you.
And again, Judge, the state is not framing this as an omission case. There's ample evidence that the defendant took several steps of affirmative acts to either delay or prevent medical aid reaching Ms. Terry. And I think if the judge determines that a no duty to aid instruction is appropriate, then again, Mr. Williams' proposal is incomplete because it leaves out that if you create the condition of peril, if you set in motion all of these things, then it does become part of causation. And so I think that as Mr. Williams has proposed it is incomplete and misleading.
Thank you. Does anybody else in council, do either of you wish to make an additional record as to the issues we talked about on the tested instructions this morning?
Megan knew nothing. Have you been watching
Before
this?
we get into the
oh my God. Go back and watch it. I've got it in a playlist.
Issues that we can easily fix.
You guys are right.
I do think the state is entitled to under obstructing justice. I think the evidence supports 2 ways that happened. Number
TJ, she catfished Megan as her doctor. She texted her on her dead dad's phone as her doctor. She texted Megan as her hospice doctor, saying she's half dead. Megan didn't know. She texted Megan as 3 different hospice workers. She texted Megan as her lawyer, Casey did, and pretended to Megan and lied through text. She texted Megan as the guy who paid for the insurance in 2012, or she gave him a fake name. Like, she pretended to be 8 different people. Her primary care doctor, her hospice doctor, 3 other hospice volunteer people were texting her, and Megan thought she was receiving it from all these different people. She fucking completely tricked her.
1, the text message deletion of the topics that obviously are
Don't worry, we'll do it again.
And number 2, the lie to the police that she has no idea.
You got to promise to follow along, young lady. We'll do it again. Don't you worry. Because I'm just learning everyone now. So if I knew everything now and I was able to watch this again, it would make much more sense. We're going to do it again.
What happened, the
just
phone call
understanding it all
later,
now.
At that, it shows that her story is evolving and that she knew that
Oh my
what
God.
Casey, I think she says, I knew what she was doing and I didn't help.
Yes.
So that is obviously.
The lead cops all say it. The lead cop says, yeah, you'll see. Don't worry, it's going to make sense again. Don't worry.
Obviously a lie to the police. I know Mr. Williams' argument was that was not the theory under which it was bound over at preliminary hearing. I don't have the case law pulled up right before me, but I think there is case law that the state is not held to the theory bound over at preliminary hearing. And in fact, both theories were presented at preliminary hearing, even if it's not the theory that the court deliberately bound over upon. I know that we presented testimony from her interview that she had no idea what happened. And I know that we did play that phone call where she's saying something contradictory and that she knew what Casey was doing and she didn't help her. And so I think the state is entitled to both theories. I think that obviously the jury would have to be unanimous as to at least one, but the evidence in the state's mind supports both.
Mr. Others.
On the law, especially recent law, I believe is clear that bind over has to be with specificity. As to if there are multiple wrongs, quite frankly, that's why they would have to have 2 counts. Absent 2 counts, there's 1 problem. And I could pull a transcript. again, of the argument on bind over. Or perhaps, Your Honor, maybe we could look at your order on bind over, but it's, in my position, it's been clear that this case proceeded to this point on obstruction by deleting text messages. By the way, that's exactly what the police officer says to her in the interview that the jury's going to hear. Deleting text message, that's obstruction of justice. That's what the officers, now, that doesn't limit the state to their arguments on the fact. I mean, that's
Deleting her own text messages. And she deleted them because Kylie said to her she's going to ruin her life. Kylie was going to ruin Megan after this. So, yeah, she deleted some of her texts.
Notice, due process notice, specificity.
That's obstruction
law.
of justice. Before they even had her phone. What? She deleted some text messages. It's her phone. It's not obstruction.
I submit that the only specific bind over was on deletion, object to including any other theory or argument, the theory in jury instruction.
I think if the court is, in the event that the court is persuaded by Mr. Williams' argument there, I think that we do need one of those unanimity instructions that says that, you know, you may have heard that a crime happened more times than is charged. Then I think we would need it to be clear, and I'll make it clear in closing that if there is only one theory of obstructing submitted to the jury, deleting text, they obviously, and I'm going to talk about the fact that Ms. Sundwall lied to police, I think that we would need to add that obstruction that you may have heard that a crime was committed more times than was charged. You need to be unanimous about the activity that accomplishes or satisfies that element.
Any other record, counsel, you wish to make?
I don't believe so on that. I made my argument. I hope I have made the record clear that there should only be that count, that argument. I'm sorry, not argument, that position. Of course, an act of lying, there could be all sorts of other things that would be obstruction. In a case, they're here for the state to argue as to intent and motive and all that. That doesn't mean we need any more instructions.
Thank you. Anything else?
Not specifically on the jury instructions, but I do want the record to be clear. Obviously, a number of different types of hearsay came in at trial, and I just wanted the record to be clear about the stipulations that counsel arrived at to get those things in. Some examples are obviously we letted the crime lab reports on the testing of the vial and the syringe. We did not have crime lab people come testify about that stuff. Mr. Williams had agreed to stipulate to chain of custody and anything essentially, and Mr. Williams, correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially anything that Detective Carney was aware that happened in the investigation, he stipulated to allow her to testify about those results. So I wanted that on the record too, because that was stipulation and agreement that the parties reached ahead of time.
Thank you. Anything else?
I'm not, just for the record, I'm not sure what stipulation means. But what has happened is that in the interest of smooth trial, I made no objection to foundation for matters to allow the state to not have to present chain of custody. I stipulate to anything Farney said. Second of all, I mean, the record is clear on what objections were.
Just so you know, the camera guy is pointing up at the sky, so I might as well just keep this banner up because it's not showing anybody. I don't know what the camera guy's doing. So
made or not made.
Thank you.
Camera guy fell
Let's
asleep.
talk about the instructions. What needs to be fixed?
Let's see. In scrolling down, I think the first thing that is flagged is obviously we need to take out defendant's testimony instruction.
That's been taken out.
Okay. The next one, an offense requires both conduct and mental state. I believe that we can take out recklessly. I don't know that any of we're not requesting a lesser of reckless manslaughter, and I don't believe any of the other counts include a reckless mind state.
And that, I've taken that out.
Okay. The state is okay on the next page with taking out motive instruction, because I think obviously the pecuniary gain aggravator under murder encapsulates motive. And similarly, I think obstructing justice, there has to be at least some kind of degree of motive. You have to, one of the elements is, in order to hinder, prevent, delay, or something, the investigation. So I think that hints at a motive too. So I think that this motive instruction may be confusing to the jury given the facts of this case. So I think we're okay to delete that. I don't know if Mr. Williams' position on that for sure.
I think I indicated that we don't need a motive instruction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not sure that we ever do. But it's given.
The next highlighted green section, I don't know why it's highlighted. It seems appropriate to me here. Maybe it was just, whether lessers were going to be included or something like that. I don't know if aiding suicide, she certainly wasn't charged with that. I don't know if that needs to be part of this instruction, since it is going to be included as an option for the jury to consider.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm trying to keep track of which instruction.
Oh, sorry, I'm on defendant's charges. I believe it's page, I don't really have the right page numbers here.
Yeah, I don't have any page numbers either.
I think we've changed the name of aiding suicide manslaughter to just manslaughter.
Oh.
Since that's the only theory. Is that your question?
No, I don't think, and also I think it would be clearer, I guess, once we get to that, or if we're arriving at that now, I think the state would prefer to call it aiding suicide rather than manslaughter. I think it's much clearer what we're talking about there if we call it aiding suicide. But in this instruction that lists defendant's charges, since aiding suicide or that form of manslaughter is going to be something the jury can consider, I don't know if we need to add it in here, but obviously she was not charged with that originally and has never been charged with that. Here, the defendant's charges here, sorry.
That's it.
And again, I'm not quite sure why it was highlighted. I don't know if Ms. Haney thought that if lessers are part of it, that they need to be included here. I don't know what the court's opinion on that is.
Defendant's charges instruction?
Yes.
I have no objection to just removing it. It's, at best, it's duplicate of the elements. And it is awkward in this particular case insofar as the state did not, I agree, didn't charge the aiding. So the aiding is better described as a lesser.
I think I agree with that. I would like to keep this instruction in though, because I think it does emphasize that the state has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crimes charged. And I think that that's probably appropriate.
Thank you.
I think that's in the elements instruction. I'll submit it, but if it's modified, I'm not sure I understand what the proposed modification is.
I guess I'm not proposing a modification and I'm just saying that the state is okay with including it, but I'll defer to the court.
Thank you. Next instruction.
The lesser included offenses, again, we're not seeking murder and reckless manslaughter. The only technically lesser here is the aiding suicide. And again, for clarity, the state would like to have it just called aiding suicide and not have the word manslaughter as part of that.
Any thoughts, Mr. Williams?
It's interesting, right? Because what happens, the legislators realize that there's kind of a quirky problem there because they've now taken aiding and made it its own. But in this court, in this trial, it's titled manslaughter. Manslaughter colon in aiding suicide. I'm not sure we have a record if we don't put that in. If we don't make a reference to manslaughter, we haven't really articulated a crime as codified, times appropriate to this statute. This is a manslaughter in the form of the prong of aiding. So the state has agreed the prong of recklessness need not be instructed in there. We're removing that, but it's manslaughter, subsection aiding suicide. So I think it would be a little awkward legally not to call it that.
Thank you. Next instruction. Or next issue.
Elements of count 1 aggravated murder. I believe this is where we found a little typo in the 4B aggravator. I think there was left out an of after administration. Does the court see that?
I do. Thank you.
Otherwise, the state has no issue with that.
Thank you. Next issue.
I think we can take out, as we stated, the lesser included of murder.
Do that.
Similarly, the lesser included of reckless manslaughter.
Thank you.
The next one down, the elements of lesser included of aiding suicide manslaughter. In the paragraph after the elements, we just added in, let me see if it's consistent with the others. So to compare, in count 1 aggravated murder, in that paragraph below the elements, it says, if every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder. In aiding suicide, we added, because before it just said, if every element has been proven, you must find the defendant guilty. And we added of aiding suicide manslaughter. And then on the other hand, if you are not convinced, you must find the defendant not guilty of aiding suicide manslaughter, just to specify that of that charge. Does that make sense?
I think so. Mr. Williams.
Judge, did the court see my attachment?
We did.
Okay. So as you can see, I have a disagreement on how to articulate the elements, that they're awkward, and I'm not sure correct with regard to the originally proposed the intentionality is aided, and then there's a knowledge component of the suicide, in my opinion. So in laying out the elements in the order that I have proposed is my record. In other words, just so the record's clear, the defendant, man, SUNDWALL-2, with knowledge that another individual intended to commit suicide or attempt to commit suicide. 3, intentionally aided the individual to commit suicide.
That might be clearer. I think the state was just taking directly from the statute, the language.
I tend to agree with the defendant's proposal.
Okay, I don't think the state has an objection to that. I think we just took from the statute, which it may be confusing what intentionally is modifying.
I think this makes it clear with what the defendant proposed.
Okay.
Next issue.
Again, I think the next one that's highlighted is obstructing justice, and I think the arguments have been made to Your Honor about whether multiple ways of doing that is going to be allowed. If not, I think that we keep it as is. If you're going to allow the argument of lying to the police to be part of it, I think we need to add in that as subsection B and C, as Ms. Haney instructed, and then I think that her additional language on unanimity would be appropriate. And then again, if the court does not allow another theory of obstructing justice, I think that we probably do need to have that unanimity instruction that says you may have heard that a crime happened more times than was charged. And that's in Muji. I don't have it in front of me, but I think that that would be appropriate to add.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, any thoughts? Other than what we've already
No,
discussed?
there'd be multiple, and I mean, I guess it would be because there were multiple deletions. In other words, that could be the only argument, is there were multiple deletions of text, right? And so my record's made in terms of the different forms of obstruction.
Next issue.
Again, depending on what the court decides on count 2, if there's allowed a second theory, the unanimity on count 2 instruction that Ms. Haney has highlighted, we've added in, so in the paragraph, you may not find Ms. Sunwall guilty on this count unless you unanimously agree that the prosecution has proven. We added beyond a reasonable doubt there that Megan Sunwall committed obstructing justice in at least one of the specific ways listed in element 3 of instruction blank. And then at the very end, we added, if you find Ms. Sunwall guilty of obstructing justice, you must indicate your unanimous decision. We added in the language on the verdict form. And again, just trying to, for purposes of clarity.
And I made that change. Next issue.
Ms. Haney made a comment on the definition of intentionality. I can't speak for Mr. Williams. I do believe both counts are specific intent result crimes. So I think we agree with that. I think that instruction is fine. And then under the next instruction, definition of knowingly, we are taking out the lesser included offense of murder.
Your Honor, I don't think we have, for the record, a mens rea of knowingly here. Mens rea of aiding is intentionally acting. Then it says with knowledge that a person is. That is not, I submit, another mens rea in that statute. It's a question of fact. No, I would object. Well, I guess that's not true. Murder has intentionally and knowingly as a mens rea. So that's just an awkward aspect as I started to speak through it. Murder does.
Thank you.
Never mind, sorry.
Agreed, aggravated murder does have intentionally or knowingly. Also, I would disagree with Mr. Williams. The aiding suicide does not include, it clearly says with knowledge that another individual intends to commit suicide. I think the legislature clearly could have used other verbiage. They used knowledge, which is a recognized mental state. So I think it's appropriate to instruct the jury on what knowledge means there as well.
Next issue.
Taking out recklessly definition entirely. The court's probably already done that.
Thank you.
And then I think the next issue is getting to the causation. I think that the state is largely okay with what the court has presented, but again, the state would request a definition of condition of peril. And then I also think that just for completeness sake, we would like intervening cause to be defined because it's part of proximate cause, and then proximate cause, if condition of peril is included, it refers to proximate cause, which then in turn refers to intervening cause. So I think it would be potentially complicated on appeal if the jury doesn't have meanings for what those terms are.
Thank you, and I'll go back and make changes and come back with a ruling on those, so we're clear on the record.
And is it clear I object to that?
It is. Any other issues with the instructions, or I guess we'll need to modify the verdict form?
We just had again, I don't know that it's terribly material, but the verdict form instruction toward the very end, the last sentence is, remember, any response you give on the verdict form must be unanimous. We changed it to, remember, all responses you give on the verdict form must be unanimous, just because obviously there's going to be multiple.
I'll think about that. Anything else from either party?
I did come up with, I'm not sure if you decided, of course, yet, whether you might give it sort of duty to aid, but in my proposal, one other alternative, since it's language straight from the Good Samaritan Act, in other words, statutory language, is after in to aid another person who, we perhaps could say, may otherwise require emergency care. That's the language from the Good Samaritan. So it's just a proposal.
Thank you. Anything else before I go back and make changes? Come back and make my ruling and you'll get copies of everything.
This is, I can't point to any law, it's just not a way that I've seen it before, but on the verdict form, the list of, the first thing listed is not guilty, and then followed by guilty of, obviously we'll take out reckless manslaughter and murder, but I've just never seen it. I can understand certainly why the defense would want it in that order. I'm sure that you can understand why the state wants it in a different order, but I think it makes more sense to descend in the order of guilty to not guilty, because that's kind of the path that they're, later instructed on to follow the different, inquiry A or whatever. We think it makes more logical sense to list the guilty offenses first and then not guilty. It just, I think, provides a clearer path for them to what they have to do, but I'll submit on that.
We don't have any precedent for that. It's just an argument. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, we have some precedent. The starting point is not guilty in this country.
Thank you. All right. I'll go back and make my changes. I'll come out and rule on the two main instructions that we had detailed argument on the jury. We'll be here in about 20 minutes. We'll get copies for them. You'll have copies. I'll give you a chance to review them. And then we'll get started.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you all for your efforts. Be back.
Judy, stay. I'm sorry. Judy, come on, stay. I'll apologize. Stay, come on. If that's what's true, if I was dreaming this, then I was wrong. So please, you don't have to leave if you don't want to. I'll make it up to you if you stay. Judy. Judy. No, Judy. if I'm wrong, I will apologize every show for the next 10 shows. Okay? I swear I've heard it. And if it was only in those text messages and it's all in my head, then I could have sworn he said it sitting on the stand. But you know how that was. My memories are fickle, especially mine is very fickle. Confused old man, Judy. Stay. Please. Please don't go. So what was I doing now? Okay, so Megan, so I was ready. Oh, I got to fast forward to what's coming up next is the jury's going to come in and they're going to do this. They're going to do stuff with the jury present. So I'll fast forward to wherever. Looks like it's oh, showing everyone here. So they have it muted, but it is wild that they have the cops or the jail guards in regular clothes. Who are all these people? But you didn't think you were going to be on camera today, huh? Oh, that's her sister, Kylie. That's the first one I recognized. Kylie. Where's Uncle Mark? Gotta be here. So I guess all these people, if they're on that side, does that mean it's like a wedding, or is it kind of like, it kind of is, right? That side is like, yeah, it's just Megan's parents. I should know more of these people, I'm sure. It's Megan's mom and her dad. So. Huh. Judy. Hey. Dewey says sorry. So they're going to do closing statements now. Oh, first they're going to do something in front of the jury. This one here. I got it highlighted. Then they're going to do something like this. Final jury instructions with the jury present, because they kind of just had to clean up stuff there. Then they'll do their closing statements. So I should fast forward. I'm going to put it in 2x speed just because it's got to be soon. When they get up, that's what's going to happen here. No, I'm going to try to fast forward because they could be up forever. Let's see. Oh my God, they do that. They do go to another break. Look at that. I'm glad I did that. Oh, they don't do anything. I'm like, holy shit. Took a break here.
Patience, everybody. We're going to go back on the road.
So something about patience. So something they had. I'm glad I did that. I was like, I just skipped ahead like an hour and a half. There was nothing. And I had this up, but when I scrub, I can see, like when I'm doing this, like we were here waiting, right around here, and then nothing happened. They showed the people again. Then they went from 127 to basically they all sat there for 35 minutes and looking at the seal. And then it comes back to this. So he's like, thank you for your patience, yada, yada, yada. Something happens here. I'll go 2x speed. Then I will, it's going to start any second. Usually it makes noise and it starts moving around a little bit. You'll see it. Camera guy turns the mic on and it starts clicking around. So I'm in 2x. 2x speed. Come on. Here it goes. See it? I told you. Just bumping around. I am. I never got up. Dewey, you can be seated now, Dewey.
Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Megan. Sundwall. We have had discussions this morning with counsel as it relates to proposed jury instructions, requested changes, and additions. I'm going to make a ruling on a couple of those and explain what we've done. You've got your final proposed instructions that I intend on using. After I've made those rulings, we're going to take a 15 to 20 minute break so we can make copies of the instructions to give them to the jury. Then we're going to come out and get started. Does that work for everybody?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, as it relates to the causation issue and my ruling on that, the state, relying on State v. Hallett and State v. Boss, requests an instruction on a defendant creating a condition of peril as part of the causation instruction. The condition of peril language comes from 2 negligent homicide cases where the defendants in those cases created a circumstance or condition where there was a risk of death. Importantly, in those cases, the appellate courts connected the condition of peril to the defendant's knowledge that the condition created a risk of death. A risk of death is a criminal negligence standard. In our case, no party has asked for a negligent homicide instruction. Instead, Ms. Sunwall is charged with aggravated murder, which requires the state to prove that she acted intentionally or knowingly in causing the death of another. When a person acts knowingly, they create more than a risk of death. Instead, they create a condition where death is reasonably certain to occur. It requires more than a condition of peril. It requires creating a condition where death is reasonably certain to occur. If the court instructs on a condition of peril, the court may, in a sense, relieve the state of a burden to show an intentional or knowing homicide. In the same vein, manslaughter in our context requires an intentional and knowing mental state. Accordingly, the state's request for a condition of peril instruction is respectfully denied. The state also asked for an instruction on intervening cause. Halfway through oral argument this morning, the state conceded that the court's proposed instruction on causation was sufficient to explain this principle to the jury. Then at the end of oral argument, the state raised its request for an intervening cause instruction again. The court has considered the state's request. The state has not provided a sufficient basis either in the evidence or in case law for the court to introduce a new principle to the jury on causation. The court will instruct on causation as it has already drafted. The state's request is respectfully denied. As to the defendant's request for an instruction on no duty to aid, defendant requests an instruction on no duty to aid another. Neither party has provided case law that requires the court to instruct on this principle, which seems to come from civil common law context. Court is already instructing on causation, which requires the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's conduct was a substantial factor in bringing about Ms. Terry's death, and that without Ms. Sunwall's conduct, Ms. Terry would not have died. The state also has to prove that Ms. Sunwall either desired Ms. Terry's death or that her conduct was reasonably certain to cause Ms. Terry's death.
Oh my God.
This
Terry's
is the correct statement of law
Casey's killed.
in criminal cases, and this is the standard that the parties may argue in closing. Defendant's request for a no duty to aid instruction is respectfully denied. However, the court does intend to instruct the jury with the following and has added this in the final instructions in instruction number 40, which is included. This will be read to the jury. You have heard evidence that Ms. Sunwall is a registered nurse. You may consider this evidence, if at all, to determine her mental state at the time of the alleged offense. However, you must not consider Ms. Sunwall's background as a nurse as requiring a special duty to provide medical care beyond that of an ordinary person. Counsel, you will also note that the court has found good cause to modify instruction number 34 regarding obstruction of justice based upon the evidence as outlined in trial and at the state's request. I'm going to give you 15 to 20 minutes to review those, to finalize your closing statements. We're going to get the binders ready for the jury. We'll come back in, read instructions together, and then you'll start with your closings.
With no lunch break, Your Honor.
With what?
No lunch break.
Nope. They're going to have lunch waiting for them
Great.
when they come back in, so they will be ready to get to work. Again, I appreciate everybody's patience. We'll be back in a moment to get going. Thank you.
All right.
So I'll skip ahead here because they're just going to bring the jury in and do that final instruction with them. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, but they're going to do something first. She's standing there and there's no jury behind her. So they got to bring them in soon. Oh, yeah, she's talking to them here. She's got to be. So the jury's here. So they do something here for like, looks like 2:30 to without the jury present. 25 minutes. So let's see what they do. Or maybe the jury comes in and I missed it. Oh yeah, because he stands up when the jury comes in. Okay. He stands up. They're coming in.
Not that I'm asking for it.
Thank you for your patience. Oh, yes. Come out just a second. Back this way. Sorry about that. Please be seated. That'll just give more time to get some more caffeine.
Could you maybe let the jury know that the reason they have to do that is their son went to use the bathroom?
I'm happy to do so.
Judge,
What was that?
Yeah, I think they
Did
did.
they do something?
Judge,
there?
can I
They-
come and turn the lectern before making a
Of
big
course.
scene in
Yep.
front of the
What happened there? Because the jury wasn't in here. Look at. Oh, so she's just getting stuff ready. I saw her standing there. I saw her here. Oh, the jury must be moved.
Thanks, Mr. Williams.
I'm going to go 2x speed because they're bringing her back in.
That was just a dress rehearsal.
Okay, so something happened and it was kind of like they had to go back out and do it again. Something with the jurors. I think he said they were, I don't know, they weren't finished eating or something. He said it there and I just wasn't listening. So he said it was a dress rehearsal, so they're going to have to do it all again. So 2x speed. 2x speed. They're not tripping out. It's 2x because he's going to jump up. The jury's going to come in. Give me a second. Gotta be close. Gotta be close. He's talking to them there, so he's standing up there. See,
Please be seated.
please be seated.
Court will go on the record on case number 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Megan Sunwall. Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, thank you for your patience. Sorry about that initial dress rehearsal. Sunwall was in the bathroom, so we're all ready to go. Hope you all had a good weekend. We're going to go through closing instructions right now. You've each got your binders. We're going to read through every instruction together, after which we're going to hear closing arguments, and then you will be excused to deliberate. Once again, we all thank you for your attention and efforts in this matter. If you could please turn to instruction number 13. Everybody there? Closing roadmap. All right, let's get started. Instruction number 13, closing roadmap. Members of the jury, you now have all the evidence. 3 things remain to be done. First, I will give you additional instructions that you will follow in deciding this case. Second, the lawyers will give their closing arguments. The prosecutor will go first, then the defense. Because the prosecution has the burden of proof, the prosecutor may give a rebuttal. Third, you will go to the jury room to discuss and decide the case. Instruction number 14, juror duties. As jurors, you have 2 main duties.
Okay, to be honest, for this, I feel this is going to be boring for the next half hour, so I put 1.25x because he's just going to read
The
stuff.
first duty is to decide from the evidence what the facts are. Deciding what the facts are is your job, not mine.
Is that okay, everyone? I put 1.25x. If it's too fast, let me know. But
You are the
reading
exclusive
instructions.
judges of all questions of fact. The second duty is to take the law I give you in the instructions, apply it to the facts, and decide if the prosecution has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You are bound by your oath to follow the instructions that I give you, even if you personally disagree with them. This includes the instructions I gave you before trial, any instructions I may have given you during the trial, and these instructions. All the instructions are important, and you should consider them as a whole. The order in which the instructions are given does not mean that some instructions are more important than others. Whether any particular instruction applies may depend on what you decide are the true facts of the case. If an instruction applies only to facts, circumstances that you find do not exist, you may disregard that instruction. Perform your duties fairly. Do not let any bias, sympathy, or prejudice that you may feel toward one side or the other influence your decision in any way. Instruction 15, legal rulings. During the trial, I have made certain rulings. I made those rulings based on the law and not because I favor one side or the other. However, if I sustain an objection, if I did not accept evidence offered by one side or the other, or if I ordered that certain testimony be stricken, then you must not consider those things in reaching your verdict. Instruction number 16, judicial neutrality. As the judge, I am neutral. If I have said or done anything that makes you think I favor one side or the other, that was not my intention. Do not interpret anything I have done as indicating that I have any particular view of the evidence or the decision you should reach. Instruction 17, evidence. You must base your decision only on the evidence that you saw and heard here in court. Evidence includes what the witnesses said while they were testifying under oath, any exhibits admitted into evidence, and any facts to which the parties have stipulated. That is to say, any fact to which they have agreed. Nothing else is evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments are not evidence. Their objections are not evidence. My legal rulings and comments, if any, are not evidence. In reaching a verdict, consider all the evidence as I have defined it here and nothing else. You may draw all reasonable inferences from that evidence. Instruction number 18, items not admitted into evidence. Transcripts, police reports, or other written audio or visual materials may have been referenced during the trial, but not admitted as exhibits. It is common during deliberations for jurors to ask to review these materials or to have transcripts of what witnesses said during trial. These materials, other than what may have been admitted as exhibits, may not be requested as part of your deliberations. Instruction number 19, witness credibility. In deciding this case, you will need to decide how believable each witness was. Use your judgment and common sense. Let me suggest a few things to think about as you weigh each witness's testimony. How good was the witness's opportunity to see, hear, or otherwise observe what the witness testified about? Does the witness have something to gain or lose from this case? Does the witness have any connection to the people involved in this case? Does the witness have any reason to lie or slant the testimony? Was the witness's testimony consistent over time? If not, is there a good reason for the inconsistency? If the witness was inconsistent, was it about something important or unimportant? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of other evidence at trial? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of human experience? Was there anything about the way the witness testified that made the testimony more or less believable? In deciding whether or not to believe a witness, you may also consider anything else you think is important. You do not have to believe everything that a witness said. You may believe part and disbelieve the rest. On the other hand, if you are convinced that a witness lied, you may disbelieve anything the witness said. In other words, you may believe all, part, or none of a witness's testimony. You may believe many witnesses against one or one witness against many. In deciding whether a witness testified truthfully, remember, no one's memory is perfect. Anyone can make an honest mistake. Honest people may remember the same event differently. Instruction number 20, fact and expert witnesses. There are two types of witnesses, fact witnesses and expert witnesses. Usually a fact witness can testify only about the facts that he or she can see, hear, touch, taste, or smell. An expert witness has scientific, technical, or other special knowledge that allows the witness to give an opinion. An expert's knowledge can come from training, education, experience, or skill. Experts can testify about facts and they can give their opinion in their area of expertise. You may have to weigh one expert's opinion against another's. In weighing the opinions of the experts, you may look at their qualifications, the reasoning processes the experts used, and the overall credibility of their testimony. You may also look at things like bias, consistency, and reputation. Use your common sense in evaluating all witnesses, including expert witnesses. You do not have to accept an expert's opinion. You may accept it all, reject it all, or accept part of it and reject part. Give it whatever weight you think it deserves. Instruction number 21, testimony of a law enforcement officer. You have heard the testimony of one or more law enforcement officers. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. It is up to you to give any witness's testimony whatever weight you think it deserves. Instruction number 22, direct and circumstantial evidence. Facts may be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence. The law does not treat one type of evidence as better than the other. Direct evidence can prove a fact by itself. It usually comes from a witness who perceived firsthand the fact in question. For example, if a witness testified that he looked outside and saw it was raining, that would be direct evidence that it had rained. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. It usually comes from a witness who perceived a set of related events, but not the fact in question. However, based on that testimony, someone could conclude that the fact in question had occurred. For example, if a witness testified that she looked outside and saw the ground was wet and people were closing their umbrellas, that would be circumstantial evidence that it had rained. Before you can find the defendant guilty of any charge, there must be enough evidence, direct, circumstantial, or some of both, to convince you of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It is up to you to decide. Instruction number 23, presumption of innocence. Remember, the fact that Megan Sunwall is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. In addition, the defendant does not have to prove anything. The defendant does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. Indeed, the law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crime charged. The presumption of innocence persists in favor of the defendant unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The prosecution carries the burden of proof at all times, and the prosecution must prove each and every element of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Until the prosecution has satisfied that burden, you must presume the defendant is not guilty. Instruction number 24, beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with an absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If the evidence leaves you firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if there is a real possibility the defendant is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 25. Defendant chose not to testify. A person accused of a crime may choose whether or not to testify. In this case, the defendant chose not to testify. Do not hold that choice against the defendant. Do not try to guess why the defendant chose not to testify. Do not consider it in your deliberations. Decide the case only on the basis of the evidence. The defendant does not have to prove that he is not guilty. That she is not guilty. The prosecution must prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 26. An offense requires both conduct and mental state. A person cannot be found guilty of a criminal offense unless the prosecutor proves that the person's conduct is prohibited by law and at the time the conduct occurred, the person demonstrated a particular mental state specified by law. Conduct can mean both an act or the failure to act when the law requires a person to act. An act is a voluntary movement of the body and can include speech. As to the mental state requirement, the prosecution must prove that at the time the person acted or failed to act, he or she did so with a particular mental state. For a criminal offense, the law defines what kind of mental state the person had to have, if any. For some crimes, the defendant must have acted intentionally or knowingly. For other crimes, it is enough that the defendant acted recklessly, with criminal negligence, or with some other specified mental state. Shortly, I will instruct you on the specific conduct and the mental state that the prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt before the defendant can be found guilty of a crime. Instruction number 27, inferring the mental state. The law requires that the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted with a particular mental state. Ordinarily, there is no way that a person's mental state can be proved directly because no one can tell what another person is thinking. A person's mental state can be proved indirectly from the surrounding facts and circumstances. This includes things like what the person said, what the person did, and any other evidence that shows what was in the person's mind. Instruction number 28, consideration of multiple offenses. Megan Sunwall has been charged with more than one crime. It is your duty to consider each charge separately. You do not need to consider the charges in any particular order. For each crime charge, consider all of the evidence related to that charge. Decide whether the prosecution has presented proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that particular crime. Your verdict on one charge does not determine your verdict on any other charge. Instruction number 29, do not consider punishment. In making your decision, do not consider what punishment could result from a verdict of guilty. Your duty is to decide if the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Punishment is not relevant to that decision. Instruction number 30, defendant's charges. Megan Sunwall is charged with the following crimes. Count 1, aggravated murder. Count 2, obstruction of justice. To these charges, the defendant has entered pleas of not guilty. These pleas cast upon the state the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt all of the elements of the crimes charged. These elements are set forth in the following instructions. Instruction number 31, count 1, lesser included offense. Count 1 charges the defendant with aggravated murder. Manslaughter is a lesser included offense of that charge. As you deliberate, you must determine whether the defendant is guilty of aggravated murder, guilty of manslaughter, or not guilty of either offense. The law does not require you to make these determinations in any particular order. However, you cannot find the defendant guilty of more than one offense. In other words, you can only return one verdict on count 1. Guilty of aggravated murder, guilty of manslaughter, or not guilty. The elements for aggravated murder are set forth in instruction 32. The elements for manslaughter are set forth in instruction 33. Instruction 32, elements of count 1, aggravated murder. Megan Sunwall is charged in count 1 with committing aggravated murder on or about August 12, 2024. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you find beyond a reasonable doubt that each of the following elements. 1, the defendant Megan Sunwall. 2, intentionally or knowingly. 3, cause the death of Casey Terry. 4, under one or more of the following aggravating circumstances: A, the homicide was committed for pecuniary gain, or B, the homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that each and every element has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty of aggravated murder. To find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder, you must unanimously agree the prosecution has proven at least one aggravating circumstance listed in element 4 beyond a reasonable doubt. You must also unanimously agree which circumstance or circumstances the state has proven. Instruction number 33, elements to the lesser included offense of manslaughter. You have been instructed that manslaughter is a lesser included offense of aggravated murder. You cannot convict Megan Sunwall of manslaughter unless, based on the evidence, you find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, the defendant Megan Sunwall. 2, with knowledge that another individual intended to commit suicide or attempt to commit suicide. 3, intentionally aided the individual to commit suicide. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty of manslaughter. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that each and every element has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty of manslaughter. Instruction number 34, elements of count 2, obstruction of justice. Megan Sunwall is charged in count 2 with committing obstruction of justice on or between August 12, 2024 and August 19, 2024. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. 1, the defendant Megan Sunwall. 2, with the intent to hinder, delay, or prevent the investigation, apprehension, prosecution, conviction, or punishment of any person regarding conduct that constitutes a criminal offense. 3, did one or more of the following: A, altered, destroyed, concealed, removed any item or other thing, namely deleted text messages, between the defendant Casey Terry, or B, provided false information regarding the conduct constituting an offense or any other material aspect of the investigation, namely lied to law enforcement. After you carefully considered all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find Megan Sunwall guilty of obstruction of justice. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that each and every element has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find her not guilty of obstruction of justice. To find the defendant guilty of obstruction of justice, you must unanimously agree the prosecution has proven at least one act listed in element 3 beyond a reasonable doubt. You must also unanimously agree which acts the state has proven. You must also unanimously agree which criminal offense investigation she obstructed. You will reflect your decisions on the verdict form. Instruction number 35, definition of intentionally. You are instructed that a person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause a certain result. Instruction number 36, definition of knowingly. For purposes of count 1, aggravated murder, a person acts knowingly or with knowledge when the person is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause a particular result. For the lesser included offense of manslaughter, a person acts with knowledge when the person is aware of the nature of her conduct or is aware of the particular circumstances surrounding her conduct. Instruction number 37, usual and ordinary meanings. Unless these instructions give a definition, you should give all words their usual and ordinary meanings. Instruction number 38, other definitions of terms. For pecuniary gain means the acquisition of money or something of monetary value. Aid means the act of providing the physical means and does not include the withholding or withdrawal of life-sustaining treatment procedures. Providing means to administer, prescribe, distribute, or dispense. Cause the death means that the defendant's conduct was a substantial factor in bringing about the death of another, even if it can be shown that some other factor also contributed in a substantial degree to the death, as long as the other factor was foreseeable. The death would not have occurred but for the defendant's conduct, and a reasonable person would have foreseen that the defendant's conduct would have resulted in death. Instruction number 39, evidence of other acts by the decedent. You have heard evidence that the decedent, Casey Terry, may have unlawfully used her grandparents' funds before the incident charged in this case. This evidence was not admitted to prove a character trait of Casey Terry or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for a limited purpose of determining whether Casey Terry had a motive to die by suicide. Keep in mind that Casey Terry is not on trial in this case. Instruction number 40, evidence of defendant's background. You have heard evidence that Ms. Sunwall is a registered nurse. You may consider this evidence, if at all, to determine her mental state at the time of the alleged offense.
Neither is
However,
Uncle Mark.
you must not consider Ms. Sunwall's background as a nurse and as requiring a special duty to provide medical care beyond that of an ordinary person. Instruction number 41, closing arguments. When the lawyers give
Yeah,
their
I've never
closing
seen
arguments,
anyone
keep in
wear
mind
their
that they are
glasses that low, right?
advocating their views of the case.
Literally.
What they say during their closing arguments is not evidence.
Damn.
If the lawyers say anything about the evidence that conflicts with what you remember, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence. If they say anything about the law that conflicts with these instructions, you are to rely on these instructions. Instruction number 42, jury deliberations. After the attorneys have completed their closing arguments, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room, and you may commence your deliberations. When you have agreed and the verdict form has been signed, please notify the bailiff. Do not reveal your decisions to the bailiff. The foreperson must keep the form in his or her possession until I instruct you otherwise. Instruction number 43, jury deliberations, unanimous agreement. Because this is a criminal case, every single juror must agree with the verdict before the defendant can be found guilty or not guilty. That is, you must be unanimous in your verdict for each count charged. To help you in reaching unanimous agreement, I recommend that you not commit yourselves to a particular verdict before discussing all the evidence. In addition, you may not use methods of chance, such as drawing straws or flipping a coin. Rather, in the jury room, consider the evidence and speak your minds with each other. Listen carefully and respectfully to each other's views, and keep an open mind about what others have to say. If there is a difference of opinion about the evidence or the verdict, do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that your position is wrong. On the other hand, do not give up your honestly held views about the evidence simply to agree on a verdict, to give in to pressure from other jurors, or just to get the case over with. In the end, your vote must be your own. A unanimous verdict must reflect the individual, careful, and conscientious judgment of each juror as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Instruction number 44, foreperson duties. Among the first things you should do when you go to the jury room is to deliberate is to appoint someone to serve as the jury foreperson. The foreperson should not dominate the jury's discussion, but rather should facilitate the discussion of the evidence and make sure that all members of the jury get a chance to speak. The foreperson's opinion should be given the same weight as those of other members of the jury. Once the jury has reached a verdict, the foreperson is responsible for filling out and signing the verdict form on behalf of the entire jury. Instruction number 45, verdict form. In the jury room, you will receive a verdict form. Please read the instructions on the form carefully. The verdict form is separated into two sections, one section for each count charged. Each count has separate instructions. When rendering your verdicts, you need to make sure only one verdict for each count is marked. You may be asked additional questions about the basis of your verdicts. Remember, all responses you give on the verdict form must be unanimous. Instruction number 26, questions during deliberations. These instructions should contain all the information you need to decide this case based on the evidence. However, if you have a question or need clarifications during deliberations, write a note and give it to the bailiff. I will review it with the lawyers. We will answer your question as appropriate. We'll now read the verdict form that you will consider. Read the instructions carefully. Be sure to mark only one verdict for each count. Count 1, aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Megan Sunwall, is not guilty. Guilty of manslaughter. Guilty of aggravated murder. If you marked guilty of aggravated murder, you must answer inquiry A. Inquiry A. You must only answer this inquiry if you marked guilty of aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously agree the prosecution has proved the following aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Check all that apply. Your decision to mark any aggravating circumstance must be unanimous. This homicide was committed for pecuniary gain. The homicide was committed by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. Count 2, obstruction of justice. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Megan Sunwall, is not guilty of obstruction of justice. If you mark guilty, you must answer inquiry B and inquiry C on the next page. Inquiry B. We, the jury, unanimously agree the prosecution has proved the following acts beyond a reasonable doubt. Check all that apply. Your decision to mark any act must be unanimous. Defendant altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed any item or anything, namely deleted text messages between defendant Casey Terry. Defendant provided false information regarding the conduct constituting an offense or any material aspect of the investigation, namely lied to law enforcement. Inquiry C. We, the jurors impaneled in the above case, have found that Megan Sunwall, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of obstruction of justice as to count 2 of the information, unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant obstructed the investigation of the following criminal offense. Choose one. Your decision must be unanimous. Aggravated murder, manslaughter. Those are your instructions. You can refer to them as needed. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I'll slow it down. That was a bit faster than I thought it was going to be. Here we go. Closing. Oops. I'm all ready for it right here. Prosecution. They're going to do closing. Nope. Just nope. It's this one. So this is a state. This would be Lauren Hunt from the state prosecution. Closing statement. Guilty.
This case boils down to one question: who was in control? In this case, when you step back and look at all of the evidence that you've heard over the last few weeks, you get clarity. What happened in the years, months, weeks, and ultimately what happened down in that basement on August 12th, 2024 was not chaos. It was not confusion. It was not a tragic misunderstanding. It was not a best friend merely helping out her other best friend in the whole world. This was control. And the person who was in control during that entire time frame sits at that table, Megan Sundwall. The judge instructed you on credibility, and that's in instruction 19. I won't read over it entirely again. You just heard it from the judge. But when you evaluate the evidence, use your common sense. Look at all these factors in instruction 19 and your human experience to determine credibility. You look at whether things make sense in real life. You ask, does the story match the evidence? Do behaviors and patterns match human experience? Do certain patterns match what we've heard or learned about during testimony? When you apply those rules here, the evidence does answer one central question: who was actually directing, controlling, and causing what happened to Casey? The answer is Megan Sundwall. Sorry. There we go. Let's talk about Casey. What do we know about her? First, let's be clear about something the state is absolutely not running from. Casey lied. She exaggerated illness. She misused medication. She made some poor decisions. Both sides, I think, can agree about that. She was a flawed person. She was a hurting person. The evidence shows, though, that she had real medical issues from early in life. She was only born with one kidney. She had surgery. I believe we heard it at like 3 weeks old from that. She was exposed to long, early medical treatment. She lost her mother as a small child and her father as a teenager. Over time, she learned that medical crises brought attention, care, and connection. Much of her dishonesty centered around health. That context matters not to excuse her behavior, but to understand her vulnerability. Even with the cancer lie, let's look at that, because she certainly did lie to many people about that. She lied to her family. But with her family, they were actually seeing objective factors, objective things that made parts of her story seem believable. Medical supplies were being delivered to the home. She had a port. She had real infections associated with that port. She had legitimate knee surgery and physical therapy. She went to appointments and emergency rooms and other doctors. Now, the family are not medical professionals. They were trying to make sense of what they were seeing and what Casey had told them. And she had not told them the level of dramatic lies that she told to Megan Sundwall, who is a nurse. The defense has suggested throughout this trial that Casey's life was collapsing, that she had built this house of cards and it was falling, that she was part of a drug network, stealing money and facing exposure that gave her a real motive to end her life. But the actual evidence does not support a sudden house of cards falling. Her prescription records show in the early, I mean, what you'll see, you can review it. In the early years, yeah, she may have been doctor shopping a little bit. She was going around getting opioids from different sources. We heard from Dr. Masteller that it was harder for doctors to check the Doppel records at that point to see if that was happening. But after that, what we see is what Dr. Masteller testified to. Pretty routine opioid prescription. I think you'll see in that exhibit, it's monthly. Dr. Masteller talked about that, and he talked about that they even had a plan to wean her off of that. And then at the end, when the defense asserted that it really ramped up at the end, she had a knee surgery. And Dr. Masteller testified that that's consistent with extra pain management that would have been needed for the knee surgery. You heard from her knee surgeon as well about the extra opioids he prescribed her at that point. Yes, there was evidence that she was trading pills with other people. She was using medication that she wasn't prescribed. But the medical examiner and toxicologist were clear. The drugs in her system on August 12th did not cause her death and did not meaningfully interact with insulin. They alone would not have been the cause of her death, and they don't interact with insulin. There's also evidence that Casey may have been taking money from her grandparents. Even assuming that occurred, there is no evidence that she had been confronted, investigated, or was facing imminent consequences because of that. Family members testified. Mark said that he certainly would have sought repayment. He would have had a firm conversation with her about it. But he would not, initially at least, want to see criminal punishment unless it was, needed to get that repayment. We heard from her ex-husband, Casey, and he testified he consistently helped her out financially. He bought her cars, he bought her clothes, he paid for the tires on her cars, he paid for insurance. He testified he would have continued to help her out financially. In fact, the evidence shows that Casey was actually quite generous with her money, particularly with the defendant. We heard testimony from both Kylie and the defendant's own mother, Renee, that Casey had paid for, and I believe even her father, Lee, that Casey had paid for a trip to Disneyland for Renee's 60th birthday. And you'll see, and you've seen in the text, that the defendant is giving, that Casey was giving the defendant hundreds of dollars shortly before her death. This is not evidence of someone whose world is collapsing overnight. This was Casey's life as it had been for years. Messy, complicated, imperfect, but certainly stable enough that she continued planning surgeries, planning to escalate up in work, and daily activities. Flaws do not equal suicide. Chaos does not equal an intent to die. And most importantly, vulnerability does not give someone else the right to take control of whether someone lives or dies. Also, Casey was not acting like someone determined to end her life. You heard the testimony just 2 weeks before August 12th, 2 weeks and 6 days, she underwent knee replacement surgery. Dr. West, the surgeon, he testified about performing that surgery and how he evaluates patients before such a complicated and extreme surgery. He evaluated not only her physical condition, and we know that Casey was not lying about this because he testified, no, the x-ray showed that her knees were in severe condition, and one was worse than the other, and that's the first one that he operated on. But he also evaluated her mental readiness for such a surgery, whether she had the motivation to recover, adequate support at home, and the ability to follow through with rehabilitation. She met those criteria, and he testified he would not have operated had she not. The evidence shows that Casey was healing on schedule. She attended her 2-week follow-up appointment about a week before August 12th. She was completing physical therapy. She was on track. And the doctor testified that they were already discussing, although it hadn't been formally planned, he said that at the 6-week follow-up, they were going to talk about doing the second knee, and that was her wish. If the recovery continued as expected, which nothing indicated that it shouldn't. Casey was making plans for her future. Mark testified about how she talked about advancing at work and wanting to get a license associated with that. She talked about getting healthier. Mark testified that she had purchased a treadmill. She was trying to lose weight. And in fact, in the body cam, you'll see it. Mr. Williams even talked about it. There's a treadmill in front of her closet that the officers had to move to get access to that closet. She talked about wanting her own apartment, that she was unhappy living with her grandparents and wanted to get an apartment. You'll see in Exhibit 163 here, she expressed fear of pills being laced with fentanyl because fentanyl can kill a person. About a month before her death, she obtained a new car. We heard from Casey Tanner, her ex-husband, who helped her finance that. I'll ask you to remember, and again, some of these slides, some of these exhibits that have been introduced and that you've seen, I'm going to show you on the PowerPoint. Some I'm just going to refer you to, and you'll have it back to consider in the jury room. But remember Exhibit 17. The day before Casey died, part of the searches that she was looking for, it looks like she's online shopping. She's looking at Lululemon items and lunch pails. In Exhibit 34, we see her shopping list. On August 11th, she went to Smith's. In addition to buying some treats for the defendant the next day that Megan talked about in her interview with police, she purchased frozen pizzas, dog treats, and a car freshener. These are ordinary, future-oriented purchases, not the actions of someone planning to die within hours. Exhibit 35, there's the receipt for those items. She also had her dog Bella, whom multiple witnesses said that she treated like a child. There is no evidence that she made arrangements for Bella's immediate care after August 12th. Excuse me. You heard that she sometimes portrayed her family as emotionally abusive. And for sure, that we heard that Megan and Megan's family, they heard that Casey did not have a good relationship with her family. They would not let her come live with them. They were emotionally abusive. They talked down to her. But the testimony from Kylie and Mark showed something different. Actually, a pretty close family relationship, regular contact, shared events, and continued support. And despite all that speculation, you have heard there's no suicide note, no goodbye messages, no indication from anyone to anyone that she intended to die. If she actually had a good relationship with her family, which testimony supports, despite her telling other people that she didn't, would she leave those things? Her conduct in the days leading up to August 12th shows planning for life, not preparation for death. Instead, what you see is a person who sought attention, particularly from the defendant. Even the defense's own expert, Dr. Hancock, acknowledged that pattern. Casey told dramatic stories. She exaggerated, primarily in medical contexts. Dr. Masteller confirmed that. And over time, those stories, and again, primarily to Megan, became more extreme, more implausible. And again, Megan is a trained nurse and would have knowledge. Yes, in the text, which again, you'll have plenty of time to review all of those, you will see, or the ones that were admitted, excuse me, you will see Casey talk about suicide and supposed prior attempts that she made at suicide. But when you look for believable, decisive action by Casey alone, not just dramatic claims about something obviously not true, the kind of action that is actually taken by someone truly determined to die, you will not see it. She had access to insulin. You'll see that in the text. We've heard testimony about it. There were many diabetics in her home. There's different types of insulin. It's not inventoried very well because Mark said he would never throw out, otherwise usable insulin, even if it's expired. She could have killed herself with insulin at any point. The defense made quite a point of demonstrating that she had access to very large quantities of opioids. She could have overdosed on those at any point. And again, she expressed fear, even of pills, even if she's trading pills, and even if she's taking pills that she's not prescribed, she's still afraid that they might contain fentanyl. She could have gotten pills with fentanyl and died much easier that way. And evidence shows that she repeatedly described to Megan over text how painful and frightening she thought death from insulin would be. Hours of declining consciousness, seizures, organ failure, and particularly what she described to Megan as her not wanting to die this way, drowning in her own fluids, which is exactly what we hear happened. Instead of real attempts, you see exaggerated claims. For example, in Exhibit 82, she tells Megan, again a nurse, that she injected 9 full bottles of insulin. This is something that Megan apparently, quote unquote, believed. You heard testimony that insulin is measured in units and that a single vial contains about 1,000 units. Dr. DeSalvo testified that as little as 38 units could be fatal for someone of Casey's weight. You heard in Exhibit 60, this is a text from Megan. Megan herself told Casey way back in 2020 that 100 units would be lethal. 100 units ought to do it. Yet despite these dramatic statements from Casey, which you'll see pretty consistently, what you also see consistently is hesitation, delay, escalating stories without follow-through over years. And all the while, Megan is supposedly believing them. Again, she's a nurse. Dr. Hancock, the defense's own expert again, agreed that someone with these patterns, he talked about lying, this behavior of splitting, where you're telling something to one person and something to another person and then trying to prevent them from interacting, going to extremes for attention and care. He said, yeah, that person could be very vulnerable. That person can be someone who can be exploited by others. The defendant was a nurse. She understood the vulnerability. She knew the lies. She recognized the control she had over Casey. And yet she didn't treat this as a mental illness. There's no evidence that she pushed for therapy. She did not even confront Casey about what she knew were blatant falsehoods. Think about that. I took 9 vials of insulin. At another time, I took 4 vials of insulin. I've taken all the drugs that I have. I just can't die. My body doesn't accept drugs. Megan doesn't call her on any of that. She's just accepting what she as a nurse would know is pretty absurd. Instead, Megan used it. She treated it as an opportunity. What the evidence shows here is a pattern, a long-running game of chicken. Casey escalates the dramatic suicide talk. Megan pushes the conversation further. More early on in the text, and again, you'll review them, Megan sometimes does say, Case, this decision has to be yours. I only want to do it if it's your decision. But as time goes on, the text shows that Megan increasingly encourages insulin use and pushes toward action. And again, the text show that Casey is deflecting. For years, nothing actually happens. Casey never commits suicide. Casey's never dead. Casey makes extreme, often, like I said, patently unbelievable claims about suicide attempts, but she does not carry one out. The evidence supports that, particularly in the early years, Megan's goal was to encourage Casey to die on her own. Megan probably did not want to have to kill Casey. If Casey killed herself, if Megan could convince Casey to kill herself, that would certainly be easier. It would be cleaner. It would be more convenient. You see that encouragement clearly. Let's look at Exhibit 48. And this is in 2020. Megan says, there's nothing left for you here. You have to go. You have to let go. It is past time. Remember Exhibit 49. You have so much more on the other side. Exhibit 61. Oh, sorry. Exhibit 48. Yeah, this is what I just referenced. There's nothing left here for you. Everything is ahead of you in the next life. Move forward and stop existing. Exhibit 61. Again in 2020. Are you doing insulin tonight? Megan asks. Remember Exhibit 60. 100 units is enough, and it's not even detectable in an autopsy. Megan tells Casey that back in 2020. Megan even brings insulin home from work back in 2020. Remember and review when you go back to deliberations, exhibit 62. Megan says, you didn't use insulin last night. Are you planning on it? Remember exhibit 63, are you planning on using the insulin? Exhibit 65, should I take the insulin back? Because she had drawn it up and put it in the fridge. And remember Kylie's testimony. She remembered seeing it there. This is when Casey was moving out of Megan's home and said that she was afraid of Megan doing something to her. And Kylie said, I saw a vial of insulin in there. That's backed up by the defendant's own statements. Let's look at exhibit 66. Megan is saying, there's still shots in the fridge. I drew them up for you and tried to get you to take them. It's on the third text down. Even then, Casey is hesitating, delaying. Remember exhibit 67. Casey says, I was going to do it last night, but I fell asleep, probably tomorrow. Remember exhibit 62. Casey explains that she's just not ready. She wanted to talk to Megan first. She feared missing Megan. And she said, I just need to do it and get it over with. But I have all these attachment issues. Dr. Hancock testified that people with these patterns, again, are seeking attention, care, and reassurance that their life has value. Yet Megan does not redirect her toward treatment. Instead, she continues the conversation. Exhibit 51, Megan asks, what do you have to live for in this life? I truly believe everything for you is ahead of you, not here. I felt that way for a long time, more strongly as time goes on. Over time, it's becoming clearer to Megan, even despite all this encouragement that Megan is giving her, Casey is not going to do it. She's not going to do it alone. So Megan begins offering direct help. Let's get to 2021. Exhibit 52. I will come over and help you do them. I'm happy to come over and help you if you are really ready to be done. Exhibit 53. I don't think you will. And then she says something. She says, something's holding you back. Do some soul searching and figure out what's holding you back. When you are actually ready, you let me know and I'll be there to help you. You won't be able to do it alone. Megan herself, way back in 2021, knew that Casey was not going to do it alone. Megan understands the dynamic. Remember exhibit 70. Megan suggests drawing up everything you've got and giving it through your report. And then she again asks, do you want me to come over and do it? Still, we see Casey stalling. Remember exhibit 72. Casey's delaying again. She says, oh, I was going to, my nurse was coming over, then I needed to take Bella out, then I fell asleep. And still we see Megan pushing harder. Exhibit 133. Honestly, this is Megan to Casey in 2022. Honestly, I think with the insulin, someone, should probably be me, should stay with you and continue to give you doses so it will actually stay low and you can pass. Ladies and gentlemen, this message marks a turning point. By 2023, the pressure still continues. Remember exhibit 98. Megan asks, are you wishing you went through with your plan? Remember 55. I really, really want to be be there with you when you pass. Exhibit 54, Megan's talking about wanting to be present and she's even coordinating the timing around childcare. Casey again hesitates. At this time, she says, it does not feel right. Go look at exhibit 54 and see that. Megan, again, she does say, this is Casey's choice, this is your choice, but again, never therapy, never intervention, never ending the conversation, never are increasingly dramatic and outlandish lies. By 2024, the dynamic really intensifies. The stories become more bizarre, more absurd. Remember exhibit 81. Casey, and this is a long exhibit, and I invite you to go through all of it. This is where Casey is inventing this hospice. She's inventing multiple nurses that are coming over and doing different things. And if you'll remember with Dr. Masteller, I took some of these vital signs that these supposed nurses are communicating to Megan through Casey's own phone during this fake hospice. Dr. Masteller, again and again and again, nope, these vitals are not real. They don't make sense. They're incompatible with life. And every time I asked him, would you expect a nurse to know that? Yes, 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 yes. Even Dr. Hancock, again, the defense's expert, he said he's not a medical doctor, and that's to be fair, but even he said some of these vitals are highly suspect. And yet Megan continues to play along. She even responds, it's a total mystery when she sends her some kind of vital, and pretending to be a nurse, she says, hey, have you ever seen vitals this low? Even the doctor's confused. Megan, it's a total mystery. Instead of challenging the obvious fabrication, she sustains this suicide narrative, and the pressure continues to escalate. Remember Exhibit 58, Megan tells Casey, Easter would be a beautiful day to die. Remember 100, Meg says, it would have been a good day for me to come and help you with the insulin. Remember 57, go, Case, don't look back, go. Remember 101, Megan asks about obtaining insulin and transferring prescriptions because Casey says, oh, the pharmacy's out. Again, delaying. The pharmacy's out, they can't get it. Megan goes, well, see if they can transfer pharmacies. Exhibit 96, Megan proposes trying insulin the next day. And I'll show you Exhibit 135. And here we're up to June of 2024, just a few months before August 12th. Case, can you get the insulin? They're keeping you off for 48 hours. Let's try it. I'll come and help you and give it to you regularly and see if it works. Again, that message deserves emphasis. Remember Exhibit 88. Megan says, if that doesn't work, I think we should get the insulin. I'll come help you. Exhibit 77, she insists that if they try insulin, she wants to be there to help administer it. Megan is not letting the topic go. And in fairness, Casey is continuing it going on too, and she's getting more and more dramatic, and she is talking about suicide, but not in a believable way. And what you'll continue to see is delay and putting her off. After Casey's knee replacement, which we know happened July, I believe, 23rd of 2024, Megan starts trying harder to gain physical access to Casey because at this time, she spent years encouraging Casey to do suicide. Casey's even having pretended to have tried and nothing works. So Megan starts to think and know, I've got to be there. I've got to be physically present for this to happen. Remember Exhibit 91. Casey, having just had a knee surgery, instead she does lie to Megan. She says that she shattered her femur. She says that one of her hospice nurses picked her up and dropped her, and this shattered her femur to explain her leg. I think she even sends a picture of it. She's not telling Megan that she got a knee replacement. Remember Exhibit 92. Megan, because Casey had been in the hospital with a knee surgery, Megan offers to come to the hospital and again says, I'll help you with insulin. Exhibit 99. Here, Megan is talking to one of these fake hospice nurses or doctors, and she says, I know she doesn't want anyone seeing her this way, but I feel like I need to come and see her. Again, trying to get physical access. And here again, we see that Casey is delaying and deflecting. I think I would wait a little while and let her sleep. And then when we do a shift change, we can talk to her and have her get a hold of you and see if that would be okay. Would that be okay with you? In Exhibit 102, now we're up to July 26th of 2024. Megan, do you want to try the insulin? Casey, again delaying. I do, I just don't want to do it until after I talk to Masteller tonight. And again, Masteller is her real primary care physician, but you'll see in Exhibit 81 that Casey is also pretending that Masteller is coordinating this hospice care, that he's the hospice doc. We heard from Dr. Masteller that obviously no such thing actually happened. Still, Exhibit 102. Megan says, do you want me to try and come and help you tomorrow? Casey, again deflecting, delaying. I'll let you know after I talk to Masteller tonight. Exhibit 132. Megan, again, we're end of July 2024. No, you just asked me to help you today, which you've done several times, and I plan on coming to help you and end up waiting all day to hear from you, and you never do. It is just frustrating sometimes. I'm not stressed, but I'm sorry you are. But she sure sounds stressed, frustrated that this is not helping. She keeps waiting for Casey to give her a day. And then she says, and put a star next to this one, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you want to try to off yourself, and I completely understand. So shortly before, here we are, July 27th, 2024, she's even saying she doesn't think Casey wants to kill herself. I'll show you Exhibit 76. Here we're to August 5th of 2024. Here's where you and I differ the most, I think. And it's the same with Mitch. You two are actually so alike. Your focus is on the now. Like you want relief now. Whereas I was focused on doing the insulin because it's a long-term solution. Not just for the now. You need a permanent solution, Casey girl. Exhibit 94. And again, we're in August of 2024. Megan, last night you asked me to think about what I thought you should do. Do you remember that? Casey, did you come up with a plan? Amber's here, and you'll see in Exhibit 81 that Amber is one of these fake hospice nurses. And she's just getting stuff set up, but I'm hoping you came up with a plan so you could tell me before I fall asleep. But who knows, I might not fall asleep because yesterday I didn't. Megan, my thought was give him until Thursday night. And if you still don't have a plan from him, and again, you'll see in Exhibit 81, this is this surgery. This is this fake surgery that Dr. Masteller is supposedly coordinating to fly up to Washington. They're going to do a surgery on Casey that makes her body able to accept medications better so that she can then come back and kill herself. A doctor and a hospice team is supposedly setting this all up for Casey, and Megan is going along with this. Except she's not really. She said, well, let's give him till Thursday night. And if you still don't have a plan, let's try insulin over the weekend. She's not calling her on how this surgery is absurd, that a hospice and doctors are not going to do that, that surgery is probably not even possible. She just says, okay, yeah, well, let's give it till Thursday and then we'll do insulin. Exhibit 105. Here we're to August 9th, 2024. Megan pushes again. What do you have to lose by trying insulin? You didn't pay $900 for it, which is a huge blessing. Exhibit 106. Casey gives this very long explanation that I won't read verbatim, but you can review it. Another delay tactic, something about Masteller, and he's gonna try to figure this out, and I'm just trying to figure out what to do. And last we talked, and all the scheduling problems. She's putting it off. She's putting Megan off. And Megan again says, I said that we'd give him until Thursday, and if he didn't have a date for surgery scheduled, then we'd try insulin. Again, August 9th, 2024. Megan is converting talk, drama, lies into action. Remember Exhibit 136, and this is a long one, so I invite you to spend time with it. Casey says she wants to make sure that she gets everything ready. And this is, this is August 10th, 2024, so now we're just 2 days before the event. Megan responds, hey, I'm not trying to pressure you, I'm just trying to help you think through things, but consider the tone that we're seeing in the messages I've shown you today and in the ones that you'll review back in deliberation. Consider the tone and frequency of these messages from Megan. Is it true, especially throughout 2024, that Megan's not trying to pressure her? Casey explains that she does not want to upset Dr. Masteller. Again, that's not real because Dr. Masteller, he's just her primary care doc. He's not scheduling this surgery. She says that she does not want to upset Megan, which I submit to you is true. She's very concerned about upsetting Megan. But then, very importantly, she says she will begin drawing up the bottles. At this point, suicide talk has gone on for years without decisive action by Casey. Megan knows, as we saw in that text, Casey's not going to do it alone. So what does Megan say? Again, in Exhibit 136 that you'll have to review. I could make it work today, tomorrow, Monday even. You just tell me when. And you don't have to draw it up all yourself. I would come and help you. In Exhibit 136, we finally move to August 11th, the day before the overdose. Casey says in here, second line of the first text, I spent most of the night drawing up the insulin. This detail matters. Even after saying she's prepared the syringes, though, she immediately goes back to delaying again. The very next message, my grandpa's in town, my family's coming over, so we do it either later today. I didn't know we had family coming over. I can't go upstairs with my leg like this. The next message, I'm thinking we need to wait a little bit since my grandpa's brother and family are coming over. I just want to know if you're okay with that. She's putting it off. She's giving reasons why Megan can't come over. Megan responds, hey, we can do it later today. Tomorrow would be a bit more challenging just because of the car situation. And again, Casey's trying to put it off. Okay, hopefully they won't stay long. It's Kylie's birthday. We're going to be having dinner, birthday cake and stuff, and they're all here. Hopefully they'll be gone. Do you want me to just keep you updated? And then again, importantly, Casey says, I have everything ready. Now I'm getting irritated because I don't have meds for Masteller, so I feel horrible. I want to do it and pray it works. I just wish Kylie could get off work sooner because the rest of the family are here. They are just visiting while we wait for Kylie's family. Delay, deflection. But saying that, yeah, she spent most of the night drawing up all the vials. She has everything ready. Megan becomes irritated. That probably won't work. That's lots of relying on other people. I can see if Mitch can work from home and my dad can watch Porter tomorrow. I'll have to see about my dad though. And then at this point, Casey says, if my grandpa doesn't have anything going on, Kylie's not going to mind giving me a ride to your place. What is Casey doing at this point? She's trying to change locations. Because if she changes locations, if the plan has to occur at Megan's house, then Casey can deflect a lot easier. Megan knows that though. Okay, my dad can watch Porter tomorrow morning. So she's coming over at this point. Megan's coming over the morning of August 12th. At that point, the plan is set. And this is another important one. August 12th, morning of. I'll be there in just a few minutes. Do you want to take some promethazine when I get there so that you are asleep when this is happening? Again, that message warrants emphasis. This is not vague suicide talk anymore. This is preparation for a controlled event, an event that Megan apparently is expecting Casey to be asleep for. What does that suggest? Is Casey doing it herself? No. So you're asleep while it's happening. And again, this preparation follows Casey's statement that she has already drawn up the syringes. Now let's switch gears. Why would Megan want Casey dead? Well, we've heard testimony about it. She believed Casey's death would solve her financial crisis. Money explains why Megan crossed this final line. Starting in 2023, Megan's texts to Casey show escalating desperation about money. Remember Exhibit 123. This is September of 2023. Megan says she had to throw out the food from her freezer because it broke and they're going to be eating canned beans. Casey responds that she wishes she had money to give Megan and feels guilty she has not passed because the life insurance policy would sure make Megan's life easier. Remember Exhibit 125. This is October of 2023. Megan texts Casey, Mitch's child support doubled. We get to 2024 and then Megan's financial pressure is really escalating. Exhibit 126. This is January of 2024. I'm going to lie down and turn my phone off for a while. I am an absolute mess. I lost my job this morning. I'm sick about it. We are going to lose everything, Case. Our house, Mitch's stupid truck, our lives here. I'm feeling so hopeless and so discouraged. What am I going to do? I'm so tired of giving my heart and soul and always being hurt so deeply. I can't keep doing it. What am I going to do? I'm so ashamed. I keep losing jobs and people keep hurting me. There must be something wrong. It goes on. This really, really limits my ability to work and provide for my family. It doesn't even matter what happened. It's done. And I'm going to be the cause of us losing everything. Casey responds, I'm sorry that you've been struggling. How's Mitch doing? Mitch is being sweet and sensitive. But then Megan says, trade me places. Let me go home and you stay here in this awful place. Remember Exhibit 127. This is February of 2024. She damages her car again. Megan does. Exhibit 128. If you dying would get me out of this mess and darkness I am in now, I would take it. February of 2024. Remember Exhibit 129. This is, again, February 2024. She says car repairs are going to be $4,000. Remember Exhibit 131. More car. This is July of 2024. There are more car problems. It's overheating. Exhibit 157. July 29th, 2024. Megan says, I know it sounds so dumb, but I saved up for these pants. I really, really wanted at the buckle, and I'm taking them back now because I can't afford groceries for my family, so it kind of sucks. Casey, I'm so sorry. How much are the pants? Do you have your Venmo card on you? I sent you $320. Might be less because of the card. They sometimes take a fee. Casey, again, Megan, instead of buying groceries for her family, she's opting to spend over $300 on pants, and Casey Venmos her that money. You heard testimony. Again, we've known that Casey is paid for a Disneyland trip. She's sending that money a few weeks before her death to Megan. Dr. Hancock explained that in relationships like this, sure, it's someone in Megan's position in this dynamic could be motivated by the caretaking. That could be one explanation. But he said, when I cross-examined him, that they can also be motivated by things like gifts and money. Evidence shows you that Megan needed money and she was sick of waiting for it. Frankly, Mr. Williams mentioned this in his opening. He said that Casey was bombarding Megan with all these texts. And you heard there is a total of 29,000 of them. You don't have all of them. Obviously, that would take weeks for you to go through. But you have a lot, and you'll see that, yeah, Casey was sending a ton of messages, and Megan was responding a lot. It was probably exhausting pretending to be Casey's friend and believing all these absurd lies. It probably was exhausting, and she was tired of it. She had been doing this for years. She believed the life insurance, she believed the money, and she had to speed up the process. This was Megan's investment. She had spent years on this investment, and she expected it to be paid out. Remember Exhibit 156. This is July 30th, 2024, so we're getting pretty close to the August 12th. Megan says she was $28 short at the grocery checkout, and a nice old lady behind her had to help spot her. This financial pressure matters because alongside that pressure is Megan's belief that Casey had a life insurance policy with her as the beneficiary. And you may be wondering why, if Megan is, pretending, or all of these other things that Casey's telling Megan are so absurd, why would she believe the life insurance policy? Well, go look, because this is the one claim from Casey that Megan actually investigates. She actually vets it. She actually asks some questions. She does some follow-up work on it. And Casey gives her details that sound pretty credible. Exhibit 30, this is, it looks like legitimate policy stuff at the top. There's a number that is the number that Megan later gives to John Hancock when she calls after Casey's death. And here we have, handwriting. I believe Kylie testified that this is Casey's. She's signing this over to Megan way back in, here signed April 28th of 2016. Remember Exhibit 115, this is April of 2020. Casey reminds Megan that she's gonna receive the policy if Casey dies. Megan asks whether it's gonna be enough for cosmetic surgery. She goes, can I get a facelift, tummy tuck, eyelid surgery? Let's look at Exhibit 116. And this is again in 2020, but Megan is asking follow-up questions. Here's a random question for you. How on earth did you get approved for a life insurance policy with all your health stuff? Casey, I bought it back in 2011. I wasn't as sick back then, but when my dad died, I decided to get one too because my dad always tried to make me get one, so I did. She's giving information that sounds like it could be credible. Oops, sorry. Remember Exhibit 117. This is July of 2020. Megan presses again. Case, level straight with me, please. Is the policy real? I want to know about this. Casey insists that the policy is real and says that she wanted Megan to be surprised when an attorney called her if Casey ever died to tell her that she would receive over $1 million. Let's look at Exhibit 119. This is October of 2023. Megan again seeks confirmation. Can I ask you a question I really shouldn't? Is the money thing for real? I don't think Mitch and I are going to be staying together, and I need to know what I'm looking at as far as being able to take care of Porter by myself and how much I'm going to have to work, whether it be 2 or 3 jobs. I'm so sorry to ask, I really am. I feel really uncomfortable asking, actually. Casey, yes, I promise it's real. I have made sure to keep everything current. I started my policies after my dad died because I knew it would need it with my health problems. I wouldn't lie to you about that. I wanted to surprise you with it. Exhibit 122. I won't go through this whole one. You're free to read it in deliberations, but she's giving legit information or legit sounding information about this policy. She talks about a Mike. Mike's payment he's the one doing the payment, and I got a voicemail, and insurance is so weird to do with it. It's so hard to deal with, but Mike is dealing with this. And let's remember what Megan does. Not even, I believe, after Casey died, but she's at that point demanding the paperwork from the family, right? She wants the life insurance paperwork. And then in her police interview, the second interview that you'll have to listen to, she tells them, Mike Dolan is who pays it. He's who you should contact. She even says, he's in Casey's phone as my love. He's paid $2,000 premium, talk to Mike, because Megan believes this policy is real. And she goes further. Remember Exhibit 147. This is the call. This is the call on August 23rd, 8 days after her very best friend in the world, more like her sister, what she says in the call, has died. 2 days after her second interview with the police, where they tell her that Casey having a policy is very unlikely. So she calls. She says, my best friend, more like my sister, has died. The family is not giving me access to the paperwork. She has a policy number though. And she asks, does that sound like a real policy number? The lady says, yeah, it sounds like one. And then she's told that it's not real. Even her conduct the very day after Casey is rushed to a hospital, unconscious, and we know that at the hospital her blood sugar levels tested and it's at 14. Megan's behavior reflects expectation of coming into money. You can look at Exhibit 16, and it's on August 13th, the day after the overdose. When Casey is in critical condition at the hospital, you can look through what Megan is searching on her phone. Some of those searches you'll see include flights, vacations to islands, clothing, and jewelry. Why do that, especially when just weeks earlier, she had to be spotted $28 at the grocery checkout from an old lady behind her? Is this stuff she regularly searches for? Or does she expect to receive a substantial amount of money pretty soon? Despite years of obvious exaggerations and lies from Casey, Megan maintained this relationship, not because she believed it, everything that Casey was telling her, not because they're actually best friends, but because the evidence shows that the one thing she did believe was the life insurance policy and that Casey's death could bring her more than $1 million. So again, let's turn back to August 12th, the day that set in motion Casey's death that ends up following on August 15th. By this point, Megan has turned years of talk into action, but she already told Casey back in 2020, 100 units would be fatal. She explained in that same text, insulin overdoses are difficult to detect in an autopsy. And in her own text, she spells out the plan, and you can see it. Remember Exhibit 72, she tells Casey to take extra fast acting. And again, Exhibit 133, which you've seen, but I'm going to emphasize again. Case, honestly, I think with the insulin, someone, should probably be me, should stay with you and continue to give you doses so it will actually stay low and you can pass. Exhibit 135. Case, can you get the insulin? They are keeping you off for 48 hours. Let's try it. I'll come and help you and give it to you regularly to see if it works. And finally, again, remember Exhibit 137, her last message before arriving, telling Casey to take promethazine so she is asleep while it's happening. This is not compassion. This is planning. This is now execution of the plan. I want to talk about Megan's control on August 12th. Mark testified that he saw Megan arrive. He was working from home and he could see from the window that she arrives just before 10 a.m. She stayed until after 9 p.m. that night, just about 11 hours. During that time, I submit to you that evidence supports that Megan controlled nearly everything. The lights downstairs were dim or off. She later described going over. Renee, her parents, testified that originally Casey said, or Megan told them, this is just a girl's day. Haven't seen Casey in a while. Gonna go watch some movies. We're just gonna catch up. Mark testified repeatedly that he thought no one was home though. No voices, no TV, no activity. He said he would have gone down to the basement probably a handful of times to get insulin or use the bathroom. And he didn't know anyone was there. He saw Megan's truck pull up, and to be fair, she did park in front in that circle driveway. But he testified that he assumed that, yeah, one of her friends came over and they must have left in Casey's car from the long driveway that he can't see from his office. He thought that no one was there. Let's look at Exhibit 10, and I've next to it is Exhibit 176. This is the glucose levels. The first reading is at 9:18 before Megan arrives. This is Casey. Undoubtedly, this is Casey testing her own blood because Megan's not there yet. But what Casey's doing is establishing a baseline, and it's within normal levels. It's 87. The defense, I'm guessing, is going to argue and suggested during the trial that she injected insulin before that time, and that there's no way to prove that she didn't do the injection before that time. But the evidence does not support that. Sure, there may be no way for us to absolutely tell whether insulin was injected before 9:18. But Dr. DeSalvo did testify that short-acting insulin has an onset of 15 to 30 minutes. At that early point, the numbers show only a slight downward trend, still within the normal range. More importantly, though, if Casey is doing what Dr. Hancock suggested, maybe one of the patterns, if she's seeking attention, care, but not death, why on earth would she do the one act that is most likely to give her attention and care? Why would she give herself a dose of insulin before Megan even arrives, knowing that Megan's coming over? If she's seeking attention and care, does it make sense that she do that before Megan gets there? For the first few hours, her blood sugars remain low, normal on the low end, but they're trending downwards. And then that pattern changes sharply. Dr. DeSalvo testified that around 12:30, the data shows a trend consistent with a large dose of short-acting insulin. And it's reflected in the rapid drop from 76 to 43 that you see in there. She explained that the sharp decline is not consistent with long-acting insulin, which would have, a gradual slope. That this is at least, she can't say exactly how many doses have been administered or how much, but she said for sure, what's consistent around 12:30 is a large dose of short-acting to see that drop that we're seeing. And again, we know anything over 38 units with Casey's body weight would be fatal, and 100 units would certainly be fatal and would certainly explain why hospital staff was unable to stabilize Casey's blood sugar for days in the hospital, despite continuous dextrose. Dr. DeSalvo testified how insulin works. It sits under your skin and it continues to dissipate in your body. And even with them giving her continuous sugars, they couldn't stabilize her blood sugar over days. Dr. DeSalvo said that would require a huge amount of insulin to be on board. With what we know about the glucose levels, let's look at Exhibit 37. And let's take for argument's sake right now that let's say a huge dose was given at 12:30. At 12:47, shortly after that, Megan texts a number that she identifies as Dr. Masteller, but we know from Detective Farney that this is actually the old number of Casey's grandfather. This is not Masteller's actual number. Hello, Dr. Masteller. This is Meg, Casey's friend. I'm just trying to touch base with you and see where we are at with getting the surgery scheduled. Casey's memory isn't the best, so when I ask her, she isn't always very clear. At the same time, though, Casey's glucose is dropping, and it's starting to drop more dramatically. DeSalvo said that short-acting insulin causes confusion, sweating, weakness, disorientation. Yet Megan doesn't tell this doctor that she's supposedly texting that she's even with Casey. She doesn't make it clear that, hey, I'm with Casey at the time. She doesn't describe any symptoms. She doesn't ask what to do. She doesn't attempt to verify any DNR that she's supposedly been talked about or told about. She's not seeking medical guidance. She's creating a record. Because what did Lee, her dad, testify to when he later showed up? He said, she told me, I've contacted the hospice doc and we're waiting to hear back. She contacted him all right, but or who she may have thought was him, but obviously it's not his number. But she doesn't give any relevant information about what's happening at the time. Let's talk about the medical emergency. Dr. DeSalvo testified that anything below 50 is hypoglycemia. That's a medical emergency. Before 45, she said it's a critical alert and that every nurse is trained to recognize and know this. The numbers continue. At 12:30, Casey's at a 76, drops to 43 at 1:43, and at 2 p.m., she drops to a 30. At those levels, Dr. DeSalvo said that the symptoms that we're probably seeing are progressing towards seizure and coma. And you know what? We know that that happened because in Exhibit 27, Megan is texting her own mom at 1:59, and she says, I'm still here with Case. She's not doing too great. I can't even get her to wake up. So we know at least from this point on, from the defendant's own words, Casey's out of it. And that's exactly what the medical evidence predicts. Yet Megan doesn't call 911. There's no evidence that she attempted to contact Dr. Masteller again or contact another physician. She continues to control the conduct and information people receive. Dr. DeSalvo testified that by approximately 1:19, so even before we know that Casey's unconscious or can't be woken up, Casey would have been physically unable to test her own blood sugar. And Mark walked you through that process. It's multi-step. It involves, kind of fine motor skills, taking out strips, poking. Dr. DeSalvo said, no, with where Casey was at 1:19, she wouldn't have been able to do that for herself. But the testing continues for hours. Who's doing it? Megan. She's the one there. Definitively, Megan is the one after that point. She did a few of the tests earlier when she was physically able to, but at least for 7 hours, Megan is the one affirmatively doing those tests, just like she said she would. You need somebody to stay with you and keep giving you doses to make sure your sugars stay low. That's exactly what she's doing. And again, no sugar given, house remains quiet, and Megan is testing to ensure that Casey's condition is worsening. Casey's brain and organs are deprived of the glucose and oxygen they need to survive, and a trained nurse understands that the duration of hypoglycemia matters tremendously. Finally, let's look at Exhibit 16. Megan is repeatedly Googling, and this, 8/12/2024, 4/23, 4/24. We know from her text to her mom that Casey's been out of it since at least 2. Casey's Googling how low, Freestyle Light, which is the type of glucose monitor, how low can it read? Multiple times. Let's talk about how the defendant affirmatively blocked Casey from receiving medical care for as long as possible. Because again, as Dr. DeSalvo testified, the length of time that the brain is deprived of glucose and oxygen makes it more and more irreversible. The evidence shows that Megan does something even more troubling than simply sitting there while Casey deteriorated. She actively prevented rescue. She invoked a fake DNR, one that, number one, we know never existed. But Dr. DeSalvo explained clearly how DNRs actually work. They don't mean do nothing. They mean no mechanical resuscitation of the heart, no shocking of the heart. She was very clear, patients can still receive oxygen, glucose, antibiotics, comfort care, and emergency treatment. Dr. DeSalvo said that absolutely a trained nurse would know that. And yet the defendant uses this non-existent DNR to affirmatively stop others from helping. Let's talk about when her parents arrive. They arrive around 8:30. Lee testified that he immediately recognizes that Casey's in a medical crisis. He describes a death rattle. He said he's only heard that sound when people are dying. Dr. DeSalvo testified about the death rattle too and what causes that and how it sounds different than sleep apnea. She said it's a profoundly distressing sound. And yet the defendant told her she has a DNR. Nothing can be done. And that I've already been in contact with the hospice doc. We're waiting to hear back. So Lee's presumption at that time, even though he knows there's a medical crisis, he's not medically trained. Okay, a DNR means I can't do anything. And she's already contacted the doctor. We're just waiting to hear back. But again, we know that Megan did not give this Dr. Masteller any relevant information that she's waiting to hear back on. She's not contacting again, saying this is Casey's condition. What do I do? She misrepresented the situation to her own father to actively prevent any intervention. Let's talk about blocking Mark. Around 9 p.m., Mark comes downstairs because Grandpa's been trying to call Casey. She's not answering, so he asks Mark to go down and check on her. And Mark immediately recognizes, just like Lee had, this is a medical emergency. He says, how long has she been like this? And when he mentioned calling 911, he testified that the defendant came apart. Megan then calls Kylie and again invoked the fake DNR, saying there's a DNR, you can't call 911, trying to get Kylie to stop Mark from calling 911. These are affirmative steps Megan is taking to prevent 911 from getting involved. Megan also claims to have held a medical power of attorney, that she is the one that has the responsibility of medical choices over Casey. But we know again that that's fake, that number one, it didn't exist. And again, this is something that either Dr. Masteller or Dr. DeSalvo testified that, no, that's like legal documents. You'd have to go sign paperwork. She would have had to have seen something. It would have to be in front of a lawyer or a notary. Megan would absolutely know that she did not have medical power of attorney, and yet she's asserting that she has the responsibility over Casey's care. You may wonder why the defendant invited her parents over that evening at all. Let's consider that. The evidence suggests that she probably expected Casey to die much sooner because she originally had dinner plans with them. She called them in, and doing that, she does say around 2, Casey's not doing well, but she's not leaving because again, she needs to make sure that Casey is dead to the best of her ability. And so she calls them in to frame the situation as a spiritual release consistent with her religious beliefs. She wants Lee to give a blessing of release. Maybe she genuinely believes that will speed up the process. But it also creates plausible deniability because at this point, Casey's been unconscious for hours. If you're murdering somebody, why on earth would you invite your parents over to the scene? It's not something that it sounds very reasonable, right? But Casey's unconscious. Casey can't tell them what's going on. And Megan already knows that she's going to take steps to try to block any 911 or block any rescue. And Mark didn't know that they were there since, as always, they parked on the street and they entered the house from the back way, the back patio. So no one in the home knew that they were there. And yet the defendant still affirmatively lies to them about what happened. She tells the parents, at some point we're watching movies, we're chit-chatting. Casey went to the bathroom. She was in there forever. I couldn't get her to come out. I banged on the door. I finally got her to come out. She was all loopy. I had to help her to the bed. I have no idea what happened. She must have taken something. She later repeated that same story to the police in one of the interviews. And her account only began to change once she realized investigators had more evidence. Remember Exhibit 22. This is a recorded call where Megan says, maybe she needs to say that she knew what Casey was doing and didn't help her. This shows, consistent with obstructing justice, which I'll get to in a second, Megan's story is shifting based on the audience that she's talking to and her perceived evidence, what she knows that the police have against her at that point. And at this time, best case scenario for her, because she knows the police have the texts, she knows some different things. Well, best case is that I knew that Casey was committing suicide and I didn't do anything to help her. But Lee testified that the family did not even learn the full scope of the evidence until shortly before this trial. Lee said that I think up until 2 weeks before this trial, what they believed was still the bathroom story, that Casey must have taken something, Megan had no idea what, and she just helped her to bed. Let's talk about EMS and how Megan blocked that. Defendant left the residence before EMS arrived, providing them no information that could have assisted quicker treatment of Casey. And the defense attorney, Mr. Williams, brought this up, that this was because Kylie had just angrily, she used choice words, she swore at her, she said, "I'm gonna ruin you." She accused her of murder. And then he introduced this idea of panic, that if you're in a panic, you're not behaving rationally, you're doing things that you normally maybe wouldn't, or that you know that you shouldn't do. But what does she do? Sure, fine, that could explain her leaving the home, but she doesn't leave the scene. Lee and Renee testified that they got in the car, drove a little bit up the street, and watched for about 20 to 30 minutes to see what would happen, because Megan was so concerned about Casey at that point. If she were truly concerned, she could have approached EMS without anyone in the house, without Kylie, Mark, anyone knowing that she was still there. She could have approached EMS outside and given critical medical information that could have allowed them to treat Casey earlier, to know what was going on with Casey earlier, but she didn't. DeSalvo said that with a blood sugar as low as 14, minutes matter in saving. And yet Megan affirmatively chose not to give EMS information. I'm going to very briefly address the investigation, because we heard a lot about it in trial, and I'm guessing that Mr. Williams is going to spend some time on it in his closing. Was the investigation perfect here? No. In hindsight, could some things be done differently? Yeah. Is that probably true of every investigation? Yes. Let's remember how this case began. It was dispatched as a medical call. By the time law enforcement understood that they were dealing with either suicide or foul play, the scene had already been disturbed. The patient was still alive, EMS was down there, things were being disturbed, and even the defense's own expert, he seemed to think that's reasonable. Yes, obviously you deal with a patient that's alive before you start preserving the scene. Detective Farney testified that she followed the evidence where it led, and she did collect some critical physical evidence. There was a syringe found on the bedroom floor that, granted, EMS had moved to the side table because it's a syringe and they're, working on Casey. It's a small space. They don't want to step on a syringe, so they did move it. Although it wasn't found until a few days later, there's an insulin vial found in the outside patio trash, wrapped in a rag, and then hidden inside a soda box, missing approximately 100 units. Let's talk about that vial, because it was tested. It was collected and tested, and granted, it wasn't found until a few days later when Mark went to empty the trash, and had he not stepped down on that soda box to compact it, to throw it away, probably never would have been found. But he did find it, and he called Farney, and she
Well, he didn't step down on it. He shook it.
told him, take it out, set it up.
Now the box is missing and the towel's missing that it was wrapped in.
And whatever you think of whether this was a smart idea, let's think about what we know about that. Mark took out the items, set them up, and it was photographed, and he sent it to Farney. So for sure, we know that vial was handled at least twice, even in the home. We know that someone wrapped it in a towel, put it in the soda box, put it in the outside trash. We know that Mark, a few days later, found it, took it out, set it out for a picture to be taken. And then I think he testified that Farney told him to put it in a bag so she could collect it later. So it's handled by people, it's being moved. And yet testing revealed no detectable prints or DNA on that vial. This matters because it shows something pretty simple. People can handle objects and still leave no forensic trace. There may be many possible reasons for that. Prints may not have been deposited. They may have been wiped away, or an item may have been handled by someone who might have reason to be wearing gloves. Might that be a nurse? Even if the Fanta box, Mr. Williams made a big deal about this, the Fanta box not collected, it wasn't collected. What could that have told us? Well, let's assume it was. Let's assume that we even find prints on it. It could have contained multiple innocent prints. Casey's, it's her drinks, you know, that's what she drank. Her prints are probably on the box. Mark's may have been there. The Smith's checkout clerk fingerprints may have been there. Perhaps even the defendant from ordinary contact inside the home. Maybe she grabbed a Fanta for Casey and touched the box. Does that tell us, does that answer anything really truly significant about the case? The flaws in this investigation, regardless of what they are, they don't change what we do know. That Casey died from an insulin overdose. Other drugs present in her system would not independently cause her death. We know for sure that the defendant was present for nearly the entire day. And we know from the defendant's own texts that the plan had been building for years. Those messages, ladies and gentlemen, hold more evidentiary value than any fingerprint or lab result. They show intent, they show preparation, they show control. This case is about whether the defendant caused Casey's death. Even if you believe Casey sometimes talked about suicide, the real question is what she actually intended and what the defendant chose to do. Again, this was not compassion, this was escalation. This was a deliberate blocking of rescue. That is homicide. Now let's look at the law. Sorry, I'll try to speed things up. I know you've been going forever. Instruction 32 that the judge gave you. This is count 1, aggravated murder. And these are the elements, and I suggest that you treat them kind of like a checklist. You have to find all of these beyond a reasonable doubt, and I'll talk about that standard in a minute. But basically that means that you have to be firmly convinced of each of these elements before you can find guilt. So treat it like a checklist. The defendant, Megan Sundwall. We know this is Megan Sundwall. Multiple people identified her on the stand. We know that the person that we have is the right Megan Sundwall. This is Megan Sundwall. And I'll come back to 2 or 3 because that's what this case really comes down to. But under one or more of the following aggravated circumstances, homicide was committed for pecuniary gain. There's no requirement that the money actually had to be real or that it had to be paid out, but the evidence is pretty clear that if Megan was the cause, that it was for money. You could check that one off. And then also, we know that it was committed by means of administration of a substance in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. We know that Casey was given a lethal amount of insulin. So you can check that one off. The law only requires you to be unanimous about at least one of them, but I would argue that the evidence supports you finding both of them. So this comes down, and again, intentionally or knowingly, you have definitions about what those mean. If Megan is the cause, then yes, they talked about it for years. The intent, their intent, what Megan knew to be the result of what happened is that Casey is going to be dead. That was the intent. That's the knowledge that Megan has. So let's talk about causation. That's in instruction 38. It's part of some of these other definitions, but cause the death means the defendant's conduct was a substantial factor in bringing about the death of another, even if it can be shown that some other factor also contributed in a substantial degree to the death, as long as the other factor was foreseeable. The death would not have occurred but for the defendant's conduct, and a reasonable person would have foreseen the defendant's conduct would have resulted in death. The defendant acted, Casey died, the defendant caused that death. You do not have to be unanimous. I want to be clear about this. You only have to be unanimous that Megan, of course, all of these other elements, but the cause, you only have to be unanimous that she caused. The exact mechanism of how the cause happened, you don't have to be unanimous about. You only have to be unanimous that she caused the death. She could have been a substantial factor if the death is foreseeable. It does not require her to be the sole cause. You do not have to agree on every mechanism of how she caused it. I want to talk about manslaughter, which is the lesser included that is an option for you here, and that's in instruction 33. Sorry, let me get my papers together. And this one here is the aiding suicide. Here, again, you have to be beyond a reasonable doubt firmly convinced of every one of these elements for you to find this. And again, treat it like a checklist if you want. Again, we know Megan Sunwall, but here, with knowledge that another individual intended to commit suicide or attempt suicide, intentionally aided the individual to commit suicide. I want to hit the aiding really fast. You have that in your definitions. The same, I believe it's 38. Aiding means the act of providing the physical means. Providing there, in turn, you look at providing means to administer, prescribe, distribute, or dispense. I would argue that aiding here, it could mean that she went and grabbed a vial of insulin from the fridge, brought it to Casey. It could mean that she drew up a vial or a syringe herself, handed it to Casey. It could mean that she gave the injection herself. Aiding could mean any of those because she's providing the physical means into Casey's body. But this one, number 2, with knowledge that another individual intended to commit suicide or attempt to commit suicide, I would argue to you that the evidence does not support that. Look over those messages. And certainly I want to be clear. If you find this, if you do believe that Casey was suicidal and that Megan believed her and that she aided, and you find all of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, this is the correct verdict. And I want to be very clear. Mr. Williams, the defendant, they have no burden to prove this. So don't expect that anything that they have to say or put up, that it's their burden to prove that this happened. But if you believe all of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, this is the correct verdict to find. But I submit to you, I argue to you that the evidence does not support this because Megan did not have knowledge that Casey intended to commit suicide because Casey did not intend suicide. I've already covered that at length. Casey was not suicidal. She may have pretended it. She may have staged it. She may have made it look like it was, but it was dramatic. It was fantastical and it was unbelievable. And this here, right here, requires Megan to have knowledge that Casey had that intent. When you review all the text messages, I argue to you that there's no way that Casey or that Megan would have known that Casey actually intended suicide. What this case is, it's different. It's far more serious. Aiding suicide is a different relationship to death than murder. Aiding suicide means that Casey is the principal cause of her death. She's the principal actor, and Megan merely aided in some way. Murder means that Megan is the principal cause. So ask yourselves again, who was in control? The evidence does not support that Casey intended suicide or even that the defendant believes she did. The defendant herself texted Casey, again, Exhibit 132, just a few weeks before August 12th. I don't think you want to try and off yourself, and I completely understand that. That's on July 27th of 2024. In her second police interview that you can go back and listen to around the 40-minute mark, she tells police that she didn't believe Casey was really suicidal. She talked about it a lot, but I didn't actually believe she was suicidal. Consider the physical evidence. So a bunch of syringes were found, but I'm going to talk about the 2 primary ones. The one on the floor that EMS moved to the table, and then the one found in the Fanta box days later outside. We heard from FBI scientist Chad Moore. And to be fair, Mr. Williams pressed him on this, and he did say that there are certain things that could degrade insulin or change its properties, its chemical structure. But he testified he saw no protein remnants or degradation products he would expect to see if insulin had ever been in those syringes. Even after cross-examination, he maintained that he would still expect to see some trace. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence supports a simple conclusion. Those syringes never contained insulin. Even if the other syringes in the house, we know that Mark ended up finding one in the closet after he had to pull up the carpet after the flood. Why would that be there? If Casey is suicidal, or we heard evidence of other syringes found in Kyle's room, in a desk, in another room down in the basement. If Casey's suicidal, why would she use her last moments or time of consciousness to go hide the mechanism that she's using to kill herself? Why would she do that? Why would she hide a vial of insulin? Why would she wrap it in a rag, put it in a soda box, put it in the outside patio trash that really only she used, expecting no one else to find it? Why would she do that if she's suicidal? Why would she care? Even if she were trying to maintain the life insurance story, that still makes no sense because guess what? She already told the defendant that the policy covered suicide. Exhibit 153. Back in 2023, Casey says, my life insurance does cover suicide because when I signed up for it, it said I had to go at least 2 years without doing that, but it would be covered after that. So someone controlled that evidence. Someone hid or removed the syringes that were actually used, that actually contained insulin. Someone wrapped that vial, punctured 13 times, suggesting multiple doses given, in a rag and placed it in a box in the outside trash. If Casey intended suicide, again, I maintain there would be no reason to hide the instrument, but someone committing murder would have reason. Casey's stories were fantastical. Her lies were obvious. The defendant, a trained nurse, could see that. Casey was desperate for attention, particularly from the defendant. Casey was seeking reassurance, probably even someone to stop her, to tell her her life mattered. Instead, the defendant pushed. Obstructing justice, I'll cover quickly. It's instruction 34. We know that Megan deleted texts. Agent Sightsinger talked about that. They're not, routinely deleted. Her phone's not set to that. They're about insulin. They're about life insurance. They're about suicide. And he said that one of the messages, and you'll see that exhibit, it has a heart being removed off one of the messages, and it tells you the date that happened. It's August 17th, 2024, one day after Megan's first police interview, when she agreed to provide her phone, but said that she needed to wait a few days to do that. Why? Because she's deleting evidence. Obstruction can also be based on lying to police. And again, we see that, and you'll hear it. She told them originally in her first interview, I have no idea what happened. It's the bathroom story that she told her parents. I have no idea what happened. She went to the bathroom. I have no clue. And then she makes that call. I think I need to say that I knew what Casey was doing and I didn't help her. So obviously she lied to the police. You have to be unanimous. Again, that's one of those ones that you have a special findings form. You have to be unanimous at least to one. You have to agree on at least one, but the evidence supports both. For years, there was dramatic talk, escalating talk, stories that grew more and more extreme, but nothing actually happened. Casey never did anything, nothing irreversible until Megan stepped in. This wasn't chaos, it was structured, it was directed, it was controlled. This was betrayal of Megan's specialized knowledge and human trust as a friend. Megan Sunwall did not just idly watch as Casey declined, she actively controlled whether Casey lived or died. Megan Sunwall caused the death of Casey Terry with a lethal amount of insulin, and she did it for the money. We ask that you convict of aggravated murder. Thank you.
Let's give you a short break while we change.
We could certainly do that.
Thank you very much.
I think that may help the jury too.
Ooh, if they're going to have a break, I will scan ahead here. Oh,
All
yeah,
right.
they do.
We're going to take a short break.
Yes, you do.
Down to the
There
jury.
we go.
We're still
And then
on
he
the
comes in.
previous admonition that I
So they took a 20-minute break. here.
Bedrock principles of our
Too far. There it
country.
is here. It is the, do I have it up here? Shit. That's this guy, the defense guy. And it's no longer in 2x speed. Just close the gardeners. Yep. This would be the defense. Oh, I had the right one. I'm just going to put it in fast forward. Yeah, Dewey, I found it. So I thought for sure it was Uncle Mark who said it, but I guess not. But I mean, I'm still not convinced it wasn't him too. But she read it in their text. I'll show you guys after. I'm just going to hit double speed until it catches up to itself, because I got to sit down and wait for these guys and blah blah blah. So it's 2x speed. Here it comes.
Back on the record on case 251401132, State of Utah versus
Defense
Megan
closing.
Sunwall. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, thank you for your patience and attention. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Your Honor. I started this trial talking about principles. The bedrock principles of our country, the bedrock principles of this trial, the bedrock principles of what this trial means versus what one might think, what one might look like, what stringing together cherry-picked text out of tens of thousands could be told in the way of a story by a really skilled lawyer using words. A reality TV show, of course, it's not Nancy Drew. This is, can it be proven here under the rules of this courtroom? And what that means under beyond a reasonable doubt is any real possibility that's in the definition that Megan Sunwall is not guilty. And it's proof. Our system requires proof, not just a good stringing together of suspicious looking things, suspicious looking words. You heard Detective Farney acknowledge that while we have these jury-picked texts from all these years, this was constant. This was not Megan pushing buttons. This was quite the contrary. The notion of control is very interesting. That Ms. Hunt brought up. I submit to you what you saw and what this dynamic and what you understood from Dr. Hancock is a control stream that goes the other way. The maladaptive behaviors of Casey Terry are quintessentially designed to control the other parties. And we'll get to some of that in a minute. I'm not going to lecture. You took an oath. It is absolutely, I am certain that you held it throughout the trial, that you paid obvious and close attention. You thought critically while this information came to you. I'd rather have a conversation. What I say isn't evidence. The judge has told you that. What Ms. Hunt says isn't evidence in and of itself. Conversation that I would like to have is the principle of proving something, not just showing what it looks like. Megan certainly made herself look guilty. I said right in opening, you may think she's guilty of a crime, and that means you have to acquit her. In our system, you have to prove it. You have to prove the crime happened. You can't give a long recitation of why it looks like it happened. That's the theme of the case. Keep in mind, these texts, this evidence that the government wants to use as evidence against Megan are a two-way street. They're both involved in this. They're both texting each other. This isn't one person pressuring her. You waiting for years to have the right opportunity to murder her in cold blood for money. That's what these texts prove. And yet, deletions. Under circumstances where, of the text, of some, under circumstances where even Detective Farney acknowledged and think and cite Singer, these are obviously going to be immediately known to be different from Casey's. They have Casey's phone. When Megan hands her phone over within days, it's obviously going to be known that she tried to delete some texts. And she explained why. That she didn't want to make herself look guilty. She had been accused, and you will determine how significant this was, but I submit that this was not just a calm suggestion that, I'm going to accuse you or you did something wrong. She was screamed out of the house, told her life, her nurse's license, and her life would be ruined because she was a murderer. This reaction, this panic that would be caused, you heard Dr. Hancock talk about it, and then it could be long-term. Is it emotionally driven? It's not passionately driven. When you think that and you hear that as a person, you go into a physiological state of panic. And you think emotionally, oh my gosh, what's it going to look like? What's someone going to think? And you do dumb stuff. It makes you look worse. But it's obviously dumb stuff. You delete some messages and you turn your phone over knowing it's going to be known that you deleted them. And then you're going to hear these interviews. I don't know why the state chose not to play these for you. Maybe it's because they thought it should look worse if you just listen to them all at once. I don't know. You'll have Megan's full interviews. It's interesting. You'll hear the dynamic of how it goes. You'll hear someone in panic, flailing around, answering the questions, certainly not offering up what we now know happened that night in terms of the glucometer and the suicide pact, which she couldn't tell anybody about because that's the nature of the bond that was created by Casey and Megan, with overtones of religiosity that would preclude either of them. Now, of course, Casey's the only one who's lying in this bond, but either of them were precluded from. It was their own pact. It was their own agreement. The suicide portion had to be secret. It had to be confidential. But I won't dwell on that. You heard from Dr. Hancock, and I suppose it may be true that we could all listen to him all day, and I think our lives would probably go better if we did. But let's focus on the words that matter in the court, the words that matter in the trial. What you will hear there's the first discussion more than an interview. There's Megan goes to the police station. She's so upset still and believing in this bond and this circumstance that she's upset that she doesn't have what Casey told her she'd get, letters to her, personal items. She's still in the mindset that she is due these things from Casey. She goes to the police station and asks the questions. And she talks about, look, I'm really freaked out about these accusations. The nursing license matters. And what's going on? I do some of these things and they're accusing me and kicking me out of the house. She can't stick around. She's kicked out of the house. You heard about it. I'm going to call the police. You're trespass. And by the way, they have her number. The police have her number immediately that night. You haven't heard that they bothered to go talk to her. They bothered to just even talk to her for days. But she says, but I didn't help her. I didn't do anything. This trial is entirely about proof that Megan Sunwall did something. It has to be proven that she did something. And then she spoke in volumes. In our criminal justice system, she told you and everybody, I'm not guilty. And that triggers the process of having to prove. Not that she looks guilty, not that are really good lawyers with a lot of time can put enough text together to make her look guilty. And the police knew it. 2 weeks from this event, the final interview that you will hear with Megan SUNDWALL occurs. Detective Farney and of course Special Agent Hales, who's there for every meaningful part of this case, working for the prosecutor's office. I'm going to go through this statement. This is the final meeting where the police describe what is required in our system. The police tell her, doesn't look good. What does it say? Here's what you'll hear. Hales, we have a suicide or a homicide, one or the other. Here's the deal. There's evidence at the crime lab that we're waiting for processing, and obviously we're waiting for toxicology. I don't know what happened, but I can tell you, Megan, that from the text messages and deletions of the text messages and the specific way they're deleted, it doesn't look good. The implications of that, and the Detective Farney chimes in, it just doesn't look good. I mean, if you can look at the optics of it, like yourself, take yourself out there and you read the message, Special Agent Hales, perception, that's all it is, perception. You'll hear these words in the interview. And then just getting right to it. Did you inject insulin into the port on August 12th while you were there? Megan, no, I did not. How more blunt can I be, says Special Agent. Did you inject it into somewhere else, says Farney. Did you give her any insulin? I did not give her any. Did you touch any syringes? Touch DNA. No. Your DNA on anything? I did not touch any insulin. And this is what Special Agent Hales, who works for the Utah County Attorney's Office, said to her. From this point forward, we're going to work strictly off the evidence that we have. When that's going to take some time. We have to wait for toxicology to get there to discuss whether that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Megan SUNDWALL did something in that room. We've got to wait for the crime lab, fingerprints, DNA, etc., right? But there is other things going on, and again, that stuff comes back to you, and it might not. I hope it doesn't. For your sake, I hope it doesn't. The next days are going to be waiting for evidence. They are confronting her about not looking good because of the text, because of the nature of them, because of the words in them, because of the actions of deleting words. The next days are going to be waiting for evidence. And if we can prove through evidence that you did, like DNA, fingerprints, toxicology, we'll see. It's not there, then our charge won't happen. So that goes back to the very blunt question I asked you, and you said no, and that's great. But if there's evidence, again, evidence to prove otherwise, we have a problem, he says. And if there's not, I will ride off into the sunset. There really couldn't be probably a better dissertation than by Special Agent Hales of an acknowledgement of as bad as it looks, and as much as can be strung together to make you look bad, including your actions, maybe, To go to court, we need evidence and we need proof. And you know where I'm going with that. You saw it in the trial. Frankly, as we're going to turn to a minute, the police and the government ran from the evidence. They ran from the kind of evidence that they need to prove in a court of law that she did it. She did something in the room. You have to understand, of course, this relationship, even to understand the words. The government's case is based on words, a pile of texts, and this notion of control, I submit to you, think about, you saw the trial and you see the evidence. Who's in control? And we'll talk about the 12. The evidence is Casey controlling a relationship, controlling what goes into the conversation, hiding it from others, splitting. You heard about that because, for instance, Megan has to feel that Casey is miserable, feel that she's dying, just exhaustively get Megan to feel that. The control is on, according to Dr. Hancock, the control comes from Casey. Is it a relationship between the two? Yeah, there's back and forth, of course. Because as Dr. Hancock described, it works. And people who are like Casey get good at it. This is a psychological truth studied. The information from Dr. Hancock is evidence. It helps us understand what seems counterintuitive. Megan's role is to agree. Megan's role is to respond. I'll be there. I'll help you. I'll be there just to be with you. I'll come over. There's plenty of times you heard about it. Sometimes Casey's even saying she tried it herself. And it didn't work. That's designed to make Megan come over. It's not in control of Megan trying to find a time to come to Casey's to cold-bloodedly murder her for money that after a 5+ long years of this. The control, according to Dr. Hancock, is effective. She did a really good job with all of these splittings. She got, according to the psychological literature, pervasive and extensive and long-running control. And then, importantly, Dr. Hancock described how it has to escalate. The control feature for maladaptive behaviors like exhibited by Casey Terry have to keep escalating because you have to keep getting more and different and more intense feedback. It's like a drug. And it's got to be believed. And it's not Megan's role in this relationship to question, regardless of vitals, regardless of dumb doctor statements, regardless of things that clearly don't seem true. Her bond, her promise under this relationship and role is to unquestioningly respond and stay in it. That is what Dr. Hancock let us know about the direction of control. And the features that are used in this relationship are both ways, right? She gains Megan as that kind of provider of the need the maladaptive behavior is about. She keeps it private. She maintains it in a way that Megan shouldn't share any of this. The religiosity component from the very, very start is probably the most important, right? Because what we're doing is wrong. We can't share this. Don't tell anybody. Of course, because if you talked about suicide with any of Megan's or Casey's other friends or family, they'd intervene. And it would crush the relationship. That'd be it. She wouldn't have this attachment. It's singular. It's singular. She doesn't do this with other people. This is its own host, its own source of, and let's face it, Dr. Hancock was very honest. There's something deep and painful going on at Casey. This is the behavior, especially at this level, and that's sad. That is sad. It makes it more real, not less real. And it requires her to have more control, not less control. And the role of Megan is not to question, or that will be broken, that promise, that relationship. And you have to understand I submit to you with my you have to understand. What about the insurance policy discussions and the things you've seen and heard about? That should, I submit, be considered in light of the same thing. It's still part of it. It's all a lie. It's fake. And maybe Megan would think it's true over all these years, or she doesn't kill her in the cold blood like the state's theory is. And sure would be nice. Remember what Casey tells Megan about the insurance policy? She keeps wrapping it in, you deserve it. You're all I have. You're the only one who believes me. My family hates me. I don't have this. I don't get this from you. You're the one who says, I'll be with you. I'll be your Confederate. I will be with you in your desire to end your life by suicide, even though it's wrong, because you let me know I'm the only one for you. And even the insurance policy is described by Casey in that way. I had a crazy old uncle once, and the crazy old uncle repeatedly said that there was going to be a life insurance policy in it. I'll tell you what I did when he died. I checked. He didn't, by the way. So I went to law school. But let's now talk about this problem that the government and the police run from. This fundamental principle in our courtroom, to your deliberations, they literally run from it or somehow spin it back into a story of words. They don't care about the evidence. This arrest was made before all these things that I just read to you and you're going to hear from Special Agent Hale. All those things I just read to you are said 2 weeks after this event, and the arrest of Megan Sunwall 8 months after the events in question. They haven't even gotten all those results back. They don't care. Contemplate a trial in a court of law, not Perry Mason. Contemplate what is being requested of you by the government, by the system, and by the court. A murder where the medical examiner says it's undetermined. They literally have to prove their case around that conclusion. They hold up a pointer. Aha, have you seen all these tests? They know full well if they give him over 200 pages of a report that is all about words, he's not going to change his mind. His job is objective. His job is about proof used in a courtroom. He has everything else. He has it as he sits here today. Forget when he issued his report in January of 25. He said to you from the witness stand, Dr. Murray, the medical examiner, cause, manner of death is undetermined. You are to ignore that, I guess, according to the state. the state medical examiner, who's seen the proof, the toxicology, he's done the work, he communicated with the police. He looked at the evidence. That's of course because he can't find evidence to prove Megan did something. Because Casey could have done it. So they want you to convict Megan despite the evidence. The DNA evidence that comes back after she's arrested has Casey's is the only relevant DNA, and it's on the syringe. I'm not sure really maybe what ultimately the government's going to argue to you on this Santa box evidence. But that it's only Casey's. Now you're going to argue, well, since we don't have this evidence, you should go with the flow of the words. But that's not the way the system works. That's not the way the principles work. If you don't have DNA after quit, if you do have someone else's, that should be interesting. If you bungle the heck out of the evidence in the investigation, that's not fair. If it leads to not being able to get DNA evidence, fingerprints, same thing. It's not that we're going to prove this to you beyond a reasonable doubt without all the things that Hale said, because we couldn't find them. Because we couldn't find them, reasonable doubt comes from lack of evidence, lack of proof. Toxicology, even though it was bungled, this is truly interesting. We'll get to it in a second. There are syringes all over this room. 3 of them at least are inside the room, or two of them at least are inside the room. There's this one in the Santa box. And ultimately they find a bunch more in Kyle's room where Casey was known to be with him and to be around, to be in and out of the room. They're not sent to Chad Moore even for 8 months. And Chad Moore tells you from the witness screen, all I can say is I didn't find any when I tested them. There's a whole bunch of things that can account for that being true and insulin being in syringes. When you get to what I want to submit has to be disproven as a reasonable likelihood here as a scenario. But she died by insulin. There's insulin syringes throughout the room. By the way, they didn't even send him the third syringe that was in there. And the medical charts, I'll turn to those in a minute. These medical charts actually tell the story. Linda, the nurse, who handles everything, knows all about patients who have insulin problems, sees them in the ER, everything else, says everything I know about insulin is, I can't tell you when it was introduced. Mass Stellar, I can't tell you when it was introduced. They saw the same chart. And you heard somewhere they found some doctor to say on a witness stand for the first time in her life something about the chart. But she said unequivocally, I can't tell you. The insulin got there after Casey Terry was unconscious. It is uncontroverted. What's the problem with the scene? Remember, Megan goes back because this box is important. She's been told things. She's been sent a picture of it by Casey. And the difference is on the left is how the box is when Osborne leaves, and in the middle is what they walk into from the body cam of Forney. The room has been tossed. And in the night of, to the right, in Robinson's hand, is an envelope for Megan. At least it has her name on it, consistent with the text that we know of, that Casey is claiming there's things for Megan. We know from that interview they had with Mark, Kay, and Kylie, amazingly, when Forney walks out of the room, that they're going through the text saying, oh, Casey's saying, keep some stuff, don't give her this, don't give her that. And Megan's saying, I've been told that there's important things for me. That illustrates, and then in the interview, you'll hear, in the second interview, Farney says, yeah, we found envelopes, but they were empty. Wonder what happened in between. This illustrates as much as anything the problem with not securing a scene. Farney admitted it is known someone went in and went through that room in between police arriving on the 12th and Farney going on the 14th. It provided reasons to be concerned and provide reasons to doubt. Again, I talked about the syringes, but you think about it. We've got the Fanta box stuff, and it's just not fair. And when I say not fair, I mean not fair to Megan, the accused, but I mean as much not fair to you. It's just not fair to you as a jury for the government to put this decision with these principles in your hand and have the agents of the government just completely bungle the potential that it would exonerate Megan or not support their theory against Megan. That's why a good investigation is necessary. It's about fairness. You're going to let the government come in and say, oh, nothing was found, so we win. That's not how it works. It's astonishing. Astonishing. I think it would be astonishing to you. It's just all of us as civilians that you can hear that evidence of a vial, syringe packaging, or vial packaging and everything else is found in a phone call from Mark. You say, toss it in a Ziploc. So photograph it, toss it in a Ziploc bag. You obliterate the value of that. That's a burden of proof problem, and quite interesting, huh? We've got 3 syringes in the end, one in a Fanta box with Casey's DNA on it. And then these 4, they're sent a year later, more than a year later, to the lab. The 3rd one that Mark found in the room, after being kicked around, obviously missed by both the first officers and in a hardcore search that Detective Farney says she did, is never processed for any evidence. Never DNA, never fingerprints, never sent for analysis as to insulin. If you don't do these things, it's convenient. That's why we have the burden of proof. Have to troubleshoot. So lost my Wi-Fi for a second. There you go. Told you and showed you throughout the trial my ability or lack thereof. Can we take it down a line?
It is now.
Okay. The points there are the burden of proof and the nature of our system requires good police work to be fair to the jury when the government asks them to convict on proof, to find things are proven. And that's what I mean by fairness. Fairness to Megan for sure, but fairness to you, the jurors. Again, the government had made up their mind. The government had a bunch of words. The government had a story. Coming from skilled lawyers who've been involved in it from the start. So let's turn to.
You guys, is your video choppy? Let me know if the video's choppy. I can try to fix it.
12. Now, with all these kind of chopped up texts and everything, we have an exhibit for you that is just everything. I think it's from the 9th or the 10th. This plan, I call it a script. You can read it for yourself. It sounds like a script. Sure, there's some changing of things. She's certainly not Casey putting off and controlling Megan. I mean, Megan's not controlling it. Casey's controlling Megan. Casey said, let's move it one more day. Let's move it here or there. We know why she needed to move it one more day, Forney said, right? She's doing a drug transaction all of a sudden on the 11th.
I think the video's choppy. I'm just going to take it off screen and put it back up. Okay. I'm going to remove it and cancel the screen share, and I'm going to put it back up. Sometimes that fixes it. Entire screen. Share the volume. Back. The stage.
Christian was coming over. They were doing pill stuff. And we know why she moved it back an hour, right? Well, we probably do. On the morning, she says, hold on, remember, I want to shower. So,
Yeah, that
I
fixed
know,
it. I'm awesome.
you don't have to die without a shower. What we know from sightseeing her, who didn't bother to be asked any of this important investigative abilities of phones, is she's moving around. Sure, she's telling Mark, acting happy, acting like everything's fine, so he stays up in his room all day. She is controlling everything. She puts it off an hour. Literally, Megan, you'll see it from the script. Megan is saying, well, I'll stay at Target then. The night before, Casey went to the store. Casey bought, among other things, carbohydrates and sugar. So let's talk about the 12 in control while you read that script. First of all, let's put one thing to that. The DNR is an absolute red herring. It is a nothing. It is a shiny object the prosecutor wants to keep coming back to. The very best example of that is from Dr. Masteller, a powerful point in this trial, when asked a doctor if your best friend told you she had a DNR, would you believe her? And he twisted and he struggled and he said, I'd probably believe it. You don't have to have someone who has a DNR to go into this agreement. My best friend and I can have this agreement. It's only illegal if I do something that causes my best friend to die. We know from the history, there's no question that there were probably that Megan was shown or not shown or told or not told by an astonishingly capable liar about a DNR and references to DNR, that it doesn't matter if she is DNR. She, in this relationship, the bond and the agreement is not to save, not to interrupt a suicide. It's the word suicide. It's right to the script. Dr. Masto, I would believe her. So, I don't know. Suicide? Actual? After years she's been convincing Megan, but actual in her mind with all this stuff, Casey Terry, she's really good at faking. Is this a real possibility? I want to walk through that night. Is this a real possibility? I submit to you is probably the most likely, and certainly isn't proven away whatsoever by the evidence. cases involved in quasi-suicide. Those involve people trying to be very, very convincing. We already know that feature of Casey. These are people that have to up the ante. We already know that about Casey. They escalate. They have to be believed. They have to be truthful. They have to be the ones controlling the narrative. Suicide, suicide, don't tell, don't tell. You're my one and only. You're my only hope to be with. So much so that the other person might even agree, hey, if I needed to, I'd help. They have to prove she had to. They have to prove she did. Who controlled it? This stage is set. It's literally set like a stage. When Megan gets into the house, Casey has placed the accoutrements of a setting in motion. She's used a glucometer. I don't think anyone thinks that Casey Terry is the one who controlled that narrative, controlled that setting. She has used it. That is telling Megan, I've done something. That is the inference. Why else are you pricking your finger? Already to show, hey, I've used it. Look, I'm going down. I'm decreasing. Why would there be any reason to disbelieve? Why is it not a real possibility at all that she has begun the quasi-suicide? To be convincing, to be very convincing, to make Megan know she's doing it again. We'll see. The night before, she texts, I'm preloading the syringes. She searches, can I inject insulin? Can I inject saline? Yeah. She's setting up a series of syringes to present as if they're full of insulin, but to be diluted with saline. To try to drive blood sugar levels convincingly, but not all the way. To use a different insulins. She's the one who knows this. Why isn't that not a real possibility? It's what it looks like. Can I inject saline? Insulin is available everywhere. Talks about, you've seen this at the searches. There's syringes in the room. She's not diabetic. There's a syringe in the closet for injecting into the port. From the doctors, it probably wasn't used for insulin because of the way it acts. And consistent with this, even Mark understands. She knows that if she wanted to correct because things had gotten out of control, she could drink a Coke. That was rather sobering video. She wanted to change it. She could drink a Coke if she was up to it. And change it has to mean change what she's doing to herself. Because she's not diabetic. So she normally wouldn't need to change anything. She's bought candy the night before. She's bought crackers, things that she can present as a goodie box to make Megan feel good, but will also be things she can use to control. But insulin is a tricky thing. It makes long lasting. You use what you thought was a small amount, fast acting on this quasi-suicide. You heard Dr. Hancock even describe the circumstance of the patient. And you crash it. Again, by the way, what is some more evidence that syringes would be pre-filled? I'm going to pre-fill them. How do you use saline? And a vial that has been poked a bunch of times. It's been poked a bunch of times because you're drawing out little amounts. And you're saline. You're preloading your syringes. And you're saline. You're making your fakes. A real possibility, that's exactly what it looks like. That talk about words. If we're all into words, let's talk about Casey's words to what she was going to do. And then medical evidence completely supports it. With controls like candy and Coke, and it failed. Now, of course the government's narrative could be true. Of course, it's possible that Megan helped that failure. Of course it's possible. It's not what's possible, what they can suggest it looks like. You have to acquit if you think it's possible. The real possibility, why isn't it a real possibility that this is exactly what happened? There's an entire history of quasi-suicide talk. This is the classic example of a quasi-suicide presenter. This is the classic personality trait. This is the classic history. This is the upping the ante. This is the accelerating, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, but it's not a real possibility. And it works. And Megan learns how it works because she's not waking up. Now, why does the cold-blooded murderer have to go over there and start checking out what glucometer reading means? Megan's searching up the glucometer. What does the reading mean? How low does it go? That's absolutely somebody who is trying to see if this is a trajectory that will be final. Not because she did it, because it's part of the theater that was set up. It makes complete sense. And eventually says, hey, Mom. The cold-blooded murderer says, hey, Mom, come on over. Hey, Dad, come on over. We have years and years of planning on having you be spiritually involved in this. When they do, and the government somehow suggesting she used her parents as tools to prevent assistance. That's horrific. And there's no assistance to be had. Not only did Dr. DeSalvo say that graph is consistent with the last injection of insulin being while Casey Terry was conscious. Dr. DeSalvo and every other doctor acknowledged there is no evidence that anything was injected after Casey Terry was unconscious. So it is unequivocal in this case that Casey Terry could have done anything that was the cause of her death herself. And it has to be proven beyond any reasonable doubt, no possibility. Megan, in fact, did something other than be there, that she didn't have to help, that she didn't have to aid. Has to be disproven. The real possibility, for sure, is a quasi-suicide attempt. But at any rate, it's undisputed that anything that caused Casey's death happened when she was conscious and could have done it to herself. And as you heard Dr. DeSalvo say, there was no need or any potential to save Casey Terry early into that flatline. Starting in minutes, certainly going to a couple hours, Dr. DeSalvo said Casey Terry was never going to recover. She wasn't going to recover when his mom got there. She wasn't going to recover after Mark came down. The story was over. The end was something that could not be avoided. That's the evidence. That's what Special Agent Hales promised Megan would have to be done for her to be in that role. Take it down. I don't know if that's sound like a lecture that I promised not to give you, but that's conversation that how do principles apply. The incredible importance of those principles in the other restore, which I fully believe you apply throughout the trial. They're not proving it was not guilty, then you have to have a fair shot, full investigation, and not a string of words and text that make you look at. Unbelievably, to me, it is a feature of our court system that the prosecutor, these principles are so important and so weighty that the prosecutor gets to go first and last. They get to come up again and talk to you, and I, of course, don't. I get this chance. I'm asking you in fairness, total fairness to your job, to at least think while the prosecutor speaks to you again, and I don't know what she's going to say, what I would say in response. And the principles that we're talking about, including in instructions, this notion of unanimity, is tied up extremely tightly to proof and reasonable doubt, because while you're a jury, you are jurors. You are Megan's peers. This is an experience in these principles in this trial you apply as peers. You think what you would consider, is this how an investigation ought to lead to a trial for cold-blooded murder, aggravated murder, the most serious charge in our land? The way you think would be fair for your loved one, your mother or father, your cousin, your peer, and each of you have that experience. Each of you have that ability to consider individually as you discuss within and amongst yourself. Trials are long, it's been long. Sometimes this one, I don't think I had a lot of it, but these shit happen that you might not like. I might have done something wrong. I might have done something you didn't like. I might have missed something. If you have any feelings in that regard, I'm asking you to hold me responsible, blame me. This isn't my day. This is my future. This is your peer. This is Megan Sunwall. This case is not proven. And if it's not proven, we have to do it. Thank you.
So the prosecutor is coming back for their rebuttal to the closing. Prosecutor always gets the first word and last word. So it's like opening is prosecutor, defense, prosecutor, then closing is prosecutor, defense. I guess probably. Doesn't look like it's that long. Looks like about 5:40. It's really quick. It seems to be like
I always
20
try
minutes.
to plug that in the wrong way every single time. All right, Mr. Williams just said to you that based on how our system is set up, the principles, the burdens, that I get to come up twice. That's correct, because it is the state's burden. It's the state's burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the charges that we have filed against Ms. Sunwall. I and the state embrace that burden. I invite you to test the evidence, review it. That's your job as a jury. That's a burden that we embrace. Let's talk about that burden. Instruction number 24. Beyond a reasonable doubt. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If the evidence leaves you firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if there's a real possibility that the defendant is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and return a verdict of not guilty. That is the burden. That is the state's burden. I embrace it. But let's think about that. Not every possible doubt, not beyond all doubt. Not every single doubt has to be covered. You can have things about what happened in that room, in that basement on August 12th that you might have doubts about. But the doubt has to be reasonable. And as long as you are firmly convinced, then your direction is clear. If you are firmly convinced, you convict. Mr. Williams is trying to make this seem that any case, any possible case, to prove it, for you to be firmly convinced, there has to be forensics, there has to be DNA, there has to be all of this scientific stuff. Words are evidence. Those text messages are evidence. Testimony from every single witness is evidence. You do not need forensic evidence to be firmly convinced. Might it be helpful sometimes? Sure. You do not need it. It is not required. I want to turn you to instruction number 22. It talks about direct and circumstantial evidence. I think the example in there is helpful. So direct evidence can prove a fact by itself. I'm going to skip some of this, but you have the direction or instructions so you can read all of it. For example, if a witness testified that he looked outside and saw it was raining, that would be direct evidence it had rained. Circumstantial is indirect evidence. It comes from looking at the related events, putting it together, and concluding that a fact in question had occurred based on what you can tell from the surrounding events. For example, if a witness testified that she looked outside and saw that the ground was wet and people were closing their umbrellas, that would be circumstantial that it had rained, evidence that it had rained. Up at the top, facts may be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence. The law does not treat one type of evidence as better than the other. And then undoubtedly at the end, before you can find the defendant guilty of any charge, there must be enough evidence, direct, circumstantial, or some of both, to convince you of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, to be firmly convinced. And here, I submit to you, the texts are enough. The texts are words from the defendant's own mouth. They're enough. I want to take this raining example that is outlined in instruction 22 a little bit farther. So say that you did not directly see it rain, but you would go outside and some of the ground's wet and people are closing their umbrellas. That's a lot to conclude that it had been raining. Let's say you see a dry spot though on the ground. Well, why is there a dry spot? Something's missing. Do you immediately jump to not every inch of the ground is wet, therefore it couldn't have been raining? No. What if the dry spot's in the shape of a car? Do you need a mechanic to come and tell you exactly the make and model of what that car was, or some kind of video to tell you exactly when that car arrived or when it left? No, because that, while it might be helpful, it doesn't change it that you can be firmly convinced that it had rained, because still, with all the surrounding circumstances, you're able to be firmly convinced of that fact. Mr. Williams, I told you this case was about control, and he tried to flip that and say that Casey was the one that's in control here. Casey's controlling this whole dynamic.
But let's look at that. Casey did it to people that actually played along. Megan played along despite all of her medical knowledge, despite I would submit to you that when you go back and you read some of the things, especially in Exhibit 81, they are absurd. You don't even need medical knowledge to know that those things are not true. Does she call her on it? No. This is not Casey controlling the dynamic. We heard from Casey Tanner, her ex-husband. He pretty early on said, you don't have cancer. She tried to tell him that, and we know that she did lie to her family about that. She never went to the extremes about the details and the absurdities and the fake vitals and all that stuff with her family. But Casey Tanner, she tried to tell him, yeah, I have cancer, and he said, no, you don't, you're fine. And then what did he say? She never brought it up again. This is not Casey just having to manipulate every single person. She is doing splitting. She is lying. She is, she's using where the resources are coming from. And with Megan plays along this whole time that the resource is not dried up yet. So Casey keeps doing it. And I would argue that some of the text gets so extreme, some of the information gets so absurd that she may have been wanting to be called out. There's even some evidence of that. In Exhibit 81, you'll see she's pretending to be these fake hospice nurses, and she says, maybe I brought this up in my first closing, but look at it again, because she does this a couple times. She's pretending to be Kelly or Becky or Lauren or any number of them. These texting a nurse from the patient's own phone, HIPAA-protected information, all things that Megan as a nurse would know. Vitals that are absurd, incompatible with life, don't even make sense. And she even says, I've never seen anything so low. The doctor himself is even confused. I'd submit to you that she might be a cry for help even. She's gone so extreme that she's begging Megan to call her out at this point. Why is Megan still going along with this? Dr. Hancock himself even talks about cries for help. Sometimes people, he used the example of slitting your wrists. If you do it this way, it's a cry for help. If you do it this way, it's more consistent with you're actually trying to die. You review the text messages. Casey, when things get so absurd that they're patently unbelievable to anybody, not even somebody medically trained, it's a cry for help. And Megan doesn't give her it. Megan doesn't call her on it. Megan continues to play along. She continues to be the source of attention and affection. Mr. Williams wants this case to be, for you to be beyond a reasonable doubt, for you to be firmly convinced, you need all these fingerprints, you need all this DNA. But we know for sure that sometimes that's not available. Like I said with the DNA, with the insulin vial, we know for sure at least 2 different people handled it. And there was no prints, there's no DNA on it. Sometimes the science, for whatever reason, it's not deposited there. Or might it be that a nurse is wearing gloves? I asked Dr. DeSalvo, when you take blood, when you test people's blood, do you wear gloves? Do your nurses wear gloves? She said, yeah, you're dealing with bodily fluids. You're dealing with potential infection. Yes, I would expect nurses to wear gloves. We know definitively that Megan is the only one in the basement after a certain point, had to have been the one testing Casey's sugars past a certain point. Is she wearing gloves? Is the lack of DNA maybe indicative of that? Lack of fingerprints indicative of that? If you need forensics to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, anyone wearing gloves just gets away with it, anything? There's no case? No, because there's also other forms of evidence. And those text messages, I would submit to you, and it will ultimately be your determination, those are more valuable than anything DNA can tell us in this case. So again, let's step back, let's put the pieces together, and let's look at the picture. Because Mr. Williams actually brought up something that the theory, one of the state's theories seems to align with actually. We heard from Dr. Hancock. So what do we know? Casey died from an exogenous insulin overdose. Mr. Williams said, Megan didn't do anything. She says, I'm not called, I didn't do anything. And if Megan didn't do anything, then yes, the answer is acquittal. But if Casey is not suicidal, which you'll find the evidence does not truly support, she's making plans for life, she's buying food, she's doing all of these things, she's getting knee replacement 2 weeks before, she's doing physical therapy, you know, she's trading pills even the night before. Why is she doing that if she's planning on dying the next day? How did that insulin get into her body? The evidence gives you a logical answer, and you do not need to agree. Again, you don't need to be unanimous as a jury on every mechanical step that happened. You only need to be unanimous that the defendant caused the death. And again, I would refer you to that jury instruction on the definition of causation, because that can happen in a number of different ways. But let me give you a theory that I submit to you is consistent with all the evidence. And it's not quasi-suicidal, like Mr. Williams suggested, where people may not intend death, but they're actually using items that could bring them danger. But Dr. Hancock also explained parasuicidal, where they want it to look like it. They want it to look like they're maybe attempting suicide, but they do not intend to die, and they're not going to introduce actually anything dangerous. I submit to you that that's exactly what happened here. Let's look at State's Exhibit 17. So by 4 p.m., you'll see in the text messages between Megan and Casey that by around 4 on August 11th, it's clear. Casey's tried to evade, Casey's tried to delay. Megan says, my dad can watch Porter, I can come over tomorrow. So it's clear that to Casey that the defendant's coming over the next morning. And she knows that the defendant's intent, the whole point of the defendant coming over there, is so that Casey can end up dead. So what does Casey do? 9:48 p.m., Exhibit 17, August 11th, Casey searches, is it okay to give yourself a shot with saline solution? If she is planning on dying the next day, why is she Googling if it's safe to give herself saline? Mr. Williams, let's think about that. Someone planning to inject insulin does not search whether it's safe to inject saline. Mr. Williams tried to suggest that, well, maybe she's diluting the insulin with saline. Why? Insulin is a clear liquid, saline is a clear liquid. And what did we hear from Mark? Casey is familiar with diabetes. Most of the household that she lives in is diabetic. She's been taking care of grandma, who had, I forget exactly the term, but it's diabetes that is so severe that grandma swings back and forth wildly. What did Mark testify? Even 3 units too much could kill grandma. Casey had been taking care of grandma's diabetic needs for years. Casey knows that. You think she's gonna mess around with real insulin if she doesn't mean to die? Absolutely not. That is not reasonable. That is not a reasonable doubt. Instead, right here, Exhibit 17, is it okay to inject with saline? And then, like I pointed out, all of those other texts that you'll find in Exhibit 136, Casey says, I'm getting everything ready. I need to start drawing up the bottles. I spent most of the night drawing up the insulin. Defendant, who is wise to Casey's lies, doesn't let Casey know that. Casey believes, oh, I'm so getting her for some reason. I'm telling her the most insane stuff she's probably ever heard of, and for some reason she's still believing me. The defendant says, you don't have to draw it all up yourself. I would help you. But later Casey says, and again, you'll find this in Exhibit 136, Casey says, I have everything ready. The evidence shows that Casey is still performing, but she's not doing quasi-suicidal. She's not gonna mess around with real insulin. Again, even units too much could kill grandma. Why would she put real insulin in those syringes when she's asking, is it okay to use saline? She fills up those syringes with saline. She's still performing. And even still, she's still delaying. You'll find in the text thread, she's saying, oh, it's Kylie's birthday, there's transportation issues, maybe I should come to your house, my grandpa needs the car, but she's still trying to put this off. If she was truly intending suicide, there's no need to stall. But if she were staging something consistent with parasuicidal behavior, consistent with what we know about Casey, she stages things. She tells her family she has cancer. She does have legitimate kidney issues, so she has medical supplies being delivered to the home. She has saline coming in. She tells them it's chemo. It's only saline. It's for hydration for her kidneys. She does go to the hospital at different times, and yeah, sometimes her family thinks that it's for cancer. And yeah, no, it's not. Obviously, it's bad. It's a bad thing she did to lie to her family about cancer. But she's a mentally ill, vulnerable person. Not mentally ill in the way that she's suicidal. But yeah, she lies to people for attention. And what did Dr. Hancock say? That condition can be exploited. So she gets it all set up. Everything's ready, have it all drawn up. I submit to you, those syringes contain saline. Because what happens? The 2 syringes that are found that are not hidden away after 2 police searches and Mark finds one in the closet after he has to pull up the carpet after a flood. If that's one of the syringes, and Mr. Williams said, oh, well, that state didn't even bother to get that one tested. Okay, if that's the one used, again, it was hidden. If Casey's suicidal, she has no reason to hide it. So who hid it? Had to have been Megan. The other 2 syringes in play, the one found on the floor of Casey's bedroom that gets moved to the desk by EMS, or the one hidden in the Fanta box. Chad Moore from the FBI, he's a scientist, so yeah, Mr. Williams pressed him on it. Could light have degraded it? Could heat, could time, all of that stuff may have affected it. But he still said, I'm not seeing any of the remnants or any of the changed proteins or any of the chemical structures or anything, even under a microscope. I'm not seeing anything that I would expect to see in those syringes if they actually had insulin. They had saline in them. But yet we know insulin was administered. We know that the vial found in the outside trash had approximately 100 units missing. And again, harken back to 2020, when the defendant herself says 100 units is enough. The defendant, Mr. Williams, it seems to be saying that, Casey's staging this quasi where she's diluting insulin and maybe she gives herself a shot and she's losing functionality. And, it has 13 puncture marks because it's so hard for her to puncture it. She's losing the ability. She's losing her fine motor skills. She's fumbling around. You think Megan, who the whole point is to stay with you and keep injecting you so you stay low, who undeniably is the one to test her sugars for her, a physical act, multiple times after Casey loses consciousness, you think she's just gonna sit there quietly doing nothing while Casey's fumbling around trying to drop syringes? No, the whole plan was for Megan to go over there and help her. But what the evidence suggests is that Megan swapped the syringes because, like I said, this is a game of chicken and Megan is smarter than Casey at this point. Casey's been telling her lies for years. Megan's been pretending to believe them. Megan knows that Casey stages stuff. Megan knows that she's saying, 9. And again, this goes right in line with what Casey's patterns. I gave myself 9 vials of insulin and it didn't work. I gave myself 4 vials of insulin. Nothing works. I need to have the surgery because nothing works on me. So why, as Mr. Williams suggested, does she need to demonstrate to the defendant that her sugars are dropping? She could give herself saline and say, see, nothing works. See, nothing works. And this goes right in line with her habit, her history, her parasuicidal behavior. And Megan knows that. Mr. Williams said that Dr. DeSalvo said I'm going to not quote him directly, but he said something like, after 12:30 or after Casey's unconscious, it's undeniable that no insulin was given at that point. That is not her testimony. She said it is difficult to determine how many administrations were given, how many injections were given. It's difficult to determine at what time they were given. But the one that she said was the one that is most consistent is around 12:30. Something makes sense that at least one, and we know it's a large amount. But she didn't know. She didn't say absolutely nothing after that can scientifically be determined. She said, there's no way to know. But what did Megan say repeatedly? Someone needs to be with you to keep giving you injections so your sugars stay low. And she's testing her sugars that whole time. And there's 13 puncture marks in that vial. So what the evidence supports. The evidence is consistent with Casey filling those syringes with saline, attempting to stage another crisis, still hoping to delay, still performing, perhaps still hoping that once the defendant actually got there and they're actually at the moment where, hey, I'm gonna inject myself with what you believe is insulin, Megan, maybe you'll stop me. Maybe Megan actually cares about me. Maybe that's what's going through Casey's mind at that time. But again, this game of chicken, Megan's smarter than Casey. So she swapped syringes, insulin all over the house, syringes all over the house. Casey goes to the bathroom, Casey falls asleep. We know that there's promethazine, oxys, and Xanax in her system in the autopsy. Maybe she takes all of those substances, again, that are not enough to cause her death and would not interact with insulin. But you may be wondering, why would she take substances that have sedative effects if she knows Megan's point is coming over with the result of her ending up dead? Well, because she thinks she's safe. I have it all drawn up. I have the story planted that nothing works on me. Insulin doesn't work on me. So maybe she fell asleep thinking that she was safe because all that she was going to get injected with is saline. That, again, she checked the night before. Is that okay? Is that safe? So Megan could have done it while Casey was asleep. Megan could have, snuck up upon her and gave her a injection. That could have happened. Or she could have drawn up the insulin. Maybe Casey went to the bathroom at some point. Again, Megan's over there for 11 hours, plenty of time for this to have happened. She could have handed Casey what Casey believed to be a syringe containing saline, that Casey believed to be one of the ones that she drew up herself the night before, still staging the scene, but one with no danger in Casey's mind. She could have handed it to her and had Casey herself inject a syringe that now contained insulin. That's still administration. That's still causation. Look at the causation definition. And again, you don't even have to be unanimous about this theory. You can think any of the other theories that I argued, as long as you are unanimous about that Megan caused the death. But this theory is consistent with the evidence. And then after insulin was given, it still matters what happened next. The defendant affirmatively monitored Casey's blood sugar for hours after she was unconscious. She watched the numbers fall. She continued even after the monitor read too low. Casey's brain and organs were dying. Mark described her thrashing and gasping by 9 p.m. The defendant saw all of it. And still, she took these affirmative steps to block rescue. She discouraged calling 911, invoked this fake DNR, false claims of medical authority to multiple people. She left before EMS arrived. Again, just to drive down the street because she was so concerned. She needed to see if Casey was taken out. So she watched, but she didn't come up to them outside and say, hey, here's any information that can help you save Casey. Bottom line, Casey here is not on trial. We know she talked about suicide for attention. We know she was flawed. But people who are dramatic, dishonest, or struggling are still protected by the law from being killed. You don't have to have liked Casey. You don't have to have wanted to be her friend. But the law still protects her from being killed. The question is what the defendant did and what the defendant intended. And again, this was not compassion. This was not aiding. A nurse, Megan, has knowledge and training to understand the risks of death, and the defendant used that knowledge to cause one. This case is about Megan's control. This case is about Megan's escalation. This is about Megan deliberately blocking rescue. And the evidence shows that she killed or caused the death of Casey by an overdose, a lethal amount of insulin, and that she did it because she stood to gain over $1 million. This is aggravated homicide. Hold Megan Sunwall accountable, return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Counsel, thank you both. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your patience and attention during this trial. It is now your time to deliberate. But before we do that, we've got to handle a little business about our alternate juror. Trials of this length, we have alternate jurors for a reason. We have one alternate left, and that alternate is going to be excused, but I'm going to give you specific instructions. Our alternate juror is juror number 10, Ms. Moore. You are our alternate. You're going to be excused for the day, but you're not released from your duty as a juror. There have been occasions where alternates have been called back to participate in deliberations. So you are still under oath as a juror. You are still under the same admonishment that you are not to talk about this with anybody until you get word that a verdict has been reached. If we do need you to come back, we will reach out to you. Okay? We appreciate your efforts and your service, but you are alternate. So once call takes you all back, he'll help you get out. All right? And if we need you, we'll let you know, and we will let you know once a verdict has been reached. Then you're going to be free to discuss this with anybody. I understand the sacrifice, and thank you. All right. Our clerk will now swear in the bailiff. You're then going to be escorted to the jury room where you can begin deliberations.
You do solemnly swear you will take charge of this jury and take them to some private and convenient place where they may deliberate upon the verdict, allowing no one to speak to them, nor do so yourself, unless ordered by the court, and return them to the court when they have reached a verdict, or when so ordered, so help you God.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Counsel, please make sure the clerk has your numbers. It is now 2:42. We're going to let the jury work till around 5 or so. Then they may be excused for the evening, come back in the morning, depending on where they're at. We'll let you know. Any questions?
I believe so.
There we are.
All right. Thank you. Make sure Brooke has your numbers. Thank you.
All eyes.
So that's it. We can quickly get this done, hopefully. And I got 20 minutes. We're gonna skip to the next one because they don't do nothing else here. The jury just comes in the next day and there's nothing else the rest of this day. It's not till day 9. I go right to the end. Nothing happens. So here's the end. We're gonna watch the end of it. It's gonna be like fast. It's 8 minutes and 30 seconds, guys. Get ready. This is it. I gotta put the right date up. I have it written out already. Here it comes. Here it comes. Glad I wrote this out ahead of time. Whew. I just had copy and paste a bunch of them and change the date to day 9, which I did. Oops. Yep. Perfect. So this is what's happening now. It's 8 minutes, guys. Because the jury deliberated all the rest of that day and nothing happened. They didn't even come back out. So basically people sat in the court for 3 hours and then this happened. You ready, dude? It's just you and I, bro. Think she's innocent?
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to go on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Megan Sunwall. It's my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict. Before we bring the jury in and the verdict is read, just want to remind the gallery, after the verdict is read, we're not going to have any outbursts, not going to have any clapping. I know there's a lot of emotional investment from a lot of people, that anybody who exhibits any kind of that behavior in the courtroom will be escorted from the building. So we appreciate everybody's understanding. Counsel, we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, from the defense, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Cole?
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Who is the foreperson? Thank you. Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes.
And is it a unanimous verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. Will you please hand it to the bailiff? The clerk will now read the verdict form.
State of Utah versus Megan Sunwall, count 1, aggravated murder. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Megan Sunwall, is guilty of manslaughter. Count 2, obstruction of justice. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Megan Sunwall, is guilty of obstruction of justice. We, the jury, unanimously agree the prosecution has proved the following act or acts beyond a reasonable doubt. Defendant altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed any item or thing, namely deleted text messages between the defendant and Casey Terry. We, the jurors impaneled in the above case, find the defendant, Megan Sunwall, guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of obstruction of justice as charged in count 2 of the information. Unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant obstructed the investigation of the following criminal offense, manslaughter. Dated the 24th of March, 2026, signed the jury foreperson.
Does either counsel wish to poll the jury?
Not from the state.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, your service is now done. As I've stated before, we appreciate your attention and efforts in this matter. We know the time that this has taken out of your lives, and we appreciate your service. You are now, counsel, any objection to discharging this jury?
None, Your Honor.
Not from the state.
All right, you're now going to be excused. You are free to talk about this case with anybody you want. You're also free to not talk about this case if anybody has questions for you, but you are no longer under the admonition. Thank you for being here.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Counsel, based upon the verdict, I'm going to refer this to the Utah County Office of Adult Probation and Parole for preparation of a pre-sentence report. We need to get a sentencing date to come back.
I might guess that we need a special setting.
Where are we looking, Brooke?
This week says that May 4th, they are doing the custody, so that's possibly.
That would work. What about the morning of May 4th? 8:30.
That would work for the state.
Sorry. Calendar. And that looks like it would work.
May 4th at 8:30, we will come back for sentencing. Ms. Sunwall, someone from Adult Probation and Parole will be meeting with you to prepare a pre-sentence report and recommendation. Counsel, anything else we need to cover before we adjourn?
Not from the state.
No, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, I want to thank you once again, all of you, for the professionalism that you've exhibited throughout this process. It's a tough process, and it's not easy, and it's about as serious as it gets. And I just
Way too
want
easy
to
to
thank you
convict
all
someone.
for your help in this. All right, we'll be adjourned. Thank you all.
All right.
And that's it. That's it, guys. Luckily, I got that done. Because look, I'm at 11 hours and 43 minutes, and I can only do 11:55. So I'm going to just shut her down. It's been wild, guys. Oh, what was I going to do? I just have this on my desktop. Oh, I made a new one. Here, check it out. I'll show you our next show. Oh, just in time. Where are you? I got our next show thumbnail planned. Check this out. Not much different, but if anyone's even still listening, boom. Did Mark buy Casey the gun? Man, we're going to do a Mark show tonight. I'm doing Mark. Mark. Dude. You're going to get a show on you. All right, guys. So if anyone's even here, catch up. I don't know. It was very interesting. And we'll go through this again. So if anybody, TJ or anybody, whatever, I might even just watch this all again, front back. Because I mean, it's like the first 4 or 5 days, it's like you're clueless. You don't know who everyone is and all that. So now that I know who everyone is, I may just watch it again. I may just do that. I'm crazy like that because now it's going to make so much more sense. And the next time I'll stop and we'll analyze things better. And so I'm planning on doing that. Or I might do the Kyrie Richens trial for V. I kind of want to just do this a bit. It's still fresh. And if we have like a month to kind of do this, I'll finish this up. I'll probably do this again really quickly. And I can even skip through a bunch of the boring stuff. Just get to the few testimonies that we like. Okay. I'll figure it out. I'll let you know. Okay. So I'll see you if you want to come around tonight at 11 p.m. East, maybe every night. And if you don't see me by 10:30ish East, well, 9:30 Central, 8:30 Mountain, 7:30 Pacific. If you don't see me put something fresh up, I probably won't be going on. But more than likely, if I'm up to it, I got to stay up all night anyways for my job. So, more than likely, if I'm not doing that, if I don't go on TEDs too, so I'll post if I'm going on TEDs, or you'll see me. You're probably sick of me. So Dewey, thanks, bro. Catch us up, and we'll talk more about this tonight. Alrighty, guys. Have a good day, and I'll see you tonight somewhere on these mean streets of YouTube. Okay, bye.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo. Shitty! Low five. Yeah. Let's get out of here.